So, here's the video. What if Naruto joined Akatsuki during his training trip? Without wasting much more time, let's get started. This story begins right after the Sasuke recovery mission disclaimer. I do not own Naruto. Naruto looked around the small village where he and Ero Sennin had just entered. Like most of the villages he had been to in Ino Kuni Fire Country, the buildings were made from a mix of wood and brick and were modeled in a Western style with flat roofs and square architecture. Most of the buildings were shops that sold various merchandise and goods, which was obvious when Naruto watched the numerous people milling around looking through the windows. It had only been a week since Naruto had left with Hiro Sennin on this training trip, and the two had already been to two other cities in Kuni. So what are we going to do here? Ero asked Naruto as he looked at the larger male. Jiraiya was a fairly tall man, standing at about 6 cubic centimeters, making him taller than most people in Konoha. With the exception of Kakashi, he had white hair that spiked before going down to the middle of his back. It was held in place by a kagome with 2 horns and oil jai on it. He wore a green gi under a red vest and had wooden Jita sandals instead of the standard shinobi sandals. Jiraiya looked at a student and frowned. What have I told you about respecting your older brothers? Gaki. Naruto shrugged. You will receive my respect when I feel you've earned it up. Until now, all you've done is go to my house or check out women. And I still have something to learn from you. Jiraiya sighed to his students with a rather apathetic attitude. Ever since they left Konoha, Naruto had changed. He had become much quieter than the loud mouth that the Sennin had met during the chunin exams. In fact, he hadn't spoken more than a few words since they left Konoha. It was as if the big mouth had suddenly emptied the children's heads and this new one had taken its place. Most of the time, Naruto stared into space and seemed to be deep in thought. Jiraiya wasn't sure what was bothering his apprentice anymore, but he figured he'd figure out what was wrong in time. It's okay, the Toad sent inside. I have to meet you here, with a contact who has valuable information for me. Once this is done, I will begin training you. How does that sound? Naruto nodded. Okay. Jiraiya frowned at his godson's lack of enthusiasm, but left him alone for the moment. As he left, Naruto walked through the city, not bothering to pay attention to where he was going at the moment. The truth is he had been thinking a lot, mainly about himself, and how he hadn't really taken his training seriously. When he was at the academy, he had more concerned with pulling pranks for attention, which had seriously hampered his ability to learn. Of course, half the problem was that by the time he had found a teacher willing to actually teach him instead of trying to sabotage his training, Naruto was so ingrained in his pranks and tendencies L mode that it had simply become a habit. He shook his head and sighed, though that still wasn't an excuse to not bother learning when he was capable of it. If he would have really applied himself to learn what he could have prevented Sasuke from leaving the village. There was another one of his problems. Sasuke Uchiha had been someone he had considered a brother. He had always thought that even with the small rivalry they had, they were friends and always would be. That feeling had faded when Sasuke dove into Chidori's chest not once but twice. Naruto was no longer sure if he could keep his promise to Sakura by returning the child to her. No, what is that? It didn't matter anyway. Naruto was starting to doubt that Sasuke would come back willingly. Even if Naruto forced him to come back, he doubted Team 7 would be the same. Naruto shook his head at the morbid thoughts. Now was not the time to think about such things. Sasuke's defection had opened Naruto's eyes to the reality of his situation. He needed to get stronger. He had to train and do everything he could to become a true shinobi. No, the loudmouth brat who couldn't even bring someone back who he considered a brother as he was now. Naruto lacked all the aspects of being a shinobi. Sure, he had the spiral Rasengan and weight and Kage business shadow clones, but that was really in every battle he had fought so far. If it weren't for the chi, Naruto knew he would have died during the battle on the bridge in the Namin Kuni land of waves. He used it to fight Aku during his fight with Orochimaru in the Forest of Death. He was forced to use it. His fight with Gaara, his fight with Sasuke, every major battle he had been in had used it add-on. He couldn't even use the Rasengan without the help of a clone. He didn't have proper control of his chakra, and he didn't have a taijutsu style, or rather he just swung around until he hit something Naruto knew he had a lot of trouble fixing. Looking up, he found himself standing in front of a shop that seemed to sell shinobi clothing. Naruto looked down at his own outfit. His bright orange outfit had been with him for as long as he could remember. No, because he would want to wear it. No, even though orange was his favorite color, and he was good at attracting attention. The only reason he wore it was because it was the only thing he could afford. Every store in Konoha had black. He listed it, making it almost impossible to get a set of clothes. Hell, the only food he could afford was ramen. That's why he ate it all the time. Even these clothes he had were expensive. The man who sold them to him made him pay 3 times the price most people would spend on normal clothes, deciding that if he wanted to become a real shinobi, he should look like a real shinobi. The shop itself was pretty standard. There were many racks in the shop with different styles of shinobi clothing in various colors. There were also a few areas that sold weapons, most of which were standard kunai, shuriken, ninja wire, and basic ceiling scroll. Unlike Konoha, this wasn't a ninja village, so they didn't have any special clothing or weapons. Naruto started walking around the shop, looking to see what he would like. First, he looked at various shapes of pants. He wanted them to be in a dark color. Looking at some of the different styles and colors, he decided to buy several sets of navy blue style pants. They had several pockets that looked designed to hold several rolls and were made of sturdy material that wouldn't wear out. The next thing he made was t-shirts. Looking through them, he went with dark blue and black colors, buying several sets of sleeveless and long sleeve shirts so that he would have something to wear. Variety before moving on, looking to see if there was anything else he might want. He eventually bought several other things, a pair of black fingerless gloves with metal plates on the back. As he approached the register, which had an old man sitting at it, Naruto put the clothes down. The old man looked at it and started calculating the price. That's a lot of stuff you bought. The total will come out to 4,000. Naruto reached into his pants pocket and pulled out Gamchan's frog wallet. Opening it, he looked to see how much. He wasn't very well known, but Naruto, despite not seeming like he was very stingy when it came to money, living on the streets and having to be careful where he bought things and how much he bought, Naruto had been taught the value of cash. Right now, he had 6,500 yen. He would use up about 2/3 of his savings, but in Naruto's eyes, it was worth it. Taking out the necessary amount, Naruto gave it to the old man. "Excuse me, but do you have a place I can change?" asked Naruto, using a more respectful voice than ever before. "Yes, right there." The old man pointed to a small stand that was somewhat hidden in the corner. "Thanks," replied Naruto, going towards the stall. "No problem." Young Naruto entered the stand and changed, opting to go for the sleeveless shirt instead of a long-sleeved one. At this moment, he looked at himself in the mirror and nodded with satisfaction, sealing the rest of his clothes inside the scroll he bought. When leaving the store, Naruto created a cashier Bizin and told him to go find Jiraiya and tell him that he was going to get some food. Walking around, Naruto eventually found a small platform that seemed to offer a variety of different foods. Naruto eventually settled on donburi with udon beef and began eating. A few minutes later, Naruto blinked as memories of his clone walking in on Jiraiya, drunk off his ass with several girls hanging off a man, beating him up. What was that? Naruto wondered as he tried to figure out what just happened. He'd never had that much success before when he made a clone. Of course, normally when he made clones, he sent them out like they were going out of style. So maybe he never noticed as he ate. He wondered absent-mindedly if this could be used for training or if it just retained the clone's memories. When it wore off, he would ask Hiro-senning. When the man found him soon after, said man walked onto the dais and sat down next to him. He ordered a small bowl of ramen and waited for him to come. When he did, he started to eat some before deciding to speak. "We will be staying here tonight. Tomorrow we will go early and start your training." Naruto nodded. "Speaking of training, I noticed I gained my clone's memory when it dissipated." "Oh," said Jiraiya with a small hint of surprise and pride. "So you discovered the secrets of the cash business?" Naruto turned to look at Jiraiya with an incredulous look. "So you knew about this?" "Of course I know, kid." Jiraiya snorted. "I've been waiting to see when you'd figure it out yourself." Naruto nodded again, deciding not to bother getting lost over not being told. "Do you think I could use it to train?" Jiraiya already looked thoughtful for a moment. "That might work with your reserves. You could learn easy things in months that would take many others years to lose. Although I imagine there would be some drawback to this training method." What did Naruto ask? Jiraiya already spent the next hour explaining the drawbacks of using Kai Bizin to train. XXX a month later, Naruto grunted as he climbed up and did another set of push-ups. He had been coming towards them for a while. Hour and was about to finish. It had been a month since he had learned the Kai Bizin method, and Naruto's training had progressed much faster than most people could expect. Every day Naruto would create around 200 clones. Half of them he would break through the Taihutsu kata that Jiraiya was trying to teach him the style, was called a Mingatorin. Noken hummingbird style, and it was based on high-speed attacks designed to inflict heavy damage to the weak points of the body like the joints. The other half would work on chakra control, which was easily Naruto's worst issue with Jinjutsu. Being a close second, Jiraiya had told Naruto that due to his massive reserves, doing things like Jinjutsu and medical jutsu would be impossible. However, if he gained his control, Naruto should at least be able to dispel high-level Jinjutsu, even if he couldn't cast them. So his clones would do a mix of exercises. Most of them would be running in a body of water with various rocks, large ones sticking to different areas of the body while balancing BAS on Bono. Kuna, and on his fingers, he hoped that he could at least gain amble-level chakra control by the end of the training trip. While his clones were doing that, Naruto would work on the physical aspect, training his body to withstand high-speed combat. Every morning, Naruto would wake up and do his workout. Currently, he would do a 15-mile run, 400 push-ups, 400 squats, 200 push-ups, 1,000 squats, 500 kicks, and 500 punches each week would add up to 5 miles, and 100 more of each exercise. Had drawn inspiration for his training regime from his friend Robo, a boy who could only use taijutsu, while Naruto was considered a ninjutsu specialist, had high hopes that he too could match Luke Gaon in taijutsu, finishing his push-ups. Naruto started to do squats a little further away. Jiraiya watched his apprentice frown. While he was proud of the boy for pushing himself so much, he was also worried Naruto hadn't been doing nothing but training for the entire month that they had started, the boy only stopping to eat and sleep. Although Jiraiya was sure the boy was only sleeping half of what he should, Jiraiya's original decision to take Naruto on this training trip was too much to focus on helping him use the Kyuubi's chakra. But with the boy, he had been adamant about learning to fight without a Jiraiya, had decided to focus on actual shinobi training before going on that. While the blonde had improved a lot, going from mid-genin to high chunin level, he would eventually be ruined if he continued to do so. Naruto, Jiraiya yelled, "I want you to stop for a second and come here." Naruto looked up and nodded, finishing his set. He stood up and walked over to Jiraiya. "What do you need, Jiraiya-sensei?" That was another thing that was different about their relationship. Whenever they trained, Naruto always referred to him as sensei, of course. Once they were done, he went straight back to Hero Sennin, but at least it was progress. "I want to know what's eating you," Jiraiya said, burying his eyes while Naruto looked away. "I don't know what you're talking about, sensei," Naruto said, though I still wouldn't make eye contact. "Don't give me that." He frowned. "Jiraiya, you've been quiet ever since we left Konoha. In fact, you haven't been your typical mouth-to-mouth since you got out of the hospital. Now that I think about it, I've rarely heard you speak more than 2 words, unless it was about training. Now spill it for a moment." He was silent before sitting down with a sigh. "It's just that I realized how badly disabled I have been all this time. When I was younger, no one taught me anything. I had to learn how to read and write on my own because the orphanage owner told me demons don't deserve to learn how to do human things. And when I went to the academy, it was the same way. I thought since the old man let me go there, I could finally learn and show everyone I could be an awesome ninja. If I had the chance." Naruto closed his eyes. "That never happened. I was always sent away for lessons important or assignments. When they taught us taijutsu, they taught me incorrect stances, the list of things that followed. Eventually, I decided to stop paying attention. I played pranks to get people to notice me, and by the time I found someone who was willing to teach me, it was too late. I didn't care anymore. Of course, I always said I would be Okage, but I never worked at it. I want to change that." Jiraiya sighed as he realized what was the problem. "I should have known Sarutobi-sensei wouldn't have been able to protect the boy. How I should have done it. Jiraiya should have been much more adamant about taking Naruto with him after the cheese attack. He was sure that a life on the move would have been better than a life of hatred." "I guess I can understand that," Jiraiya said, "but you'll just keep using if you keep this up." "I know it," sighed Naruto, "but I can't help it. I want to be better. I don't want to be considered the dope, the loser anymore." The Toad Sennin looked at his godson for a long moment before a smile appeared on his face. "Then get back to your training, and I'll make sure you become the best shinobi in Konoha, if not the entire Elemental Nations." Naruto smirked before running back to his spot where he started exercising again. XXXX. As soon as Naruto and Jiraiya entered the next town, the Toad Sennin immediately turned to Naruto. "Listen, I'm going to go find one of my contacts here, so I can look for some information. You can wander around alone so you don't get in trouble, understood?" he asked. Naruto rolled his eyes at him. "Man, I'm not your arrow sensei." Jiraiya rolled his eyes at the new nickname. Apparently, Naruto had decided that since Jiraiya had already earned his respect, he would give him the title of sensei. Of course, he later told the man that since he was still a pervert, he wouldn't be dropping the hero part anytime soon. "I'll be fine. I'll go see if this place is ramen. Maybe I'll train later. Any brats," Jiraiya said as he ran away. Naruto had been with the pervert for the past month and recognized that the man. He was heading towards a red light district. "Informant, my ass," Naruto muttered as he started walking through the city. He didn't really bother to take in the sights. After seeing one city in the field of fire, he noticed that they all looked the same. Instead, he just looked at all the people, even though he had been away from Konoha for over a month. Actually having people smile at him instead of glare was a novel experience. He still wasn't sure how to react. But he occasionally he returned someone's smile with an attempt of his own as he wandered around. He noticed something else that made him curious. He had passed by several groups of girls his own age, and he wasn't a rude person. Someone had actually offered them a smile. This had the unexpected side effect of the girls doing two things. The first was they blushed. The second was they all snuggled up to the group they were in and started giggling as they looked at him. He really wasn't sure how to react to this, as he had never done one before, had no experiences with girls other than making his face fall apart every time Sakura hit him. And so he was left confused as he searched the city for a stand that would sell him good ramen. After several minutes of searching, he finally found a position that looked promising. He walked in and sat down on one of the stools. At the sound of his entrance, the chef turned around and looked at him. "What are you having, kid?" Naruto frowned as he looked at the menu. "I'll have 5 orders of your miso ramen, 4 orders of your chicken ramen, and 2 orders of your beef ramen." To start, the man behind the counter just looked at him for a second, wondering if this kid had some sort of mental deficiency. "Are you sure you can eat that much, kid?" asked Naruto. Looked at him with his newly created, "You know who you're talking about, of course. I'm sure if it wasn't like that, he wouldn't have ordered it." The man just looked at him before shrugging. "Well, if you say so." An hour and 23 bowls of ramen later, Naruto walked out of the stand, leaving a chef of very happy ramen, and feeling his wallet several pounds lighter, decided to continue his stroll through the city before finding a nice quiet place to train. Wasn't too worried about getting lost. Jiraiya already somehow always knew how to find him, even when the man was drunk as a skunk. As Naruto continued, he realized he was getting more and more of that look from the female population. He wasn't sure what they meant, but the looks had the stranger effect of making him swell with pride and at the same time want to run away screaming. However, he could have sworn he had seen those looks before. He shrugged at the thought as he looked at some of the shops, wanting to see if they might have anything interesting. He didn't go into any of the shops at the moment, as he couldn't see anything interesting, but instead contented himself with window shopping to see if there was anything he might want. As he looked in one of the shops, he felt someone tap him on the shoulder. Shaking his head, he turned around and found himself staring at a girl his age. She had long light brown hair, green eyes, and a decent figure for someone he recognized as a civilian. She was giving him the same smile with that slight reddish tint to her cheeks that he had noticed other girls giving him while walking around town. Naruto really wasn't sure what to say. He had almost no experience with women, so he wasn't sure what to do. He decided to be quieter than he usually was. After all, Sakura would hit him when she spoke up, so there was no reason to assume other women wouldn't either. "Can I help you?" she asked. She caught several giggles coming from behind the girl. She turned her head slightly and saw a group of them a little way off, staring at the two of them. She didn't know why, but instantly her danger senses went crazy, telling her to run and never look back. The girl continued, giving her a small smile. "Actually, my friends and I were just wondering if you wanted to go shopping with us." Naruto blinked, opened his mouth, closed his mouth, and blinked again. No one had ever asked him to do something like this with him before. Needless to say, he was stumped as to what to do. He asked in a voice that sounded like he hadn't heard what the girl had asked. The girl talking to him couldn't help but think that he looked extremely cute with his confused look and began to giggle. I asked him if he wanted to go shopping with us. Naruto, for reasons unknown to him, felt his cheeks flush. They swell, and he was sure he looked like a tomato. This was confirmed when the girl and her friend in the distance started laughing again. Naruto thought the laughter was kind of cute, but at the same time he felt like it was the scariest thing ever. He was tempted to run and hope these girls couldn't find him again to ask him, but at the same time he had never spent time with anyone his age outside of the academy and missions. "Of course, I would love to be with you," said Naruto, as he gave the girl his mega smile. After all, it would be nice to hang out with people your own age, just to be with them instead of being on a mission or training. That was the wrong thing to say. Naruto wasn't sure what had happened, but soon he found himself dragged by the arm to almost every store in town. The girls didn't do any shopping, however, they had decided to see what kind of clothes the girls like to see them in. Apparently, they wanted a guy's opinion or something. He wasn't really sure since they were talking so fast. It was next to impossible to understand them anyway. Every store they went to, the girls would grab a bunch of clothes they would change into and model while asking for his opinion. Naruto had never done anything remotely like this before. He was completely unsure of what to say to them. Instead, he found himself spending that time blushing and trying to speak, only for no words to come out or for his words to sound more like he was choking on a piece of food. Unfortunately for him, and instead of irritating them, this seemed to please the group of women he was hanging out with even more. They started calling him cute and asking him things like if he had a girlfriend. She even dared to ask if she could touch his whiskers. Lucky help arrived as he was walking down the street. Two of the girls had grabbed onto each of his arms. Naruto noticed a large cloud of dust rise up and come towards him. He and the girls stopped and watched Jiraiya walk by with a horde of barely dressed women coming towards him with bats, pitchforks, and many other devices used to maim and cripple, all the while screaming about perverts and getting what he deserved. As soon as they passed, Naruto broke out of the girl's grasp and turned to face them. Sorry to cut this short, but it looks like I have to save my sense and pervert from his rightful execution. Without another word, Naruto was gone, leaving the girls to stare at the second smaller cloud of dust. He made Naruto found Jiraiya just as he assumed he would be, unconscious and shaking as the women walked away after hitting him. Walking down the twitchy blonde toe of Descendant a second later, said Senden jumped up and dusted himself off like nothing had happened. Knew you weren't going to run into any contact, Hero Sensei, said Naruto once the man was up. Pervert, stupid, why can't you ever just act normal? Normal is too gatey, exclaimed Jiraiya as a smirk formed on his face. Besides, you have no right to speak. I saw all those women you were with. I have to say, I'm pretty impressed. His smile turned into a full smirk when he saw Naruto's face turn red. It's not like you're some fucking pervert, yelled Naruto, pointing a finger at his sensei. They asked me to go shopping with them, and I was just trying to be nice. So they attacked you? Jiraiya wiped away a fake tear. My student is growing up so fast for women to ask him to hang out with them. Shut up, shut up, shut up, he yelled. Naruto covering his ears. Now, don't be like that, Gaki, said Jiraiya with a smile. That's pretty impressive what you did. In fact, I'm so impressed, and I'm going to give you some tips on how to please women. As the two went to the hotel that Jiraiya had rented before deciding to investigate, Naruto was forced to listen to his sensei, who was giving him tips on how to please a woman. He tried not to listen to the man, knowing that all he was talking about was perverted garbage that didn't he wanted to know, though. Somehow, he found himself listening anyway. Half of it he didn't even understand. After being sent out of class during sex ed, he didn't actually know about sex. Even his infamous Orokin no Jutsu, sexy jutsu, was simply the byproduct of having seen the cover of a Chaicha when he caught Oisin reading it a few times. Jiraiya was done talking by the time they got to his room, and Naruto, being Naruto, used his way with words to form a comprehensible and well-thought-out sentence after hearing. What the hell you're talking about, Hero Sensei? What the hell is it? Is that like a cat? Because I really hate cats. Naruto shuddered, remembering his horrendous moments with Tora. Jiraiya looked at Naruto like he'd just sprouted wings and grown several tails. Are you telling me you've never heard of that word? You shouldn't know this, Kami. I thought they would have taught at least a little bit of sex education at the academy. Naruto blinked. I think they mentioned something about that once. He frowned as he tried to remember if they had a class on that. And you didn't hear? Jiraiya asked, sounding frustrated. To everyone, the boy had gotten a lot better at being a ninja. He also acted smarter. Jiraiya was pretty sure the boy wasn't as dumb as he acted or used to act to a certain extent, but overall it seemed like he was still an idiot. Naruto looked down at his feet. Well, he would have, but he didn't have Irika as a teacher back then. They sent me telling me that because of my teasing the other day, I didn't deserve to know about this. Jiraiya found himself frowning. He had learned a while ago that because many of the teachers have been biased against Naruto, because of the fox that they would often send him during important lessons in class, was part of the reason why Naruto had almost no knowledge of being a shinobi. What about your Orokin? No Jutsu. Jiraiya asked, how did you come up with that if you didn't know about sex education? Oh, that's it, said Naruto in a disdainful tone. Oisin reading that perverted book of yours and saw the cover, I got the idea of it. But the girl on the cover isn't naked, said Jiraiya. Naruto tilted his head to the side. None of them are mine. What do you think it's for to cover the smoke? Jiraiya felt stupid hearing that he had assumed that the smoke cloak had been used to tempt the person. Naruto used it to want more, apparently for what Naruto was saying that wasn't the case, and the only reason the smoke was there was because Naruto didn't know enough about female anatomy to create those parts. This meant that his apprentice knew virtually nothing about sex, or the opposite sex. It was both fortunate and unfortunate that Naruto was with a man who made his living from books that were little better than porn, while Naruto, said Jiraiya, as he pulled out his first addendum from volume 1 of Achecha. I'm going to teach you everything you need to know about women. As soon as Naruto saw the little orange book, he knew he had to escape. He launched himself towards the window with his hoping to get out quickly. However, Jiraiya was much faster than him. Even before the blonde knew what was going on, he found himself tied to a chair, trying not to look or listen to his sensei. And as he talked about sex and used his perverted book as a reference, his screams and pleas could be heard all night long. The next day, he found Naruto in the library searching for knowledge on women and sex. He had been forced to listen to his damn sensei for over half the night now. It felt like he had scars for life. However, the Toad Senin's talk had also made him curious. Jiraiya had told him many things, but he also felt that the man had left out a lot. After all, he had only focused on the kinky parts about sex. So here Naruto was, along with several clones, reading books about human anatomy, the reproductive system, and intimate relationships in general. He had even gotten hold of some romance novels in the hopes that they would help him understand more about women and relationships with the opposite sex in general. After all, there was no way he was going to let his sensei corrupt him with his perverse ways. XXX months later, Naruto grunted as he was kicked in the face and sent flying backwards. Flipping in the air, Naruto landed on his feet and skidded across the water. In a burst of speed, Naruto launched himself at Jiraiya. One hand went to his kuna pouch, and the other began a series of seals. One-handed, he threw several shuriken at Jiraiya. Before taking out his futon palm, he retorted wind release wind gale palm. The shuriken that had already been moving forward at high speed soon became nothing more than a silver beta. As they headed for Jiraiya, the Toad Senin jumped out of the way, knowing how dangerous Naruto was when he used his wind release for anything. However, Naruto knew that his sensei would dodge him. After all, Jiraiya wasn't a cage-level shinobi at all, and had in fact counted on him. Dodging, Naruto put a small but intense burst of highly concentrated chakra from his legs, literally disappearing and reappearing right in front of Jiraiya. The blonde shinobi aimed a blow at his sensei's solar plexus. Jiraiya smashed him sideways and down, hoping to knock Naruto off balance. No such luck, as Naruto stepped down and pushed himself into a handstand, throwing a kick that managed to catch Jiraiya in the face and trip the man, pushing himself into a somersault. Naruto went for an axe kick. Jiraiya's collarbone. Jiraiya raised both arms to protect himself and immediately regretted it when he went to one knee. Gaki and his stupid strength training. Jiraiya grabbed onto Naruto's legs with both hands and was about to flip the boy over. However, Naruto used his other leg to jump on top of Jiraiya, using the man's grip to keep himself balanced and throwing a kick to the white-haired man's face. Jiraiya was forced to let go of Naruto's leg as he tilted head to the side and dodged the kick. He turned and managed to kick Naruto in the chest over the blondes, said the boy, moving with the blow and entering a series of somersaults while jumping to gain distance. Jiraiya took out a kunai and threw it at the blonde, going through some hand seals while shouting ninpu, kunai, kai bizin no jutsu, arte ninja, kunai shadow clone, jutsu, a kunai multiplied into 24 kuna, and as they all headed straight toward Naruto, said the blonde just looked at them with a smile, checking some of his own hands before Naruto shouted out his jutsu Suiden. Sujin water release water camp wall. A large wall of water formed around Naruto, blocking the kunai. Once Naruto heard the kunai burst dissipate, it broke through several more seals. Suiden, Saryudan, No Jutsu Water Release Water Dragon. Jutsu the Wall of Water soon began to swirl around Naruto, before taking the form of a 60-foot water dragon with glowing yellow eyes. As soon as it did, Naruto created a cage bison seals and made it go through some hand seals as the water dragon launched itself towards Jiraiya. Futon Rudin Wind Release. When Buet, the clone, drove a fist into his stomach and shot a large ball of compressed air out of his mouth straight at the water dragon. The power and the water dragon's power soon increased as the Run Kyuden fused with it as it headed toward Jiraiya, said, sinning, swearing loudly enough to make a sailor blush as he jumped out of the way. The water dragon crashed into the water with a loud crash. Water erupted everywhere, looking like a large explosion. Using the distraction caused by his jutsu, Naruto threw several kunai and went through the hand signs Jiraiya had used before. Nainu kunai, Kai Bizin, no Jutsu Ninja Art kunai, Shadow Clones, Jutsu 1 kunai, became 40 in a kunai as they headed towards the still air being born. Jiraiya, noticing the kuna and the Toad Sennin, he checked with his own Ninpu hand seals AR and Jisa Ninja Art Thorns of the Guardian of the Underworld. Jiraiya's hair wrapped around his body and became hard as wood as it deflected kunai. When all the kunai were gone, Jiraiya whipped his still long hair and called out another jutsu, Ninpu, Chu Seaman Ninja, Art Air Sun. Several needles of hardened hair were thrown at Naruto, who took out 2 kunai, spinning them by the rings. He got into a taijutsu stance with both kuna and held in a cross guard Naruto's hands. They soon became a blur of movement as he deflected hair outwards. Everything he couldn't deflect was dodged as Naruto twisted and turned an amazing acrobatic display. As the hailstorm died down, Naruto looked around, not seeing Jiraiya anywhere. He frowned before closing his eyes, trying to detect the man's chakra, having felt Jiraiya's chakra signature for months. Now Naruto could figure out quite easily. He finally found him. No, however, his eyes widened as he realized that the man was standing right below him. His realization came too late as Jiraiya burst out of the water and slammed his fist down on Naruto's chin before Naruto could fly too far. He felt Naruto's hair wrap around his body and harden, immobilizing him. Jiraiya smiled down at his student who was hanging upside down. The boy had come quite far in just a few months. His physical and taijutsu skills were now extremely impressive. Definitely high-level honing with all the work they had been doing to get him to snuff his chakra control was also advancing very well, being at halfway level honing, which was good, especially considering the fact that he grew at an almost constant rate. However, it was Naruto's ninjutsu that made the biggest leap, particularly in the field of elemental manipulation. Jiraiya had decided that since the boy was doing so well, they would start learning elemental manipulation from the nature, something that Jiraiya had already planned for Kakashi to teach the boy when they returned. Now, he was glad he hadn't gone through with that plan. Futon Wind, Suedun Water, and Lightning Raidun had been a surprising discovery, and Jiraiya had to wonder if it was some sort of lineage or if it just came from his parents. Minato had been a beginner Futon user, but had later learned to use Raidun during the Third Great Ninja War, and Kusina had an affinity for Suedun Hutsu, so he supposed it was possible, but it still didn't make much sense. He actually planned on putting Naruto through the test when they returned to Konoha in TR years. If he had a Henkai of some sort, it could cause trouble. Jiraiya shook his head. He'd worry. That's what he said later. Good work, Gaki, but it's still too early to hit me. Naruto pouted at Jiraiya before it turned into a smirk that instantly put the Sennin on guard. Seriously? Naruto asked, just as Jiraiya's eyes widened. Wide open, Jiraiya jumped out of the way, just in time to dodge a large explosion as the now identified Kai Bizin he was holding exploded. As Jiraiya landed, he felt cold steel against his neck. He couldn't help but laugh. You've been waiting to use that tactic, no? Naruto smirked as he put down his kunai. Well, yeah, you tend to immobilize me a lot with those techniques of yours, so I figured this would be a good way to beat him. Jiraiya nodded. Since they had argued quite often by now, it was obvious that Naruto would know Jiraiya's tactics. That was going to be a problem, since others wouldn't fight like he did, nor would they take hits from him. He would have to make Naruto gain some experience. Maybe it could be if Tsunade would give them some missions to accomplish. You're getting better, complimented Jiraiya, while thinking about how to give Naruto some real-life experience. Anise, let's set up camp at night. Tomorrow, we'll head to a city a little far away. Okay, Ero-sensei, said Naruto, while he took several scrolls from his kunai, pouches XXXXLO. Hiro-sensei, said Naruto, as the two sat around a campfire. What is it, Gaki? He asked as he took some meat off the spit over the fire and began to eat. I was wondering, Naruto began, as he ate some of his own food. Do you think it's possible to bring Sasuke back Jiraiya's side? He had hoped this would appear soon. Naruto had become silent and contemplative, again, which hadn't happened since the first month of his training. He also knew that the boys were promised to that red-haired girl that the boy had a crush on. Although judging by the amount of times he had caught Naruto talking and even flirting with other girls, now he was sure that the crush would soon wear off. He resisted the urge to give a wicked chuckle at that thought before saying, I'll be honest with you, Naruto. Even if you were to return Sasuke, it would only cause more trouble. Sasuke is like Orochimaru in many ways. He desires power and will do whatever he can to get it. No, I need to remind you how he almost got you killed trying to leave for that traitor. If you brought Sasuke back, it would only make him resent you. And Konoha he left because he felt the village and his friendship with you were holding him back. If you were successful in forcing him back, he would only hate you more for trying to stop him from gaining power. Naruto's shoulders slumped. So you're saying I should forget about him? Jiraiya patted the boy on the shoulder. I know it's hard hell when I try to bring back Orochimaru, and I failed. He was just as hurt as you. But being a shinobi, and especially if you want to be Okage, means that sometimes you have to make tough decisions. Naruto nodded. To himself, it had been on his mind a lot recently. He had a feeling this would be the case. But he wanted a second opinion. He didn't like it. He had wanted to bring his best friend back. But if that wasn't possible, it would be best to forget about him. I understand, Naruto said with some conviction. I was wondering, do you think we could extend the trip of training? Jiraiya blinked in surprise as he replied, well, I don't see why not. Jiraiya smiled as he thought of all the things he could teach Naruto if they were to stay longer. He had originally planned on a 4-year trip. Anyway, this will allow me to teach you so much more. And with your Kage Bizzen, you could easily be Kage level by the time we get back. To Konoha, Naruto smirked as he finished eating and threw down the stick that was bringing him his food. It felt like a small weight had been lifted from him before Naruto fell asleep. He made a promise that he would train to become the greatest shinobi in history. XXX Naruto sighed as he looked at the blank piece of paper in front of him, wondering how he got tangled up doing this. I can't believe I let Ero-sennin somehow convince me to write a book, he thought with a sigh as he remembered the bet he had made with his perverted sensei. XXXX flashback. Naruto and Jiraiya were arguing again. A lot of people were probably wondering what they could be up to. The two were arguing. The answer was quite simple. Jiraiya had just gotten caught again, and because Naruto needed a sensei to teach him, he was done rescuing the fool again. This was the 560th time Naruto had been forced to do this, and he was getting sick of it. Sweet Kamero-sensei, just for once in your life, can't you spy on the hot spring and act like a pervert? Naruto yelled in the middle of the densely populated city in Suki Nook Kuni, Land of Fangs. Shoo! Jiro whispered as he looked around and saw a lot of the women looking at him. Don't worry, you'll just make it harder for me. I mean, my research. If you shout like that and alert all the ladies, right? Maybe if you're not going to the hot springs, don't go spying, Naruto said. Then maybe you can write a good book that isn't perverted. Hey, you're saying my books are bad? I stuttered. You damn brat. My books are the best, and everyone with half a brain knows it. Then how come all the women absolutely hates your books? Asked Naruto, who smirked when his sensei glared at him. Plus, he could write a book that would sell 1,000 times more copies than your perverted trash. Gee, that's a good one, Gaki. Would you mind betting on that? What are the wages? Jiraiya adopted a thoughtful attitude. If I win, not only will you have to keep helping me when I get caught researching, but I will also use your sexy jutsu to help me get some material too, right? And if I win, not only do you have to stop perverting yourself forever, and when you're still training, but also Naruto thought about what else he wanted for a moment before giving a smile that sent shivers down Jiraiya's spine. Tell me about my father. Jiraiya almost choked on his own saliva when he learned that in all honesty, he had been planning on telling him after his training was complete. Telling him at this stage could be detrimental since his father had many enemies at the moment. Naruto was only in low and mid-honing since the clones of shadows couldn't be used for physical training, and he lacked experience. Not only that, but Naruto might get angry with his father and end up hating the man For sealing the QB inside of him, on the other hand, it might be beneficial and give Naruto something of a measuring stick, forcing him to push himself harder to surpass his father, even though he was already pushing himself harder than others. Jiraiya sighed, realizing it couldn't hurt. Okay, you have a bet, Jiraiya said, holding out his hand. If his book ends out selling mine, I'll stop spying until his training is done, and I'll tell him about his father. Naruto smiled as he took Jiraiya's hand. This would be no problem. End of flashback. XXXXB. This is harder than I thought, Naruto muttered to himself. Amused brat Naruto turned to see Jiraiya smirking at him. Naruto favored him with a look, but said nothing, which only made Jiraiya smile wider. Moving to look over his student's shoulder, he decided to press the buttons of the blonde shinobi. My Naruto, look at everything you wrote, said Jiraiya with evident sarcasm. I am sure you will have a book that surpasses mine in no time with grade A material. Shut up, growled Naruto. It's not as easy as it seems, right? Jiraiya asked with a mocking tone. Naruto stood up abruptly and left without looking back as he listened to his sensei laughing. XXXX, Naruto sighed as he slammed the now empty sake bottle on the table before ordering another. Sake had become something he discovered that he enjoyed drinking, especially since he couldn't get drunk and enjoy its taste thanks to the QB. Hey, handsome, do you mind if I join you? Naruto looked up and saw a woman standing in front of him. She was about 5 or 6 tall and was wearing a red and black kimono. She had a rather nice hourglass figure with nice curves and firm round breasts. She had black hair and emerald green eyes, as well as pale milky skin. He found the woman very beautiful. Naruto smiled at her, pleased with the small compliment she had given him. Of course, he had been called handsome by another woman he had interacted with, but it was still good to hear Naruto had changed a lot since he left a year ago. At 13 years old, he now stood at a height of 5, having reached a spontaneous growth spurt about 6 months ago, about a month after he and Jiraiya left on their training trip. His body was also more defined, even with the civilian clothes he currently wore. It was quite easy to see the tension that denoted his well-defined pectoral muscles, abdominal muscles, and arms. His face had also become clear, having lost most of his baby fat with his hard training, giving him a masculine look. Add the whiskers, and he had what many girls had described as a roguish look mixed with wild sex appeal. How could I turn down the company of such a beautiful woman? Naruto asked rhetorically. With a charming smile, the woman smiled at him as she ordered a drink. As she sat down, thank you. It's hard to find good company these days, she said, looking at the different tables. Naruto looked around and realized what she knew every time he looked. The men looked at her with lust. I see what you mean, she began before looking at her slyly, though. I hope you don't just use me as a shield. Naruto affects a mocking expression. The woman laughed a little. Of course she didn't, he began before stopping and thought, well, not at all. You seem like decent company. I'm pretty good at spotting gentlemen that they could actually hold a conversation without looking under my face. Seems like quite a talent to have, said Naruto as he favored her with his patented sly smile. A beautiful woman like yourself must be used to spotting perverts quite easily. Naruto and the young woman talked for about an hour. Mostly, he asked her questions about herself, while she shared things she had seen on her travels, being careful to leave out her status as a ninja. He learned that her name was Ikamaki. To his surprise, he lived in Yukin Kuni Snow Country, one of the countries he had saved, and which was now called Aruno Kuni Spring Country. He was apparently here on business, working as a merchant for some of Yukin Kuni's technology, which Naruto knew was more advanced than anything else in the elemental countries. Naruto also threw in the occasional subtle compliment, which made the young woman blush. He was quite pleased with himself for that accomplishment. Ever since his first encounter with that group of girls, just over 6 months ago, Naruto had made an effort to improve himself when talking to women. He never went to Jiraiya for advice, of course, after that night, when the Sennin had tried to teach him. Naruto had been scarred for life. However, he had read about intimate and sexual relationships, as well as books that dealt with girls in general, and several romance novels he never really liked, but he felt that they helped as he continued to meet different women in the elemental nations. Naruto found himself really enjoying himself, trying to pass the time and flirting with various women. At least he could partially understand Hiro Sense's obsession with them, even if he felt that the man took it too far with his sneaky glances. However, he had read about intimate and sexual relationships, as well as books that dealt with girls in general, and various romance novels he never really liked, but he felt that they helped as he continued meeting different women in the elemental nations. Naruto found himself really enjoying spending time and flirting with various women. He could at least partially understand Hiro Sensei's obsession with them, even if he felt that the man took it too far with his sneaky glances. However, he had read about intimate and sexual relationships, as well as books that dealt with girls in general and various romance novels he never really liked. But he felt that they helped as he continued to meet different women in the elemental nations. Naruto found himself really enjoying spending time and flirting with various women. He could at least partially understand Hiro Sensei's obsession with them, even if he felt that the man took it too far with his sneaky glances. Aiko herself was glad that Naruto actually listened to her. She found herself blushing many times when Naruto used his charm and gave her subtle compliments, and not just about her figure. It was definitely about a nice change for people, whether they were putting her off a man's job or just trying to get into his pants. It also helped that she was losing more serve than usual, since she felt so comfortable in his presence. When it was time to leave, Naruto noticed that she was having trouble standing up. She had obviously gotten too drunk. He decided to do the gentleman thing. He offered her support as he walked her back to her hotel. Of course, nothing goes right when you're with a beautiful young woman at night, and the two soon found themselves surrounded by several thugs. "Look what we have here, guys," exclaimed one of the thugs. "That's the woman you have, her son." "Too much woman for a skinny person like you," commented another. "I just handed over the woman and all her valuables, and we can guide ourselves to leave." The one on the right indicated how he pulled out a knife. Iko, being drunk, was sober enough to realize the danger she was in and press against Naruto. Naruto just sighed. What happened to all the thugs? Being arrogant fools, deciding to be quick, he created a shadow clone to keep Aiko on her feet. While he charged the thugs, he appeared right in front of the first thug and punched him in the solar plexus hard enough to send him flying across the road, breaking a few ribs in the process. The other thugs looked on in shock before it turned into rage and charged at him. The one with the knife tried to stab him, but Naruto skillfully moved out of the way and grabbed the man's arm, slamming him down right where the elbow joint was, breaking it. Ignoring the man's cry of pain, he turned 180G and threw a swift kick to the other left knee, breaking it before hitting the man in the neck, leaving him unconscious. When he finished, he approached the young woman, who looked at him with something akin to fear, respect, and lust. "Are you okay?" asked Naruto as he walked towards the woman. "Of course, I appreciate it," she purred as she grabbed his arm and pressed it against the valley of her chest. Naruto made a great effort to ignore that he had walked towards the hotel, where she had given him directions, and walked her to her room. "Thanks for joining me, Naruto-kun," said Aiko. Naruto smiled as he scratched the back of his head. It was nothing, I was just doing the right thing." Aiko gave him a shy, seductive smile as she leaned into him, wrapping her arms around his neck and pulling her. "I think that behavior deserves a reward," said Naruto. Shuddered as her breath hit his lips, and he found himself getting stiffer and stiffer in her lower region. "What kind of re?" His question was cut off when Aiko pressed her lips against his for several seconds. Naruto found himself frozen and stiff. While he had kissed women before, he was always the one to initiate. Thankfully, instincts began to take over as he began to kiss. While Aiko moaned into the kiss, Naruto licked his lips, asking for permission to enter. When she opened her mouth to allow him entry, he tentatively probing her mouth, wrapping his arms around Aiko. He grew more emboldened as she moaned into their kiss. Naruto soon found himself in Aiko's room, pressing the beautiful young woman against the wall. As the kisses grew more passionate, Aiko moaned as Naruto pulled his mouth away from hers and began licking, nibbling, and biting at her neck. The young woman began to gasp as she grabbed a handful of her hair and began grinding herself against Naruto's growing bulge. It wasn't long after that they found in their bed, where the two finally lost their clothes. Not that anyone cared at this point, as passion and lust had taken an inexplicable control over the couple. Naruto thought one last time before fully succumbing to his growing lust. "Thanks to CI, I learned an anti-pregnancy jutsu from that medical book. XXX." Naruto held in a groan as the light from the window hit his eyes slowly opening. He realized he was in an unfamiliar room. He almost freaked out before starting to think rationally. Last night was pretty hazy, and the last thing he remembered was walking Aika back to her apartment. It was then he heard a content sigh and felt something trying to hide deep in his well-muscled chest. Looking down, he saw a shock of messy black hair. That's when he remembered last night. He couldn't help but blush remembering what had happened after he had kissed Iko. They had found each other, giving in to feelings of passion. He remembered having had sex with a young girl for 4 hours straight, before they had practically passed out on his bed, as well as all the positions they had done in Naruto. Was really surprised with himself, not only by the fact that he had been deflowered, but also that he had lasted so long. Although he was also very proud of himself, the blonde had been curious about sex for a while, ever since he created his Orokin no Jutsu, in fact. And when he left for the training trip, he had decided that this was his chance to learn. Of course, he didn't want to go to Jiraiya knowing that the pervert would corrupt him completely. So he did the only thing he could. He grabbed some books and read. One of the things he read was that most men don't last very long, especially they're the first time, although Naruto always had great stamina. So maybe he was just brought on by his sex drive. He heard a moan as Iko stirred in his arms before lifting her head and rubbing her eyes. "Good morning, Aochan," said Naruto, with a smile. Hope that he didn't get hit for what happened. Sometimes the woman could get violent, and she had been drunk, so she didn't even remember the night before. Iko looked at him, and for a moment Naruto feared he was on the receiving end of the female fist of fury. However, she just gave him a cheeky smile. "Good morning to you, too, Naruto. Kuin, hope you enjoyed last night." Naruto breathed a sigh of relief when she smiled at him. "I had a great time last night. I hope you enjoyed it too." Naruto was given a steamy kiss on the lips that soon turned into a little makeout session. It lasted for a while before Naruto realized he had to go. Listen, he might as well start looking for him, and the last thing he needed was for that pervert to see this. He decided to thank him for the amazing night. He had several clones cleaning his sheets while he made his breakfast. The breakfast itself was pretty simple: eggs, bacon, and French toast with a side of orange juice. However, Iko loved to say that it was the most delicious breakfast he had ever had. One of the things Naruto had only recently learned was how to cook. He discovered that it was something he enjoyed doing and that he was very good at mixing spices and food that he would consider a normal meal to him. Apparently, it was something he knew Kami had blessed him for others. When he finished breakfast, Naruto thanked her again and gave her another intimate kiss before heading to his own hotel. When Naruto walked in, he noticed that Jiraiya was already passed out in his hotel. A futon and several bottles of juice littered the floor. However, Naruto ignored this as he went to his blank sheets of paper and began to write. Last night, it had strangely done wonders to clear his mind. He found he had several ideas for a story, and then he began to write idly. He wondered if having sex was the cause of his clear mind, or if it was something else. Humming a little song, he began to write. When the beast war brings about the end of the world, the goddess descend from the sky, wings of light and darkness spread far. She guides us to happiness, her eternal gift. XXXX. 2 months later, I can't believe, Jiraiya muttered while crying anime. Tears, believe it, hero sensei. You have lost, said Naruto with a smile. But no, but Naruto waggled his finger at the depressed sack. Sage Naruto's book had just been published a little over a week ago. Naruto had titled it, You See, and had taken it to Jiraiya's editor. After seeing what Naruto had written, the editor had decided to put the book on the market. The results had shocked both Jiraiya and Naruto. In the first few days, the book had taken over the elemental nations by storm, surpassing all 3 of Ichichi's books in sales. And it was still getting more popular. Jiraiya looked at the sales his student book received and couldn't help but feel depressed. Naruto's book had earned a higher sales rate than his own books. Not only that, but there wasn't a single mention of obscene kindness. It was inconceivable, impossible. And yet here it was right in front of him. Come on, pervert man, makes a deal. Jiraiya looked at him before grumbling about never betting against blonde Gaki, who were too talented for their own good. Again, as he handed him a scroll, Naruto looked at the scroll before looking at Jiraiya with a raised eyebrow and questioned. It's from your father. In case something happened to him, I was told to give this to you when I felt you were ready. Jiraiya explained. That was all it took. Naruto, as he opened at the scroll and began to read its contents, after the first few sentences, Naruto's emotions began to fade. His lips shuddered and tears ran down his eyes, as what he had suspected for a while was now confirmed. He didn't know whether to be happy, sad, angry, or euphoric. Jiraiya watched as his student's face reflected in various emotions and worried. When the blonde's face went blank, it was the look Naruto would get when they were fighting and didn't show nothing of what I was feeling. Naruto asked Jiraiya in an unsure voice. He wasn't used to this kind of thing. Despite having been through two great wars, Jiraiya had always had a problem helping others with their emotional problems. He himself always preferred to tear himself to pieces and find a woman to have sex with. Suffice it to say, I didn't think that would work for Naruto. A small crack appeared in Naruto's facade. I'm going to the hotel. I need to be alone for a while. Naruto left. Pretty fast, Jiraiya looked up at the sky and sighed. He wasn't sure if this was the best idea, but only time would tell. X Naruto sat in his room as he read the message his father had left him. Dear Naruto, I bet you're wondering who is right. My name is Minute in my case, and I went by many names: Konin, Kiro, Senku, Konoha, Yellow, Flash, and Yonda Okage. A few, but the one I'm most proud of is my father, specifically your father. Your old man is great right now. As to why I'm writing this is really kind of thing for the moment. Despite winning the war, there are a lot of people who want me dead, and no, I'm arrogant enough to assume one is unlucky. I leave this letter with Jiraiya, my sense, and your God. Father, if anything happens to me or your mother Kuzuna, he's the one who will take care of you. I told him to give this to you when he feels you're ready. Now that the boring stuff is over, I have some things to give you that I thought were too important to just keep at home. At the bottom of this letter, there's a seal that is specifically designed to be opened with Namikaze blood, meaning only for me, or to open it since we're the only ones for Namikaze. Inside this seal, you will see several important things. The first is a Mizur Kanai. Keep in mind that these will not work for you due to a specific blood seal that is linked to me and only me. Ellen is simply too powerful a tool to use without taking great precautions to ensure that it is not repeated, but this should be a good basis for you. Make your own Shiki formula for your own go. No point is the key to the formula created. Without it, you won't be able to see all of them on the Kanai last. But equally important are my notes on the Irisin. They are not complete, as I figured if you're like me, you'd want a challenge, but should give you a base to start from if I die. I hope this letter lets you know that I love you, and I hope this can bring us closer in some way as father and son. I love your father. Minato. MK's Naruto gritted his teeth as he tried to stop the tears from coming out, but it was no use, and he soon found himself crying. It was both in joy and anger. Joy at knowing that he had a father who cared enough to come up with a precaution in case anything happened to him, to make sure that he could protect himself and to let him know that in fact his father loved him, and enraged at the fact that it was his father, the man he had considered a hero ever since he was little and heard Ajisen tell stories about him, was the same man who condemned him to a life of hell and loneliness for 12 years of his life. Was always very cautious when it came to you. Naruto turned to see Jiraiya leaning against the door with his arms crossed and a weird expression on his face. What? Naruto asked, as if he hadn't heard what the man had said. He did that for you the moment he found out Kusina was pregnant, continued Jiraiya, sitting on the edge of the bed. I don't think I've ever seen him or Kusina as happy as they had been when they heard she was having a baby, so I should just forgive and forget. Naruto asked softly, just keep going because I was happy to have been born. I have lived in loneliness and pain for 12 years of my life because my own father sealed a giant nine-tailed demon fox in my gut. Maybe you can forgive something like that so easily, but I can't be a godfather. Jiraiya grimaced at the way Naruto said the man's title. Jiraiya already knew that he hadn't been a godfather to the blonde. He might have disobeyed his sense, and the council take Naruto with him and feed the boy with the man he should have been, but he hadn't done that. Naruto, I wanted you, and where were you? Naruto accused, having interrupted Jiraiya's speech. You were supposed to look after me. If anything happened to my parents, where were you? When the orphanage kicked me out and I was forced to live on the streets for a year, where were you? When I got my first beating from the villagers on my own birthday. Naruto, look at me. What were you doing checking out the woman so you could write those wicked books of yours and not take the responsibility of your godson? Look here, yelled Jiraiya as he stood up and squinted at Naruto. I wanted to take you with me. In fact, I begged Saruto-sensei to allow me to take you away from the village. I begged him, but he didn't budge. He said he wanted you to have ties with the people of the village. I told him it would never happen, but he wouldn't listen. Jiraiya took a deep breath and calmed himself. Sitting back down, he placed a hand on the young man's shoulder. If it had been my choice, I would have taken you with me. But it wasn't like that, and it wasn't like he didn't come to check on you. What do you mean? Naruto asked, calming down a bit, though tears were still falling freely down his face. Who do you think gave you that wallet? Jiraiya asked, gesturing to the seal on Naruto's leg that was holding Gam-chan. Naruto blinked. You gave it to me, but I thought it was you. He greeted Vice-sensei. Jiraiya shook his head. If it was him, he would have given it to me in person. Why didn't you give it to me in person? The council sighed. Jiraiya said, when I came back to visit you, and I saw what I was saying. Your life was horrible. I begged Sensei to let me take you out of the village again. However, the council had taken over much of Raikage's power after Minato's death. At that point, Sensei couldn't do anything. I was ordered not to contact you, unless it had something to do with the seal. Naruto rubbed his eyes with his arms, wiping away tears before looking at Jiraiya with a smile. I guess I'll have to fix that when I become Hokage. Jiraiya chuckled as he ruffled Naruto's hair, I guess. So, but you won't become Hokage by breaking down like this. Naruto chuckled as he wiped away his last tears. He honestly felt better after crying a little, but crying never reached people anywhere, and crying over spilled milk just wasn't his style. He was about to comment when he remembered something. What about my mom? For what I understand, she wrote a letter for you too, but she's at her house in Konoha. Jiraiya replied. Naruto nodded. Then I won't worry about it for now. I can read it when I get home. Jiraiya nodded and smiled. Well, if you're done shooting down, we have some training to do. Naruto smiled. Well, 3 months later, Naruto looked at all the clones he had created after finishing their physical training regime. He went from 200 to 300 and had them work on various things. Most of them were elemental manipulation, more specifically, trying to find a way to combine them. He had just mastered his lighting element a month ago, as it was the last natural affinity he had, so he had attempted something more difficult currently. He had 100 clones working on sub-elemental creation. Contrary to popular belief, sub-elements were not the result of a bloodline. While of course there were elemental bloodlines, they generally focused on specific techniques, such as Jutsu of Aku demonic ice mirror. There were also bloodlines that had specific powers that were utilized through sub-elements, such as the ability of Aserim Senju to tame the Biju. Otherwise, the shinobi he encountered in Yuki would never have had the Yotan Hutsu ice techniques that had been known before becoming a rune. Kuni Spring Country, after Team 7 saved him. Even though they only manipulated pre-existing ice, they still had the ability to combine water and wind elements to form any shapes they wanted. Anyone with enough control over their two and enough chakra control could create sub-elements. Of course, some were harder than others. Naruto had even heard rumors that there was a person who could use Yotan Lava Release, which was a combination of fire and art lemons, and Futon Boil Release, which combined two contradictory elements, fire and water, to create an acid base that could meld a person's opponents. He wasn't sure how the Genkai worked for such a person, but he guessed that it allowed an unconscious act of coating the walls of the throat with a layer of protective chakra. So far, Naruto, he had only been able to create Yotan, but he was hoping to see if he could combine more than just W and water. Another 100 were working on a mix of Kenjutsu Takata after Naruto had decided that it would be good to learn how to use a weapon other than Kuna and Shuriken. Despite not having any styles to use at the moment, Jiraiya had told him that he was pretty good with a sword. Naruto was hoping to be able to create his own style, as his taijutsu style that he had learned was his father's style of Kenjutsu. It relied on high-speed combat, though rather than targeting joints, nerves, and bone-crushing blows. This style was designed to kill by going for the 8 vital points on the human body. Its movement also carried over into its affinity with wind and water. The style was meant to flow, so to speak. The user would move like water, flowing in and out of attacks like water flows around a rock. At the moment, the sword he was using was one he had custom-made when he and Jiraiya had already gone to Tetten-Kuli, Land of Iron, a country that had been considered autonomous for many years and was well known for its powerful samurai strength. The blade was a total of 2 sexes long, making it a Kodachi-class weapon, with a black finish like the arrow. While the edge was a vibrant silver color, the guard was of the Uzumaki swirl, made to look like it was made of 9 foxtails in a dark orange color. The handle was also wrapped in an orange cloth, dark with a gold pommel at the end and 3 tassels at the bottom. The sword was made from a powerful chakra conducting metal found only in Tetten-Kuni. It was the same metal that allowed the samurai of that nation to launch chakra-based attacks from the blade. Along the edge of the blade were several powerful and hidden seal arrays of Naruto's design. Its purpose was to store elemental chakra to be able to launch elemental attacks instead of the standard chakra attacks, giving him an edge in battle. He also gave the sword what he called a chakra circulatory seal. What it did was give the sword its own chakra system, complete with artificial tenketsu points that were attached to Naruto's own chakra coils. This allowed Naruto to utilize more power if the seals ran out of chakra in battle. He based it on the few things he had heard of in the Samada, a semi-senior blade strain chakra. Although Naruto was not Saizenshi of Storm's the last 100 clones, they were doing a variety of different things, most of which was reading Naruto had found in. Immense desire to learn after wanting to change himself, he would read anything from shinobi tactics and history to politics, and gardening, not limiting himself to shinobi-related topics. However, other clones were doing things like playing shogi to help work on strategy, jotting down notes on ideas for a new jutsu or seal, or even trying to create a new seal, though those had to be replenished often, as they usually had rather explosive results. Naruto turned his attention back to the notes in his hand. It was the one thing he kept having trouble with, and the one thing he refused to use Kai Bizin to help recreate it all, of course. It was also a very linear technique, so creating a bunch of clones would be almost useless for this jutsu. It was the one thing he was trying to recreate, the precious jutsu that had made his father fear all the elemental nations and earned him his title, the Flying Thunder God, or Irisin. Unfortunately for Naruto, his father had left very few notes on what exactly Irisin was. The notes were vaguely faithful to the description of what the jutsu did, but didn't tell him much about how it was created. What he did know was that through a Shiki formula and the use of his father's infamous Kuna and three prongs Minato, was able to utilize a spatial ninjutsu that allowed for instant teleportation. Naruto, he assumed the principle behind the technique was similar to the Kuchi Se no Jutsu, summoning jutsu, in that it revolved around space-time manipulation. So far, Naruto had only made a minuscule amount of progress on the jutsu, since he had nothing to shoot off of except a description of what he did and the kunai with the shiki, though he was using a summoning array to start with as a base. "Hey Naruto, time to pack up." Naruto looked up to see Jiraiya and greet him. Standing up, he headed over like this. "To your sensei, shall we go?" Naruto asked as he created a cage bizin and dispelled it, letting his other clones know to dispel in groups of 10 every 5 minutes. "Yeah," Jiraiya said with a laugh. "It's been a year, and I think the only thing you're really missing is experience." Naruto blinked. "So are we going somewhere where I can gain experience?" Jiraiya looked at him and smiled. "No, SU." Jiraiya had sent a message a while ago about giving Naruto a long-term mission to help him gain experience, and that had just received a reply. Kiri missed was apparently still locked in a civil war with Jinkai on one side and Misuke on the other. Might Terumi, the apparent leader of the Bloodline, had asked Konoha for help, hoping that their love for the Bloodlines would get him some support. Normally, Konoha had a policy of non-aggression and staying out of international affairs that didn't involve them. However, with Jiraiya's recommendation that Naruto needed to experience some things that Tsunade had given hesitantly, I asked Naruto, confused. He wasn't sure what Jiraiya meant by that. "Where will you be?" "I have to take care of some business." Tsunade assigned me a covert operation to gather information on the different hidden villages to see which ones are a threat to Konoha and finding out more about the Akatsuki. "It will make it easier for me to sneak around without you, no offense. But if you're a damn good fighter, you can't talk for the life of you." "Hey," Naruto pouted, puffing out his cheek comically. "I was able to paint the Cajun monument broad daylight and not get caught until I'm done. I think that shows how skilled I am." Jiraiya chuckled. "It's true, but it's not like I'm going to Konoha. A lot of these places probably won't be friendly, and some will kill you for what you look like." Naruto fell silent as he thought about it. Was it true? He was starting to look more like his father with each passing day. He was becoming more and more like the man. No doubt, if he went to some other country that held a grudge against his father, he would if they saw that they would send assassins. Naruto was no longer stupid. He knew that although he was strong, at least half a Jonin's height, he was far from invincible now. He could hold his own against Jiraiya, but even when the man was completely gone, he held back a little so as not to kill Naruto. Others would not have such compunction and certainly would not hesitate to kill him. Also, it was as he said, the man lacked the experience to make full use of his abilities, and that could cost him. "So where should I turn?" he asked, Naruto having decided that this would be a good opportunity to see what he could also do against someone other than Jiraiya. The Sennin gave Naruto a mission scroll. "You will be heading to Kiri, who is currently locked in a civil war." Naruto unrolled the scroll and began to read it as Jiraiya spoke. "You will be helping the Bloodline side until the war is over. The rendezvous point is on the scroll, as well as a keyword and information on who you will be working with. Naruto nodded, while he finished memorizing the information and handed the scroll to Jiraiya, who burned it with his Seitan Jutsu. I will contact you from time to time to see how you're doing, and I will give you all the information that I consider you can use. Make sure you stay safe. Okay. Gaki Jiraiya finished. Naruto nodded. Don't worry, Ero-sensei. I will do my best. Chapter 2 Blood L Wars. Naruto adjusted the hood of his cloak. As he got off the ship he had managed to get on, bringing a hand to his face, he also made sure that his mask was in place to hide his mustache marks. Before looking around the port town he was in, had definitely seen better days. The ships that would normally be coming in and out of the port were almost non-existent, as they only had 1 or 2 ships in dock. Most of the buildings were run down and had rust spots in many different areas, making it obvious that they didn't have the resources or the people to keep up appearances. People were even worse off. When Naruto started walking towards the meeting point, he saw more homeless people in this port than he did when Gato had been terrorizing Namin no Kuni land of waves. Many of them were sitting on the sides of the street begging for money or food, while others were hiding in alleys and back streets. What was worse was that Naruto could see entire homeless families, little children who were even more malnourished than when he was trying to make a living on the streets of Konoha. Simply seeing how terrible these people were and knowing that there was nothing he could do to help ease their pain right now was heartbreaking to the young man. Out of the corner of his eye, Naruto saw several figures jump down from the rooftops. Ninja with the Kirigakure hidden IV took a moment to watch as several patrols passed by, most likely searching for rebels and bloodlines or dissidents. Naruto watched the ninja as they passed by, trying to get an idea of their emotional position. Living on the streets, Naruto had acquired the unique ability to detect what others were thinking and feeling to a certain extent, an ability that had saved him from a number of beatings by drunken villagers in the past, by allowing him to avoid the more unpleasant people who would wish him harm. Many of the ninjas' faces here were an open book. The blonde was pleased to see that most of them seemed to feel as bad as he did about the situation, although their faces showed no emotion. Their eyes did. It had always been said that the eyes are the gateway to the soul. For people like Naruto, that had never been more true. His eyes showed guilt and sadness for what was happening here. Small flickers in the eye movement as they stared at some homeless people that showed that they too wanted to help. Naruto knew that they probably couldn't because the Misuka had threatened to kill their families. It was strange. Naruto had heard that during the beginning of his reign, the Yonde Muka, he was one of the most compassionate. Cage Naruto didn't know what would cause him to change so deeply. However, the evidence that the man had been corrupted best received a bland, smothered. Looking around, he noticed that some of the other ninja seemed to notice as well and looked even more guilty. Channeling chakra into their ears, Naruto could make out the sound better. Let's see. Judging by the tone of the voice, it was a woman in her mid to late teens. The Soyos sounded pained, and Naruto could also hear fear in it, as he had never been one to stay out of it. When someone was in so much pain, Naruto put more chakra into his ears to locate the source of the sound. Walking toward the small alley, Naruto looked around. When he was sure no one was following him, Naruto disappeared with a soft breeze. Reappearing on the roof, the blonde crouched down and activated one of the few Jinjutsu he could do. It was more of a hybrid Jinjutsu / ninjutsu, much like the standard ninja taught at the academy. Instead of affecting an opponent's mind, it affects the surroundings of the area by channeling chakra into the oxygen particles in the air, masking and camouflaging the area around Naruto to make it appear as though nothing is there, making him invisible to all but the most powerful Kage-level ninja, or those with Dijitsu and enhanced senses like those of the Inyusa clan. It was a technique that Hiro Sennin had taught Naruto, which he used whenever he was trying to look at the woman, although Naruto understood that it also had many applications in stealth and espionage, making sure that he wasn't seen by any of the ninjas passing by on the rooftops. Naruto continued on his way towards the bears, which were now becoming louder and clearer. Naruto finally worked out that the source was coming from some sort of abandoned warehouse. There were no ninja that he could see in this area, but he knew that didn't mean anything. He looked towards the second floor window, where the voice was coming from. Dropping the building Naruto was on, he quickly moved towards the warehouse, putting chakra into his feet. The blonde shinobi walked along the walls to take a look inside the window, What he saw was something that would torment and disgust him for a long time to come inside. Was a young woman who couldn't have been more than 16 or 17 years old. She had long dark brown hair that seemed to be the standard hair color for Kiri, and vibrant green eyes. Her skin was a milky pale color, and she had a figure that Naruto had seen a few of the civilian supermodels that Ero-sensei was with on occasion. At least the woman's eyes would have been vibrant, if not for the fear in them and the tears flowing from them freely. Her skin, that probably would have looked perfect and beautiful instead, was black with multiple bruises covering most of her body from her neck to her legs. Her face had several welts and hematomas, no doubt from being punched and hit multiple times, the obvious source of the fear and pain this woman was. Standing right in front of her, a man who appeared to be in his 30s. He was of average height and build with black hair and brown eyes. The man was obviously a Kairos Shin NOI, as the man was still wearing his @8 on his head. However, everything else was gone. The man was completely naked and was currently in the process of raping the young girl, judging by the bruises on her, some of which appear to be several days old. This wasn't the first time he had done this. The blood in Naruto's body began to boil as he gnashed his teeth hard enough for the tangy, coppery taste of blood to reach the blonde. As his lips began to bleed, Naruto had always had a deep respect for the woman that sometimes bordered on adoration. He wasn't sure what made him feel that way, but it was part of the reason why he had never reached out to Sakura when she hit him. Of course, Naruto was no longer a virgin and had in fact slept with several girls last year previous, but he would never do anything unless the woman he was with wanted to do it. Seeing a man, not a monster, doing something like this to an innocent young girl was enough to send him to kill every shinobi in this village. Closing his eyes, Naruto quickly reined in the urge and took several deep breaths. Even if he tried, he wouldn't be strong enough to take down an entire city of ninjas. He couldn't do anything about it right now. He looked out the window. While he couldn't do anything with this city, but at least I could help this woman. Ha ha ha. Come on, you know you love Kara. And Musashi laughed as he listened to the woman cry and honing of Kiri. For almost 10 years, Kara, and was considered a sick bastard even by his peers. He had become a genin at a young age and had risen through the ranks pretty fast. At one point, it had been the man's hope to become a member of Kirino Shin Batana Nananin SH, 7 swordsmen of the mist, before they fell from grace when they disbanded due to the betrayals of almost all the shinobi in that group, except one who had chosen to find another way to obtain glory. While he had yet to find glory, he had found several ways to entertain himself. He looked down at the young teenage girl he was currently impaling himself on. Her pleas were like music to his ears. Oh, did I ever tell you how his speech was cut short when a pair of hands wrapped around his head, one covering his mouth and the other behind his back? With a quick twist of the hands, snapping Karai's neck and letting him fall off the girl and onto the ground, revealing Naruto, who was staring at the corpse as if expecting it to spontaneously combust. Taking his attention off the now dead shinobi, Naruto looked at the girl and grimaced, looking as if she was in shock, no doubt, seeing someone die. Her eyes were wide and she was starting to hyperventilate. He made him go over to the girl and help treat her wounds, but he stopped when she turned her attention back to him and started to back away. Please don't hurt me," the girl's voice rang out as she continued to back away despite the fact that she was already pressed against the headboard of the bed. "Me, please, I don't you." Naruto pulled down his hood and mask to give the girl the most sympathetic smile he could muster despite the sick feeling in the pit of his stomach. "Don't worry, I won't hurt you." The girl looked at him and seemed to calm down a bit. "I just want to help you," Naruto continued as he made slow movements towards her. You do?" she asked as a small glimmer of hope appeared in her eyes for a brief moment before disappearing. "How do I know I can trust you?" she asked softly. "But no, you don't," said Naruto, keeping his tone warm, "and kinda have no way of proving to you that I mean no harm. All you can do is choose to trust or not trust what I say is true. However, I promise you right now that I will help you, and I will take you to a safe place where you will never have to deal with things like what that man did." He did it again. The girl looked at him for a second before slowly relaxing. She moved away from the headboard of the bed and towards the center of the mattress. Naruto made slow movements towards her to make sure she didn't panic before sitting on the edge of the bed next to her. "I'm going to take out a scroll that contains medical supplies to heal you "Is that all right?" Naruto asked. He received a cautious nod and slowly reached into his pouch, which had several containment seals that were used to hold his various ninja tools. Taking out a scroll, Naruto unrolled it on the bed and opened the materials. Various medicinal creams, disinfectants, and medical bandages came out of the seal. Naruto realized long ago that he would never be able to use medical judo, not only because he was always constantly struggling to keep his control at the level it was due to his constantly increasing reserves, but also because his chakra had traces of the QV in it. While minuscule amounts did nothing to it, as he the fox has had since birth, were incredibly toxic to others. Yet that didn't mean he wouldn't do his best to make up for his deficiency in this area by becoming skilled in creating healing gentos and herbology. Naruto took one of the tubes that contained one of his personal creations to make up for his lack of inability to use healing jutsu. Naruto had long ago decided to try and make a healing cream based on his own regeneration abilities. Naruto, he had always known that it healed quickly. Wounds that would take weeks for others to heal disappeared in hours, and those that took months to heal disappeared in a day. Naruto knew that this was due to the QB, the seal on his stomach that channeled the fox's chakra into his body at a steady rate. A little over a month ago, Naruto had been able to reproduce that ability to a certain extent and be a powerful healing cream using the art of Fuinhatsu. The sealing part of Naruto had created a seal, a modified containment seal that was designed to be able to store the Kyuubi's chakra with the use of several powerful purification seals that were designed after those of the Shikifun. Naruto was able to purify the Kyuubi's chakra to the point that it was no longer poisonous to humans, of course, due to the potency of the chakra that it still had to be administered in low doses. Lethal wounds, such as being impaled, broken bones, cannot be healed with the maximum amount that can be used on a person, which was approximately the amount of chakra used to make a standard Bushsu jutsu. But wounds like bruises and minor scrapes and cuts were an easy fix for the ointment that had the chakra that was stored in the seal mixed into it. "I need you to lie down while he applies a healing cream to your bruises. Can you do that?" Naruto asked in a soothing voice. The woman nodded and lay on her back as Naruto uncapped the lid of his ointment, lightly rubbing his fingers together. He rubbed them together lightly so that the chakra from the cream was activated. He began to gently rub the medical cream into the girl's stomach, which was the area with the most bruises. The young woman was only in a little pain before the healing took effect, causing her to relax. Within a few minutes, the large black bruise that had been on her abdomen was gone. Naruto continued to apply the cream to the various bruises before moving on to the cuts, using a disinfectant before using the cream. When he finished, the blonde wrapped the larger cuts in bandages, making sure all the wrappings were properly fastened and covered, while allowing himself to feel a small amount of pride. If he was honest with himself, he had a lot more respect for healers like Tsunade, back on than warriors like himself. After all, it was easy to take a life and a lot harder to save a life. "Can you stand up?" asked Naruto as he held his hand out to the young girl. She hesitated for a moment before taking it, and standing up, the young girl let out a cry of pain as she began to fall. Naruto wrapped an arm around her waist and gently lifted her up while being careful not to touch her bandaged areas. Naruto sighed. Her legs were probably broken. "Would you like a ride?" The woman looked at him and bit her lip. It was obvious she still distrusted him from what that Kiri shinobi did. Not that Naruto could blame her. He waited patiently for her to answer. "You promise you won't do anything?" Naruto smirked. "I promise." The woman closed her eyes as she seemed to come to a decision. When she nodded her head, Naruto reached into his pouch, channeling chakra into one of the seals. He pulled out a large cloak, wrapping it around her to cover her modesty. He gently lifted her into a bridal attire, making sure her head rested comfortably upon his shoulder. With no hand seals, Naruto created a cage bizzen with mental commands to destroy any evidence of the three of them being there. With a wink to his creator, the clone got to work. The woman in his arms began to doze off as Naruto walked out the door window, feeling lulled by the comforting and warm aura that the blonde possessed before she fell asleep. A stray thought crossed her mind. "I don't even know your name." She looked at Naruto to see what she now realized were some of the most beautiful blue eyes she had ever seen as he gave her a soft smile. The last thing she heard before she fell asleep was its Naruto XXXXAO sighed for what felt like the 100th time today as she waited for the person who was supposed to help them get there. Whoever it was It was extremely late in the ninja world. This usually meant one of three things. They had gotten caught up in something. This could be caused by anything from simple forgetfulness to getting into a fight with other shinobi, none of which were very good. They hadn't even made it this far, given the trouble it had taken to get in. Kiri, his support had had some leeway in this. Ao had been given a week to take over since today. It was the last day, or the last thing that could have happened. This person had been killed on their way here before or after they got here. Crossing his arms, O began to tap his fingers in a dull rhythm against his arms. It was unbelievable that someone took this long to get here and didn't even have the courtesy to send a message. Already in his time, people were willing to be on time for any important engagement like this. A push on his shoulder brought Ao out of his mental wanderings. Looking towards one of the men in his squad that was with him for this task, Ao saw him push his head, looking in the indicated direction. He saw a man with a black cloak that reached the ground. The hood covered the man's face. The only thing Ao could see was a blue mask that covered the lower half of the man's face. The strange thing about the man was that he was carrying something in his arms. Judging by the shape and size, it was most likely a person. Ao activated the Bakugan in his left eye, observing the 3 whisker marks on each cheek as she used the Dijitsu's X-ray vision. Ao relaxed very slightly. While this man could be her contact who had been described by a message that Termis-sama had received a while back, he could also be an imposter. When the hooded man approached, Ao stopped him. "You look like your son, quite away from home." The figure chuckled. "I was told there were many opportunities in Sunakuni and came to try their luck." The voice sounded younger than she expected, but Ao visibly relaxed. Hearing the password would still need to be tired, but at least now they could move on her later. "Then, I thought you would be," said Ao, watching as the man shifted his attention to the form he was carrying. Now that he wasn't paying as much attention to his support, he took the time to realize that the figure the man was carrying was a person, a woman, to be exact. "I'm sorry," said the man. "I was stopped." Ao felt the underlying meaning behind his words and couldn't help. But while most of the people on Misuk's side were forced to fight, there were others who weren't above committing such heinous acts. "Well, I guess it's okay since you're listening. It started still in my day." XXXX Naruto sighed as he left the young girl on the bed in the medical room of the main base. The rebel faction looked towards Ao and nodded. The two left the room and walked down a long hallway with several doors that led to places like warehouses and spaces. Habitable now that he wasn't worried about his charge, Naruto turned his attention to the man he had met at the port. Ao. He was a middle-aged man with an eye patch over his right eye and talismans in his ear with the kanji for Shotanga tore on both sides. Naruto could see the rather intricate seal that was hidden within the kanji, given the chakra. Naruto could feel emanating from under the man's eye patch. The blonde assumed he had transplanted Danhatsu. Like Kakashi's hair was light blue in color and resembled Kisame's hair. He wore the kiri to come around his head. He wore a pair of striped shirts and pants with a green robe over them in the standard Kiri hunter nin attire. They suddenly stopped at a door that was at the end of the hallway, and Ao knocked ahead. Naruto blinked at the very feminine tone as Ao opened the door and walked in with Naruto following close behind. When Naruto walked in, he saw a woman sitting at a large desk and felt a slight hitch in his breath. During his travels, had seen and been with many beautiful women. Of all the ones he had seen, so far this woman had taken the cake. The woman was very slender and looked to be in her mid to late 30s with ankle-length brown hair, pulled back in a herringbone pattern at the back with a top untied with a dark blue band and 4 bangs in front of her face, one of which covered her right eye. Her face was perfectly heart-shaped and feminine, but she had the look of a leader who she had earned the respect of her people. Her skin was a light milky color that looked soft, smooth, and delicate despite the fact that they were in a war. She wore a long-sleeved, dark blue dress that fell just below her knees. It was closed in the front with a zipper and was kept open at the front right side from the waist down. The dress only covered up to her upper arms, leaving her shoulders slender but strong and the underside of her breast showing. Beautiful sized chest underneath was a mesh shirt that covered a bit more of her arms and chest, but still left a good amount of cleavage. She also wore shorts the same color as her dress and mesh leggings that reached her knees underneath, that she wore high heels with shin guards instead of sandals. The dress only covered up to her upper arms, leaving slender but strong shoulders, and the underside of her breast showing her beautiful sized chest. Underneath was a t-shirt of Maya that covered a little more of her arms and chest, but still left a good amount of cleavage. She also wore shorts the same color as her dress and mesh leggings that reach her knees underneath, that she wore high heels with shin guards instead of sandals. The dress only covered up to her upper arms, leaving slender but strong shoulders, and the underside of her breast showing her beautiful sized chest. Underneath was a t-shirt of Maya that covered a little more her arms and chest, but still leaving a good amount of cleavage. She also wore shorts the same color as her dress and mesh leggings that reach her knees underneath, that she wore high heels with shin guards instead of sandals. Therma's Ao's voice interrupted Naruto's thoughts. This is the support Konoha was able to send us. The man sounded somewhat unhappy to receive only one person for help, but Main didn't seem to mind that. He smiled at Naruto. He slowly stood up from his desk and walked over to Naruto. As he held out his hand, "I'd like to thank you for coming to our aid. I honestly didn't expect to receive much help, if any, sir." He trailed off, obviously fishing for a name. Naruto said with a smile towards the busty red-haired woman as he shook her hand. "It's a pleasure to meet you." Naruto stopped when he noticed me looking up and down his body and couldn't help but smile. "I take it you're okay with what you see." Naruto felt Ao, as well as the two Ambu that were in the room, stiffened and glared at him, but May seemed to ignore him as she favored him with another smile. "I'll tell you if you let me know what you think of me." That seemed to throw the others in the room into a circle. Naruto laughed. "Let's put it this way, if there was ever a goddess walking this earth, I have no doubt. I just found her." May, in her honor, just took on a light pink hue to her cheeks as she gave him a friendly smile. "Then you can assume that I approve of what I see." He took one last look before putting on his business face. "As much as I'd like to continue this banter with you, I need to tell you where we stand and see if I can't give you your first mission." Naruto nodded, his face instantly blank. "I'm at your disposal." XXXX Taken Rookie was a middle-aged man with long black hair and coal-black eyes, wearing the standard attire of a Kairan chunin. At the age of 11, he had graduated from the academy, killing the person he was with. He had spent all his time there, as it was the standard graduation exam before graduation was changed thanks to Sausa. Over the years, he maintained average stats with an average number of missions. He became a chunin after his 6th attempt in Igwa and continued to become an average ninja when the Bloodline Wars began. He had stuck with Misuka. While he didn't really care about sides or killing Bloodline bearers, he was loyal and wouldn't betray the Misuka. Overall, there was nothing special about him. He was a pretty average person. It was that average state what had killed him and his team, which had been composed of 2 honing Junins and himself, had been assigned to raid several towns along with a group of bandits. While he hadn't liked what they were doing, he had no other choice. And it was an easy task. They would let the bandits do all the work and then take their cut for allowing it. If the bandits tried to resist, it was their job to kill them and find another group to steal money from the group he was with had gone to. One of the rendezvous points to collect their pay, only to find out it was an ambush, and the Bloodline users had disguised themselves and set several traps. Takani had been killed after an hour of torture and had given them all the information he had on himself and what he knew about Misuka's forces. After they got the information they needed from him and the Kirionin, they killed him. Naruto used Shin Issei Naruto True Transformation, a jutsu he created using his SS class Kinhutsu, Forbidden Jutsu, the Orokin no Sexy Jutsu, which created a true transformation, unlike the standard Academy Jutsu, which some consider to be a hybrid ninjutsu / jinjutsu that created an illusion about one's form and could be easily dispelled. Shinsei Yang was a true physical transformation. Instead of applying a layer of chakra over the body to create an illusion, this created an actual physical body. He staggered as he made his way to the main gates of a large base, to one of the Mizukage forces holding his side, which was bleeding as his breath came out in haggard gasps. When he reached the gate, the shinobi in the watchtower saw him and called out to 2 shinobi who were on guard inside the gate, which began to open with a stream as one of the guards went to get the commander while the other stepped out of the gate and walked in front of him. Right when he began to stumble, "What happened?" the man asked as he slung Takan's arm over his shoulder and helped him up. People Adline is revealed Takan J. Deo using some wind chakra to cut his lips. making it look like he had blood. Coming out of his throat, the base commander came right when Takan started to explain we were attacked by the Takan bloodline users. He lowered his head as he coughed up some blood. He clapped, "Give it to him, I want it, and I'll give a report tomorrow," the commander ordered as the one who he was carrying, and someone else came up to the other side and grabbed his other arm as they dragged him through the base. They didn't notice the small smile on Tekken's face. XXXX. "It's okay," said AO as he watched the front gates come to an end now. "We just have to wait for the gates to open, and we'll begin our mission." This would be one of the first times they actually destroyed an enemy base. They had raided many ninja teams and caravans before, but because they lacked the numbers, they were able to storm one of the fortresses that Muki Yagura created, mainly because no one could break through it from the inside. It didn't work for the most talented of Jonin, and Yagura had created these bases to be impenetrable from the outside. There were a total of 15 watchtowers designed to detect enemy ambushes long before they came within 100 meters of the site. The walls were solid enough that only Trumi-sama could breach them with his Yotan Hutsu, which meant that someone had to open it from the inside. So knowing that Naruto could create a strong physical transformation, their leader had immediately made plans to begin infiltrating and destroying the enemy bases. They had obtained the intelligence they could by finding out where one of the bases was to capture a few ninjas that were working with bandits and interrogate them. Naruto would turn Shin Se Yinj into one of the men and would arrive at the base injured, and Algarin, once he was inside the boy, he would have to kill and replace the men in the watchtowers near the entrance and open the gate to allow his team through. He would then proceed to capture the commander and bring him back to the base where he could be thoroughly interrogated. However, this was also a two-point mission for AO, who was primarily here for the purpose of finding out how skilled the young man who had come here was. Depending on how talented he was, they could make even bolder plans and hopefully end this war faster. AO sighed. While he trusted Terumi-sama with his life, he wasn't sure what he was thinking, making plans that relied on the skills of a child in his time. People relied on the skills of older ninja and entire ninja squads, not young upstarts. "What should we do if the boy fails?" asked one of his men. "Then we leave. There's no point in attacking if it leads to failure," replied AO. XXXX. Naruto opened his eyes the moment the door closed, sitting up in his bed. He looked around. Obviously, he was in a ward. If the injured in the beds were any indication, they had gotten rid of his clothes and given him standard patient attire, basically just a white coat. Naruto looked around to make sure none of the other patients were awake before getting up, dissipating his Angela Naruto's true form emerged, pulling the cloak over his head. He was about to reach the door only for it to open. Acting on pure instinct, Naruto drew a kunai, and the moment the person walked in through the door, appeared right in front of them, thrusting the kunai into the person's neck, inflicting a fatal wound before they could hit the ground. Naruto caught the person so they wouldn't make any noise. Only now he took a look at who the person was. A woman. She was still alive as she looked at him with very pained eyes as she brought her hands to her throat. Naruto watched in horror as in seconds the woman closed and dyed her eyes still open. Naruto's face paled as he recognized the person like a doctor. He picked her up and closed the door behind him as quietly as possible so as not to wake the patients. He walked over to her bed and gently set her down, adjusting her form to make it look like she was sleeping. This was her first kill, or at least the first in cold blood. He didn't tell the man who was raping the woman since he refused to see monsters as people. While he had killed before during his journey with Hiro Sennin, it had been in self-defense. This time, he had killed someone simply because they were in the wrong place at the wrong time. Worse yet, he killed a doctor. He felt sick to his stomach as he closed his eyes, taking several calming breaths, small tears falling from the corners of his eyes. When he opened them again, he closed her eyes and lightly touched his forehead to hers, saying a prayer and an apology before leaving. He still had a mission to do and couldn't afford to get distracted. He might collapse later. He put the invisibility jutsu on his sense and about himself. Naruto left the room after making sure the door was locked from the inside, and then closing it. He advanced through the corridor of the base that from the general observations they had taken. Before he knew that the base had 2 floors, he was on the first and would need to reach the second to get to the watchtowers that were connected to the main building. Naruto jumped onto the roof, channeling a small amount of chakra on his feet as several people passed by. Deciding that the roof was safer anyway, He kept moving, crawling along the roof. As he made his way up to the stairs, once he was on the second floor, he dropped down and continued on the floor, dodging areas that were heavily populated with shinobi. Finding a secluded spot, the blonde opened a window and stepped out before closing it, so nothing would look strange if anyone came looking over. Naruto found that he was right next to one of the towers, though he didn't know which one. Moving along the wall, he headed towards this tower. As he approached, he looked down at the ground floor and realized with relief that he was next to the gate entrance. Moving into the small tower, Naruto walked behind the two people who were looking at the grounds around the base, taking out two kunai. Naruto steeled himself for what he was about to do. A flash of steel later, and Naruto was gently placing two dead ninja. After he had impaled them through the and made them, he rolled over and memorized their features before creating two boxes that focused on the ninja he had killed. Looking at the other two towers next to him, he noticed that they were still looking out towards the grounds, which meant they hadn't seen him. He sighed in relief before moving to the second guard tower and repeating the process. After that, Naruto climbed up the wall and walked towards the ground, sneaking towards the door. Naruto watched the two standing guard on either side using the two kunai he had been working with to make their killings. Naruto aimed and threw both kunai, and they pierced the back of the two ninjas' heads before they could hit the ground. Naruto created a cage. Bizen the two Naruto appeared next to the dead shinobi and caught them as they fell, hiding them to the side. Naruto looked at the mosa designed to close and opened the door. Pushing it up, the wheels started to spin as the door opened. XXXX outside the base AO, and the others have been waiting for something to happen. When you make a mistake of any type, usually he's bored and only gets excited when something really happens. Ninja who specializes in reconnaissance. Learn this from the start. Only those who are patient and collected can really do stakeouts, especially of this nature, where you're going to infiltrate and destroy an enemy base. If the one you sent to open the path were to arrive, Taicho the gate is opening. One of his men informed AO. I can see that, said AO. While he didn't show, it was impressed with the little long time it took this boy to complete his mission. Seems like he arrived after all. All right, men, we moved. XX Naruto took a long drink from his shot bottle, letting the liquid burn his throat. Putting the bottle down, he closed his eyes as he took several deep breaths, trying to calm his nerves after the mission. This had been one of his first missions above C rank. The wave mission didn't really count since it had originally been C rank. Kakashi and Sasuke had done most of it part of the fight. The only other mission he had been above, that was his mission to Yuki, and he hadn't killed anyone. So even though the mission had gone off without a hitch, he had put in near flawless performance. After the mission, the AO team, which was the one he would be assigned to unless needed elsewhere, had even offered him a toast when they got back. However, even with all the praise he was receiving, his thoughts kept going back to the woman who had killed to start a mission. Try as he might, he couldn't get his mind off the final look of pain and fear he'd seen in its eyes as it died, which of course was why he was there. He hadn't been able to sleep, and so he'd made it to the small bar of the base, had to drink it stupidly. Unfortunately, he wasn't having such luck, as QB had just burned the alcohol out of his system, as he badly told the fox for all it was worth. A voice spoke up from behind him. Go for your thoughts, Naruto. He turned and found himself face to face with May. He gave her a somewhat pained smile and gestured for her to sit. He moved over to the stool and sat down next to her. They shared a friendly silence. Naruto collected his thoughts before beginning to speak. Mateo looked at May and saw that she was looking at him with a raised eyebrow. He found it strange that a shinobi would be bothered by this. He was still young. Maybe it was his first time. Normally, this wouldn't be a problem. I've killed before, usually in self-defense or the few times that I and Arrow sense, and we get into bandits. Well, there was that idea. Wait, Arrow-sensei asked me. With an amused smile, Naruto rubbed the back of his head as an embarrassed expression passed over his face. Sorry, I mean my sensei, Jiraiya. May's eyes widened in shock. You mean Jiraiya of the legendary 3 at Naruto's feeling? May turned back to her own thoughts when she first heard that Konoha would only send one person to help the Mai. Though she wasn't displeased that she hadn't expected much, at least she had been disappointed. However, the handsome young man in front of her seemed to have quite a bit of skill, as he demonstrated by carrying out a successful infiltration mission which allowed him to destroy one of their enemy strongholds for the first time. They had even managed to capture the base commander. He had provided her with the location of even more bases that she was planning to infiltrate the young blonde. She could now see why he was so skilled. Naruto smiled at her actively. No, he knew why, but he felt comfortable in her presence, like he could trust her. Naruto went back to his story. It was at the beginning of the mission, and I had been about to sneak out of the medical room when the door opened. I can't remember much, except for the instincts that kick in one moment I'm getting out of bed, and the next there's a young girl in. My arms clawing at her throat. You looked in her eyes, right? She asked, as a sympathetic light approached her in the academy. They had been taught that the worst thing they could do was look into the eyes of someone they had killed. It had caused a lot of problems for the young genin, who were haunted by nightmares about their first deaths, many of whom had to give up being a shinobi because they had become mentally unstable. That had been why the original graduation exam in Kiri had been to kill the person closest to you. They felt that if you could do that, killing a random person would be nothing. Naruto nodded the head yes. I looked in her eyes and saw her die. I saw the look of helplessness and pain on her face. Naruto quickly wiped away a tear, hoping that she wouldn't notice me. She had decided to just file it away for later, but that's not even the worst of it. I killed a medic, someone whose purpose in life was to heal others, even though they have some minor combat training. They never take their own life unless necessary. People love us. He gestured towards Aleem. May we are murderers. Our entire purpose revolves around causing more kills than our enemy, said Naruto. I've never really liked killing, really. When I first thought about what I wanted to be, my first choice was a medic. Why didn't you become one? He asked curiously. A medic was on the complete opposite end of the career spectrum. Honestly, sighed Naruto. I have no idea. Why not? Even when I changed my mind anyway, it wouldn't have mattered from the moment I was born. I was chosen to be a ninja by factors outside my life. My parents were extremely powerful ninjas in their own right. That was part of the truth. But the most important reason was because of chi. Even if he had been given a choice, there was no other profession he could have chosen because of that rather small detail. So you became a ninja because of your parents? He asked me partially. Naruto looked at her. I actually didn't even know who my parents were until a few months ago, but the Sandame knew them. He always told me great stories about how my parents were such great people. Nobles who fought to protect their home, of course. I had no idea what he was talking about at that moment. It seems like he manipulated you. He frowned at me. He had never liked people manipulating. An innocent child sounded like something Yagura would do, so he could have a powerful pawn under his thumb. Yeah, I'm pretty sure whether or not he really was manipulating me into becoming a shinobi, though I would never blame him for it. He was the cashier after all, so I guess he was talking to me mainly from his own feelings. Naruto took another gulp straight away. I don't like them much in my village, so this was really the only option open to him. Anyway, Naruto blinked in surprise. Why did he only tell her that this was only the second time he'd talked to her? It wasn't like they were close or anything. He couldn't blame him for the fact that he couldn't get drunk. Maybe it was the aura she gave off, maybe her comforting presence, or maybe it was some other factor he hadn't deduced. Yet he looked at May, who seemed to be interested in that comment, deciding that there was no harm in letting him know a little more. Started again due to the events that happened at my birth, events that I had no control over. I have been hated my entire life. She frowned at me. That were the traitors of your parents. That was the only thing she could think of that would make the people of her village hate him, though she didn't think that was the case, especially if the Dai had hailed them as much as Naruto said he had. Of course, she could have told him that to Naruto, so she could manipulate him and turn him into a shinobi. Naruto shook his head. In fact, my parents, or at least one of my parents, is considered the greatest hero that the Hidden Leaf Village has ever seen. She looked at the young man, thinking about it. There were very few heroes within Konoha during the time that Naruto could have been born, at least ones that weren't too old or too young to be those of his parents. She looked at him, carefully studying his profile, as if she was trying to put the pieces of a puzzle. Now that she thought about it, reminded her of someone she had seen in a textbook about the third great ninja, War, the man who had been hailed as the one who ended the war with a single jutsu, who had become so feared she doubted even Yagura had fought him. An image came to her mind, and a man clicked. She felt she saw his eyes widen as he finally realized who his parents were, or rather who his father was. I see you've noticed, said Naruto, seeing the recognition in her eyes. I would appreciate it if you didn't tell anyone about my origins, at least not yet. I can do that, said May after thinking about it for a bit. After all, he was trusting her with what had to be a pretty big secret. He knew it would cause a lot of problems, not only for him, but for her. As well already, if word got out about Naruto's heritage, no doubt I would be more than willing to join the Bloodline Wars if they thought they could kill Kiro Senka's son. Thank you, said Naruto, with a small smile. May returned as she looked at him. Then why don't you continue your story? There's really nothing more to say, said Naruto with a sigh. I killed someone who I feel didn't deserve to die. Sure, she may have been the enemy, but people who can heal are some of the only people I truly respect. It takes little effort to kill, however, to heal takes a lot of time, work, effort, and sweat. I think I understand, said me, and in truth she did. While I didn't have Naruto's perspective, I could understand his thoughts and feelings on these kinds of topics. Still, don't you feel better knowing that the people you care about are safe from fights? Naruto chuckled. That's the only reason I'm still a shinobi. If I didn't have my precious people to protect, there's no way I'd be in this business. She smiled at the man who was quickly becoming something of an enigma to her from the small conversations she'd had with him since he arrived. Here she felt intrigue, his apparent desire to protect the one he cared about only made her want to find out more. Then you fight to protect your precious people. Naruto nodded absent-mindedly as he took a drink, only to be disappointed when he realized that everything was gone. Then, I guess since you're here, that makes me precious to you. Naruto looked at May in surprise before seeing her somewhat spicy expression. Naruto smirked as he touched his chin with a good finger. He looked at her critically before leaning down and wrapping an arm around her waist. I suppose so. That is, if you make me one of your precious people, he finished in a husky whisper. May flinched at his tone as a small blush spread across her delicate features, but she managed to keep her smile in place as she looked at him for a second before standing up. I think I could make you one of my precious people, she said. Using Naruto's term, she winked at him, as long as you walk me to my room. Naruto laughed as he stood up and held out his arm for me to take it. I can do it, although some of your men might be jealous of seeing you hug the new guy. Well, then I guess they'll stay jealous, no? He asked me rhetorically as they left the bar. I hope you're not intimidated by any of my admirers. I'm intimidated, Naruto mocked. Don't make me laugh. I was just worried that you might end up in the hospital for trying to put me in my place. He chuckled at me before continuing to walk down the hallway. A friendly silence between the two, true to Naruto's prediction, drew several glares from almost all of the men who were also in the hallway, no doubt wondering how the new guy was so close to their leader. When he had only been here for a few days, what Naruto didn't expect was that part of the woman actually looking at Mai. Naruto hadn't been there long enough to be really known and hadn't met any of these women. Even in passing, he wondered if they thought she was degrading herself by getting so close to someone after just a few days of their first meeting. Is it because they're jealous? Naruto asked in a somewhat goofy tone as he turned to look at May. May covered her mouth with her free hand as she giggled. Word of how you rescued a woman from being raped apparently spread around the base. Not long after you arrived. It seems your good dead selves made you quite popular, but they don't even know me. Naruto blinked before of realizing what was going on. I can't believe it. I didn't think I'd see fangirls in the middle of a war. This comment makes May openly laugh, causing the people around the two to flinch. May's laughter quieted down into a small occasional giggle. Well, to be honest, I didn't expect it either. But there you go, she said while casually gesturing to some of the girls surrounding her, I guess. So, said Naruto as they continued in silence. A few moments later, they were at the door. Mai turned around and gave him a seductive smile. Thank you for joining me. Kind Sir. Naruto smiled at her while bowing exaggeratedly. Not at all, my lady. It has been a pleasure to simply find myself so graceful as to be in the presence of a goddess like you. Charming, I murmured, unable to contain the blush from the comment. I am such a thing, affected Naruto, the look of surprise. I'm simply someone who says what I think. Naruto took her hand and gave it a small kiss. Looking up, he was pleased to see that the May's face was now red. He gave her one last smile. I'll see you later, Mi-chan. May's rumor increased in tone as she added the affectionate suffix Naruto added to her name. I could get used to being called that. She looked over to where Naruto was going down the corridor. Naruto, Namikaze, you really are an enigma that I will enjoy uncovering. XXX. Naruto looked at the other people that had also been called to May's office. Two of them he didn't know. They weren't frontline soldiers, so he had never fought before on his side. All he knew was that one of them was the head of the medical team and the other managed the supplies they acquired through various means he also knew that the one managing the supplies disliked the man for some reason. He was quite young, so Naruto assumed it was because of how close he was to Mai. The man had once complained about Mai insisting on having Naruto with them as part of their meetings. He never did it again after Mai threatened to melt his balls, which Naruto later found out about that he could do literally. He was also with them. He and Hunterning had grown closer in the past 5 months that Naruto had been here. During that time, Naruto had usually been with Team AO and had gone on several more infiltration and destruction missions. There was also Chojuro, a shy young man with blue hair, black eyes, and sharp shark-like teeth, a trait he shared with Sasuke. And Kisame, he wore black framed glasses that were connected to Euler's. He wore a blue striped shirt with camouflage pants. While Sweet 8 was worn across his chest, he wore a large sword on his back called a Hiramakiri, which was wrapped in bandages in the style of Kisame. With his sword, Naruto had met and bonded with him during one of his missions. They got along quite well. Naruto had discovered that despite being a member of the Kirin Batana Nananin, SH Chojuro was extremely and trusting, although he had noticed that the man seemed to find the courage to glare whenever Mai was over Naruto's arm and flirting with him. Naruto looked at Mai, who had an apprehensive look. Naruto wasn't sure why this meeting had been called, since they met every week on Wednesdays to hear the reports, and the plan. All Naruto knew was that apparently it was important, most likely some new intel that could mean trouble for the rebels. As everyone knows, recently we have dealt several hard blows to the Mizukage forces. I started to get attention of the people in the room that it was true enough. In the last 5 months, they had managed to destroy 10 enemy strongholds, cutting off valuable trade routes, and isolating enemy forces, allowing the Bloodline to wipe them out as well. After that first mission Naruto had been on, they had continued to use the infiltration tactic with great success. While Naruto wouldn't take credit for them being so successful in their missions, he was glad to know that he was helping to bring this violent war even closer without. However, it seems that with our success, Yagura has decided that we have become a serious threat. So we're going to have to flee, huh? He asked with a small complaint. Back in my day, when we had to face such commitments, Pao interrupted me with a sickly sweet voice, one of her perfectly shaped eyebrows twitching. Shut up or I'll kill you. Ao paled. I didn't mean to imply anything. Naruto let out a silent laugh as he listened to the little jokes. Naruto had realized a while ago that this was a common occurrence between the two of them. They tended to get an especially bad attitude when I started talking, mainly because she would somehow end up making a comment that could easily be taken as a talk about marriage. Mai had privately confided in Naruto that she was somewhat depressed that she would be hitting her 30s in a few years and still hadn't found a husband. Naruto just laughed and told her that a woman as beautiful as her shouldn't worry about such things, since without she would undoubtedly have men flocking to her. As soon as the war was over, this had led to a little wordplay between the two of them, which had started to happen more often these days, especially when it was just the two of them. Naruto had grown much closer to the busty redhead. He wouldn't deny that he might possibly start to fall for her. She was smart, strong, intelligent, beautiful, and seemed to have the same love of wordplay as he did. While Naruto would vehemently deny it, anyone who commented on it, traveling with Jiraiya had tainted him slightly. While Naruto would never look at a woman the way Ero-sensei did, he always took delight in making a woman blush, whether it be with a subtle or not so subtle compliment on her looks, or by making a comment laced with innuendo. The sight of a beautiful woman who seemed to enjoy the same things as him was not only welcome, as it kept things fun, but also because their conversations kept Naruto from having nightmares about the things he had done and seen in this war. Mike-chan, said Naruto, attracting her attention, as well as several looks from the others when calling Mai by those eyes their suffix. In respectful yes, Naruto-kun, Mai asked not to mind looking at the looks of surprise and jealousy that the two received. Honestly, she had thought that these people would be used to it by now. I don't think there's a need to evacuate. In fact, this is where we will end the war. Naruto's statement caused several surprised looks from all sides. It was extremely bold to claim that they could end the war at this point. Despite numerous recent victories and the reduction of Yagura's forces by around a third, they were still outnumbered 3-1. That's a bold claim to be, Naruto said Mai, dropping the suffix as she adopted a completely serious tone. I assume you have a plan. Naruto simply reached into his inner pocket and placed a large three-pronged kunai on the table, while the people around him wondered how strange it was. The kunai Mei's eyes opened. "Why do you mean?" "Yes, Naruto," said in a firm voice. "It's time for the world to re-enter the Flash XXX." Naruto looked across the plain, trying to see if the enemy had arrived. As always in Kuni, the area was extremely foggy, giving everyone very little visibility. Looking to his right and left, Naruto saw several people lining up kunai throwers. If he looked behind him, he knew he would see people doing the same. He realized that most of the people preparing them were looking at the strange three-pronged kunai with curiosity, probably wondering what it was and how it could be used to end the war. Naruto and Mei had refused to say anything, and the only person the blonde was sure knew what was going to happen was Ao, who was more knowledgeable than most of the people in Miz due to his travels. Due to how isolated Kuni was, most of the people who lived there didn't have much information about the world outside of their country. All these people knew that her job was also to throw the kunai. "Are you sure you want to go through with this?" Naruto smiled as he closed his eyes. He knew she was there for a while now, that he had gotten used to her presence. He allowed himself to find solace in her presence a little longer. Before, "Yes, this war has gone on long enough." Naruto turned to look at the Busta redhead and gave her a smile. "It would be selfish of me not to use one of my abilities, just so my secret can stay a secret." He smiled at Naruto. Despite the war that had gone on in the past, Naruto still held a strong sense of right and wrong. She didn't know when it had happened, but somewhere along the line, Naruto had made it his personal goal to end the bloodshed in Kiri. Perhaps he had always been there, and that was why she hadn't seen him. Maybe when she first arrived and saw how bad life was here, he decided to help. She couldn't be sure, and if she was being honest with herself, she didn't care. She just knew that this young man, who had literally changed the course of the war, was enough. "Thank you," he said in a voice so low that even Naruto's increased hearing almost made him miss it. Naruto tilted his head at him. Over the past months, Naruto had hit a growth spurt and now stood a height of 5, knew about a head taller than Mei. "You don't need to thank me. Even if Konoha told me to come back right now, I would stay and help you finish this." Mai's small smile turned into an embarrassing grin as she closed the distance between them. Such heroic nature deserves a proper reward, don't you think?" She began drawing circles on his clothes, which were missing the typical hooded cloak he usually wore while on missions, allowing Mei to feel the rock-hard muscles. The young man was packing. Naruto smirked, opting to be bolder than usual as he wrapped his arm around her waist and hugged her with one arm, making the two of them melt into each other. "If you insist," said Naruto, turning his voice into a husky growl. "I remember reading that had some nice hot springs. Maybe the two of us can see if that's still true." "Mai, you're not bold, Naruto-kun," said Mei, holding a hand to her face to hide the blush that had spread to her cheeks. "I can't believe this. We're going to battle, and you're joking sexually." Both Naruto and Mei turned to O with deadpan expressions. "Why, back in the day, when we were going to fight, we would do it, AO," they both said in chilling unison. There was a strange shadow covering their faces, making it so that AO couldn't see their eyes. "Shut up, or we'll kill you." AO instantly paled, and despite considering himself brave, took a step back. Having Termiz threatening him was bad enough, but adding Naruto as well, the old hunter ninja felt a shiver of fear run down his spine. "Well, I just wanted to tell you that the ETA for the enemy is 30 minutes, and I'll just leave you two to it now. Thanks, you can go back to your post," said Mei, adopting her voice leader. Quickly bowed and walked away, hoping to get as far away from the two of them as possible and hopefully not see them until the end of this battle. Mei turned to Naruto. "Are you ready?" Naruto nodded. "Yes." Mei nodded before looking down at the ground for a second, nodding her head as if making an important decision. She looked at Naruto, leaning back on her toes. She gave him a small kiss on the cheek, leaving a light blue lip print on it. Naruto's eyes widened for a second as he was carrying a hand to his cheek. This time, it was he who saw himself blush, which only made Mai stay with the blue lip. That was luckily, Mai told him with a sincere smile, and to make sure that you come back. Naruto's face slowly returned to its natural color desired. While smiling, "I have others, and I come back alive. I lit a thoughtful pose. If you come back alive, I will give you something even better. Maybe that trip to the hot spring that you wanted." Deciding to leave their conversation with a note, Clara, Mei winked at him and walked. Naruto turned to look at the preparations with a big smile on his face. Despite knowing he was going to be forced to kill today, That kiss had made his day. He directed some chakra to his eyes to give slightly improved vision, hoping to clear the thick fog. He sighed when he couldn't pierce through the fog, meaning it would be a waiting game until they were within range of his vision. He breathed slowly as he remained calm. He honestly had no idea if he could pull it off. This would be the first time he used the irisin in battle, but he had spent several days getting used to the feeling of using the space-time jutsu. So, with a little luck, or maybe Kami on his side with luck, he could pull it off and defeat the enemies that were now coming for the Bloodline rebels. It was around 10 minutes later when he saw the first troops attack to run across the field as fast as possible, since an open war combat of Shin was not the most dangerous, unlike the samurai who rely on their young and charge enemies headfirst in a battle. Ninjas used large-scale ninjutsu and other powerful techniques and weapons such as explosive notes that were designed to take out large numbers of enemies at once. This meant that combat in any kind of open space was extremely dangerous. On the few occasions when moving across an open field couldn't be helped, it was always the best option. Trying to cross it as quickly as possible would be of no use here. The enemy forces are closing and prepare. The kunai Naruto shouted his order. The people around Naruto obeyed instantly, without questions or doubt. While he was not their leader, and technically not even a member of their forces, they were inclined to listen to him. Over the 6 months of constant warfare, Naruto had gained a charismatic presence that increased his ability to make people listen and believe in him. Once the kunai was ready, Naruto gave the signal fire. XX. Many of the shinobi had been too fast to follow. 1 minute they were running across the flat clearing to get closer to the enemy base so they could begin to launch their attack before the Bloodline rebels had a chance to respond. The next minute, they were forced to dodge and block a literal barrage of kunai that began raining down on them. Although this wasn't difficult, as the kunai only numbered in the hundreds and were spaced about 15 m apart, it forced them to halt their advance. When the kunai stopped coming, many of the ninja stopped to collect one and see what it was. None of them had ever seen a kunai of this type before. That was when it happened. A bright yellow flash started appearing in multiple places so fast it seemed as if the flashes were happening at the same time. Each time the flash disappeared, 10 to 20 ninja would fall before it disappeared again and started attacking another area. The enemy had no idea what was happening, nor did they ever comprehend their premature defeat as their forces were separated piece by piece. Naruto flashed in front of a man who had grabbed one of the kunai, throwing a ringan at the man's stomach. Naruto grabbed the kunai and put it in his pouch before it flashed again. Flashing behind a woman, he slammed it into the back of her head before moving on to another man and punching him in the face hard enough to send the man flying. Said man was unconscious before he hit the ground. Every time Naruto flashed, he made sure to grab the kunai while striking or killing the enemy. He had no idea what to do with its sense in letting the others grab them, since they wouldn't be able to use it anyway. Naruto found the experience of flashing from one place to another using the go without being a little disoriented. That Minato and now Naruto actually knew how the jutsu worked, or what it did. When and what Naruto was starting to call the flash, it slowed down the perception of time, allowing them to make decisions in just milliseconds, making it an extremely powerful technique. Not only that, but it was able to track of everything that was happening within a 15 m radius of the kunai due to the sensor arrays on the shiki, allowing him to shoot at any point within that range and eliminate his opponents. However, it also had its downsides. The jutsu took its toll on the body, as it wasn't meant to do this, as well as the information from the kunai, which could overload his mind if he wasn't careful. The strain, especially for first-time users, it was unbelievable. Irisin, the man, had passed out within minutes. Then up in the area where Mei and the other shinobi were waiting, they couldn't help but stare in a mix of fear and dread as one man destroyed an entire army for them. It seemed as if the entire field was covered in giant yellow flashes of light as Naruto teleported from point to point, taking out people left, right. In truth, it all only lasted a few minutes at most. Almost the entire Mizukage force was either dead or just unconscious. However, there was still one man who he wasn't out of the fight yet. He was the man Naruto had hoped to get first. If he was honest, of course he had tried. But the man had formed his vile shroud, rendering kunai, swords, and even the standard ringan useless. When the rest of the enemies were taken down, the flash disappeared, and in his place stood a heavily breathing Naruto, standing in front of the chakra, covered Yagura. Who would have thought that he would have been able to witness that jutsu firsthand? Yagura mused, absent-mindedly, as he looked at Naruto, who simply stared at the man. I guess you're the thorn in my side that appeared a few months ago. Yeah, again. Naruto didn't say anything, making Yagura sigh. Shame you don't talk. I don't talk to people who take joy in killing others. Naruto said with a glare, What joy? Yagura said, sounding really surprised. I take no joy in causing the boy's death. But in order to preserve the pure blood of humans, I must extinguish those whose blood has been tainted. Naruto frowned as he got into his fighting stance, considering that bloodlines were said to come from Biju. I find it funny that you all are talking about Pise enough, said Yagura, looked at the comment Naruto made, apparently told him, I'm going to enjoy shutting that mouth of yours permanently. You can try it. The two disappeared in a blur, and a loud bang echoed. Throughout the clearing, XXXX Mai felt her eyes widen as she saw the new battle beginning to take place. Just as it seemed like Naruto had literally won the war for them, a new threat appeared, and in the worst way possible, intelligence had been received that hadn't mentioned anything about Yagura actually coming to the battlefield, though in hindsight, and I suppose it made sense if the majority of their forces were going into battle now. Naruto was fighting a Kage-level ninja, who was also a Jinchuriki, said he had full control over Subu. Things weren't looking good right now. Pa yelled at me, approaching the man at his side. Immediately, I want you to gather your forces and ask them to see who is among the living on the battlefield, knowing that most of them are probably unconscious. Take the prisoners, so we can determine who the criminals are later. AO bowed. Of course, Terumi-sama. If I may ask, where will you be? I will help, Naruto replied, May as she ran towards the battle now taking place. XXXX Naruto grunted as he received a blow that felt like it shattered his entire box thoracic. He had honestly never felt someone hit that hard. Of course, he had only fought other Jinchuriki before, but all Gaara had been able to do was turn into a giant tanuki. Naruto stood up and began to look at various hand signs. Right on high and release, lightning, false darkness. A large burst of light shot out of Naruto's mouth and tore across the landscape as it headed for Yagura. The attack found its mark, and Naruto waited for the dust to clear before making his next movement. When it happened, Naruto cursed as he didn't see so much as a scratch on the man. Apparently, when one had full control of their bile, as shown here, it came with serious advantages. Yagura closed in on Naruto again, getting in front of him faster than most people could blink and aiming a blow with enough force to take the blonde's head off. Luckily, Naruto had trained extensively to fight at high speeds and dodged the blow by tilting his head to the side as he was crouching down. A Rasengan appeared with both hands before shoving them into the Masuka's stomach and chest, seeming to have an effect as Naruto was able to put more chakra into him. When he used the iris, in a scream ripped through Sammy's Jinchuriki's throat as his stomach and chest muscles were partially ripped out before he was sent flying. The man managed to get to his feet and glared at Naruto with a grunt. Naruto grimaced as he saw that the man's muscles and flesh were almost finished healing. He asked if this was how he felt about others when he had just finished healing any wounds he received. Oh, I can only say this is going to be fun. The three tails that were waving behind Yagura suddenly came forward as the man opened his mouth, forming large amounts of concentrated chakra between the tails. Naruto was curious for a moment, wondering what Yagura was doing. That amount of demonic chakra would kill anyone, even him. The Masuka swallowed the condensed chakra matter, becoming extremely heavy and causing the ground he was standing on to Ziko, and Mari. Three tails menacing Naruto cursed as a large blast of pure energy was launched toward Naruto through one of the chunin he had been sure to gather while fighting. Just as the attack was about to hit, Naruto flashed out of the way, catching the kunai before it landed on the ground. Naruto looked towards where the attack had been and saw that it had ripped a trench-feet-long diameter across the place, and it seemed to go on for miles. Naruto was glad that he was on the opposite side of the rebels, or they would have been wiped out. I'm starting to hate that. Jutsu. Naruto turned to see Yagura glaring at him, not deigning to speak. Naruto got back into his fighting stance. Yagura chuckled before attacking him with all his might, channeling the Kyuubi's chakra into his fist. Naruto began to match the man blow for blow as the fight continued. Unfortunately, Yagura, he could use more tails than Naruto, who could only use one, and the hits were starting to hurt. However, there wasn't much Naruto could do judo was mostly useless. The only thing that worked was Rinnegan, and Naruto, while he hadn't used much chakra, he wouldn't be able to do much more. The strain of using Gisin so much today, without having been well trained in it, had taken it too high to his body. Naruto ducked to get through its path before being forced out of the way of one of the man's tails as Yagura hit him threw another punch at the blonde. Naruto dodged the attack while grabbing his arm and pulling him to his knee. It didn't seem to do anything as the man simply got up and started attacking him even more furiously. Naruto dodged another punch only for his feet to fall out from under him. The blonde managed to roll to the left just in time to dodge another punch from Yura that shattered the ground. Getting to his feet, Naruto launched himself at his opponent, appearing in front of Yagura before sending another larger Rasengan at the man. Odom Rasengan, Big B Rasengan. There was a huge explosion and Yagura was sent flying backwards, rolling toward the ground several times before stopping. Naruto was hunched over, panting. When a man got back up, he noticed the wounds, while still healing, were more extensive. Naruto cursed. He needed to use a stronger jutsu. If he had some way to distract his opponent Jinchuriki, he could use that jutsu. Yotan Lava Bullet. Several molten magma bullets were fired at Yagura, hitting him, making him stumble as he screamed in pain from the lava, melting the skin on his back. Naruto looked back to see Mei Terumi running towards him with a worried but determined expression. Unfortunately, the blonde also noticed Yagura's eyes reflecting on Mei's form. Naruto and Yagura disappeared. Mei suddenly found herself being thrown to the side as Naruto pulled her away from Yagura, ducking under a blow. Naruto pushed another Rasengan towards his opponent, wincing as his arms, they felt the strain of the attack as it pierced their opponent's ribs as Yagura was thrown away. Naruto ran over to Mei. "Are you okay?" he asked as he offered a hand. "I think I should be the one asking." That said Mei as she accepted the help. "I hope you have a plan to beat him, because I'm drawing a blank." "Maybe," breathed Naruto. "How long can you hold him off?" 10 minutes at the most," Mei said, looking over to where Yagura was coming back up. "That should be more than enough time." Naruto said, "Be careful when you fight him." "I will do it," said Mei as he attacked Yagura and began to do hand seals. Futon Skillet, Mist Boil Release Skillet Mist when he began to throw jutsu of Yotan and Futon at Yagura, making sure to keep his distance. Naruto created a clone holding out his hand. Naruto formed a Rinnegan. The clone began to channel wind chakra into the Borajina destruction. "I'm only going to get one chance for this. I need to make it count." Sengan began to turn pure white as 4 dots appeared spinning around its outer edge, making the judo look like a 4-point shuriken. A loud screeching sound began to fill the air as the jutsu was completed. He looked at Mei. She had several bruises, but for the most part seemed okay. "Mai, get out of the way." Mei jumped off Yagura as Naruto channeled a concentrated dose of chakra into his feet, firing with such force the landscape literally warped and cracked as Naruto kicked, accelerating towards Yagura. Naruto held out his hand. Futon Rasen, Shuriken, Spiral Wind Release, Be Shuriken. Yagura didn't have time to react as the jutsu hit him head on, ripping the vile layer as if it was simple paper. As he rose into the air, a large dome 80 feet in diameter appeared around him as millions and millions of wind blades cut the Jinchuriki down on a cellular level. If the dome didn't block the sound, Naruto and Mei were sure they heard screams. Seeing that Yagura's mouth was open in a silent scream, finally the dome disappeared and Yagura's body fell to the ground. A second later, there was a large burst of light as the bull's chakra escaped. At first, Naruto was worried. He didn't have the energy to fight anymore and doubted he could take on a Biju. Luck seemed to be with them as the Biju didn't have the energy to reform and disperse. Naruto closed his eyes as he fell to the ground, breathing heavily as sweat began to run down his features. Now that the adrenaline was really wearing off, he could feel the strain that using the Gisin had taken on his body, as well as an intense pain in his arm. He looked at his arm and grimaced. It had thousands of small cuts, much like what Yagura had. On a small scale, they were already starting to heal as Kyuubi's chakra went to work. Still, the jutsu hurt like a bitch, and he hoped he wouldn't need it again until he found a way to throw it away. He opened his eyes when he felt his head lift and go somewhat soft. What he saw was Mei smiling at him. As he began to stroke her hair, "Are you okay?" Naruto asked. "I shouldn't be asking," that she questioned as she looked him up and down. His clothes were completely ripped leaving him in his pants, which were now shorts, and his combat boots. "You look like one." Naruto chuckled. "Oh well, then it's not just my imagination. Because I feel like one of you all safe." "Yes," he said. Many of the people were actually walking towards them after having witnessed the battle. "It seems that you're a hero, huh?" Naruto tried to laugh, only to find it turn into a wince as he felt his chest tense under the pressure. I guess I'll have to take rain check that reward, all right." Tonight, with that, the blonde ninja closed his eyes as the last of the adrenaline rush left his body and fell asleep. May looked at him for a long moment as he continued to wander aimlessly with one hand through his hair. She looked at the view of the battle and shook her head. The battlefield was a vision of absolute destruction. The techniques used had literally reshaped the landscape. She looked down at the large crater created by Naruto's jutsu. She had never seen such a destructive technique. Even his Yotan attacks didn't do that much damage. Looking back at Naruto, she smiled. Enigma indeed. XXXX. It had been months since the battle, and things had been going smoothly in the mist. May had been selected as the new Misuka, and she immediately began to put plans to rebuild Kiri and the surrounding towns with the help of many of the ninjas. Both those who had sided with the Bloodline and those who had been against Igura but couldn't leave for fear of their families had begun to help with the repairs. With the two factions now working under one banner, and with the support of the Ms. Sudao, Kiri was beginning to set out on a path to return to his former glory. Of course, it also helped that a certain blonde-haired shinobi decided to stay and help Kiri get back on his feet, creating a literal army of Kai Bizon that he used to help May and the others with their repairs. It had started to be said that Kuni had reached many outlying cities on the amazing feat of Naruto by defeating an entire army with a single jutsu and fighting against the ancient Misuka. Many people had started to shout his name as the hero of Kiri, while Naruto appreciated the good thoughts people had of him. He couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. The news of what he did here would no doubt reach the other nations, despite the isolation that this had from the rest of the elemental countries. When he did it, he had no doubt that he would face several problems, namely Iwai, and Akatsuki decided not to worry about that now. As he sat in the new Mizuki's office while he read me the latest reports of the day, now that they were experiencing a new time of peace, Naruto had made sure to meet the Bustakage in circumstances where they did not have to fear for their lives. I had to say that it was fun taking me out to eat, go for walks, or when they watched a movie. After the new cinema had been built, it had been an experience ever since they saw the Princess Gale movie with Yuki Fujika. Koyakena had many people, including her. They were surprised to see their hero when he was younger. Overall, it was a good experience and allowed May to get out of the office once in a while, a place that seemed to be taking up more of her time than she would have liked. Unfortunately, now she had to go. A few days ago, she received a message that Jiraiya was coming there. In fact, it wouldn't surprise the young blonde if the man was already there. She looked up when she felt something heavy on the couch and saw May looking at him with a curious expression. He gave her a smile. "Looks like this is goodbye for now. Are you leaving?" he asked, frowning. She had approached the young man and didn't want him to leave during the war. Was her conversations with him that brought her comfort and allowed her to forget all the bloodshed, even if it was only for a while. Jiraiya is probably in the city by now. He ran a hand through his hair. "Now that my mission is complete, I will definitely begin my training again." "I really don't think you need any more training," he reflected with a smile. "I wish that were true," Naruto said with a sad smile. "But once word gets out, my enemies, who are already quite numerous, will multiply. I have to be prepared to protect not only myself, but the people they will undoubtedly use to get to me. May shouldn't. Someone as young as him shouldn't have that many enemies." She shook off the morbid thoughts. "So, when will I see you again?" she asked. Naruto smirked, making the woman become curious. Reaching into his cloak, the blonde pulled out a 3-pronged kunai, which he handed to her. "We can meet whenever." He started smiling. "Just make sure you limit it to once every 2 weeks if it's not an emergency. That way I'll make sure to come whenever you call." He smirked at her as he closed his hand over the kunai. "Thanks, Mama. You don't have to thank me." He started with a smile before affecting a mock-sad expression. "I would miss you too much if we couldn't see each other," she sniffed as she wiped away a fake tear. May's smile turned into a sultry grin. Or maybe you might be interested in staying, so we're never apart. You know, we never tried that hot spring together, Naruto chuckled before a part of me is definitely tempted to stay, but we both know I can't still. I have two more things I want to give you today. What is that? And Paige May was silenced as Naruto brought them into a passionate lip lock. May slowly closed her eyes as she wrapped her arms around Naruto's neck. Naruto, in turn, wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her so that she was sitting on his lap when she opened her voice to moan. Naruto instinctively brought his tongue to his mouth, increasing the volume and frequency of May's moans. One of May's hands landed on Naruto's hair as Naruto's hand began to rub up and down her May's thighs. When they finally separated, they were both breathing heavily with reddened faces. Wow, was all I could think after the kiss. Wow. Indeed, said Naruto. With a smirk before kissing her again, XXXX, clever brat. Naruto looked up to see Jiraiya standing in the entrance of Kiri. He had his arms crossed and had a smirk on his face. I bet Hiro-sensei, said Naruto as he walked past the man. Jiraiya soon caught up to Naruto and looked at him. You know you're the talk of the whole country. Yeah, I know, said Naruto. Feeling like he knew where this was going. Talks about you defeating an entire army with a single jutsu, continued Jiraiya. Yes, Ero-sensei. I used Irisin to defeat the Mizukage forces. Naruto looked at his sensei in irritation. You know this could drive you crazy again. Naruto sighed. I know, but I couldn't just sit back and do nothing those people needed. My help. Jiraiya was torn between being worried and impressed. After all, his apprentice had just won a war, and becoming a hero is like your father, you know, Gaki asked with a smile as he decided to walk away, proudly always thinking of others before yourself with that selfless attitude of yours. I'll take that as a compliment, said Naruto with a smile. They continued walking in comfortable silence for a while before Jiraiya spoke again. By the way, good job on bagging the hot Misuke. I'm impressed. Naruto stopped in his tracks for a second, forcing Jiraiya to stop and turn to him. Supposed to be a private moment between me and me, Mei-chan. Ero-sensei. Jiraiya flinched at the tone of voice he'd heard before from another blonde when he tried to sneak a peek at Kuzuna. The beating he got from that was almost worse than the time he nearly died for looking at Tsunade. He quickly started stumbling over the angry blonde while raising his hands in front of his face defensively. Now, listen to Naruto. Yo, oh, Boma Ringon, Big B Ringon Og XXXX. Meanwhile, in my Swaj's office, May was sitting in her chair looking out at the village with a big smile on her face, remembering her little makeout session with Naruto. She hoped that when she visited, he could do it again. Maybe when he gets back, we can go to those hot springs and have a different kind of fun, she thought with a blush as she shifted in her seat. She noticed something fall out of her dress. She picked it up and recognized it as a letter opening. She placed the letter on her desk and began to read. Dear Me-chan, during our time together, I feel like we've grown closer than ever most people, and we would like to start a relationship with you. Before we can, however, there are several things that you should know. At the end of this letter is a containment seal that contains information that I believe will be important for our future. Within this seal is the information that I want to give you. Look it up in Clause 36 Love Article. Naruto May smiled at the warm feelings that Naruto's letter evoked and couldn't help but feel curious as to what he wanted her to know. As she opened the contents of the seal of containment, she picked up a book and read the title, Konoha Clan Charter, and Laos blinked in surprise at the title. She shrugged before looking for the section Naruto wanted her to read. Boom, she looked up at me, startled as a loud explosion rocked the building. She saw a large ball of energy she recognized from Naruto's fight with Yagura, figuring Naruto-sensei had just done something perverted. She shrugged as if nothing had happened and went back to the law book she was reading. Hello, girls and boys. Before continuing with the video, I wanted to remind you that subscribing to the channel and activating the bell is the best way to find out when I'm going to upload new content and be one of the first to see the videos and news. Without anything else to add, continue the video. Chapter 3, Kitsune Nico and Rapper. It was a quiet day in the village of Konoha when the sun began to set. Tsunade looked at the buildings from her office in the Okage Tower while silently watching a little surf. It was one of the rare moments when she actually finished her paperwork instead of just tossing it aside so she could drink herself into a stupor while staring out the window. She couldn't help but wonder how Naruto was. The last time she'd heard from Jiraiya through Toad summoning was about a month ago, and he'd simply said that he was fine and still alive. It had been almost a year since Jiraiya had convinced her that her son/brother/grandson figure had to be her Learning about the harsh realities of war and gaining real-life experience made her give Naruto a mission she had originally gone on. She hoped he would be okay. If he had been injured or killed in Kirigaya, she would never forgive herself for allowing Jiraiya to convince her to send the blonde there. Of course, if she found out what happened, it would give Jiraiya a reason to regret convincing her to send Naruto as well. A knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. Forward, she knocked the door open to reveal Shizen walking in with a scroll. She walked over and placed it on the desk for Tsunade. "It's a message from Kirigakure," Shizen said. Without preamble, the young woman didn't know why they had sent a message to Konoha since they were embroiled in a civil war at the moment, but she assumed it was a cry for help. Tsunade hadn't told anyone that she had actually sent them help before when they had sent her their first request. Everyone had assumed she had simply abandoned the mission due to their foreign affairs policy. Tsunade snatched the scroll from the desk as soon as those words left her attendants and unrolled it. "Thank you," Shizen said Tsunade as she began to read. Shizen, curious, decided not to ask as she bowed and left, closing the door behind her with a loud click. Tsunade continued reading as the sun set. When she finished, she leaned back in her chair with a shocked expression. She had just received a message from the new Misuka, Might Terumi. Apparently, the war was over, and May claimed that it was all over because of Naruto, of course, given what that little brat was reading, said Tsunade with a smile as she turned to look back at the village. "Looks like I'll have to call a council meeting soon. XXXX, this information is accurate." "Yes, Dan Soma," said a kneeling figure. "Both the reports from our spies in Kiri and the news passing through the ranks of Sushin Bison confirmed this." Dano Shimura frowned as he was trying to figure out what to do with this information. Dano had always been a very cunning and intelligent man. He had even once been a candidate for the position due to his talent. Although Iris had defeated him for the position in Sarutobi, Danzo had always been a player in the background, helping to manipulate things so that the village of Konoha would remain safe from its enemies. His program was one of those things, since he was originally created by Night-Aim Okage to carry out missions from the shadows and train shinobi at a young age. Early for them to be tools, Danzo was a man who would use any tactic, no matter how discreet, if it meant he could protect his home by accepting missions that Tsunade and the other would have dismissed. Of course, he refused to stay in the shadows forever. He had already hatched a plan to become the next Okage. There were some problems he had to take care of. First, one of them was Tsunade, the woman, although powerful, didn't understand that in order to keep Konoha strong, they needed to be more aggressive in his approach to ace his exterior. Another problem was the information he had just received. Apparently, Tsunade had done something that he would not have expected her to be capable of, and sent one of her shinobi to aid in the Bloodline civil war in Kiri. That shinobi was none other than Naruto, you seen in my case, the QB Jinchuriki, son of the Yon. Dame Danzo, of course, knew of the boy's heritage. It had been a simple matter of finding the information by having one of his rots steal the proof from the boy, which had merely helped confirming her suspicions made sense. Somehow Minato had always been one of the noblest people she had ever met. Even when he was at war, it would make sense that he wouldn't use anyone but his own son for the sealing. He was definitely a man Danzo respected, even if he didn't agree with his soft policies. Scenario Danzo had spent a lot of time plotting and planning for the day that Konoha's network could rule. This boy could be a huge obstacle to her plans. With the power he was gaining, of course, could also be a huge advantage, thought Danzo, as he tried to find a way to trap the blonde under his thumb. If he could somehow get the boy under his control, it would be much easier to accomplish Danzo's plans. He would bide his time. The boy would return in 2 years, and at that moment Danzo would start to make his move. The one-eyed man looked at his subordinate, still in a kneeling position. "I want the boy's progress monitored, and I want you to send me weekly reports." "Do it, Osama XXXX. Stop, Naruto." And Jiraiya stopped when one of the BT shinobi stood in front of them. Foreign ninjas are not allowed in without a passport. Jiraiya reached into his vest and pulled out 2 small red books. "We have our passports here." When a man checked the passports, Naruto studied the Volt officer's outfit. Volt. It was the Kumo version of the Ambu that Konoha was so famous for. They were usually assigned to 3 branches of the military: assassination, combat, and warfare. CW, and the last, torture and interrogation, and very similar to the Ambu of Konoha. His outfit was also very similar to Andu's, with the difference being the colors of his vest, which was white instead of black. The Folka officer felt very well. These seemed to be in order to try not to cause any trouble and enjoy your stay here in Kumo. Jiraiya nodded and the two walked through the gates and headed to the village. Naruto used the time they were walking to look around and study the layout of Kumo, as well as all the hidden villages. Kumo hadn't strayed far from the original design that all of the great shinobi nations that were created during the founding of the hidden villages during the First Great War possess. However, unlike Konoha, Kumo hadn't demilitarized like many of the others after the Third War. This was evident when Naruto looked at the majority of the people milling about. It was easy to tell that aside from the children, nearly 75% of Kumo's population were ninja, judging by the way they walked. Their walks are much more stylish than the civilians. It was also the only place Naruto had ever seen people with such dark skin. Kumo had a great history of trying to gain an advantage over other hidden villages during the Second and First Shinobi War. Kumo had tried to kidnap several people who possessed special abilities. Naruto knew that. After the Third War, Hinata had tried to kidnap her, which resulted in the death of Issei Yuga, the brother of the clan. Luckily, after that, the Third Reich lost much of his power when the people became dissatisfied with his rule, which led to the Fourth Reich taking his place. The man didn't know much about the Raikage, except that he apparently had no interest in bloodlines and strength. He respected them. At least that was what he heard from Jiraiya's spy network. They entered a large stone tower that was situated in the middle of the village. Naruto could easily recognize it as the RA Tower due to its similar appearance to the Okage Tower. Konoha, except it was made of stone and concrete. Walking inside, Naruto followed Jiraiya to the top floor, where the man stopped in front of a desk. The woman sitting at the desk looked up at the white-haired Sennin. "Can I help you?" she asked. Jiraiya smiled. "Yes, I think we have an appointment with the Raikage named Jiraiya." The woman looked through her notebook as she searched for the name, finally finding it. Nodding her head, she walked towards the door and knocked on it. "Raikage-sama, Jiraiya is here." Sennin. The woman opened the door as Jiraiya and Naruto entered, though not before the toes Sennin winked at. The young woman who said the woman ignored him as she went back to her desk. Naruto took a look around the room and noticed that it was rather bland. There wasn't much around that really caught his eye other than the few posters with weights on them. "Ah, Jiraiya Samak, I've been waiting for you." Naruto turned his attention to see a rather large man standing up from behind the desk with what looked like a silly bell in his hand, which was quickly dropped, causing several cracks in the stone floor. Was a very large, muscular man with slicked back white hair and a small mustache. He was wearing his hat and his boxer robes without a shirt underneath, allowing others to see his helmet as if it were physical. Each wrist had a gold bracelet with bumps sticking out of them. It was easy for Naruto to tell that the man was a taijutsu specialist, one who most likely used his large frame to crush and dominate his enemies. And this is Naruto. Naruto blinked as he turned his attention back to the conversation that had apparently taken place. He looked at the Raikage with unwavering blue eyes as the H studied him for only a moment. The Raikage could have sworn it was another blonde redhead who was looking at him with those same eyes. There had only ever been one man who had the same appearance as Naruto. The resemblance is also uncanny. I wonder if he shook the thoughts off. After a few moments, he smiled. "It's a nice to meet you, kid." The Raikage extended his hand, which Naruto took without hesitation. Naruto soon found out the man had a very firm grip. Deciding he wasn't one to be left out, Naruto used his own strength, which he had taken to enhance along with his speed. He squeezed the Raikage hand just enough to let him know he also had a great deal of physical skill, even if he did not show it. "Nice to meet you too, Raikage Dano," said Naruto with a feral grin. Haha, the Raikage laughed as he felt the kid's grab, which was much stronger than he expected. "I like you, kid. You have a firm grip that shows your strength." Naruto smiled. "I've always been told I have more bravado and more brains besides. Who needs to think when you can smash the enemy shinobi right through a wall? Action and power are what shinobi respect the most." The Raikage chuckled as he walked behind his desk and pulled out a small box. "You know what? You're right. I like you. And that's why I'm going to give you this." He held out a box of protein bars. Naruto blinked as he looked at the box of protein bars, unsure of what to do. He looked at the Raikage to see the man looking expectantly and realized that it was most likely the man's way of showing respect. "Thank you, Rajdano," Naruto replied as he took the box. "This will help boost my physical performance and training greatly." "Ah, no problem, kid," the Raikage said before turning to Asuya. Jiraiya said, "I have a hotel ready for you too." He handed Jiraiya a letter with directions to the hotel. Jiraiya nodded in thanks before turning to Naruto and giving him the directions. "I have some business to discuss with Rajdano. I want you to go to the hotel. You can explore for a while if you want, but don't cause any trouble. Okay, Naruto side, who are you taking me to, Hero Sensei? If anyone's going to get into trouble, it's going to be you when you decide to spy on the hot springs. Stupid. Gatly Jiraiya, muttered Naruto, looked at the Raikage. I don't want to be too much trouble, but I was wondering if there was any training grounds that you'd be willing to let me use. The Raikage thought about it. Yes, I know of some that you could use. You could use the ones on the east side of the village. Not many people go to those. So they're open. Naruto nodded and left. As soon as the blonde left, the atmosphere changed as the two left in the room, took on a more serious expression. So what do you know about Akatsuki? Asked Jiraiya. XXXX Yujito cursed herself as she headed to the training grounds. She'd been told to go to the person who had been assigned to watch. Was very likely she couldn't understand why she was the one doing this. There were other people who could do as well with such an assignment. She should undertake more dangerous tasks than this, things like assassinations and defeating powerful ninja. She was the Nib Jinchuriki for the sake of Kami. However, the Raikage had been adamant that she would be the one to look after this boy who was apparently very important, although the Raikage refused to mention why XXX flashback. You can't be serious, Raik-sama, Yujito said in disbelief. You want me to stay with some brat from another village? Anyone can easily do that task. Why not assign him to Samuel's team? Hell, even just one of them should be more than suitable for this mission. The Raikage frowned. He knew the reason why Yujito didn't want to be stuck on this mission. Unlike her brother killer bee, the young blonde woman wasn't as respected as a few Kumo civilians cheered her on. As of the hero, still tended to tire of her, often staying away for the most part. Add that a lot of the shinobi are bothered by her skill and Jinchuriki status, as well as the fact that some members of the council disliked her, and I could see why she wanted to prove herself. Every day Yugi did her best to get away from Yugi's shadow and be respected by her fellow ninja and the people of this village. Yugi is possibly one of the most important missions you would ever be assigned by anyone else, the Rake said in a serious voice. This seemed to catch the young woman by surprise for a moment before her face frowned again. What's so special about this boy anyway? She asked. The Rake laughed. There's something special about him. If you complete this mission, I'll share it with you. Flashback ending. XXXX. The Raikage had not only been very vague on what made this boy so important, but he also wouldn't allow anyone else to take him. She finally arrived at the training camp and came across a front row seat to an awesome view. The person she had been assigned to watch was there. However, he was doing an exercise that the young woman was sure would even make the Raikage and her brother think twice before trying it. The man, a young blonde man, was balancing on a kunai with one finger while doing arm push-ups. Adhering to his body were several decent-sized rocks that the blonde no doubt used chakra to stay in place, balanced on his feet. There were two large 4-foot boulders, one for each foot. He was now blindfolded with an 8 over his eyes, while several bison of some sort were standing around him, forming a circle. The boy was only wearing a pair of pants as he worked, which allowed Yujito to see a physique that, while not as large as Aokurabi's, was extremely well defined. It was agile, firm, and reminded her of a panther or some sort of powerful predator. No doubt his body was designed for a combination of speed and intense force. She could see the ripple of his muscles every time the young man moved, looking at him, making an unusual heat rise to her cheeks. He is quite an impressive specimen, isn't the kitty Nibby? The only kitty was the answer that received her mind. Getting back to the topic, that young Tom is an impressive and handsome young man, don't you think? Well, you should go talk to him. Then once the two of you get to know him, take him to your room. And Nibby said Yujito, as a blush began to spread across her cheeks. Oh, come on, kitty. Don't you be a Nazi. So sexual. Nibby said, go out and talk to the man, and then ride him until Doctor. I can't believe you, Yujito commented in disbelief, although there was a large blush on her cheeks and a small amount of blood trickling from her nose before she wiped. All you think about is sex. Why don't you someday just give it a break? Because you need a man in your life, kitty. You turn men off left and right. It's getting harder and harder to watch. Besides looking at those muscles, Yujito immediately tuned into the ranting Nibby pervert, although no, she couldn't help the blush on her face. She looked at the young man who had switched arms. She couldn't deny that he was ridiculously handsome, so indeed, but she couldn't get involved with anyone other than the fact that she needed to work twice as hard as any other ninja to get any respect. She was also a Jinchuriki. The few men that had been interested in her weren't with her because they loved her, but because they wanted her body and claimed that they had sex with the famous Jinchuriki of Kumo. the rights of bragging, was all she was. It ain't true, kitty, you haven't found anyone yet, Yujito sighed, but nodded mentally, not wanting to argue with her tenant at this point, instead turning her attention back to the young man still in his workout routine as she watched the clones surrounding him pull out several kunai and, without warning, begin throwing them at him. She was about to yell out in warning when her fellow blonde pulled out his own kunai and began deflecting the attacks, even as he continued doing push-ups. The few he couldn't block, like the ones behind him, were dodged, using the boulders on his feet as a counterbalance to each other as he leaned his body from side to side while dodging the kunai. In all his years, Yujito had never seen anyone who had such a ridiculously dangerous training regime. She watched him for what seemed like hours, but was actually only about 30 minutes as the man continued training. When it was done, the clones dissipated and the man kicked the rocks, and the rocks on his body fell. Yujito watched as the man flipped off the kunai, landing on his feet. As he removed his calm from around his eyes, Yujito, assuming he was going home, turned to leave, only for a hand to land on her shoulder and a voice to whisper in her ear, "Now, where do you think you're going home?" Yujito yelled as she turned around and saw the blonde looking at her with an amused expression. Her eyes widened in surprise at how fast he had gotten to her. He hadn't even passed her a second since she had become that kind of speed, was something he had never seen in anyone before. Seeing how she wasn't going to respond, Naruto took a moment to look at the young woman. He had to say in a whistle how beautiful she was. She could even rival at a guess. He would have to say the woman was in her 20s and had an aura that made all the ninja poses serious. Her hair was blonde, much like his. However, instead of kissing his golden sun, her blonde was a pale shade closer to that of the Yamanaka clan. It was tied into a long ponytail that reached her lower back. Her at 8 was wrapped around her head, keeping her bangs from falling into her eyes and face. She was wearing a short-sleeved black shirt with a purple piece of what looked like body armor covering her from her stomach to mid-breasts. She was wearing standard black shinobi pants, a violet bandana that crossed her hips, and standard black shinobi sandals. Her body was the type that was just starting out to suspect that was a standard when it came to strong kunoichi. She was very lithe and agile with a grace that strangely reminded him of a cat. However, she still retained a generous amount of curves. Her legs were strong and slender with well-defined muscles, but still retained her femininity. Her hips were not wide, but they were not narrow either, and had a nice definition attached to the back of her hips. It was a perfectly round and firm base. She had a slim and toned stomach that was moved up in a set of perky breasts and a perfect size that were around a cup in the middle. Naruto looked up at her face that was a mix of slightly oval and heart-shaped. Naruto favored her with a smirk. "So, what's a beautiful woman like you spying on me, little guy? I don't think I'm going to like the kitten." Yujito felt her face heat up at that comment as she tried to think of something to say. "I wasn't spying, I was just was happening." And while you see, Naruto laughed as the woman literally tripped over herself to explain what she was doing there. Naruto had already guessed that the Raikage had sent her to look after him, while he arrow sensed and talked to the man, no doubt, to make sure he not only stayed out of trouble, but also to see his abilities, something that most hidden villages usually do when a foreign shinobi is present. Yujito's blush instantly turned into a frown. "What funny?" Naruto laughed and waved a hand in front of his face as if it were towards the woman. "I'm sorry, but I've never seen a kunoichi get so flustered, or at least not like a serious kunoichi. It's obvious you're." Yugito blinked, unsure if she had just received a compliment or an insult. "You're insulting me." "No at all," Naruto replied. "I was just teasing you a little. That's all, although I would still like to know why you were spying on me." Yugito instantly cowers. "Sorry, I was just passing by the field. Training that I usually use when I heard you practicing. I think I just got caught up in watching you." Yujito's eyes widened as she realized how her words could be taken. "I mean, she was watching you train. I don't mean your training regime. I mean." Naruto smirked at everything he had just pondered, not being able to pass up such a glorious opportunity. He walked over until he was right next to her. "Then, you caught yourself staring at me. I guess you like what you see then, kitty. This is perfect. Take it now and ride it until it ahua at the moment." "God damn it, Nyap." Yujito blushed as she tried to speak, but couldn't find anything. That blush soon increased when Nibi started sending pictures of a naked Naruto and her in various sexual positions. She looked at the blonde, only to blush deeper as she realized not only how close he was, but that his body looked even better up close, unable to stop Yujito's eyes from wandering over the blonde's well-toned physique. She stopped when he reached her face and noticed the knowing smile she was giving her. She looked away as another blush stained her cheeks. You are so much bolder than most, said Naruto, with a sly grin. We don't even know each other's names, and you're already undressing me with your eyes. I wasn't Yugudo. She tried to deny it. However, the fact that her face was red took away any credit she might have lost, not knowing what else to do. She let her anger get the better of her, and with a small huff, she began to walk away. Seeing her leave, Naruto ran to catch up to her and put a hand on her shoulder to stop her. Hey, look, I'm sorry, he apologized. Naruto, I didn't mean to tease you so much. Naruto blinked as he stopped to think. Well, I did, but I didn't mean to drive you crazy, Yugudo. She looked at him while using the enhanced senses that Nebi gave her to try to detect a lie. To her surprise, she found none, and that his apology was completely genuine. She decided to offer him a small smile. Okay, I guess I deserved it for. I'm not going to interfere with your training. Naruto rubbed the back of his head. For no reason at all. I'm a foreign ninja, so it's only natural that you be curious about how I train. That reminds me, Yugudo said, what was that training regimen you just did? I don't think I've ever seen someone do something that crazy before. Naruto smiled sheepishly as he rubbed the back of his neck. It's actually a training exercise I set up for myself. Yugudo raised an eyebrow as she continued. It's designed to make me split my attention. Numerous exercises, the rocks that stick to my body, are a more difficult version of the leaf-sticking exercise that the Academy has in Konoha. Balance on a kunai, the difficulty in controlling the chakras. Also, the boulders are used as counterweights and balancers to keep me balanced, especially when my clones start mixing kuna. And in the mix, I use push-ups to increase the physical difficulty of the exercise, and the bandage is to increase. My senses are different from the seeing. This also helps with my spatial awareness. Yujito listened to Naruto's explanation and found herself very impressed with what was obviously a well-thought-out workout. It was like an all-in-one extreme workout routine that would allow someone to get the maximum effect from their exercises and at the same time be something that one could do on the go, if they so desired. So anyways, Naruto said, bringing Yujito out of her thoughts. I would like to make up for my joke. You don't really have to. Yujito began to get interrupted by the young blonde girl. I know, but I want, said Naruto, while giving her a charming smile. So I would like to make it up to you. Tello Herm. It's Yugudo, he said with a light blush spreading across his cheeks. Yugudo, that is a beautiful name, said Naruto with a smile, making the young girl blush again. Are you doing something tomorrow? Yugudo tilted her head while looking thoughtful before shaking her head. No, I don't have anything in particular to do tomorrow. Her job was to keep an eye on him so that technically he wouldn't do anything. Why questions? Well, I was wondering if you would allow me to take you out to dinner tomorrow. For example, around 7xxxx for the 18th time in the last hour. Yugudo began to smooth down her dress. As she continued to pace around the room to her apartment, she couldn't deny that she was nervous. Despite having a lot of confidence in her abilities as a kunoichi, she had a hard time trusting her abilities as a woman. Not because of the problem she had with her looks. Yugo was aware that many people in Kumo thought she was beautiful. Her problem lay in the fact that she had never really focused on being a woman. Her duties as a ninja had always kept her busy enough. Even if people asked her, she could never go out on dates, and the few times she was out, it was always with the small circle of friends she had, namely the students of Killer Bear. You worry too much. Kitty Yujito stopped smoothing her dress as she turned to her tenant. I've never done this before, Nibby. What if I do something wrong and screw this up? Yujito, she heard an eye laughing in her mind. What is this? Worries Yui token causing a good one on her date. Yujito's face blushed. That's not for nothing. I just wanted to make sure to leave a good impression on him, so it doesn't reflect negatively on Kumo. You know I'm not buying that ridiculous excuse. Yujito was about to answer when she disconnected from the conversation. When the doorbell rang, she walked towards the door knowing that it was most likely Naruto. Taking a deep breath, she smoothed her V, once again opening the door. She stepped out to greet Naruto, only to find all her breath leaving her. Naruto was not in the shinobi clothing that she had seen him in today or yesterday, but instead was dressed in a set of well-kept civilian clothes. He wore a pair of dark brown dress shoes that were polished with a shine for his pants. He wore a pair of black slacks with pleats on the sides. His shirt was a short-sleeved black collared shirt with dark orange stripes that ran down the side of his sleeve. Yujito could see that the shirt seemed tight in certain places, mainly his pecs and biceps, which showed that although he wasn't too big, he still had strong muscles. Seeing the look of the young girl, Naruto smirked. "So you like what you see, Yujito-chan?" For a moment, Yujito blinked as she tried to reboot her mental functions and decipher what Naruto said. When she did, her face started to turn bright red as she started to babble and make excuses as to why she was staring. Naruto took the time to look at her when she was wearing her shinobi clothes. Naruto could easily tell that Yujito was a beautiful woman, but in a dress, she looked absolutely stunning. Yujito was wearing a strapless dark purple dress that seemed to hug the contours of her body, showing off those delicious curves in ways her ninja clothes couldn't. The dress ended just above her knees and started a little below the top of her chest, allowing Naruto a good view of her cleavage that seemed to be pushed out by the dress, making them even perkier than they already were. She had left her hair out of the ponytail, allowing Naruto to see it in all its glory as it hung freely down her back. It also seemed like she had used some kind of special shampoo or something because it had a glossy shine to it and looked extremely soft. Naruto also noticed that she only had a small hint of makeup on. Her lips were a light red from lipstick, and she had a small amount of violet lines in her eyes that highlighted the beautiful and exotic look of her eyes. Overall, she was beautiful. Naruto breathed, not realizing that he had spoken out loud. Yujito felt heat rise to her face at the tone of astonishment in Naruto's voice. She lowered her head so that he wouldn't see where edges were her cheeks. "Do you really think that?" she asked in a low voice. Naruto blinked, realizing that he must have spoken his thoughts. He reached out with his left hand and placed his thumb and index finger under her chin, lifting it so he could see her smile. "I've rarely met someone that matches how beautiful you look right now." Yujito felt like she was actually going to faint from the compliment. No one had ever said anything like that to her, and actually meant it. The few that could easily smell the lust coming off them. She forced herself not to faint and took several deep breaths as she steadied her heart rate, which had been beating much faster than that she had felt it even after her toughest training routine. Once she stabilized, Yujito offered him a dazzling smile that literally seemed to light up her face. "Thank you," Naruto smiled as he stuck his arm out. "We should smile a little more." Yujito wrapped her arms in his after she closed and locked the door to her apartment. The two walked through the streets, making small talk as Yujito told Naruto the directions to her favorite sushi bar, which was where he had decided to take her. As they walked, Naruto noticed the strange looks Yujito was receiving from the village. They were no doubt surprised to see her not only with a man, but with a dress. Of all things, it was easy for Naruto to see that the young woman was not one for dressing. In fact, it amused him that he could still see the shopping tag on her dress, meaning either she never put on and forgot to take it off, or she had just bought it recently and hadn't even looked at it. He thought it was the last. Naruto also noticed that she seemed to be getting a lot of stares from the men in the village. It was pretty easy to see that they were jealous, and the only day he had known her, it was clear to Naruto that Yujito wasn't really the type of person who would go on dates, and that in fact, given how nervous she seemed, the chances were good that this was her first date. Considering how attractive the blonde woman was, he knew that at least some of the men had probably asked her out. Most likely is that they would reject her the moment a date request left their mouths. Then along comes this new guy, a foreigner, no less, and in less than a day, he gets a date with one of the most desirable women in Kumo. It was pretty easy to see why they were jealous of him. Not that he cared. They arrived at the sushi bar and walked in, sitting down on two seats at the bar. The way Yujito moved to the seat gave Naruto a hunch that it was reserved for her, just like his own seat at Ichiraku Ramen. The idea of the ramen stand and the two people who were like family to him brought a smile to his face. "Or Kin-Sisen, can I have it?" As usual, please. Naruto watched as an old man came out from the back, wiping his hands on a rag. The man had the same air as old man Tucci. Naruto thought it must be something from the chef. "Wow, Yuji-chan, look at you. Dressed up," Kenny said with a smile as she looked between her and Naruto. "She actually took him on a date. About time, if you ask me." Kenny said Yugudo with a small groan as her face started to heat up. Ken just laughed. Then one of the usual "And what can I get for your date?" he asked, turning to Naruto. Naruto smiled. "I'll have the same as Ken was." Really surprised before shrugging, "You must have quite the appetite. If you're going to eat, that they'll be ready with that said." Kenny went into the back room to get supplies to prepare the meal. While the meal was being prepared, Naruto and Yujito struck up a conversation, telling each other about their experience as ninja. For the most part, they omitted anything that could be considered sensitive information, such as some of the classified missions they had gone on. Yugi would normally only tell her fellow shinobi about the different places she visited and her time as a genin under killer, making sure to leave out her Jinchuriki status, since Naruto was a foreigner. As for Naruto himself, she told her about his accomplishments when his team had just started telling him about his first A rank mission in C, where they had faced Sausamomoi, and her mission to protect Koyuki. And Yujito had to admit he was impressed that a simple genin team had managed to pull off missions of that caliber. A few minutes after the conversation started to wind down, the food arrived. Naruto, he was surprised to see that there were 10 servings of each sushi plate served here. Naruto had never seen so much sushi in his entire life. "Wow, when you said you better be hungry, you really meant it." Kenny laughed as she walked into the back of the shop again. Yujito looked at Naruto with a smile as she looked at the insane amounts of sushi. "If you can't eat it all, I'd be more than happy to take it off your hands." Naruto looked at Yujito and saw the defiant look in her eyes. He gave her his patented sly grin. "Not a chance. This will all be gone long before you can even think about digging your paws into it," Naruto said in a confident tone. Yujito gave him a defiant smile. "I want to make a bet." XXX Jiraiya sighed. As he entered the hotel room he was sharing with Naruto had taken a lot of effort and negotiation on his part, but he had finally convinced the Raikage to allow Killer Bee to help Naruto train using Buzz chakra. He had been forced to not only hand over all the information he had on Akatsuki, but he was also forced to send a message to Tsunade asking for 4 jutsu of each element to give to Kumo as payment. It had been a pain to get Tsunade to abandon them, and that was why she had taken longer than he had expected. But the Sennin felt it was worth the effort. He had received information that the Akatsuki would begin to move sometime within the next year. His apprentice, though strong, wouldn't last in a fight with 2 S-class ninja without some sort of trump card. Moving to the bedroom, Jiraiya frowned when he noticed his apprentice wasn't there, figuring he was just practicing since the white-haired man hadn't received a message through actions of toads, nor felt any spike in Naruto's chakra. The man decided to get some rest. XXX Yujito patted Naruto on the cheek while giving him a condescending smile. "There, you should have known he was going to win." "Really now, Naruto, that look doesn't suit you." Naruto just continued to pout. He couldn't believe he lost in an eating contest. The only person who had ever been able to eat him in anything was Chi, and even then the Raikage couldn't do with some things like ramen. "I couldn't believe that this woman had not only stuffed herself in the entire sushi plate, but had also stolen half of hers. It wasn't fair. You cheated." Naruto sniffed, his pout still in place. Yugito burst out laughing. "You're just upset because you lost, and now you owe me." At that comment, Naruto's grimace disappeared and was replaced by a smile that Yugito was sure to recognize. "Speaking of duty, you never told me what you want from me." Yugito muttered in her thoughts as the two of them met. They got up and left the restaurant, starting to head to their apartment. "I haven't decided yet," he said as he started tapping his chin. Naruto smirked as he closed the distance between them. "I've been told to give him a really good text. If you want, I can do it." Naruto started as his smile grew bigger. "Who knows, we might even be able to turn it into a full-body text." Yugito stumbled as a large blush spread across her face. She looked at Naruto and opened her mouth only to close it, since she couldn't find anything to say. After opening and closing her mouth a few more times, she just snorted and started walking again, making Naruto laugh as he caught up to him. They stayed like that for a while, walking in a silent mode. As the two got into their own thoughts, Yugito was replaying the date in her head. As they walked, the blonde woman couldn't help but smile, thinking about how fun it was to go out with someone and be seen as a woman for once instead of a kunoichi. Throughout the entire date, Naruto had given her small, subtle compliments, whether it was for her beauty or her abilities. It didn't matter, as each one was enough to make her face heat up and her heart flutter. He was the first person to see her as a woman first and a kunoichi second. While she knew the Raikage liked her, she also realized that he still saw her as a kunoichi arma, her few friends as sages, saw her as the strong kunoichi she constantly made herself out to be, while that was partly her fault for not trying to be seen as anything other than a powerful ninja. She was shaken out of her thought when she felt something move in her hand and gave it a gentle squeeze. Looking down, Yujito saw that Naruto had grabbed her hand in his own. He intertwined their fingers, intertwining their hands. She looked over at Naruto to see a smile on his face, causing her to blush and look away. She wasn't sure who it was, this young man, but something about him gave her a feeling of comfort she had never felt before, not even when she was with her adoptive sister, Samui. She felt so comfortable. Maybe it had something to do with his eyes, she thought to herself. She had to admit Naruto had some of the most beautiful eyes she had ever seen, a deep, striking blue that seemed to pierce her soul. She could probably get completely lost in those eyes for hours on end. Or maybe it was his smile. Every time he smiled at her, she could feel her heart rate increase and the blood rushed to her face. It felt like she had just run a 200-mile marathon. However, at the same time, the smile brought her the feeling of security and made her feel safe and at peace. It was a baffling enigma that she couldn't grasp. Think about the deep thought is Yuien, asked Naruto. Yujito turned to look at him with a small blush on her cheeks at his new nickname. For her, all she thought of were things. She finished lamely. Oh, Naruto, unsure of what to say. She had always been a somewhat reserved person. Even with her other friends, she would never admit being embarrassed or insecure, and I would certainly never admit to being so captivated with someone after only knowing them for 2 days. Naruto looked at her with a twinkle in his eye. I hope you think of me on our amazing date. Yugito blushed, and Naruto smirked as he continued, maybe thinking about how you'd like to go on another one. Yugito saw her face heat up more as she looked at the ground. Would you go on another date with me? Naruto smirked as the two of them stopped outside his apartment, turning her to face him as she took both of his hands in hers. If you'll allow me, I'd love to take you out again. Naruto brought his hands up to her lips, gently kissing each one. Yugito couldn't help but feel like she was on fire when she felt Naruto's lips against her skin. All the emotions and experience she had with Naruto were so new to her, she wasn't sure how to react to him. He was so different from any of the other men that had asked her out, which was part of the reason why she had accepted his request for a quote. I would like that, she said as she looked at him, with a small smile and a tinge of pink on her cheeks. She was so glad that Nibi kept quiet for the moment, although she had the feeling she would pay for that. That's why Naruto smiled later. So, how about tomorrow we go out for breakfast? Yujito said quietly as she played with her keys. Maybe after that we could even have a fight, Naruto said as a challenging glint reached her eyes. Yugi looked at him and smiled. I guess we could, although I must warn you that I'm not considered the second strongest ninja in Kumo for nothing. In truth, she had wanted to test herself against him ever since she had seen his training. If he was half as strong as she thought, it would be a good match. I'm sure I'll be fine. I might even surprise you, Naruto said with a smile as he leaned over and gave her a small kiss on the cheek as he headed to his hotel. Yujito paused for a moment at the entrance of her apartment as she held a hand to her cheek. Naruto had kissed her after a while of being there. She smiled as a light blush appeared on her features before walking inside. Moving to her room, she took off her clothes and threw them into the dirty hamper before going to the bathroom. After brushing her teeth and washing her face of the small amount of makeup she had on. Yujito, she moved to her bed, laying down on her with a content sigh. When she fell asleep, it was with a contained smile on her face. Deep in the recesses of the young girl's mind, a giant two-tails was smiling. She was happy that Yujito found someone nice to be with. It was well known that the Nivi was much more in touch with his tenant's emotions and feelings than other Vyulu with their Jinshu, since unlike most, he wasn't really into violence. Nibi had become very protective of a young woman. He was sealed inside, so knowing that Yujito was happy was definitely a good thing for the giant. Caddy was also happy that he now had a serious blackmail material for the young girl. Even though he couldn't use her, he could still tease the girl mercilessly. At least she chose a good man, mused Nibi, and to think that he has the QB. I wonder what Yujito will think when she finds out. It should be fun to watch with nothing to do with Nibi settled in. And when to sleep tomorrow is going to be fun for her. At least XXXX. Naruto ducked under a punch from Yujito as he tried to sweep the woman's legs out from under her. Yujito jumped at him, twisting her body as she dodged the kick. Snapshot. Naruto sent her she landed on the ground and immediately came in with a multitude of kicks going from high to medium to low. As she tried to catch Naruto with one of them, it didn't work as the young blonde dodged or blocked them all, catching the last one in his hands before turning her around and throwing her, pushing her hands and grabbing her legs with chakra cords. Naruto threw her to the ground. Yujito landed on her back with a grunt. Looking up, she was forced to move out of the way as Naruto. She sent a blow through his head as she spun around. She pushed up with one hand, flipping on her feet. As soon as she stood up, Naruto was right in front of her. Yujito dodged the blow, sent her face as if stepping in the next blow. She grabbed his arm and threw him into a kick, only for Naruto to raise a knee. As he blocked, Yujito jumped to gain distance and reassess her opponent. They had been doing this for about an hour. Yujito constantly found herself impressed with the young man's skill. She realized that, like her own style, it relied on speed and capitulating to the weak points of one's guard. However, unlike her style, it also used her great strength to maximum efficiency, where she tended to go with claws and claw strikes that were meant to combine with Nibi's chakra. Naruto used joints, pressure points, nerves, and any weak points on a person to do as much damage as possible, as quickly as possible. His defense was absolutely flawless, and Yujito hadn't been able to find a way around him. Not only that, but every time she tried to get him in a grab, he would break free with an incredible degree of flexibility. His stamina was also something she desired. Deciding to try a different approach, Yujito began to run around Naruto, throwing kunai and at the blonde. As she circled him, Naruto pulled out two of his own kunai and began blocking and dodging the weapons, weaving through them with a minimal amount of movement. Yujito shot him with a burst of speed, aiming a punch at Naruto's head, tilting his head to the side. Naruto thrust an open palm towards Yujito's plexus. It connected, but instead of flying away from the blow, Yujito grabbed her arm, keeping them together, giving Naruto a Akatsuki grin. Naruto's eyes widened just as Yujito exploded in a shower of electricity, appearing a little way from the explosion. Yujito waited for it to end. When it did, she walked over to him, making sure he was okay. She found Naruto completely unconscious with several burns where the electricity hit him the hardest. Yujito instantly felt bad for hurting him so much during a fight. She ducked and controlled him, only for Naruto to disappear in a puff of smoke before she could even widen her eyes. Yujito felt a kunai at her neck. That was a good tactic, Naruto said from behind her. It would have worked on most other people. It didn't seem to work on you, Yujito said as she turned her head to look at it. When you switched with the Bus, and Naruto smiled at him. The moment you created and switched with your own business. Seeing Yujito's eyes widen slightly, Naruto explained, right on is one of my most powerful elements. I felt the right on chakra. As soon as you started channeling it, it didn't take a genius to guess what you were doing. I created my own business as soon as I realized what you were doing. Then when yours came at me, Karimi did it. Yuji nodded, understanding what it was. One of the most subtle tactics a shinobi could use. She herself had used Karimi with a business to deceive her enemies on many occasions. However, being able to sense when she created her clone and plan was nothing short of impressive. She doubted that even Raikage-sama had mastered his right on element to the point where he could sense the use of it on others. You really are good. I'm impressed, Yujito said with a smile as she took the hand Naruto had just offered and stood up. Naruto lifted her up and smiled. For what? Thanks, you're very good yourself. Before anything else could be said, Naruto felt something land on his head. Looking up, he saw it was one of the messenger toads. He and Jiraiya used. Jiraiya wants you to come back to the hotel, he said before disappearing in a puff of smoke. Naruto closed his eyes and sighed. He really didn't want to leave right now. He was having way too much fun, but he guessed the old pervert had some kind of reason for wanting him there. He turned to Yujito. Looks like I need to go see what wants Hiro Sensei from me. Yujito giggled at Naruto's nickname for his sensei. It's okay. I should probably inform the Raikage anyways. I had fun arguing with you. We should do it again sometime, of course, Naruto said with a smile. But only if you let me take you out to dinner again. Yujito blushed. It's okay. He said that she enjoyed going out with him last time. She certainly wouldn't mind if he took her out again. I had fun hanging out with you last night. So Naruto gave her a smile. I'm glad that if possible, maybe we can go out again tonight at the same time. Yujito nodded. Tonight. Sounds good. Well then I guess I'll see you later, said Naruto as he started walking, throwing a small wave over his shoulder. Are you regretting this task now, Kitty? Yujito blushed Well, it seems you're getting too close to that young man. Nibi's voice turned into amusement. Not that I can blame you. If I had the choice, I would have. Been teasing him a lot. At the moment, Nibi, Yujito screamed in her mind, trying to make shutting up his perverted tenant didn't work, and the rest of the walk to the Tower of RA was spent trying not to blush or pass out from a nosebleed. When Nibi started sending pictures of her and Naruto naked together, XX Naruto walked into his apartment to find Jiraiya looking at him with a smirk. You know, when I saw you didn't come to the hotel last night, I was worried. The man's smirk turned limp and caused Naruto to moan from that hot reading directed by Muka, but also a hot blonde kunoichi from Kumo started sniffing as she wiped the fake tears from her eyes. I'm so proud. Naruto looked at the man as he sat down across from him. You better laugh at Kami, so she doesn't find you spying on me when I'm with a woman, Ero-sensei, or I'll give you a Rasengan enema. Jiraiya just laughed at him. If he was willing to risk his life, and look at Tsunade, there was no way his apprentice could stop him no matter how strong he was. That's a good gaki. So anyway, I need you prepares. Naruto stopped glaring at his sensei and tilted his head to the side as he looked at the man. He was tempted to ask what the man wanted him to prepare for, but he knew Jiraiya well enough to know that he would only give him a half-baked explanation or not at all. Naruto went to the bathroom, where he took a quick shower to clean off the dirt and grime he had gotten from his training with Yujito. Off finishing, Naruto put on his standard shinobi clothes with his cloak about them. As she finished, she walked back to the living room. All right, I'm ready then. Where do we need to be, Hero-sensei? Jiraiya grunted. As he stood up, we have a meeting with the Raikage. Let's go. We don't want to be late. XXX Yujito stood at attention as she finished giving her report on what she had learned about Naruto Uzumaki. So far, saying that the Raikage was impressed was similar to saying that Tsunade liked to drink or that Orochimaru had a little thing for kids, meaning big understatement. No, she was only impressed by the boy's combat skills. Yujito didn't have much to deal with. Her embarrassment forced her to tell him about her date with Naruto, since she had heard about it from the people of the village on her way here. The fact that the young man could get Yujito to do something so out of the ordinary was impressive to her. She wondered if she could use this to form some sort of alliance between Konoha and Kumo. It would be difficult given the tensions between the two nations that had arisen since Yugi's incident. Years ago, when the third Raikage tried to kidnap the heiress of a Yuga clan, it could still work. Excellent work, Yujito said. After a moment, tell me, what would you rate his skill level? Yujito thought about it for a moment as she went over the skill that Naruto had shown her. I can't say for sure since I doubt she's seen all of his skills, but if I had to guess, I'd say the low level at Honin Kage. He scratched his chin at the thought. He wasn't really surprised that Naruto was on that level. His spies from Kiri had just returned and gave him some interesting information. I see, I'm going to give you a new task. As soon as he was interrupted by a knock on the door, he walks in. The door opened, and in walked Jiraiya and Naruto. As the two walked in, Naruto spotted Yujito and waved to her. Yujito blushed a little as she waved back. Of course, this interaction didn't go unnoticed by Jiraiya. Oh, so this is the woman I heard you were spending time with. I must say that you have good taste with Naruto. She is very pretty. Yujito felt a mixture of embarrassment and anger at Jiraiya's blatant stare she knew from previous experience with perverts like him, that he was stripping her clothes with his eyes. She was about to act when Naruto punched her and slammed his fist into Jiraiya's face, sending him flying into the wall. Hero-sensei, I swear to you, if you keep this up, I'm going to shove a Rasengan so far up your ass you won't be sitting still for a month. While Jiraiya pulled himself out of the wall, fooled by some respectful brats who wouldn't let a man look at him, decided to go on his way despite how fun this is. I think we should move on now. As I was saying to Yujito here, he was interrupted again, this time by a crash. When someone walked through the door, don't be afraid, killer, go, he's here. I go, said the rake with a dangerous voice while his eyebrow twitched. What did I tell you about breaking in without knocking, Prim Killer B? He shrugged. You don't remember me. I think it was something about make a mess of Tuido. Before anything else could be said, Yujito kicked Killer B in the back of the head. CB, how many times have I told you to stop with that stupid punching? While Naruto watched the man known as Killer B brush off Yujito's kick like it was nothing. He used the time the two spent arguing to analyze the man. B. He looked very similar in appearance to the Raikage, making Naruto assume that they were related, probably brothers given at his young age. On his right shoulder was a tattoo that said Teksu, iron, and on his left cheek, he had a tattoo of a bull's horn. He had ballad-shaped glasses and a whited 8 on his head. He had a white belt over a single bulletproof jacket, a red rope tied to his waist, white handbands, and a white scarf around his neck. Naruto also noticed that he had 7 swords on his back, which made Naruto wonder what he had done with all of them. See, Yujito said as they got over the argument they were having. I'm assigning you to a new mission. You must help Naruto Uzumaki with his training. Yujito felt her eyes widen in surprise. This was not what she expected. Listen, Naruto, from what he had, or was already quite skilled. In fact, she was almost certain that in terms of raw ability, he had more talent than her. Excuse me, Raikage-sama, but why do we have to train Naruto-kun? It seems that he is already very strong. It was only after she saw the looks she was getting that she realized for what she had said. Currently, both V and Jiraiya were looking at her with a mix of surprise and amusement. Jiraiya was giggling pervertedly and had taken out a notebook in which he began to write occasionally, muttering that the blonde Gaki is a golden mind. However, it was Naruto's reaction that made her blush. In a burst of speed, he appeared behind her with a big smile planted on his face and wrapped an arm around her waist as he pulled her towards his chest. So it's Naruto-kun. Now Naruto mused with a growing smile. I hadn't realized you already felt this close to me, Ji-chan. As Yugi felt her embarrassment peak, Nibi decided to add her own comment. Kitten, I'm so proud of you. Remember to give me lots and lots of little ones with this young one. I didn't do it. What I meant was Naruto made a mocking face. So you don't want me? Yugi made some slurping noises and used the Inuko and number Suki no Jutsu. Puppy dog eye jutsu on her. Yujito's eyes stained no, of course. She did. I just stopped once again, realizing what she was saying and felt like she was embarrassing herself even more. She literally felt her face burn, which got worse when Killer Bee walked up and smiled at Naruto. So you're Yujito's boyfriend? Must be something for this kitty to play with. Hearing the baby rap, Yujito got enraged again. As soon as Naruto let her go, she launched herself at the large man. Naruto and the others watched in amusement as Yujito proceeded to kick Killer Bee in the face, only for him he would get up a moment later as if nothing had happened. Now then, if you two were done, the Raikage said. I didn't want to help teach Naruto sand techniques. I want you to help him with his biju. What did Yujito ask, her eyes wide open as she looked at Naruto? The Raikage just said that Naruto was a Jinchuriki. She looked around the room at the others. None of them seemed surprised by that statement. Not even Killer Bee was sure she hadn't been told before. She hadn't even met Naruto. Are you a Jinchuriki? She asked as she looked at Naruto. You didn't know that? Yujito asked. See, he's the 9-yo. Why didn't I let you in that? Nebi didn't tell you that he's a Shinobi. Why didn't you tell me that Naruto-kun was a Jinchuriki? Oh, well, you see, Kitty. Nibi said in a nervous voice. Yo, Nibi, wa, sorry, Kitty. It just slipped my mind. Honestly, are you okay? Yuyin asked Naruto, watching the various emotions play across her face. There were several ranging from surprise, confusion, and anger. Are you mad? Why didn't I tell you? Yujito snapped out of her thoughts when heard what Naruto said. No, of course I'm not mad at you. You're not a ninja from this village, so I can understand why you didn't tell me. We've only known each other for 2 days, so it's not like I expected to know all your secrets. Naruto smiled at her, pleased to know that she wasn't mad at him. Thank you. Yin Yujito blushed. Welcome. We'll talk about. Don't tell me something as important as this later. Yujito smiled as she heard a gulp in her mind. So, yes, we're going to teach Naruto-kun how to control Subo. Why I'm here. Killer Bee is a much better person to teach than me, admitted. While she could control the power of her vial completely, hers were only the 2 tails. Karabi, not only did she have the 8 tails, but she was also called the perfect vessel for a reason, because while we live in harmony with our biju, the QB prefers to harm. Many. Yujito's sweat fell. It was bad. Even for you, Karabi. Killer Bee seemed a little depressed. I can't believe your disagreement in my rhymes, Yujito. After all I've done for you. Naruto found himself sweating as Yujito kicked him again in the head. XX. Naruto opened his eyes to find himself back inside his mindscape under Karabi's instructions that she was coming to try and get the Kubo to work. It had been a long time since he had last entered her mind. In fact, he hadn't been there since he learned the Sino knife jutsu during the chunin selection exams. He was pleasantly surprised to see that the place looked a bit better than last time that was there. While it was still a sewer, the walls that were once chipped and broken were now more pristine. The water that had once been knee-deep in the floor was gone. The place looked much better, even though it was still a sewer. Following the red pipe, Naruto came across a large cage again. In the middle of the cage was a single sheet of paper with the CI to seal it as Naruto walked up to the bar's two huge blood-red eyes with black slits slid across the center. They opened. It's been a long time since you got here, boy. The creature revealed itself as it walked towards the cage. It was a giant fox with 9 red tails fluttering behind it. Kyuubi, said Naruto as he looked at the fox with an impassive face. The fox gave him a massive grin full of malice. What is this? No, hello, how are you? I must admit, I feel a little hurt. Cut it, Naruto said with a frown. You know why I'm here. Do you wish to use my chakra? Said the fox as he looked at him. However, really, I don't feel like giving it to you. Kyuubi gave Naruto another smile. Tell me, an ingenuous, why should the eldest of the Vyulu give you my chakra? Naruto forced himself to remain calm. He knew that playing Kyuubi's game and getting angry with the fox would only be playing into his hands. You know why you should lend me your chakra? We both know that if I die, you will die. He gave the fox a small smile. Whether we like it or not, we need each other to survive right now. There are 9 S-class criminals after your power. If they capture me, I will suck you up, and they will be sealed in a statue for whatever their purpose is. Is that something you want? Kyuubi let out a murmur of thought. Well, I don't like the idea of being sealed in a statue. He looked at Naruto, and I must admit you've grown stronger. What's this? Naruto asked with mock sarcasm. Did I just respect the great voice of Kyuubi? No, Kitsune? Didn't he sponsor me? Kyuubi roared at Naruto, causing the blonde's hair to fly out of his face. I am the Kyuubi Kitsune, the most powerful of the beast men. A mere mortal like you is nothing more than a beast. And to me, Naruto raised his hands in a pacifying gesture. Easy, Fuzzy. I was surprised that that's all. Kyuubi glared at him furiously at the Fuzzy comment, but seemed to let it go for the moment. So how about you going to work with me? Very well, yelled Ki, but don't think this means that I'm in any way like you. The only reason I'm doing this is because I'd rather not be sealed in a statue. Feelings are mutual. Kyuubi, said Naruto. As he disappeared, Kyuubi looked at the spot where Naruto had been for a while, before grumbling as he thought about having more eyes closed. XXXX out of the seal. Yujito and Killer Bee watched Naruto carefully to make sure the Kyuubi didn't take control. They were currently in B's house in the Valley of Clouds, enlightening a place that was isolated enough that if Naruto went berserk, they could subdue them without causing casualties. As they watched, Naruto red chakra began to spill from their tenketsu points. While neither would admit it, they had never felt a Kyuubi before chakra. So while not even from his own Biju, the chakra began to take form, giving Naruto a pair of fox ears like what Killer Bee called the Biju. Shrouded tail appeared, soon began to form behind Naruto, as his features became more demonic with his nails lengthening into claws. His whisker marks became thicker, and his eyelids became black, making it look like he was wearing eyeliner. Killer Bee nodded. So 2 Tails are your ultimate, little man. We're gonna have to fight Yujito and see where you stand. Yujito's eyes twitched at the bad blow, but she ignored it as she walked to the opposite side of Naruto, stopping a few feet away. She looked at the blonde ninja. Are you ready? She asked as she got in her own stance. She began to channel Nibi's chakra, forming a shroud much faster than Naruto, and moving up to 2 Tails. Naruto nodded. Ready as ever I will be, he said in a guttural and more demonic voice. Remember that you have to keep your tail up, otherwise this exercise will fail. You shut up, Karabi. Killer Bee sighed at the fact that Yujito never seemed to appreciate his rap surpassing him. He held out his hand and made a slashing motion. The fight begins. Let's go see a show. Naruto and Yujito rushed at each other and collided with a thunderous crash. XXXX months later, Naruto ducked under a claw swipe as he slid into Yujito's guard, hitting her several times in the lower ribs and stomach before pushing her away. Yujito managed to flip through the air before stopping on the ground and falling on her knees. She winced as she tried to get up. That last attack had completely knocked the wind out of her and broken several ribs, though she could feel Nyla healing. She lifted her head as Naruto sat down next to her. You're getting better, Naruto said. Yujito growled. Still, I still can't hit you. Naruto laughed. The warmth in his tone relaxed her. It's true, but that's because he won't let you use Nibua's chakra. And how do you do it normally? When we argue, Yujito didn't say anything as she got into a more comfortable position, only to moan when Naruto started massaging her back and shoulders, channeling chakra to his hands, increasing the sensation. Naruto had been here for a few months, working on being able to better utilize Kai's chakra with the help of Yujito and Killer Bear. During this time, he had met up with members of Team Samui, who Naruto learned were students of BDE Kui, A young dark-skinned woman with red hair and yellow eyes was wearing a long black combat kimono with a modified armored sword sheath. Omoi, a dark-skinned man, light yellow hair and red eyes. He wore black ambu clothing with white bandages around his ankles and a sword sheath like KW's. You can usually find him with a lollipop in his mouth. The last member of Team Samui, who was also their leader, was Samini Yujito's older sister. She had short blonde hair that reached her shoulders and wore a revealing skirt with a shirt, and she had a body comparable to Tsunade's, as she had fair skin, blonde hair, and very large breasts. She also wore what appeared to be a holster strapped horizontally to her lower back. They were an odd bunch, to say the least. Pomo and Karui were always arguing with each other about one thing or another. Pomoi would generally overthink things which seemed to anger Karu, and she would hit him. Samui was pretty quiet and frequently talked about how much her back hurt. Apparently, her breasts were so large that her body couldn't hold them. Naruto had decided to help her by giving her a flashback message, which he thought the woman wanted, as he often stopped by her hotel after a mission to get one, although after Jiraiya caught them and started crying about how his precious student had gotten two hot girls. Naruto had gone to her house. Of course, this didn't sit well with Yugudo, and she got really angry when she saw Naruto give the big-chested woman a back rub. Of course, Yugudo refused to say why it bothered him so much, but Naruto knew the reason and had easily dealt with the young blonde by making her sushi when she wasn't training with Killer B. She had spent most of her time with Yujito, who had shown Naruto many of her favorite places when she wanted to be alone, or at least away from some of the more ignorant shinobi who were jealous of her status, or when they or the villagers looked at her with lust. Naruto also had much to the secret delight of the beautiful blonde, which took her to several quotes more. Naruto had also become very protective of Yujito. Over the past few months, something that Jiraiya had made a point of constantly teasing him about, though, it stopped when Naruto actually kept his promise and gave Emma a Rasengan that sent him flying out of Kumo during one of the dates he took her on. Naruto had overheard two low-ranking ninja talking about how jealous they were and wished he could get into the demon's pants. Naruto had taken him outside and set an example for them by showing him what happens when someone disrespects their friends by literally removing the appendage that made them male. After that, no one had dared to speak ill of Yujito in his presence, although Naruto found it strange that no one seemed to have a problem with B, but several ninjas and civilians seemed to have a problem with Yujito. Naruto had been scolded by after that incident, although he got the feeling that the man was really full. It also seemed that Jiraiya had also grown tired of him after speaking of Naruto. He had argued with the man a few times and had to admit he was very impressed, although not as fast as him or as varied in the ninja arts. He was definitely powerful and completely surpassed him in taijutsu, especially when he used the right neuro lightning armor that allowed for the voluminous speed and strength of Rake, far superior to Naruto. The blonde had learned that the jutsu accelerated the neural synapses of an area, increasing his speed, strength, and reflexes by a factor of 4. The only way the blonde could keep up with him was when Naruto used QB chakra. Even then, it was difficult, as he had argued with Killer B many times. He could have used Gissen, of course, but he didn't want to draw attention to himself. Naruto himself had earned the man's respect after their first sparring match and had been asked to have one with him again. Just like a wrestling match, he felt Yujito start to sway and realized that if she stopped, she would fall asleep. Taking her hands off his back, Naruto used his water affinity to draw moisture from the air before freezing him against a wall. He leaned down to pull Yujito down with him and wrapping his arms around her waist. Even if he had wanted Yujito, he doubted she could have resisted his body. Felt like Naruto's magical hands had turned him into a pile of fluff with a slight thud. He wondered what else he could do with his hands. They stayed like that for a few 15 minutes before Naruto broke the silence. Ero-sensei and I will be leaving tomorrow. Yujito, who had moved on her side, looked at him surprised and sad as soon as she asked, "I mean, you've only been here for like months," and I thought, oh, well, she broke off. How could she tell him how she felt? She couldn't even admit it to herself. She was broken from her thoughts when Naruto lifted her face to meet his. Unfortunately, Ero-sensei is saying it's time to move on. I've learned a lot while I've been here, and although I can't fully control the QB's chakra, the old pervert thinks that's enough for now. We've spent all the time we can here. I understand, Yujito said her voice was much softer than usual. Naruto tightened his grip on her waist, pulling her closer to him as he rested his forehead against hers. Don't think this is the last time we'll see each other, Ugi. O-chan, said Naruto in a warm and compassionate voice. Naruto straightened as he reached into his cloak, and he pulled out one of the strangest kunai Yujito had ever seen. It was several inches larger than a standard kunai and had strange symbols that Yujito recognized as seals along the handle. It had a triple blade instead of a single blade. What is this? She asked as Naruto handed her the kunai. This is how you can see me again whenever you need help or want to talk to someone. Just throw that kunai against a wall and I'll come. Seeing Yujito's confused look, she decided to elaborate. This kunai is the secret of one of the most powerful jutsu in the world, and it was what gave my father his nickname. It took her a second to realize what she was talking about. Naruto had told her confidentially who his parents were, so she would know that he was the son of Kiro and Senko, although Naruto had a sneaky suspicion that he knew too when he found out what this kunai was. His eyes widened iris inside. He looked at the kunai in awe. This was because of the technique that had won the third great ninja war, the jutsu that created fear among IWA and gave a man the first and only SS rank in the books. Bingo, and Naruto was giving it to her, essentially telling her that he would always be there for her. Now, there are some rules that you need to follow when using this, Naruto said, getting her attention. The most important rule is that you cannot use this on others. I don't want to end up in a war with AI because of this, so less people know better. Also, when you use it, only limit it to when you really need me, like if you are in danger. Also, you can use it once every 2 weeks only, so we can see each other because of my duties. I might not always be able to come if you only use it when you want. This will ensure that I come every time you use it. Yugi nods as she looks at him. Thank you, Naruto. Naruto's ears twitched as a sly grin spread across his face. There's no need to thank me, Yugi. After all, being able to spend time with such a beautiful woman like you is always a pleasure. Yugi blushed. Thank you. I've always loved being with you. As well, her eyes widened and her face heated up as she realized how her words could be taken. I mean, I always found your company to be. Her ramblings stopped when Naruto put a finger to his lips. No need to get so worked up. She was only joking. Yujito puffed out her cheeks as she pouted before they both burst out laughing. When the laughter died down, Yujito did something she probably never would have done if she had thought of it. Leaning in towards him, she claimed his mouth with her own. Naruto, surprised that she actually had taken to imitating her, she recovered admirably and kissed him back. Deciding not to be outdone, he wrapped his arms around her waist and pulled her in like that, gently slipping his tongue in her mouth, causing the young woman to moan. He began to explore. He was actually surprised that she didn't taste like sushi considering the amount of things she ate. Her mouth tasted sweet, reminding him of vanilla ice cream. He decided not to think about it and just enjoy the feeling when Yujito started using his own tongue in their little duel, taking her by surprise. Naruto wrapped his own tongue around hers and slipped it in her mouth, allowing him to explore. At first, she only examined him tentatively. She had never kissed anyone before, so she wasn't sure what to make of it. With a little prodding for Naruto, however, she soon began to move with vigor. She discovered that Naruto tasted a lot like ramen, much to her amusement. As she continued to taste her fellow blonde Yujito, she felt as light as a feather. Her stomach was doing flip-flops, and there was an intense heat she had never felt before. She was swept away by the sensations, and the taste of Naruto was everything she had imagined a kiss would be. Despite being a strong and powerful kunoichi, she hated being reliant on others. She still had the same desire to find love, no matter how much she would try to deny it. Deciding to take this somewhere else, Naruto chose Yujito as a girlfriend and disappeared in a swirl of leaves. XXXX. Naruto and Jiraiya were at the door about to leave. Naruto smirked while all the friends he had made while standing in front of him, Omoi Karu, and very standing next to his sense, Yachi Jinchuriki killer, B.A. the Raikage, was standing a little to the side with a smile on his face as he looked at Yujito, who was right in front of Naruto, a slight limp in her walk that the others noticed, especially Jiraiya, who was going to tease the Gaki about this later on. The same Yujito had that glow that that woman seemed to have after sex as she stood there. Although she was also, there was a slight wistful look on her face. It was quite easy for everyone to see how much the young girl would miss Naruto. He had done more for her and spent more time with her than anyone apart from Air. So, I guess this is at Gudo. Trying to be stoic, Naruto smiled as he cupped her left cheek, stroking his thumb over the soft skin. Yes, but it won't be the last time you see me like this, I wouldn't worry. Too much you'll have to come back soon to help me make some songs. Naruto blinked as Killer Bee say. She approached him and started hitting him again. He shook his head while laughing. Sorry, but I don't think I can help you rap or improve your rap. But if you need a good fight, look me up, he smiled. That's all I need, just give me a fight, and I'll make things right, fool. Shut up, Aja. Yujito jumped up and kicked him in the head, making everyone laugh. I hope you come back soon, Samui said, while Ami and Karui approached him. I'm going to miss your message. She rubbed her neck with emphasis. Yujito growled. But Naruto, he just laughed. Then I'll be sure to visit when I can. I wouldn't want you to shrink back or be able to fulfill your duty. Like we would with Kunoichi. Omoi walked up to him and did something no one would have expected, reaching in her bag. She pulled out a sucker and gave it to Naruto. I thought you could use one for the road, she said as Naruto took it. Thanks, Naruto said as he unwrapped the sucker and put it in his mouth. How come you give him a sucker? But not me, Carly asked with her hands on her hips. She had asked Homo for suckers on numerous occasions, but I would never have given him one because Omoi rubbed the back of his head. You're always so violent and loud. Why can't you be more calm like our great teammate? Maybe yes, he was interrupted when Karui slammed her fist across his face, sending the man flying. Asshole, he drowned his head as he walked over and shook Naruto's hand. Make sure you come visit me again. I could use another grub soon. Maybe you can even compete with me in an arm wrestling match again. Naruto chuckled, of course. As soon as he let go of the Raikage's hand, Yujito walked up to him and hugged him, nearly knocking the boy over as he was forced to readjust. Naruto smirked as he wrapped his arms around the blonde woman, rubbing her back in a soothing manner. And come on, I told you this won't be the last time you see me. When you need me, just throw away my kunai. I know it, Yujito said as she hugged him tight. Make sure you're careful. The last thing I need is my fiancé going and getting himself killed, she said in a small whisper. Naruto laughed as he kissed Yugito on the head. You should know that I'm always careful, said Yugito, looking up with a deadpan expression, not believing that for a second. That's why you try to fight B and Raikage-sama at the same time, right? Naruto looked embarrassed. Well, I just wanted to make sure I could fight two powerful ninja at the same time. Is all you know to prepare for when I face Akatsuki? Naruto turned his head away from her, getting nervous at the way who was looking straight through him. Come on, Gaki, you can make a face with your girlfriend. When you get back, Jiraiya yelled, already walking away. I'm coming over, Hiro-sensei. Kami, I can't even say goodbye. He looked back at each of them and gave them a two-fingered salute. I'll see you guys around. He took off in a quick try to catch up to Jiraiya. I wouldn't worry too much about that young man, said Killer Bee as he put a hand on Yujito's shoulder. He's not the type of person to just go and kick the Kanyo. Be shut up, Yujito said as he sent another kick to his head. The Achi Jinchuriki chuckled as he got up and walked away. Yujito looked back to where Naruto had been for a second before walking off as well. XXXXOM. Yujito frowned as she walked around Kumo. She had been searching for Naruto for almost 2 hours. She was about to give up when she heard something that made her freeze. People keep coming to hear our rhymes. We are the Jinchuriki 8 and 9. Yujito started running towards the source of the noise as fast as she could, praying to Ci and every other deity they could think of. Thought wasn't what they feared it would be. When they see us crawling, the peeps gather. They all want to hear our sound. Yujito rounded a corner and froze as her worst fears were confirmed. Killer V had somehow targeted Naruto, making him beat him up. The two were currently standing on the roof of a building. They were both taking turns beating up the passing masses, giving Naruto an odd appearance. The era began to take over Yujito as she channeled Nibi's chakra. Naruto and Killer Bee stopped hitting as they heard the scream and saw a giant two-tailed demon cat that was growing bigger every minute. I think the kitten got really mad as this seems to be bad. Naruto looked to be friend. Maybe you want to stop hitting and start running, man. Don't be afraid. I'm the 8-tailed Jinchuriki here. I boom inside his office. He watched as the giant two-tailed cat rampaged through the city and shook his head. Great, now I'm going to have to pay for the damages again. At least my assistant doesn't. You can complain that it's me this time. Music. Chapter 4. Ika movie. You want me to do what, please? Zyke-sama Onato. Kuchi begged old man Kai. That man's son is alive. This is our chance for revenge at least. Let me take a small task force to kill him. Onato Kuchi was a tall man, standing at a height of 6 EU, with black hair and green eyes. He wore the typical DEA honing attire, After Onato graduated from the academy, he had tried harder than all his classmates, reaching the rank of Honing. In just a few short years, Onato had been nothing more than a child. During the Third Great Shinobi War, when one Nami Minato had nearly decimated their ninja forces, however, both his parents and his older brother had been in the war, and were at that battle where Minato used the irisin and killed them. Because of that, Onato had become bitter and vengeful, often complaining that it was too bad the Flash was dead, so he couldn't kill the man himself. Upon learning that the Kiro Senku had a son who still he was alive, and he had immediately gone to the Tsuchikage. However, the Sandaime Tsuchikage had not only rejected his request to kill that man's son, but had also told him not to look for trouble. That Tsuchikage, a man who was called the Nuki, was an old man with a triangular beard and a mustache. He had a large red nose and thick eyebrows, and the top of his head was bald, although he had a small patch of hair on the sides of his head that were tied back in a knot. He was not an extremely old man, with a large pride and a stubborn streak. Many people and I described him as the stubborn old man. However, while he was proud and hated Yonda Miokage as much as the next person, Ana was also intelligent. He had been one of the few people to fight with Dara and live, and hadn't been the Tsuchikage in several wars for being stupid. We've already been through this, Nuki growled irritably as he glared at Onato. We don't have the strength to deal with this man. If we send our men to kill this Naruto Namek SE, will we send them to their deaths? Or have you already forgotten the rumors that came from Kiri? And not only that, but he is with Jiraiya of the Sennin, who will no doubt protect the boy, making his death even more difficult. What he didn't tell Onato was that even if they killed Minato's son, he would most likely end up being the catalyst that started the Fourth Great War and destroyed his village. Noki had been hearing rumors about a Naruto Uzumaki long before the incident in Kiri that made his heritage known. The boy was considered a hero to several countries in the elemental nations. Not only that, but the old Tsuchikage had received information that the Yondaime Raikage had come to respect the boy. If a Wagakure were to even attempt the boy's life, they would have to deal with not only Konoha and Suna, but also Kiri, Kumo, Takige, Kiryukaku, and other nations. But Tsuchikage-sama, I've said enough. The Nuki said, not even deigning to look up from his papers. Even making an attempt would not only end in failure, but would also end in death. Destruction of a Wagakure. Seriously, young people these days. Onato glared at the Tsuchikage for a moment, clenching his hands so tight they began to bleed as his nails dug into his palm. He gave a quick bow before walking off down the hallway of the Tsuchikage tower. He narrowed his eyes and raged at the old man's cowardice. They had to attack now, not only for revenge, but to kill the boy before he became too powerful. If the Tsuchikage didn't do it, then he would have to take matters into his own hands, and kill this Naruto Namikaze in a large cavernous room. There was a large grotesque statue with 9 eyes that were closed as it held out its hands. On the fingers of those hands were 9 holographic figures that were having a meeting. There wasn't much seen about these figures that would be accepted by their general outline. In their eyes, you say that you have obtained information on the 9 tails. Asked a figure that had spiky hair and strange gray eyes with a purple wave pattern in them. Yeah, it seems he was in Kiri. The people there started calling him a hero. Said a person who looked like a man who was devoured by a giant vein fly trap and managed to take his head out. A hero smiled. One of the other figures, this one with shark eyes and a large sword strapped to his back. Yeah, apparently he saved the country and stopped the Bloodline civil war, said the plant man. Information has come out that he destroyed an entire army with a single jutsu and fought and killed the Jinchuriki Kaiyagura. Afterward, for a long moment, there was silence as the implications sank in. The people in a room had several different reactions. The one with bulging eyes had a somewhat worried look on their face, while the one next to him, a woman with amber eyes, remained impassive. The one who looked like a shark had his eyes wide open before a smile graced his face. The one who had a pair of blood-red eyes with 3 tomo in them had widened in shock before returning to his passive look. A figure with a hunchback remained impassive, while a figure with blonde hair, covering one eye, looked surprised and partially scared. Another figure with slicked white hair didn't seem to care, while a figure with black eyes had no visible reaction. "This is worrying," said the figure with curly eyes. "That's not all," said the one who seemed to have been devoured by a Venus flit. "Apparently the claim is that the Kyubi Jinchuriki is the son of Kiro Senku, and used the infamous irisin to destroy the army that caused a wave of even greater concern to move through the entire room. Everyone knew about the man who was considered one of the most powerful shinobi to grace the elemental nations. If the Kyuubi Jinchuriki was the son of that man and could use such a powerful technique, it could be a problem. While this information is not welcome, our plans remain unchanged, said finally the one with the bulging eyes. We will continue gathering information on the other Jinchuriki and Biju. We will save the Kyuubi for last. The other image nodded at the words of its apparent leader and gradually disappeared as they did. A lone shadow appeared on one of the fingers. Then the Kyuubi Jinchuriki is the son of that man. And to think he was able to defeat my puppet, I should have realized this can become a problem in the future. The shadow also disappeared, soon leaving the area to appear untouched. Naruto closed his eyes and took a deep breath as he stood at the bow of the ship that he and Arrow Sensei, known as Lady Luck, enjoying the feel of the ocean breeze against his skin. Arrow Sensei was heading to Arun Kuni, the place he had saved with Team 7 before leaving on their training trip. He was intrigued and curious as to why they could be heading their way, but as always his sensei just smiled and said he had some business to take care of. Even so, he couldn't complain and was looking forward to seeing his friend again. Koki Tasena idly wondered how there she was with her dual career as a daimyo and an actress. It would be good to see how she was. Do you need anything, sensei? Naruto asked, not even bothering to turn around. Jiraiya shook his head and smiled at his student. The boy had come a long way in the past 2.5 years, going from a loudmouthed braggart to a man with the calmness of a seasoned shinobi. The Toe Sennin was proud to see how strong and mature his godson was becoming, although he still seemed to maintain a playful attitude and a fondness for things. Pranks, as evidenced by the time Jiraiya found himself hanging naked over the woman's side of a hot spring bath with the words "super pervert" written in big bold letters above his ass. Of course, she'd made a comment asking Naruto what it was like sleeping with that hot blonde woman Yujito. So he guessed it was his fault. Walking next to his prize ward and his godson Jiraiya looked out over the water, sharing a comfortable silence between the two. Tomorrow, we'll enter the harbor, Jiraiya said finally as he turned to look at Naruto. Naruto nodded, knowing this. So what am I going to learn during our time here now that we've worked on gaining experience? Your physical abilities, elemental manipulation, and trump card. I'm going to teach you how to work better with toads. Naruto looked at Jiraiya as he began to explain what he meant. I'm sure you've seen some of the jutsu I can create when combined with toads, as well as specific summoning techniques that do something more than summoning a toad to fight. Naruto nodded. Do you mean that Kutsuyo's the Gamaguchi Shirbari summoning jutsu toad modvin that you used when we had our race with Itachi and Kisame? Jiraiya smiled. Yes, these techniques are very powerful and something that only we can do due to our contract with the toads while we travel to the Eri capital and make you summon the different toads and get to know them and their abilities better. After that, we will do some fights with the toad companions so they can get a feel for what it's like to work with toads other than Gamabuntagam and Gamatatsu. Then we'll start working on specialized toad ninjutsu. Naruto smiled as he felt a little dizzy at the prospect of learning toad techniques. The toads that resided on Mount Yoku were well known for possessing a wide range of abilities, anything from spitting water and oil from their mouths to utilizing weapons in combat. Toads were also one of the few species that had the ability to ninjutsu, and the only animal Naruto knew that was capable of using hand signs. Naruto knew that Jiraiya was well known for his jutsu, which consisted mostly of toad-based abilities. This was the main reason the man had earned his nickname as Toes Sennin. The knowledge that Naruto was going to be one of the only 2 people to learn the toad-based jutsu was enough to almost make him shout his joy from the top of the ship. Almost. Naruto looked around the great capital of Harun Kuni with a great smile. It had been a long time since he had been there, and he couldn't help but enjoy seeing how the town had prospered. Originally known as Yukin Kuni, due to the fact that the country had always been in an endless winter, it had been renamed after Dodo had unintentionally activated a heating generator designed to melt the snow. Naruto laughed at how furious the man had been when that had happened and how the man had shoved a raisin gan into his stomach for his problems. After that, Koyuki and the members of the original court that had been under Koyuki's father had renamed the land Aru, because it was always spring now. The country had become very popular ever since then. It seemed like everywhere Naruto looked, he saw hundreds of people going about their business, shops, and restaurants of all kinds lined the streets. Many people looked around and took pictures or bought the latest merchandise or technology that the place was known for while they continued walking. Naruto noticed that they were arriving at the palace that housed Koki. The blonde frowned as he began to wonder what Jiraiya's business was and if it had anything to do with the woman he had saved. He ignored the small shiver that ran down his spine as they were allowed entry. Walking down the hallway, they came to a large set of double doors that a pair of butlers opened for them. Walking in, Naruto found himself staring at the beautiful form of Koyuki Yasana that sat behind her. From a desk, reading a scroll, Naruto looked at the young girl as they made their way towards her. In all honesty, she hadn't changed much from the beautiful woman he had known back then. Her hair was still a long dark blue color that contrasted with her light blue eyes. She was wearing the royal kimono of a daimyo, which was thick and managed to hide the delicious curves of her body, which Naruto first learned about during the filming of the movie when he had been a guard and had been ordered retreat, and she replied that in her underwear, she was amazing. Koya Korono, it's a pleasure to see you again, Jiraiya said in what he hoped was a charming voice. Koyuki looked up for what she was reading. Jiraiya-san, Koyuki greeted as she stood up. I didn't expect you to come so soon. The headmistress won't even be here for another month. Koyuki trailed off as her eyes fell on Naruto's form. Then a small rumble spread across the young daimyo's face, as in her opinion, she easily saw him as one of the most attractive men she had ever seen, with a body that looked like it was made of stone. The young woman could see his muscles twitch with every little movement he made with the black shinobi clothing, almost skin-tight. Koyuki almost did a double take as she looked at the whisker marks and finally realized that she knew this man. She moved around Jiraiya, completely ignoring his presence, and stopped. Once she stood in front of the young blonde Naruto, she asked in a hesitant voice. Naruto gave her his smile. Cunning, it's been a long time, Koyuki Dano, and it seems you've only gotten more beautiful in that moment. I didn't think that was possible. Koyuki felt her face heat up at Naruto's words, but since she was an actress, she was able to control it almost completely. And you've grown into a handsome young man, Koyuki said before surprising the blonde ninja and wrapping him in a hug. Though it wasn't long before Naruto returned it. I missed you, Koyuki admitted while buried in his well-muscled chest. Naruto blinked in surprise before he smiled and hugged him back. I missed you too, Koyuki. Koyuki pulled away from the hug, but instead of letting go, she grabbed him by the arm and started dragging him out of the room. Walk with me, she said in what Naruto easily recognized as his daimyo voice, and decided to comply with his order. Jiraiya looked at them in surprise before a wicked grin spread across his features. I knew this gaki would be a gold mine for my research. Naruto found himself and Koyuki walking down one of the many gardens that his palace had as they both talked, making light conversation that mostly consisted of Koyuki asking Naruto all sorts of questions about where he'd been and what he'd been doing. The two eventually stopped to sit down on one of the benches located throughout the garden. Wow, I guess I should have expected you to do something like that with your luck, said Koyuki as she listened to some of Naruto's stories. Naruto smirked, and you asked, tilting his head to the side at what Koyuki thought it was an adorable trend. How have you been? Oh, I've been good, Koyuki replied. Nothing much has happened here that I consider exciting, except maybe the new movie I'm going to be starring in, he added as an afterthought. You're not seriously considering that movie, are you? Naruto asked. I mean, it's pretty good. Perverted, Koyuki asked with a smile. Yes, I know. The council has also insisted that I do this movie, but I still have a contract with my director that lasts for another 2 years, and with his Princess Gale movies all finished, I see not a Naruto understanding. So because of the contract, you have to make the movie, but you could not. Oh no, null and void. Koyuki shook his head. No, at least not anymore. If I make some sort of contract with someone, it always needs to be upheld. Otherwise, people would think I wouldn't uphold any agreement I've made. Also, this director is the biggest one in the industry. If I were to deny it, I could engage and stop him from making Naruto movies. He nodded, because that made sense. Since he had a Nindo that was very similar to what she just said, contracts, whether verbal or written, should always be upheld no matter what. He could also understand the blacklist part. Having been blacklisted by many of the stores in Konoha, I can understand and even respect you going through with this decision. Naruto said, thank you. It's good to know someone understands, Koyuki replied. They spent the rest of their time talking about how they'd been doing for the past 2.5 years. Naruto sighed as he watched the director and Jiraiya making enthusiastic moves while the set was being made, probably talking about the movie seriously. Who would have guessed that the director was a pervert? He turned to look at Koyuki, who at that moment was talking to one of the maids about something. A small smile came to his lips. During the month that he was here, he and Koyuki had spent most of their free time together. The young blonde really enjoyed being in the presence and talked to the beautiful daimyo. What do you mean your actor is sick? Naruto turned to look at Jiraiya, who was the one yelling. Just as I said, he replied. The director came down with the flu about a week before we left, and you're just telling me this now? Asked an annoyed Toes Sennin, knowing that this would seriously put a damper on his beloved comeback movie. It hadn't come up until now. The man replied, "This is just brilliant," moaned Jiraiya. As he stroked his face, "Who are we going to be?" He stopped for a moment as he remembered something. Turning his head, he looked at Naruto with a huge grin plastered on his face. "Oh no," said Naruto as he growled at Jiraiya. "No way in hell am I going to let you record me having sex," Naruto growled as he began to leak killing intent toward Jiraiya, making the man say, "Go, but I need you to do this for me, please." Naruto growled at the man. He should have known his sensei would have some perverted alternate motive for coming here. But even he didn't expect the man to do something like this. "I won't do it. Get someone else to help you with your perverted scheme." Jiraiya gulped at the look on his apprentice's face. If looks could kill at that moment, the white-haired man was sure he would have been fooled like a fish with that look. He knew his apprentice wouldn't agree to this willingly, so he hadn't said anything before. "Let's go. I need you to do me this small favor." Naruto looked at his sensei. "Now listen here, you perverted old woman. I said, no, there's no way I can do this. Besides, Koyuki-chan didn't want to have sex with me. I don't care." Naruto and the others turned to look at Koyuki, who had started listening to the conversation and now looked like she was about to faint due to all the blood rushing to her head. She had never told anyone, but after Naruto had saved her and her country, she had fallen a little in love with him. Sure, he had been a little boy back then, but he had also been the one who had understood her, and he had come to her rescue. She needed him, and it's not like he's a little boy now. Koyuki shifted a little as she looked at the ground. "I really wouldn't mind if it was Naruto-kun. In fact, I would." Koyuki paused and took a deep breath. "In fact, I feel a lot more comfortable if I was doing those scenes with you." Naruto faltered as he felt a small crack in his willpower. He'd always had a weakness when it came to women, and this time was no different. "I'm not sure, please," asked Koyuki, looking at him with a gaze that was somehow extremely sexy and innocent at the same time. "I wouldn't feel comfortable with anyone else." Naruto bit his lip. "Well," he paused before sighing, "why don't we talk over dinner, and then I'll make a decision." Koyuki looked at him with a small tint of pink staining her cheeks. "Do you mean dinner as a date?" she asked. When the young Dao looked at Naruto, she couldn't help but feel like her heart was about to jump out of her chest. Despite the time they'd spent in the last month, the two hadn't been on a date, something Koyuki secretly wished she could do with the blonde shinobi. Another sliver appeared in Naruto's reserve. Seeing the young girl's hopeful face, he gave her a smile. "If you want to make it a date, I would be more than happy to take you on one." Koyuki gave him a big grin that threatened to split her face as she grabbed his hand and dragged him outside, telling him where they were going and that they needed to get ready. Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief and glad that Koyuki Dano was here, or there's no way Naruto would have agreed to this. He looked at where Naruto and Koyuki left, and anime tears fell from his eyes. "I'm so proud of him." The director looked at the white-haired Sennin before shaking his head and turning his attention to building the set. Many people stopped to watch as Naruto walked down the street with Koyu, whose arm most of the women watching wondered how Koyuki knew the young blonde, while the men were jealous of Naruto for having the attractive and sexy daimyo, an actress, hanging off his arm. Instead of asking Koyuki how they had been doing for the past month, Naruto asked the beautiful daimyo about some of the things she had been doing for her job. Naruto was pleased to hear that she had gone out of her way to continue her father's legacy and was in the process of creating some new and useful technology. She had also told him how she had rebuilt the railway they had fixed, and they upgraded the trains to now use steam instead of coal, allowing him to stop worrying about trying to get the expensive import of IGA. This allowed for faster travel across the country, making it easier to trade and move goods and supplies. Naruto had to admit he was impressed with how the young woman handled things since becoming a daimyo. The two eventually arrived at an expensive-looking restaurant where the waiter almost tripped over him as he escorted Naruto and his Yoko Yuki herself chattering about how honored she was to serve them as the two sat across from each other in a small booth. Koyuki decided to ask Naruto about himself. So what exactly has your sensei trained you in? Arrow sensei has been training me in all aspects of being a shinobi. Naruto started making Koyuki laugh at the perverse nickname he gave Jiraiya. Has been training in ninjutsu taijutsu. I was a nutsu. And I have also been learning strategies recently. He has been teaching the Toad ninjutsu that he's known for. Naruto told her about some of the jutsu he's been learning as well as some of his own techniques. It seems that you've gotten really strong, said Koyuki with a tone that spoke of how impressed the young Dano was. Then she smiled evilly. Here, too, you become the hero in M. Sunekuni that you forgot to tell me. Finished. Yes, sorry. I just don't feel comfortable talking about the war that I participated in. Naruto passed a hand through his hair and sighed. But yes, I did help them in the blood wars, though. I really didn't do much or two. Annoying. Koyuki laughed, seeing Naruto uncomfortable at being considered a hero. I heard you were able to defeat the entire army with a single jutsu. Gakure even has you in our bingo books. Yuki Gakure had been the hidden village that was created by Dodo, who used his ninja to kill his brother Setsuka Sana and take over as daimon. Then he chose the three best in the village to become her personal guards. After Dodo's defeat, Koyuki allowed the village to remain and helped fund the village so it could begin training the younger generations. Naruto had heard that Koyuki had let the village remain as long as he pledged his loyalty to her. He also found out that they were using Konoha Academy as a base for their own. Really, asked Naruto, surprised. He hadn't even realized it was in the book's bingo, though. He supposed it was only a matter of time before it happened. Yes, Koyuki smirked as she pulled a bingo book out of her dress. Do you always carry a bingo book with you? Naruto asked with an amused smirk. Usually, yes, Koyuki replied, as she flipped through the pages. Thought it would be a good idea to have one handy in case you knew. Naruto nodded in understanding as Koyuki handed him the book. Looking at Naruto, he saw the stats were his. Naruto was his machine. My case, title recent NID, me, Kiro Senku, second yellow. Flash S rank. Physical description: he wears black shinobi clothing with a black hooded cloak, spiky blonde hair, blue eyes, with 3 whisker marks on each cheek. Ninjutsu stats 10. He is well known for having mastered many powerful jutsu, such as Rasengan Irisen, as well as several enhanced versions of Rasengan and many elemental techniques. It is rumored that he has created several powerful jutsu that are S-class and superior taijutsu and new taijutsu, said to be on par with Yandere Raikage, who is well known for his impressive close combat. Jinjutsu and bar is not known. The use of Jinjutsu Kenjutsu in 9, not much is known. But it is said that he uses a sword specially made for him, a Tetten Kulikin Hutsu, 10 apart from Kai Bizan. It was rumored that he created a Kenjutsu with a class SS classification. Fuinjutsu. Rumor claims that he is a seal master that surpasses Jiraiya of the Sennin and is on par with the Handai Mi Okage elemental affinities Futon, Raiton, and Sueten. Warning: if you end up in a fight with this man, it's suggested to you run. Naruto raised an eyebrow at the information. It was a pretty accurate description of his abilities, although there were many gaps. He was actually grateful for that, as it would mean that he was still somewhat of an unknown. This would give him a huge advantage if people tried to come and kill him. He had no idea he was so famous. Naruto said as he handed the book back to Koyuki. I mean, I knew this would eventually come out, but you've been famous for a while now, she told him with a smile. After all, you were in the Princess Gale movie Naruto SE Rio. Is that true? I remember going to see it. I was surprised when I saw myself throwing a Rasengan at your uncle in your movie. The waiter came over to take their orders with Naruto, ordering kaiseki rori, an expensive dish with several small steamed dishes, slow cooked and grilled. Often includes raw fish, grilled fish, tempura, soup, rice, and other foods, while Koyuki ordered tora, fugu PZ balloon, with a side of rice and steamed vegetables. The pair sat in companionable silence while they waited for their food to arrive, each having their own thoughts. Naruto looked at Koyuki while thinking about the situation he was in now. It's not that he had a serious problem sleeping with Koyuki. They had been friends since their mission to protect her, and the two had been able to send a few messages from time to time. He liked her and knew that they were quite close despite not seeing each other for a few years. However, Naruto didn't want to have sex with her just for a movie porn and wanted to be more than just a man she had sex with in a movie, but knew a relationship with her would be difficult. She was a daimon and ruled an entire country, which not only took up a lot of his time, but also presented a problem. If he ever wanted to marry her, a daimyo could never marry unless it was in a peerage, either another daimyo or a prince or princess, and Naruto didn't think the late prince of time, Yusen Kuni country of whirlwinds, would count. Naruto placed a small seal under the table, activating a silencing barrier, so any conversation between them would be kept private. Hello, Koyuki-chan. Naruto started to get the young girl's attention. So why exactly did you want it to be Tom? The blonde cursed as he felt his face heat up. He hadn't been this embarrassed since he first started talking to girls outside of Konoha. Why do I want you to do the sex scene in the movie with me? Koyuki finished her question for him. The only sign Naruto could see that she was embarrassed, it was the small pink tint on her cheeks. Naruto nodded and smiled as he closed his eyes. Well, there are many reasons, I guess. When I first agreed to star in this movie, I was afraid it was some random actor that I would feel uncomfortable with and would definitely use this scene. It's like bragging about how he had sex with a daimyo. So you felt since we were friends it would be best if I did it? Naruto asked, frowning. Koyuki squirmed a little as she hung her head. Does that bother you, Naruto? He sighed as he stood up and sat down next to her, gently lifting her head so her eyes were looking at him. I don't understand why you feel that way. I know I wouldn't want to do something like this with someone I wasn't familiar with. Of course, I doubt I would want to do it at all, Naruto said with a small chuckle. I'm not upset or annoyed by it. I just have several reasons why I would really feel uncomfortable doing this. Why did Koyuki ask? I mean, if any other man were to be asked if I did this, I'm sure they'd be bragging from here to Konoha. Naruto smiled. That may be true, but you see, I have someone I plan on marrying and the possibility of getting another once I ask. Koyuki looked in shock. Two fiancés? She asked with a boo expression. Naruto nodded and began to explain about the clan restoration law that had been set in place when Konoha was founded. Koyuki listened to Naruto with a strange sort of detachment as she thought about what he was telling her. With all her might, honesty didn't find it as strange as it might have sounded to a civilian. She had studied ninja villages and most of their laws, so she knew that they had things like this. Especially if one of the clans that had a bloodline was on the verge of extinction. It was also well known that several of the Ino males in the elemental nations had multiple wives or concubines. She knew that Naruto had a clan because of his father. Also, when word got around that Naruto was the son of Raikage, many of the different royal families in various countries had talked about forming an alliance with Konoha through marriage. Her own council had been one of those who approved of it when he was brought up as a potential marriage candidate. However, she knew nothing about it and was sure the others on her council didn't, or they would have brought it up. She focused her full attention back on Naruto, who seemed to be finishing his little speech. And that's why I don't feel comfortable doing this. I don't want to have sex with you just for a movie. Koyuki twirled her hair between her fingers. Then if it was for more than just a movie, you would do it. If we got married, I would correct Naruto. If it had been 2 years ago, I probably would too. But now that I have one woman that I already know I'm getting married, and another that I plan on asking when she sees the next one, I don't want to betray her trust by having sex and then showing it off in front of every pervert in the elemental nations in a movie. Koyuki smirked as she listened to him. It seemed like Naruto was a romantic at heart, even when he had to marry multiple women. So say we could get married, Cookie said. If we did, you wouldn't mind? Naruto looked at her, thinking about it. I guess it wouldn't be so bad then. But then no problem, she interrupted. I'll go to the council and tell them we're getting married. Naruto blinked before looking at her like he'd grown a second head with 4 eyes and a row of fangs. It couldn't be that easy. No, you're not making this decision too quickly. Okay, there might be some problems since you have to be with at least 3 other women besides me, Koyuki said. But since I'm a daimyo, I ultimately have the decision of who I marry. And since her name came up a few times when the council talked to me about getting married, they won't make the CL as big a deal as they would with someone else. She looked down at the table. As for moving out too quickly, the council has really been urging me to take a husband soon. I don't want to end up in a loveless marriage. And you're okay. Are you okay with me marrying another woman? Naruto asked in disbelief. Koyuki shrugged. I understand why you have to move on. I've read up on the clan laws of various villages to better understand how they work. So I know that the circumstances you find yourself in aren't as unusual as they would normally seem. I might not completely approve, but she paused for a moment to lean on his shoulder. I'm willing to work with that. I'll be honest. When you saved me both from Dodo and my own darkness, I was like, oh, I'm not a big fan of you. Wonder many times if we could somehow be together after you've grown up. I hope it's not something childish of mine, said Naruto with a fake pout, instinctively wrapping an arm around her waist and pulling her closer. Cookie laughed. Maybe Naruto made. Some Yuriko sounds that's cold coin, very cold. Naruto removed the silencing seal. And a few minutes later, dinner arrived. The waiter blinked in surprise, noticing the new position the two were in before setting the food down. The two stood. They fell silent as they opted to enjoy their food in silence. When they were finished, Naruto and Koyuki chatted a bit more about some of the lighter subjects while they waited for the bill to arrive. If we're going to go through with the marriage, do you think it would be alright if we at least went on a few dates first? Naruto asked. I'd at least like to get to know you a little better in a more intimate setting before taking such a big step. Of course, Koyuki said with a smile. When the bill arrived, I wouldn't have it any other way. I was about to take the bill when Naruto got to it first. I have it, he said. But you shouldn't understand, and that I mean if you're worried about your money, don't do it, said Naruto with a smile. Because of my books, I currently have around 36 figures in my account. Koyuki tilted her head to the side as she looked at him curiously. What book is that? This, said Naruto as he channeled chakra into a seal on his wrist. Koyuki gasped. She found herself looking at a book with a dark blue cover. However, that wasn't what caught her attention. What was the title of the book? Did you write this? Breathed. Naruto ignored the tone as he nodded. Yes, I did. Why you? Naruto stopped talking as he turned to look at Koyuki and saw that she was looking at him with stars in her eyes. Looking down at her hands, he saw that she was holding the book out to him. Naruto blinked as he wondered how the book had just appeared in his hand. This book is my absolute favorite. Koyuki Chiyo, sounding almost like a fangirl. Do you think you could sign it for me? Sure, Naruto said as he grabbed the book and dropped the brush he used to make seals, channeling some chakra into the brush seal. He activated the ink, creating seals for Koyuki-san, one of the most beautiful and stunning women I know. Naruto, what do you think? Naruto asked as he looked at Koyuki, only to sweat drop as hearts appeared in his eyes. That sounds perfect, he said as he grabbed the book. Naruto blinked as the book disappeared again. Koyuki leaned on her side with a sigh dreamily. I wonder if she's using seals to keep that book with her after the food was paid for. Naruto and Koyuki returned to the palace, entering the room with all the people running around trying to build the set. Naruto saw Jiraiya and the headmaster near a table discussing something with Koyuki on his arm. She walked up to the two, coughing to get their attention. Naruto started talking. I've talked to Ko here, and I've agreed to do this before the two could even smile. Naruto gave them a look, but I want to make one thing clear. You two officially owe both Koyuki, IME, and me for doing this. I expect the payment to be returned in full, as well as having several requests to make. The two reluctantly nodded, and Naruto gave them a laugh that sent several shivers of fear down their spines. First, Naruto held up a hand with a finger pointed. No one will be able to see while the two of us do the sex scene. Jiraiya opened his mouth to complain, but Naruto got there first. If you don't like it, you can find someone else. Jiraiya, she reluctantly closed her mouth as Naruto continued. You can set up multiple cameras in one room, but no one will be able to see the results until we're done. Second, I hope Hiro senses and writes a letter to Mei Terumi, Inuyui, Tony, about how you made me do this by sending blackmail to Koyuki and me. Hey, wait a minute, Jiraiya interrupted. You can't expect me to do that. I'll get killed first of all. Mei is more likely to melt your balls before killing you, while Yujito will probably put ambi in your ass, but you shouldn't care. After all, you should be used to women trying to kill you, Hiro-sensei, said Naruto with a smile. After all the times you've looked at a woman and earned her, you should be practically immune to this. Also, I'm going to look over the letter and make sure you know what you're writing, as well as see how you send it in case you try to do something I wouldn't like. Jiraiya gulped, knowing this wasn't going to end well for him, but for the sake of his movie nodded. And the last request, Jiraiya asked. Naruto smirked as the shadows of his hair covered his eyes, giving him a creepy look, making Jiraiya pale. The last request is when we get to Konoha, I'm going to ask him to tell Tsunade why he was in her porn movie. When she finds out, Jiraiya's eyes widened to epic proportions as he turned as white as a sheet. The thought of telling Tsunade that he had convinced her grandson Bara Jr. to star in his movie Icheicha was possibly the worst of the three requests, telling the other girl that it wouldn't be that bad since they could never hope to match what their teammate Buzan could do. Tsunade would no doubt lock him up by his balls, beat him up, and use her hood as a punch before she killed him. Images of all the pain Tsunade would no doubt inflict upon her return ran through his head and Jiraiya did the only thing he could in this situation. He fainted. Onato smirked as he looked at the man helping him and to the few people he brought, people that Onato had managed to join him on this quest after hearing that they were going after Kiro and Senku's son. You better keep your end of the bargain. Onato said to the man, who frowned at him. Of course I will. The man said, as you hold yours and kill Koyukyasa Ana. I can't stand that woman doing what should be a man's job. And to make things worse, she's filming that movie. Whatever, Onato replied. I already told you I would do it after killing the brat Namikaze, although I heard that she is very beautiful. So I think we'll have some fun with her first. Finally, their chance for revenge had come 4 other months later. Naruto and Koyuki were resting against a tree in the backyard of the palace after finishing one of the scenes of the movie, and now they were taking a break. Naruto closed his eyes and leaned back while pulling Koyuki between his legs. The woman said, letting out a content sigh with a small smile on her face as she too closed her eyes to get some rest. It had been 4 more months since she had come here and agreed to be in her sensei's perverted movie. She had a newfound respect for Koyuki's ability as an actress. She had never realized not only how hard it was to memorize lines, but also how embarrassing it was. Naruto couldn't even count the number of times he had felt his face so red it felt like it was about to burst. Of course, it could have something to do with the fact that the movie he was making was porn, and almost all of the lines were of a perverse and sordid nature. It had taken Naruto about 2 months just to get over his embarrassment at some of the lines he had to say. He had also made sure to go out on a few more dates with Koyuki, often taking her out to dinner and walking through some of the parks he had built around the palace. Doing so had allowed them to learn things about each other that they hadn't known before, such as Koyuki's fear of rabbits. Snow, after one, had bitten her as a child. Of course, Naruto laughed at that before Koyuki gave him that look that all women seemed to possess, making the young man never know an actress could be so petrified of what he was afraid of. He didn't know anyone except Irika, but Naruto was deathly afraid of men with ridiculously long tongues. Of course, only one man he knew had a long tongue like that from his encounter with Orochimaru in the Forest of Death, where the Snake Man, she had wrapped her tongue around Naruto's neck. She had been having nightmares, especially after learning of the man's fetish for small children. Koyuki had not only found it amusing, but had taken to licking him as a greeting every morning afterward. Although it had the exact opposite effect that Orochimaru's tongue had given her, of course, this had caused trouble of a different sort. Jiraiya had caught her straddling Naruto, trying to lick the children's faces, and started making various comments about how proud he was of Naruto. Not only does he have a koyuk, and not only did he find it amusing, but he'd gone out of his way to lick it as a greeting every morning afterward, although it had the exact opposite effect that Orochimaru's tongue had given him. Of course, this had caused trouble of a different sort. Jiraiya had already caught her straddling Naruto and trying to lick the kids' faces, and started making various comments about how proud he was Naruto. He not only has a koyuki, not only had he found it amusing, but had gone out of his way to lick it as a greeting every morning after, although it had the exact opposite effect that Orochimaru's tongue had given him. Of course, this had caused trouble of another sort. Jiraiya had caught her straddling Naruto, trying to lick the kids' faces, and started making various comments about how proud he was of Naruto. He not only has a resentful attitude towards his problems, but Koyuki had several of his samurai take him out and hang him on a flagpole by his underwear. Of course, Naruto had not neglected his training. The blonde had encountered each of the summons and had come to know their abilities and weaknesses. He discovered that some of them would not work so well with his fighting style, but he had come to know them anyway in the interest of maintaining a good relationship with the Toad. Jiraiya had also had to teach him the Toad techniques that Jiraiya had learned, which were Kuchi, Gamaguchi, Shibari, which summoned the nearly indestructible esophagus of a large, fire-breathing toad and allowed it to cover an entire area. Gamera Kai Yurino Jutsu, a shadow manipulation technique that allows Naruto to become one with an enemy's shadow while simultaneously paralyzing them, allowing Naruto to use them as a human shield. The last one he had learned so far was Gamagure no Hutsu, hiding in toad, a technique where Naruto would hide in the stomach of a special diving toad of a mountain yoku, while Naruto had yet to learn all the others, but the ones he did know, he had become proficient enough in them that Jiraiya and the toads were impressed. Naruto Naruto looked at Koyuki, who still had her eyes closed. What will you do once you become a cage? She asked. What do you mean? Naruto tilted his head to the side, as if trying to understand the question. Koyuki blurted out giggle at the cute and confused look Naruto had on his face. I mean, what will you do after you become Okage? I've always wondered what you plan on doing. After you've achieved that goal, Naruto looked at her for a moment. As his eyes blurred flashback, Naruto rubbed his eyes with his arms, wiping away the tears before looking at Jiraiya with a smile. I guess I'll have to fix that when I become Okage. Jiraiya chuckled as he ruffled Naruto's hair. I guess yes. But won't you become Okage by beating yourself down like this? True peace? Naruto asked curiously. As he looked at his teacher, Jiraiya nodded. I believe there will come a time when we will eventually understand each other. The white-haired man laughed. Although I still don't know how to do that. He looked at Naruto. If I can't find a way, then you will do it for me. Naruto smiled. Sure, that arrow-sensei. End of flashback. Naruto blinked as he looked at Koyuki. Sorry, Koim. What were you saying? Koyuki looked at him worried for a second before giving him an exasperated look. Although he still had a smile on his face, he was asking, what did you want to do after becoming Okage? A right laugh, Naruto, as a shy smile spread across his face. Well, there are many things I want to do. Kuruki waited for a moment to see if Naruto would tell her. After a few moments of waiting with no reply, she got exasperated. Well, she asked him, well, I could tell you, but where would be the fun if you didn't figure it out on your own? Said Naruto with a small sparkle in her eyes. Koyuki looked at him, frowning for a second before the two started laughing. Lowering her head down, she closed her eyes and snuggled up against Naruto's chest, letting his warm presence envelop her as she listened to his heartbeat. And Naruto, she asked to get his attention, do you have a name for her? When we have children. Naruto made several choking sounds, feeling his face burn. What come here to Kik-chan, said Takan with a lustful voice as he moved towards Akiko, doing grabbing motions with her hands. Akiko leaned against the wall as she tried to resist. No, I can't. She was interrupted as Takan grabbed her luscious breasts in his hands and began to kneel down. Bending down, Takan began to nibble, kiss, Mary bite Kiko along her neck, leaving several love bites as Akiko's struggles began to weaken. Finally, the busty young woman felt her resistance to Takan's advances disappear as she wrapped her arms around her neck and began to polish her sex along the growing tentacles in her pants. Takan slid one of his hands inside her shirt and bra as he fondled and caressed the woman's seductively inviting tits, loving the feel of her soft, supple skin in his hands as he played with the hardened nipple. Takan here, I gasped as I tried to form coherent thoughts and sentences. Take me now, please. I thought you'd never ask. Kik-chan, Takan whispered huskily as he began to nibble on her earlobe. And cut. The lights came on, revealing the people standing there, to the cameramen, who began to stop filming, to the director, who began to talk about how well the two acted. Yajur, as he was laughing wickedly. Taken and Akiko took off the wigs they were wearing, revealing themselves to be Naruto and Koyuki as the two walked off the set. So how did we do it? Asked. Naruto eventually became numb to the acting he had to do. You two did an excellent one, said the director with tears in his eyes. Just what I would expect from two amazing actors like yourself. This movie will definitely be a hit, rivaling even my Princess Gale movies. Naruto's sweat dropped as he watched the director burst into tears over a movie. Shaking his head, he looked at Koyuki with a smile. I guess that to wrap. The two laughed at his corny joke before continuing. So I'll see you tonight, of course, said Koyuki with a smile. Sensual, don't take long. And Naruto smiled as he kissed Koyuki on the cheek and grabbed Jiraiya by the hair, dragging him, while said man went from congratulating his student to complaining about the rude apprentices who were grabbing their senseis. Koyuki smiled as she watched them leave before moving to her dressing room so she could catch up on a movie. She looked at herself in the mirror as she finished scrubbing off the last vestige of makeup, smiling because she was about to change into her normal clothes. When someone knocked at her door ahead, she called distractedly as she turned to see Naruto enter her. Oh, Naruto-kun, did you forget something? Or was it that you just couldn't stand being away from me? Koyuki asked with a smirk. Naruto smirked as he walked, making Koyuki frown. It was her frown at how bad he looked. In reality, it wasn't either of those things. The young daimon didn't have time to react when a cloth was covered over her nose. Koki's eyes widened as she tried to fight. Unfortunately, who would ever be this? The imposter was much stronger than her, and she felt her eyes close, and eventually everything went black. Naruto grunted as he skidded backwards from the powerful slash. As soon as his backward momentum ceased, Naruto launched himself at his opponent again, a toad with two curved swords known as a gamekin. Because Naruto didn't have a defined sword style, he had the toads that could use bladed weapons help him. They had agreed to teach him their fighting style, allowing Brute to get used to the various toads. Naruto found that he enjoyed this the most when working with the toads, and had created several kinjutsu moves that he and the toads worked together with after blocking several more slashes and stabs. Naruto and Gamekin separated, bowing to each other. "Excellent work, young man," said Gamekin in a voice that was very similar to a samurai talking to his apprentice. "You're learning well. Thank you, Gamekin-sensei," said Naruto as he opened a bottle from his wrist and took a long drink. He looked toward the sky and realized it was getting late. Looking at the toad fighting with the sword, he bowed again. "I should head back soon. It was nice studying with you." As always, Gamekin nodded before bowing and heading back to the summoning world. "Oh, Arrow-sensei," Naruto called out to Jiraiya, who was in the small, no doubt looking at the women who were playing there. Smiling, Naruto used the Orokin no Jutsu to transform into Naruto, a female version of Naruto, with long blonde hair tied back in two ponytails and a figure that could rival Tsunade walking behind. Jiraiya Naruko placed her hands over the white-haired, perverted eyes and pressed her ample chest into his back. "Jirasama, why look at those girls when you can study me?" said Naruko in a sensual and seductive voice that sent shivers down Jiraiya's spine. "I knew you would come play sooner or later, you slutty little thing," said Jiraiya with a perverted smile and a large bleeding nose as he turned around, only to be disappointed when Naruto dispelled the transformation. "Let's go, pervert," said Naruto, while hooking a thumb over his shoulders, pointing towards the palace. "It's time to go back." Turning to Naruto, he began to walk. Jiraiya realized a moment later, grumbling at the disrespectful Gaki won't let an old man see him. Naruto frowned when another of the maids told Naruto that she hadn't seen Koyuki anywhere. It wasn't like her to be late for one of her appointments. Deciding to interrogate the person who was most likely to see Koyuki last, the blonde headed to the principal's office. When he knocked Naruto on the door, he waited for several minutes, and after receiving no response, he frowned before opening it. The entire office was empty, with no trace that the man had even been there. Frowning, Naruto turned to the plate. When he got his eyes Naruto to widen, everyone was already clutching unconscious on the floor, heading towards the principal, who was slumped in his chair. Naruto unrolled a scroll and uncovered several contents, doctors and a chemistry set. He took a small blood sample from the man and put it in an eyedropper, dropping it into a beaker with several chemicals. He stirred the contents until it turned a light purple color, and then took out a special paper that contained a seal inside and unrolled it. The seal was another one of Naruto's inventions, and was made to give a diagnosis of any foreign substance in a person's body by using a sample of someone's blood and mixing it with chakra conductive ink that was normally used for sealing. Naruto had been able to use this as a replacement for the diagnostic jutsu that Tsunade and other medics were capable of performing. Placing the blood into it, he watched as the symbols on the seal began to move towards the blood sample. The ink coalesced in the center and began to form words listing the different compounds that were found on the man, one of which Naruto recognized as chloroform, and another as a form of nerve gas. Squinting, Naruto's eyes turned to Koyuki's, crushing at a small amount of Kyuubi's chakra on his nose. There were also small traces of chloroform in the air. Naruto's mind began to deduce what happened when he realized that someone must have infiltrated the palace, sneaking into Koyuki's chloroform before or after dropping a gas bomb in the room. The blonde frowned, knowing that sneaking into the palace would be a near impossible task, even for someone of Jiraiya or his caliber, meaning that there's a traitor living in the palace or in Koyuki's court. Making several hand seals, Naruto slammed his hands into the ground and summoned a small messenger toad. "I want you to go to Jiraiya and tell him that someone has kidnapped Koyuki. Let him know that there is a traitor within the palace or in Arun Kuni's council, and ask him to find out who it is." Naruto ordered without preamble. The toad, realizing this was important, nodded and went to find the toad's scent, and Naruto used his enhanced senses again to see if there was anything that would help determine who the attacker was. There is a faint trail of dirt. This left possibilities, but one of them stood out. Naruto to the maximum, crouching like a bloodhound. Naruto began to sniff the source of the scent. Koyuki woke up with a moan. She opened her eyes lustfully, trying to remove the slight blurriness from her vision. She blinked a few times as she looked around, finding herself in what appeared to be one of the abandoned factories where Dodo had built her war machines. She tried to bring a hand up to her face, but soon found that they were tied. Her eyes opened as she tried to get out, only to find that she wasn't having so much luck. Looking down at herself, she found that she was tied to a chair that was bolted to the floor. Her ankles were tied together and her hands were tied around her back. She tried to move her arms and loosen her bonds so she could free herself. That's not going to work. Koki's eyes opened as she looked up and saw a man with black hair and green eyes smiling at her. That ninja cable is strong enough to hold back even the most powerful shinobi. A spoiled princess like you won't have any luck escaping them. Koyuki looked at the man, knowing that he was the one who had probably kidnapped her. Who are you? What do you want from me? Onato paused, as he seemed to think about how to respond before shrugging. He guessed it wouldn't matter if I told you. It's not like you have to live long anyway. It's just a means to an end for me. I'm simply using you to get to the person. I want to kill the person you want to kill. Questioned Koyuki as she studied the man. He was definitely a ninja. That was very clear, except he didn't show any innate, which means he was a missing nin, and I was trying not to implicate his country. And who do you want to kill? She asked, determined to get as much information as possible. Anato gave her a smile that sent shivers down her spine. Why am I going to kill your boyfriend? Of course, Naruto. Koyuki breathed as her eyes widened. That's right, laughed Onato. Finally, I'm going to get my revenge by killing that man, son. Then I'll kill you. Walked towards Yate Koyuk and began to struggle with her bonds even more. At say, shame that I have to kill you, the specimen. He ran a finger along her jaw, but was forced to pull it back when Koyuki tried to bite him. Haha, and he seems pretty lively to him. Maybe after this is over, I'll have some fun before I kill you. Koyuki shuddered at the tone and the voice of the man. It was a tone that had madness mixed with lust. Obviously, this man had lost his mind a long time ago. Onato. Koyuki turned her head to see a man running towards them. He is here. All right, very well, said Onato with a smile. Why don't you and the others go and welcome our guest? The man left, and Onato turned to Koyuki with a rag, realizing what it was. The female daimon started to fight the black-haired man. Just laughed as he put the rag over the face, watching as Koyuki's eyes moved in the back of his head. Naruto looked at the large building that the scent had led him to. The place was in one of the more Arun Kuli regions. The building itself was a very industrialized factory with several chimneys and what appeared to be a large smelting factory or furnace. The blonde heir to the Maikase knew what it was like when Dodo had been the daimon that had several of these places built. They were large factories that produced numerous types of weapons and vehicles. It was here where the chakra armor, kunai launchers, and airships were built. Naruto knew that Koyuki still had some of them to help build up EU's defenses, but this one was obviously abandoned for some reason or another. Koyuki probably hadn't even known about it, which meant this one had done something Dodo wanted to keep secret. Stopping at the entrance, Naruto looked up. There was a good chance they could use the front or back entrances, or one of the windows in the upper levels would likely have several traps waiting for him in those places. That meant the most efficient way to get in would be to enter a place where no one would expect him to by moving around the side. Naruto stopped when he estimated he was halfway between the front and back entrances. Taking out a brush, Naruto began to write on the wall. The seal he was using was called the intangibility seal, and as the name suggests, it allowed a solid object to become intangible, allowing people and other objects to pass through it unhindered. This was done by having the seal affect the atomic particles from which all matter was created and cause them to become loose with each other. When that happened, one could pass through a solid object as if it were water. Jiraiya had told him that it was one of his most ingenious seals and would be a boon for infiltration and espionage missions. Once he finished writing, Naruto channeled some chakra into the seal to activating them by placing his hands on the wall. The blonde watched as a ripple passed through the wall, stopping where Naruto had placed the absorption and dispersion seal to ensure that the intangibility effect was confined to a certain area. Once Naruto's hands sank into the wall, he began to walk, feeling the particles move out of the way of his mass. When he was all the way there, Naruto activated his invisibility jutsu and began searching the area, making sure that he created a map in his mind. The place he was in was definitely a factory of some sort. Several assembly lines were set up in a linear path inside the room. Looking at it, Naruto saw what looked like molds for the chakra armor that Naruto saw Dodo wear, making Naruto suspect that this had been the place where the completed version of Dodo's chakra armor came from. Refocusing his thoughts, Naruto crept across the room and into a hallway. Naruto decided to head left. He walked silently along the wall, channeling chakra into his ears, hoping he could make out some sort of sound. While he couldn't hear anything, he finally found himself reaching the end of the hallway. At the end was a large set of steel doors that were partially open. If Naruto's internal map was correct, it was close to where the back entrance was. Doing a cage biz, Naruto had it open the door in case of traps. When there weren't any, the clone dissipated and Naruto entered. The first thing he noticed was that the room was large. It looked like some kind of practice range for jutsu or weapons. There was an area with targets made to look like people. Most of them were destroyed or had rusted and broken from lack of use. On the opposite side, there were several lockers that Naruto now had stored positive weapons and that chakra armor. This place was most likely where they tested the products they built here. The second thing Naruto noticed was that Koyuki was there. She was tied to the wall opposite him. Her legs were pressed together and her arm sleeves were pinned to the wall with kunai, making her look like she was on a crucifix. Naruto narrowed his eyes as he recognized the ninja cord as a silk steel comp put grade type that Yagak had used during the Third Great Ninja War. He began to run towards her only for his ninja instincts to kick in at the last second, rolling to the left as several kuna and shuriken came at him. Ending his scroll, stood up, and he realized that he was surrounded. Taking a millisecond, he analyzed his opponents. There were 6 of them. Most of them looked rather plain. They were wearing standard ninja clothing with no identifying markings, and they had no Naida 8. However, Naruto knew that this could mean something. He immediately gave away the idea that this was a ninja mercenary unit. Apart from the fact that there were very few ninja mercenaries, the only units that he knew of that actually existed were Akatsuki, who were considered a mercenary group. And at this point, the fact that this was also an apparent trap for him instead of Koyuki added to that fact, as while it could be a unit sent by one of their enemies, it was also not likely their only enemies, Akatsuki and Iwa. Akatsuki would never hand over the capture of a Jinchuriki to others, and Iwa would rather kill him themselves. Naruto looked at the smirking man in front of him as he began running a mental list of all the people he knew or recognized from somewhere. Eventually, Naruto hit the ground. Onato Kuchi, a Hakur-ranked ninja, also known as Hiron Fiston, that specializes in using the ironstone particles in the earth and combining them with your arms to give them powerful super strength similar to Tsunade's. Onato's smile widened, just as I would expect from that man's son. But your knowledge won't save you here. If you give up, I can allow your girlfriend to spend some quality time with me before I kill her. Naruto growled as he charged at the man, completely forgetting everything around him. The only thought running through his mind was that he was going to enjoy hanging this man by his intestines. Instincts kicked in again, and it was only his hard-earned reflexes that saved him from being impaled by several earth spikes that shot out in front of Onato. Leaping into the air, the blonde shinobi flipped over the Ionin and threw several shuriken, ninpu shuriken, kai bizin, no jutsu, arte ninja, shuriken, shadow clone jutsu. Without words or hand seals, the 5 shuriken became 50 while he heads towards the black-haired man. Onato's eyes widened for a moment before jumping out of the way and pulling out a kunai to deflect it, which he was unable to dodge. Naruto charged at him with 2 kunai in hand as he tried to impale the man through the skull before he could reach close to the incoming ninja with one high kick and the other hoping to bring Naruto to his knees. Ducking under the kick from the first ninja, Naruto placed his left hand on the ground as he pushed himself into the air just an inch above the foot strike, grabbing the foot of the man who did the high kick. As he spun around using his impressive physical strength and momentum, he lifted the man up by his thigh. As he flipped spinning to the left, Naruto dodged an incoming kick by twisting his body 180°. The blonde got back to his feet and blocked a kunai strike to the neck, channeling wind chakra into his kunai. Naruto slashed the enemy's kunai, allowing Naruto to close the distance on the wide-eyed ninja, smashing both palms into the man's solar plexus, sending him flying. He crashed into and through the wall, spinning on his heels. Naruto grabbed a kunai that was sent to impale him and threw it back towards its thrower with wind chakra added the kunai. Passed straight through the IWA ninja's left lung, as if it was only air, causing the man to scream, violently turning around. Naruto was able to dodge an IWA ninja that had tried to impale him, going through some hand signs of Naruto futon, Rinkan wind release, her bet piercing a large ball of compressed air shot out of Naruto's mouth and slammed into the man's head. Not even bothering to look at the blood it created, Naruto landed on the ground. Toton, Duru Taiga, earth release, earth flow river. Naruto cursed as he found himself sliding across the ground as a large river of mud crashed down on him. Doton, Dor, Yusu, earth release, earth. Rising spears, several spears shot out from the river of mud, and they impaled Naruto in several vital areas, only for Naruto to disappear in a burst of smoke. The real Naruto appeared right behind the man who had done the jutsu, with a spinning ball of chakra in his hand, smashing the Rasengan into the man's back, causing the man to scream as his bulletproof vest ripped into pieces along with the flesh and muscle located on his back. Taking several deep breaths, Naruto stood up and looked around. 5 of the 6 ninja that had attacked him were either dead or unconscious. However, Onato had disappeared. Looking over to where Koyuki was, Naruto narrowed his eyes, seeing that she was gone too. Seeing that the door on the other side was partially open, Naruto charged through it and outside. While following the scent, he recognized as Koyuki. Damn, Kid, Onato cursed as he carried unconscious Koyuki over his shoulder. He was so sure that they could kill that damn Namikaze if they caught him by surprise. Maybe he should have tried to take Honing with him instead of Chunin. Maybe then he would have had a better chance, but he had been patient. Well, never mind, I'll get him next time. He looked at the young woman over his shoulder and smiled. And I still have her. I think I'll have a little fun with her before I kill her. And then I'll say that damn Onato, turning his head. Onato cursed as he saw Naruto running straight towards him and gaining strength by channeling as much chakra as he could. How could he increase his speed? Seeing this, Naruto took off his cloak, and he increased his own speed, leaving his cloak behind to crash into the ground and create a large crater. Naruto found himself quickly closing in on the man he was going to punch into a coma, but Onato still seemed to have a few tricks up his sleeve as he threw several Makabishi spikes used to distract an opponent on the ground behind him. This forced Naruto to jump into the air, slowing his forward momentum and allowing Onato to gain some distance. As Naruto finally caught up to the Jonin, see the man standing at the edge of a cliff, Onato turned and smiled as he looked at Naruto. I might not be able to kill you right now, Onato said as his smile turned into a huge grin that seemed to scream insanity, but at least I'll make sure it hurts me in some way. Naruto's eyes widened as Onato threw Koyuki from the cliff. Now it's your turn to feel the pain of losing someone you love. The man's mocking laughter was cut off as Naruto slammed his fist into the man's gut with enough force to send him flying off the cliff. Without wasting a moment, Naruto threw himself headfirst over the ledge, channeling wind chakra in front of him to slice through the air and lessen the wind resistance around him, allowing him to accelerate. Naruto caught up to Koyuki and wrapped an arm around her waist before showing Onato, who he had put an een seal on, as he hit him, creating a cage. Bizen to grab Onato. Naruto threw a kunai into the air. Both Naruto's and Naruto threw the kunai, so he returned to where he jumped, blinking once more. Naruto clone knocked Onato down and dissipated before the man could even think of getting away. Naruto stomped his face into the ground with his foot, lifted him up a few more times and brought him down. He didn't stop until there was a sizable blood run down the shape of Onato's face, while the now unconscious man was bleeding from his mouth, nose, and ears. Sighing, Naruto looked at Koyuki, who was still completely out of it. Yes, she readjusts so that her head rests on his shoulder. Naruto created another clone to tie up Onato and take him with them. With any luck, Jiraiya could interrogate the man and find out if this was because I was trying to kill him, or if the man had acted on his own. A fat and rather short man with cropped brown hair and dark black eyes ran down the hallway of his mansion as if the hounds of hell were chasing him. This could resemble the truth, only instead of hounds, it was a group of samurai. The man eventually reached his office and opened the doors, pushing his desk and other large objects in a way in an attempt to support them, so he could use his secret escape route. Heading to his fireplace, he turned one of the statues and watched impatiently as the fireplace began to spin, only to see a tall man with spiky white hair, the fat man, turn around to try and escape, only to feel a sharp pain in the back of his neck. Just as the samurai burst through the door, Jiraiya walked down the hallway towards the room he knew was probably his apprentice as he did, so he gave a few whistles and catcalls to. Some of the maids he passed, much to his disdain. Upon reaching the room, the white-haired senin knocked on the door forward. Upon opening the door, Jiraiya found his prized pupil sitting on the bed with Koyuki's head in her lap as she gently stroked the young girl's hair. It had been a few days since the fiasco where Koyuki had been kidnapped and used as bait reached Naruto, ever since his blonde apprentice had refused to let the daimon out of his sight, and had even gone so far as to threaten anyone except a few people Koyuki seemed to trust. When they got close to her, resisting the urge to mock her apprentice, Jiraiya caught the young man's attention. "I got the information you wanted." "What part?" Naruto asked as Koyuki turned sideways to face the white-haired man. "Both," Jiraiya said with a smirk as he tossed the blonde to pergamon. As Koyuki sat down and rested her head on his shoulder, Jiraiya bit his lip to keep from letting out a perverted giggle, knowing what kind of pain it would cause. As he continued, "It seems the one who allowed him to infiltrate the palace was a council member by the name of Kawasaki. Apparently, he had made a deal with Onato to allow him entry as long as he killed Yukuki." Dono Koyuki frowned. No wonder, when Dodo had his coup, Kawas had literally vanished in that at the time. Many of us thought he had been killed, but when he returned some time after the war, claiming he had been imprisoned, he escaped. Many suspected him. Although no one could prove anything, at least on the outside, he showed support for my father and me. Jiraiya nodded. It seems he had been hiding in an isolated region of Arun Okuni to the northeast and returned when he heard of Dodo's defeat. I suppose he was waiting for an opportunity to kill you and take control of himself. The combined movie with the IWA ninja who had come to kill Naruto gave him the perfect opportunity. Luckily, he won't be a bother since the man was arrested by his forces just a few hours ago. Koyuki nodded when Naruto asked her his next question. "What's up, Daido?" Was this a planned murder or the result of a man driven by revenge? "Apparently, it was a rematch," said Jiraiya as he crossed his arms. "I could tell that the TS Raikage had specifically told him not to go after you. It seemed that with the old man ordered him not to kill you, he went berserk, I guess would be the best way to put it." He managed to forge mission papers and gave them to several chunin. They were so eager to kill the Yondame's son, I doubt they would even realize they were fake. Naruto nodded. "Okay, I'll send a message to IWA informing them to keep a better leash on their ninja and to make sure they give some form of reparation to Koyami and me for not making a war over this little incident." Jiraiya smirked at his apprentice's decision was wise and a good tactical move as far as politics were concerned, and would put the sand Shikage in his pocket, since the old man would be smart enough to realize that it was only because of Naruto that his village wouldn't be destroyed. This murder fiasco should also keep his ninja in line, since officially they have not only failed, but they should be tired of Konoha finding out by clapping their hands. Jiraiya smiled at the two. "Now that all this is boring, it's out of the way, I came to tell you that we'll be filming again." Naruto sighed. He somehow knew you would mention that. He looked at Koyuki, who shrugged. "I guess it can't be helped. Of course we have to finish this movie." Jiraiya yelled as he pumped his fist in the air, causing Naruto to groan. Nuki looked out his office window as he looked at the buildings below. His current mind was going over the conversation he had with Onato a few months ago. He hadn't seen the other guy again, man after, and was starting to worry. It was well known that his hatred for Kiro-sank ran much deeper than anyone else. That he hadn't shown up for a mission or something like he usually did these past few months was worrisome. A knock at the door interrupted his thought center. He ordered the door opened, and in walked one of his messengers, Ninja, who had a scroll in his hands. "Sir, this scroll came from Arun." Kundi Noi frowned as he took the scroll. It hadn't had any relationship since they stopped exporting coal from them decades ago. What could be the reason for sending them a message? "You can go," ordered the messenger, who bowed and left the old Sachikage. Unrolled the scroll and began to read the contents. His eyes widened with each sentence. "Dear Sandame Sachikage, Dano, I regret to inform you that for several days your ninja Oedo, along with 5 chunin level shinobi, died after an assassination attempt on my people. Due to this, I will request 1,000 lena to my account, as well as others 1 to Koyuki Kasana's account for the kidnapping and attempted murder of Arun Kuindaima by Onato If you do not comply with this demand, I will be forced to reveal that you attempted to assassinate not only a Konoha shinobi, but a daimon as well. But if you do, I am willing to overlook what has happened here, as long as you never attempt anything similar and learn to keep your shinobi in a better position. Naruto, his machine case. Nuki leaned back in his chair as he felt his shoulders slump. It was a complete disaster. Not only would he have to pay all that money to keep this thing from going out and destroying his village by starting a war, but he also has to inform the families of those men that because of one man's thirst for revenge, these people died. The only saving grace, which really wasn't a saving grace, was that the person who was attacked would forget and abandon all of his actions as long as he could keep his end of the bargain. He closed his eyes. As he pinched himself big, he pulled out several sheets of paper and began to write letters to the families of the deceased XXXX Omega Jiraiya. And the director continued to look at the room where Naruto and Koyuki were supposed to be filming. They still hadn't heard a single glimpse of the room, and both were wondering what was going on. It's been almost 8 hours, the director said. What do you think they're doing there, Hell? Yeah, I know, Jiraiya said, frowning as he walked towards the door and knocked. Igaki, are you and Koyuki aren't going to start? Or what? When he didn't get a reply, Jiraiya tried to open the door only to find it locked. Not knowing what to do, Jiraiya decided that it would be best if he didn't try to break it down and incur the wrath of his apprentice. He went back to the headmaster and said, leave them there for now. We'll come back later and see if anything has happened yet. 4 days later, Naruto and Koyuki still hadn't left the room, and the two were worried. Jiraiya was already about to leave and break down the door. At that moment, the door opened, and in walked Naruto and Koyuki. Naruto was sporting a pretty big smile, while Koyuki had wild hair, a noticeable limp, and that strange sexual glow that every woman seemed to get after the hot and passionate. Jiraiya paused in his pacing as he gave Naruto a smile. Shiva was starting to wonder, when you were going out, I guess you two were having too much fun. Then you did the scenes properly. Naruto tilted his head to the side and frowned. Scenes, you know, the movie scenes, Jiraiya asked. Naruto looked at Koyuki, who shrugged it off. Sorry, guess we forgot we were even making a movie. Jiraiya looked at the two before he fell on top, anime style. Naruto smirked as he picked up Koyuki Nupsi style. Then what do you say we go take a shower and order some room service? As the two walked out, Jiraiya stood up and grunted as he rubbed his face. The stupid Gaki can't even remember he's making a movie. He better do some awesome stuff in there or he'll never get. I'll have them film in one of my movies again. Later that day, both Jiraiya and the director were found dead. The doctors who did the autopsy deduced that it was caused by massive bleeding from the sinuses. When they tried to figure out why they had been given a tape that they had found in the VCR, the two were close. When the doctors touched it, they were also killed by massive nosebleeds. The video was of Yuki and Naruto having sex for 4 days straight. Several days later, the film was found by another person who decided to put it on a market. Many men ended up buying the film only because they all died too, becoming what was known as the Great Massacre of Ika. Music. Ika. Hi girls and boys, before continuing with the video, I wanted to remind you that subscribing to the channel and activating the bell is the best way to find out when I'm going to upload new content and be one of the first to see the videos and news. Without anything else to add, continue the video. Chapter 5, A Dilemma of Los Angeles. Conan walked through the cold and dark corridors of the tower that Nagato and she had taken as their base of operations. Like all the places in Amigakura village hidden in the rain, the building was the epitome of industrial-style architecture. Pipes ran along the walls and ceiling. The entire building was made of metal instead of wood or brick and gave the entire infrastructure a cold and unfeeling air. It was the same everywhere in Amigakura too. However, Conan noticed none of this as he walked down the corridor, having long since grown accustomed to the cold and unfeeling structures. He stopped at a door at the end of the corridor. Opening it, he entered and moved to the back where there was an opening leading outside. As always, the way of the god realm of Nagato Op Pain, as he had grown accustomed to calling himself, was there. He sat on a ledge. As he looked at Aim, the man didn't even seem to notice the rain hitting him, though it probably had a seeing, as the rain was nothing more than a byproduct of his sensory jutsu. A small pang of pain caused a slight hesitation in Conan's steps as he walked towards what had once been his friend's body. It was one of the few things the Harabanim had ever seen. Do you require my services? Pain-sama asked as she walked behind Pain for a moment. Pain didn't speak as he continued to look out over the city. His city had finally allowed an intruder to enter Amage Cure undetected. Conan felt a small slip in his emotional mask as his eyes widened slightly. Pain was able to sense everything that was happening in aim with his jutsu. So for someone to be able to slip his guard meant that whoever it was an expert at stealth and knew that not only did he know that the jutsu was there, but also its weakness. I could only sense it. As he left my firing range, I want you to find this person and take care of them. We can't have anyone finding out where Akatsuki is yet. If they've left aim, I'll need to contact Setsu and track them. Of course, Pain-sama, said Conan in an emotionless voice as he put his mask back in place. XXXX, a small green sap with orange spots hopped into a rather spacious cave. It was very rare for an amphibian to seek shelter in a cave during rain. Most take it for granted that a toad would find it enjoyable to be out in the rain, probably by some sort of lake or pond to allow the cool water to hit its skin as it swam or Olgus in. However, while the toad looked completely normal to most people, the two people who were familiar with toads knew better. The fact that this toad was anything but normal became apparent when it opened its mouth and a young boy crawled out. Its form looked as if it was stretching out in its mouth. The person was soon revealed to be a man with spiky blonde hair and blue eyes. He was wearing a long, hooded black cloak that reached to the ground and covered his entire body. He was grabbing a scroll from his pouch. The blonde he unrolled and channeled some chakra into the scroll, causing a puff of smoke indicating the contents to be released. As a small pile of firewood appeared, the blonde built a small bonfire and pulled out another scroll, which upon opening revealed the contents to be fresh meat. As he lit a fire, the blonde stuck the meat onto a spit and began to cook it over the open fire, adding spices. As he turned the spit, when it was finished, he reached up to his mask and pulled it off, showing 6 whisker marks on his face. Naruto Suna Mikas leaned against the wall of the cave as he ate his food, his mind thinking about everything that had happened in the past few years. It had been approximately 2 years and 9 months since he left his journey with Hero Sensei. Naruto had learned many things in that time. Now he had a powerful reputation and abilities that Jiraiya said could be on par better than his father, although Naruto felt like he still had a long way to go before he could compare himself to his old man. Naruto had also started learning the ins and outs of Jiraiya's spy network. A year ago, the blonde had been officially introduced as second in command and the one to take over should anything happen to Jiraiya. After learning about espionage and the intelligence gathering business, the young Mika's power plant heir had set about secretly building one of his own. While it still wasn't as extensive as his sensei's, the blonde had been able to gather information faster than Jiraiya could with his own network. This was due to the fact that Naruto hadn't used other people for his network, but a wide variety of seals partially based on a crystal spy or that the Sandai Mokage used to watch over the village. The seal is called an information sealing array. What it did was pick up the vibrations and wavelengths that people spoke in. Those wavelengths and vibrations were sent through various seals that translated them into words. The words would travel through another set of seals and one of several specially designed casket bizon variants that Naruto had sealed in a containment seal. Every month, several clones would disperse and send information back to Naruto, who would have to take a day to sort it all out. This was easily Naruto's greatest and most extensive achievement. With the seals, of course, as with all big ideas and abilities, this one had several drawbacks that made it problematic. The first being that when the clones dispersed and sent information back to Naruto, it would take them a day, complete meditation, to sort them. This required him to find a safe place to be while he sorted the information. If he was in battle, it could easily leave him vulnerable to attack. The problem itself was mostly solved as Naruto had set up 2 safe houses where he could go if he required it. One was in Kiri and the other was in Kumo. His second problem was that eventually his seals would run out of clones to send him information. Each one had a total of 500. So it would take a while before it ran out, but it would eventually become a problem. The third problem was the information itself. When Naruto started placing the seal arrays around the cities he visited, it wasn't limited to just one place per city. Naruto had placed several seals in each city, places like bars, caverns, brothel, theaters. Naruto even had several in the council halls and cage towers of Kirikumo. A lot of information came from those places, and most of it was useless to Naruto. This meant he had to separate the trash from any useful information he got. And while it was nice to hear how Yujito and Koyuki were doing, he could watch them whenever he wanted. so it didn't matter no Naruto was looking for specific information, meaning he wanted to know everything he could about Akatsuki. Sadly, their network had drawn up mostly blanks. The only information that was available on the group was already known to him. They had started out as a mercenary unit taking over jobs for a small fee, and because they gained a reputation for never failing a mission, they started getting more and more jobs. After a while, they started taking an interest in Jinchuriki and Bijou in general. Although, so far they seem to have gone after Naruto himself. Other than that, nothing had come of it. The only thing he had been able to learn about the group was that there wasn't much to learn. Naruto only had one piece of information he had decided to go after, and it was more a matter of having a gap in his information than the information real. Amage, the hidden village, had been sealed off for several years. No one really knew the real reason, but it was rumored that the village had been experiencing a civil war. Seeing as he had no other leads to follow, Naruto had decided to go to Amage without bothering to tell even his sense and of his trip to the hidden village. When he met them, he still hadn't been able to find out much about Akatsuki. He had been there for about 2 weeks now, but all he had found out was information about the two figures who were said to rule the village. A man known as Pain, who was said to have killed Anode Salamander in single combat. An incredible feat, considering the man was rumored to be even stronger than Iris in Sarutobi, the professor in his prime. This Pain also seemed to hold a deep grudge against Anso, having killed not only anyone associated with the man, but his family as well. The other figure was simply known as the Angel of Aim. She was apparently a woman who was seen as Pain's messenger to the people. Hadn't been able to find out much more than that Pain was hailed as a god and had a powerful sensor jutsu where he infused his chakra into the rain. Naruto was snapped out of his musings when he felt a presence just outside the cave journey. Some sensor seals he had placed on K before entering. Aim set up a quick cache Bizon to clean up the mess he made as he went out to investigate. Crawling out of the cave, Naruto looked around the wooded area with no sign of anything. Finding nothing to frown upon, was about to go back inside when his instincts made him roll to the left just in time as several shuriken came and impaled the spot he had previously been standing on. He took a moment to look at the spot he was standing on and saw that the shuriken were white. Is that paper? Asked Naruto before dodging another group of shuriken. Naruto quickly created a cage Bizon before replacing himself with it and then hid in the forest as he breathed rapidly. And was a strategy came up, creating several clones. Naruto had each of them put the invisibility jutsu on themselves and moved to find the person who had attacked him. Hidden to Naruto crouched in a tree as he waited for the information to reach him. When it did, Naruto found himself getting the image of a woman with blue hair and an origami flower and an Akatsuki cloak. She matches the description of the so-called Angel of Aim, but there's also something familiar about her. Deciding not to back to the waist, not a minute more, Naruto shot towards where they found the woman, shot out from between the trees and headed straight for the blue-haired woman. Naruto reached into his pouch and pulled out several kunai. Throwing them, he raised an open hand towards the navigation weapon's futon. Retorted wind release. Wing palm, a gale of wind shot out from Naruto's palm and increased the speed of the kunai. The blue-haired woman did not expect the attack and therefore found herself unable to dodge them, everyone, and ended up getting a few small cuts in revenge. He pulled out several paper shurikens from his cloak that looked like they could turn into paper. He threw them at Naruto, who made a slashing motion and sent a Ken Noieba wind blade towards them. The paper shuriken were shredded as the Ken Noieba continued. The Angel of Aim created paper wings out of his cloak that fused with his back and used them to rise into the air and evade Naruto's attack with a large flap of his wings. Several thousand seconds of paper were fired towards Naruto in a literal hailstorm, revealing his health. Naruto began a deadly dance as he dodged and weaved through the zone, launching gusts of wind from his sword. Hundreds of chakra-coated paper scraps were either blown away or sliced into ribbons. Naruto took a deep breath as the small cuts from the Zon he couldn't dodge healed. Looking up, he saw the blue-haired woman still in the air, determined to take her down. Naruto launched several powerful beams from his sword as the woman he was starting to focus on, dodging, and created a cashier Bizon that disappeared in a burst of speed. Conan continued to dodge the lightning blasts, and although he kept a calm appearance, he was mentally cursing whoever this hooded figure was. So far, None of their attacks had any real effect. Although he knew their power wasn't the strongest in Akatsuki, it was still in the middle range in terms of strength, and most people couldn't counter them that effectively. They were usually too busy shocked by the fact that the paper could be used as a weapon to do anything. Deciding that she too had caught this shinobi by surprise, she began to disperse into the paper. However, her concentration was broken when both of her wings were sliced to pieces. Turning around, she felt her eyes widen when she saw the blonde ninja that had been attacking her right behind her. She wasn't given the chance to do anything as the blonde sent a kick to her sternum. She soon fell through the tree branches, breaking a few on the way down, and it was only thanks to her perfect chakra control that allowed her to form her wings to stop her descent while creating a small chakra shield to block the wind resistance. As she landed on the ground, she was soon forced to duck under a blow from her blonde attacker. She jumped back to gain some distance, but it was no use as the shinobi before her kept up the pressure. Realizing that she would have to fight Conan, she channeled chakra through her hands, turning them into sheets of paper, and using her chakra to harden them, she began to attack the blonde using swift strikes with killing intent, aiming for vital points such as the windpipe and lungs. Naruto soon found himself on the defensive as he was forced to dodge and weave through her sheets of paper. The woman had such excellent style, she was able to fully utilize her agile body as she let go of Susanoo. Naruto began to follow through with his strike after strike. Several times tears appeared on their clothes as the two continued to battle, but neither was able to land a good hit on the other. Naruto, although physically much more powerful and faster than Conan, was badly matched to fight someone with two blades, as he had never done it before, and was having difficulty keeping track of both blades. Ducking a horizontal blade, he was soon forced to dodge a thrust sent to impale his eye. Spinning in a 360-degree counterclockwise motion, Naruto blocked another strike from her left hand, tilted his head back to dodge a slice meant to open his neck, then raised his sword in front of him to block her other hand. Deciding he needed to be on the defensive if he was going to beat this woman, Naruto began channeling wind chakra through his Sano, making a slashing motion with his sword that Naruto sliced through the woman's sheets of paper. The woman said as Naruto's sword, she had previously been the woman she was about to attack again when she felt a stinging pain on the back of her neck. Then everything went black. The Naruto in front of her dissipated in a puff of smoke as the real Naruto wrapped his arms around Conan's waist, picking her up in a bridal outfit. He walked back into the cave. XXXX. Conan groaned as he woke up and for a moment wondered where he was. He opened his eyes to try and discern his location, but all he could see at the moment were blurs. As he shook his head to clear his head vision, tried to remember what happened. Nagato Pain reminded herself that he had sent her on a mission to deal with someone who had managed to evade her jutsu censor until she was almost out of the village. That's when she remembered that she had found him, and they had fought. However, after that, everything went blank, and she couldn't remember anything else afterward, but she guessed that she had been defeated, although that begged the question of why was she still alive. I'm glad to see her finally awake. Her head turned, she focused on the source of the voice, and saw that it was that blonde shinobi sitting near a fire while cooking some kind of stew over it. Her eyes opened wide, and she tried to get up only to realize that she was tied up and bound. She looked down at herself to see 8 ninja-grade wire binding her arms and legs. She immediately began to try and channel chakra to cut the ropes, but soon found that she couldn't even sense her chakra. That won't work, the blonde said from where he was doing that. It was obvious that he knew what he was trying to do. Conan snarled at the man as real emotion appeared on his face for the first time in years. "What did you do to me?" "I shut down your chakra," the blonde said, shrugging as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. Conan's eyes widened. "Will you stop yelling?" Naruto said in an annoyed tone. "Since you attacked me, I decided to shut down your chakra." He looked at Conan. He could almost see the smile through the blonde's mask. "If you're a good girl, I'll return it eventually." Conan looked at Naruto as she began to struggle even harder, knowing it was useless. Naruto turned his attention back to his stew. Conan's struggle continued for half an hour before she realized she couldn't escape. Without her chakra, she was as helpless as a civilian, and the cable was too tight for her to break free. With nothing to do, Conan just stared at the ceiling of the cave. An hour later, he smelled a delicious smell on his nose. Rolling his eyes, he saw his blonde-haired captor kneeling down next to her with a bowl of stew. "Are you hungry?" he asked. And when he didn't get a reply, he sighed. "Not answering me only hurts yourself. I'm not hungry," Conan finally said, only for her stomach. To betray her a second later, despite the situation, Conan blushed in embarrassment. Naruto chuckled. "So hungry?" he asked again, amusement evident in his voice. "It's not like he can eat anyway, in case you haven't noticed," Conan said sarcastically as he wiggled his arms that were currently tied to her body. "That could be a problem," said Naruto, nodding his head, making Conan frown at the amusement in his tone. "And unfortunately, I can't just untie you, since that would ruin the whole thing of tying you up in the first place, apart from the fact that I don't trust you not to kill me the first chance you get. Luckily, I have a way around that." Conan looked at him tiredly for a moment as he tried to figure out what she meant when she sent him a look that would have melted lesser men. "Will feed me no less than you," her stomach gurgled again. And Naruto shrugged. "If your pride means more to you than living than being my guest." And starving Conan bit his lip as he felt his stomach churn again as Naruto moved to stand up. "Wait," she said. Naruto paused as he turned around. "Yes, me." Conan paused as he swallowed what little pride he had as a kunoichi, lowering his shoulders. He spoke again. "Me, I would like that food, please." Naruto nodded as he walked back to her. Kneeling down, he tenderly picked her up and touched her so that she was leaning against the wall. Turning around, he grabbed the bowl of stew before sitting down next to her. Scooping up a spoonful of the food, he raised it to Conan's mouth. Conan opened his mouth without protest as Naruto brought the spoon inside his mouth before closing it. The woman's eyes widened as the taste of the food exploded on her tongue, though she didn't want to admit it. The food was of the best she'd had in a long time. Oddly enough, it reminded her of Jiraiya and the times he would cook for her Yako and Nagato when the man had lived with them. As she ate the food, she couldn't help but sneak a few glances at her captor. She couldn't tell his age, but from the sound of his voice, he was quite young. "Would you like seconds?" her captor asked, and Conan was surprised by the kindness and warmth in his voice. No thank you," he said, blinking as he wondered why he was being so nice to the person who essentially he had taken her prisoner. She looked back at him as he cleaned the bowl and sealed it and the food in a scroll. Finally, she asked the question that had been burning in the back of her mind ever since she realized her situation. "Why did you forgive me?" Naruto turned to look at her and tilted his head as he was slightly surprised at the question. Why did he forgive her? She not only attacked him, but she was also part of Akatsuki, so by all rights she should kill and be done with it. And still cringing, Naruto shrugged, evading the question. Not sure if he'd be honest. He looked up at the ceiling before looking at her. "Considering the group he should probably kill you with." Conan instantly thought to himself. Even though he knew if he wanted to kill her, there was nothing she could do to stop him. However, at the same time, something tells him not to. Walking over to her, he sat down and leaned against the wall. Conan watched the man as he closed his eyes, not sure what to make of that last comment. Most of the shinobi would have killed her by now, or at least raped her or something, but he hadn't done any of this, and had even treated her well. He decided to get more information until he could escape, and asked her more questions. "What do you plan to do with me?" Naruto sighed as he ran a hand through his hair. I haven't thought about that. Though I know I'm not going to let you go back to that crackpot you call leader." Conan's eyes narrowed dangerously. "Don't you dare talk about Pain-sama like that." "Pain," said Naruto, as if he was testing him, what he calls himself these days. Conan's eyes instantly widened, wondering what the man knew about pain. Naruto looked at her. "I wonder, are you talking about Yako?" He watched as her expression fell, and he realized with a small pang of guilt that his friend had died. Yes, however, that also left only one other option as to Pain's identity. Then Nagato is Pain. "How do you know these things?" Conan asked in a small and somewhat strained voice. He wouldn't admit it, but would remind him of his dead, wounded friend. "Only a few people knew who we were." "So, how do you know this?" Naruto, 1 second before you speak." "I'm not sure I trust you enough to tell you. Maybe I will later, if you gain my trust." Realizing that she wasn't going to get anything out of the blonde, she fell silent. Eventually, Conan was starting to feel tired, and despite being in the presence of an enemy, she fell asleep. Naruto looked at Conan and gently picked her up, moving to a back. He opened her up and held her out tenderly. Now that she was asleep, took a small moment to study her. Conan had short light blue hair pulled back in a shoulder-length bob, with a small origami flower on it. Her face was perfectly heart-shaped and had a definite feminine beauty that most women kunoichi or otherwise would be extremely hard to match. She also had elaborate piercing below her bottom lip. Her skin was a milky white, and despite wearing the Akatsuki cloak, Naruto could easily see the figure feminine that rivaled Mei Yujito's. He studied her face for a moment now that she was sleeping. Her face seemed innocent, peaceful, and even slightly vulnerable, especially compared to the neutral or angry and annoyed look she had given him when she was awake. Resisting his natural urge to brush aside a few strands of her hair, Naruto instead tucked her in and pulled another sleeper off her roll, putting it where he fell asleep. Conan woke up the next morning, just like last time. The only difference was the absolutely heavenly scent that seemed to penetrate her nose. She stirred slightly and frowned as she realized she was much warmer than the night. Before looking up, she saw that she had been tucked into a sleeping bag. Good morning. Hearing Conan's voice, which drew her attention away from her situation, she turned to look at Naruto, who was standing over an open fire with a frying pan in his hand. Breakfast will be in just a minute, Okan, when he watched the blonde flip something in the air and scoop it up into the pan. Soon he walked over to her and sat down on a plate filled with something that looked like bread. Naruto unzipped the back of the pan before picking Conan up, much to his protest, and leaning it against the wall. "You want butter with this?" Conan blinked again as he struggled to keep a neutral expression. "Were they?" Naruto tilted his head to the side in a mocking manner before shrugging and deciding to explain. "It's called French toast. Apparently it's a kind of foreign food, although I have no idea where they come from." "So butter?" asked again. Conan simply shrugged, making Naruto sigh. "I guess we'll try it both ways then." Cutting a French toast and sticking it with a fork, Naruto brought it to Conan's mouth. He said the woman only hesitated for a second before taking it like last time. The food was easily the best she had ever tasted, and she didn't hesitate the next time she brought the fork to her mouth. As Naruto continued feeding her, she had an idea why he was being so kind to her, even going so far as to give her food and placing her in a spare sleeping bag so she wouldn't get cold during the night. He also hadn't touched her inappropriately. If he had, she would have noticed, as there were always ways to tell when someone had done something to her, like having her clothes ruffled or even taken off completely. Unfortunately, she couldn't find any explanation that could shed any light on it. "Blonde man, aren't you going to eat?" Conan asked after she finished swallowing a bite of food, since while she didn't care, the man had yet to see him have any food, and she had to wonder if he had poisoned the food. Although she couldn't think of a reason why, Naruto let out a small smile. "I already ate this morning before you woke up, but thank for the concern." Conan let out a none, but continued eating. When he finished, Naruto cleaned the dishes and got rid of any evidence of it being there. Looking towards Conan, he sighed, turning back to her. He sat down as Conan looked at him. For a moment, neither of them spoke, as the two tried to come up with an answer to his thoughts, although they were both thinking completely different things. "Why are you doing it?" Naruto finally asked, as he thought that beating around the bush wouldn't help anything or give him the answers he was looking for. "Why do I do what?" Conan replied as he answered his question with another question. "Why are you following Nagato?" asked Naruto. "I mean, I know he's your friend and all, but really the guys have obviously gone crazy." Conan snarled as he tried to get on top of him, only to fall flat on his face. "Don't you dare talk about him like that. You know nothing about him or the pain that someone like you has suffered. Could never understand someone like me." "Huh?" Naruto asked sarcastically. "Well, that's good, because frankly, I wouldn't want to understand any megalomaniac with the desire and ability to kill people without remorse, all for the power." Conan began to struggle more as this man insulted his only reason for living. "Shut up. You know nothing. He's doing this to create peace." "Peace?" asked Naruto, as his incredulous tone turned to anger as her comment washed over him. "How can he try to capture the Vyulu ever to create peace? How will gaining that kind of power bring us peace? Do you think that by killing the few people who truly understand what it means to suffer pain will bring peace? Or you're either a fool or very naive if you could think that having that power would bring any kind of peace except the peace of the grave. You're wrong." Conan snorted as he stopped fighting, having exhausted himself. "It's going to bring true peace?" Oh, Naruto questioned, his tone changing from angry to curious. "And what has your leader done to help bring about this peace?" Naruto asked. For a moment, Conan was puzzled. What had Pain done to help bring about peace? For a moment, his mind shut down as he tried and failed to come up with something. However, he quickly shook it off, like the blonde, who he was trying to make her question her beliefs and her faith in her friend. "She defeated Anso and freed Amigakure," she stated with conviction. "I see." Naruto said while nodding his head. And what else had he done? Surely a man who would be honorable enough to free a village would have done something else. He looked at Conan, who had remained silent. What has he done to help your people? Naruto asked. What about all the war orphans who were left homeless because of your friend's rebellion? Did he try to help them? Or maybe he helped rebuild Aim and the houses that were destroyed. When Conan didn't respond, Naruto nodded. I'll tell you what he did. It was nothing. Your leader did nothing to help the people of Aim. Instead, he spends his days trying to gain power, trying to find ways to capture the Jinchuriki and kill them for his own misguided goals while his own people suffer. You are wrong, Conan stated in a strained voice, and shook his head as he refused to believe what Naruto was telling him. There was no way what he said was true pain. I was trying to bring peace to the world, right? Naruto, seeing the young woman in obvious denial, walked towards her and made her stand up, picking her up and carrying her over his shoulder. What are you doing? Get down now, Conan yelled. Since he couldn't do anything else, it can't be done, said Naruto. As the woman began to struggle, he created a cage, Bizon, who placed a silencing seal on her mouth. There is something you need to see now. Please do me a favor and shut up. XXXX Naruto found himself walking through the streets of Aim much sooner than he had expected. He had his camouflage jutsu up again as he carried the young girl across a deserted street. Fortunately, the rain jutsu wasn't turned on, or Naruto would have been forced to use more caution. It was a good thing Naruto had been able to figure out that the jutsu had a weakness. The blonde had learned that Nagato could only maintain the jutsu for 12 hours before having to stop for another 6. Naruto didn't know why this was the case, but he figured the jutsu had some sort of chakra of cost or that prevented pain from using it constantly. He looked over his shoulder at Conan to see her staring at him. Before shrugging, he told her to go away, at least not anymore. She was trying to break free from his control. Finally, he found where he was looking and placed Conan against the wall, leaning down. He grabbed the seal and removed it from his mouth. You're lucky. I can't do anything to you now, Conan growled as he looked at him with a look that Naruto was sure could have killed other demon men. I am sure Jiraiya would have died under such a glare, he thought with some amusement. Naruto gave him an indifferent shrug as he stood up and pointed a short distance away. Tell me what you see. Conan frowned as he looked where he was pointing. It was a city block of Kiri that he didn't recognize, or at least it had been. The entire area was completely destroyed with a large crater in the middle with the metal buildings of Kiri sticking out, making it look like a graveyard town. However, he couldn't be 100% sure in her assumption. The only reason she was able to tell it was part of AIM was because of the fact that she knew they were still in the village, and the few pieces of rubble and buildings stuck out of the ground in the area were AIM-style buildings. I don't know what I'm looking at, she finally asked as she decided to tease him. This place used to be a living district, said Naruto, along with 3 other sectors. Almost 75% of Kiri used to live there. This place, along with 7 others, are nothing more than ruins. Now Conan's eyes widened as he looked at the devastation. When had this happened, he looked at the destruction as he tried to remember what had happened to cause such devastation. His mind, however, drew blanks as he couldn't remember what happened. Do you know how this place was destroyed? Asked Naruto as he looked at Conan with his piercing blue eyes. Conan shook his head, and Naruto decided to tell him this was where your friend Nagato took his revenge on Anso La Salamander. After he killed him, looked at Conan to see her gain a confused look. This residence was where the Donkey family lived. Do you know what happened to them? The question was rhetorical. He knew that Conan knew what had happened to the man's family. They killed them, and Pain decided to leave this place as a testament to those who would oppose him, said Naruto. I heard that he had a wife and a 4-year-old granddaughter. Nagato killed them without remorse and without regret, but you already knew that, right? Conan squeezed her teeth as she tried to justify Nagato's actions. She went through several counter-arguments in her mind to help her deny what the blonde-haired man was saying. However, everything she tried to think about, everything she wanted to say, rang hollow in her ears as she looked at the devastation. Did you know this wasn't the only place your friend exacted his revenge? Naruto asked quietly. Of the 13 other living sectors, 6 of them were destroyed in the same manner as this one. Whichever one Nagato had suspected that he was remotely loyal, Anus was killed along with their families. He didn't care if they were truly loyal, just scared to face Anso. Even they were unfortunate enough to get caught in the crossfire. They were all killed in Pain's quest for revenge. Naruto looked at Conan When he heard a small so-so, he turned to see the beautiful blue-haired woman stifling tears as she tried to fight off the idea that her friend would do such a thing. Naruto held back a wince. He never liked to hurt a woman, whether physically or mentally. He walked over to her and knelt in front of her. Conan slowly writhed in his tears as he looked up at him. "I have one more place I want to show you," Naruto said. And Conan was once again surprised by the compassionate nature of his voice. "If I release your bonds, will you promise to do as I say?" he asked as he looked at her with those eyes that seemed to look right through her and into her very soul. Conan was truly compelled to say no, not only because he was supposed to be her enemy, but also because she was afraid her Nagato had had a huge success today, and with Ant mind that what this man had to show would irrevocably shatter the trust she had in the man. She considered her family, however, for some reason, she felt compelled to trust this guy. No man let her correct herself. She felt the desire to put her trust in this man, who, although she had only known him for a while, was starting to remind her so much of her late friend Yaeko. "I promise," she said finally, deciding to trust the person who had captured her yesterday. Naruto nodded as he undid her restraints and had her put on her Akatsuki cloak in a seal, leaving Conan in a set of clothes that did nothing to hide her incredible figure. She wore a pair of tight black leather pants that showed off some amazingly toned and beautiful curvaceous legs, as well as a skin-tight sleeveless shirt that covered only her neck and a little less than 2/3 parts of her chest, leaving the outer edge of the chest torso and shoulders bare. The shirt also had a diamond cut down the center, just below her collarbone, and a B cut at the bottom, where the shirt split down the center and moved to fall sideways, allowing Naruto a glimpse of her toned stomach, which had 4 piercings around her navel. Naruto mentally cursed as he looked away with a blush and tried to get the image out of his head of her placing the jutsu of invisibility on himself. Naruto grabbed Conan's hand to activate the invisibility jutsu on it. As well, Conan was startled to feel Naruto's hand grab hers, not only by the contact, but also by the strange feeling of familiarity it provided him. It wasn't comfort that he felt as he walked with the blonde shinobi. Conan noticed that he was taking her further and further away from the center of the city. When he looked up, he saw that he was heading towards the outskirts of the area that Nagato had attacked. When he managed to enter aim to fight Anso, when they arrived, she noticed with some surprise that there was a small house at their destination. It was made of steel and looked quite new, mainly due to the fact that it was not only different from any of the buildings found in AIM, but also because this area had been almost destroyed by Nagato's assault, and none of the buildings apart from that small cabin were still standing. However, what really surprised her was the small group of children who were playing with a ball. There were 2 boys and a girl. The 3 stopped playing as they looked at Naruto as he released the invisibility jutsu. Seinen was shocked before being absolutely shocked when the 3 gave an Oni-chan yell and ran towards Naruto. The 3 soon surrounded the 2 of them and began throwing questions at Naruto. Said the blonde just laughed as he picked the 3 of them up, placing the girl on his shoulders while the 2 boys were in each of his arms. Now that he looked at her closer, Conan noticed that they couldn't be older than 7 or 8. "I thought you were going to leave on Chan," said the boy on the left, a boy with messy black hair and green eyes. "Hello on Chan, who's the cute one Chan you brought with you?" The boy on Naruto's right arm had dark blue hair and brown eyes. "Is she your girlfriend?" The girl with dark green hair and blue eyes, while leaning over his head, asked with a giggle. While raising her pinky, Conan was hit with a wave of nostalgia as he watched the blonde interact with the children. Small, although she blushed at the compliment, and the question they asked Naruto about her was in a very similar way to how she, Nagato, and Yaeko had been found by Jiraiya sensei all those years ago. For a few minutes, she walked away before being back when she heard a squeal of pleasure. Looking towards the source, it was seeing all the children in a Naruto clone. As they headed to the house, "I found those 3 children rummaging around a trash can when I was trying to find information on Akatsuki here," said Naruto, seeing that Conan was looking at him with an inquisitive look. "Do you know what they told me is the dream?" he asked Conan while looking towards the cabin. Conan shook his head. "They didn't say they wanted to lead a rebellion to free AIM," said Naruto, while Conan gasped in surprise. "Those 3 children were the only ones who escaped Nagato's revenge. It seems that their parents had them hidden in a secret cellar before they were killed. It seems familiar to you. It's almost like Nagato, Yaeko, and I when we were younger," she said with a look at the similarity between her old group and the 3 she had just met. They even had plans to free aim like Yeiko had after Jiraiya-sensei had left. Only this time, it was against Pain instead of when she and her friends faced Anso. These children were living like they had, and she knew it was because of her and Pain as they were. She felt tears begin to fall in her eyes as she realized that he was no longer able to hide the truth that he had denied himself. With the shocking knowledge that Nagato had lost his way when he took the name Pain and became blinded by a lust for power and the belief that he was God, his face turned pale as he fell to his knees. Conan began to cry in earnest. Naruto watched as the woman cried and couldn't help the feeling of remorse that surrounded him. Despite knowing that he had to discard the illusions that she put on herself, Naruto still felt that it hurt to see a woman cry. "My conscience says," Naruto said to himself. She closed the distance between them and knelt down. Conan was startled when he felt a pair of arms wrap around his torso. He felt himself scorch as a warm feeling enveloped him. He instantly moved towards the small source of comfort he found. Pressing his head against a shirt, he let out all the pain and loneliness he had felt since Yeiko's death. After the death of a cheerful boy who tried to act tough and be his leader, Nagato had never been the same. He had started to get colder and colder. With each passing day, Conan had to put up a wall around his emotions, a wall that had just broken. Conan gripped the fabric of the shirt he had buried his head in as he continued to let his tears fall shamelessly down his face. He felt a hand begin to make gentle motions as it rubbed his back, and a voice whispered in his ear, "It's okay." He looked up and saw nothing but the blonde who had captured him and destroyed his faith. The only person he had left in the world. Same blonde who also in the short time that she had known him reminded her of Yeiko and showed her a compassion that she would never have expected from someone who was supposed to be an enemy. She looked into his eyes, trying to understand why he was doing these things, why he would strip away his beliefs, and at the same time, why he was so kind to her despite being enemies. It took a while. Eventually, she saw something that she had not expected to see. Pain. The young man's eyes were pools of pain and loneliness that she had not even seen in his eyes, Nagato's, or herself's. This boy understood that he understood pain even better than she did. "Who are you?" she asked, even as the tears continued to fall down her face. Naruto brought a hand up to Conan's face and gently wiped away a few tears. "I am someone who understands pain." Bringing his face closer to his mask, he slowly lowered it, showing 6 whisker marks on his face. Conan's eyes widened in recognition. Although he had never met the cheese Jinchuriki, he had been given one overview to think that all this time he was with one of the people they'd been trying to kill. "I'm also a student of Jiraiya like you. So that's how you knew who he was." Conan breathed when he finally figured out how he knew about her, and Naruto nodded. "Jiraiya sense and told me the story of how he met you 3." Naruto said, thinking it would be best to use his sensei's real name instead of his nickname for the man. "He had told me that he was going to get you 3 after the war, and he was going to take you to Conan with him, but he got information that you'd been killed." Naruto shrugged. "To be honest, I wasn't even sure it was you until you mentioned Nagato, and all I got was your general description. That gave me a hunch." Conan felt dizzy as she tried to focus on all of today's amazing revelations. It was too much to handle in too short a time. It almost seemed like some kind of divine intervention from an actual god to think that the man before her wasn't just the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, but also that he was also a student of Jiraiya. Then he comes here and finds her, showing her that pain wasn't what she had thought it was. It was almost enough to make her believe in fate. She went back to the real world. When she felt a hand on her cheek, looking up, she followed the arm to see Naruto with a worried expression on his face. "Are you okay?" he asked me. Conan paused when he realized that she wasn't okay, really. "No, this is too much for assimilated." Naruto nodded in understanding. "Well then, how about you don't think about it for now?" Naruto stood up, picking up Conan, who was still in his arms in a bridal outfit. "How about we go inside, and you can help me entertain the children while I prepare some food," suggested Naruto with a smile. Conan, while she was surprised, didn't reject the idea as Naruto put her down and followed the blonde shinobi inside. The two spent the rest of the day with the children as a Naruto clone made the food. Conan and the real Naruto passed the time by entertaining the children. Naruto telling them great stories of all the places he had been, and Conan teaching the girl origami. Naruto had also tried his hand at his art, but after several dozen paper cuts, he had given up much to Conan's secret amusement. As the day wore on, Conan was once again struck by the similarities to his own life, but this time they didn't seem to hurt as much, and Naruto had even gotten the woman to smile at a terrible joke he told him. "I guess I'll be here for 12 hours again," Naruto said to himself. Well, he could just fade away, but he wanted to say goodbye to the kids. He looked at Asu. What was she now? He wondered, since she was no longer his prisoner-known companion friend. He wasn't sure, but he guessed it didn't really matter anymore. "What are you gonna do now?" Conan asked Naruto. Conan looked at him and sighed as he closed his eyes. "I don't know anymore," he said softly. "Nagato had been everything to me, and now that I don't feel like I can follow him, you could come with me if you want." She looked at Naruto in shock. As he continued speaking, "I'll take you to Konoha, and you can stay with me. I'll do what I can to give you a happy life if you want one with me. That's it," she finished with an embarrassed expression. Conan smiled at the look he had often seen on Yai's face. "Thank you, but I don't think that's a good idea, at least not right now. If it was with you, pain would be suspicious, and if he found out that I left Akatsuki, I have no doubt that he would try to kill me." "Well, yes, but I would have to stop by," said Naruto, as he puffed out his chest with confidence. "Would you protect me?" Conan asked, somewhat amused and a little surprised. "Of course I would," said Naruto. "If you come with me, that would make you one of my most precious people, and I will always protect my precious people." Conan smiled as he wiped an errant tear from his eye, thinking for a moment as he looked at Naruto. "I still think he's too dangerous right now. Even if he's as strong as you, it won't be enough to beat Pain." Naruto grimaced, knowing that for the moment it was probably true. "But if you wanted, I could spy on Akatsuki for you." That caught Naruto's attention. Having a spy within Akatsuki would be the greatest blessing in history, but that is quite dangerous with Han-chan," said Naruto, not noticing the affectionate suffix he added, although with anxiety, which gave her a small blush. "Not only is it dangerous, but you would have to hide your intentions from someone you admitted meant the world to you. I myself did not want to do that, and I certainly wouldn't wish it on you." "Thank you for your concern," she said, barely able to use the same words she had said to him this morning. "But I want to do this." "You were right about him. Nagato has been dead for a long time now. He's Pain, and I don't think he can be saved." Naruto leaned down and wiped away an errant tear that threatened to fall from Conan's eyes. "If this is what you want, I won't stop you. Just promise me you'll be careful." "I will," Conan promised, slightly surprised by the concern in her voice. "Besides, do you think that could you visit these children occasionally? They have no one else. And in the meantime, I will try to visit as much as I can." "Don't worry," interrupted Conan with a smile. "I will look after them for you." "Thanks," said Naruto. For the rest of the night, the two sat on the couch. Eventually, they both fell asleep with Conan using Naruto's trunk as a pillow. The next morning, the two woke up to find themselves in a very compromising position. Conan was situated between Naruto's legs with her head resting on his chest, while one hand slid under his shirt and rested on his muscular pecs. Meanwhile, Naruto had one hand around his waist, which wasn't bad. However, his other hand was inside Conan's pants and was resting on what Naruto recognized as a very nice ass. To make matters worse for the two, Naruto was currently having a morning stiffy. While the two wore similar blushes on their faces, Conan shifted a little, causing you to rub against Naruto's ever-growing member. The woman, the blue-haired girl, felt truly mortified when she felt a low moan escape her throat as his length grazed against her inner thigh with a speed that would have made the previous Senka proud and definitely impressed the current one. Conan shot out of him and sat on the edge of the couch for a long moment. Neither of them said. They couldn't even look at each other. Finally, Naruto coughed. "Hey, listen, I'm going to take a shower, a really cold shower. Do you think you could start on breakfast?" For the kids, Conan looked at her for a second before blushing and looking away, unable to really speak. The blue-haired woman simply settled for nodding. Naruto got up and went to the small bathroom in the cabin. Meanwhile, Conan went to the kitchen and started preparing breakfast. After taking a cold shower to collect himself, Naruto entered the kitchen and helped prepare breakfast. Thankfully, most of the lingering embarrassment that was hanging in the air was gone for the most part when the two worked in silence. Shortly after, the three children woke up and entered the kitchen, chatting with Naruto and Conan in an excited manner. It took a while, but they eventually got the children to settle down enough to eat their food. After that, they passed the time by telling stories to the children. Several hours later, the rain finally dissipated, causing Naruto to leave safely. Much to the children's disappointment, "You have to go," the three children asked at the same time. Naruto smiled as he knelt down to be on eye level with them. "Unfortunately, there are many things I need to do, and I can't do them here." He looked at each of them and noticed that the girl looked like she was about to cry. He raised his hand and gently wiped away the small amount of moisture in her eyes. He said, "Hey now, there's no need to cry," Naruto said with a smile. "This won't be the last time you see me. Remember, with that seal on your house, I can come visit you guys anytime, so don't cry, okay?" The little girl nodded her head before throwing herself at Naruto. Said he hugged her while rubbing her hair and whispering reassuring words to the girl. They separated a little later, and Naruto stood up and looked at the three of them. "Remember, you three, what I told you. True strength only comes from protecting someone precious to you," they all said in unison, making Naruto smile wide. He said, "Naruto, I want you to remember that, and make sure you protect and look out for each other. You can do that." He received three nods and smiled wide. "Then you will see later." He and Conan went out and left the little house. "XXXX, you later than I expected you to be," said Pain as Conan walked towards the ledge, not even bothering to turn and look at her. "She was a stronger opponent than he expected," said Conan in his emotionless voice. Pain turned around to look at her and saw that she really did look a little battered. Her Akatsuki cloak was ripped in several places, and he could see some scars here and its denotation of where it had been cut. He turned away and forgot about it forever, and when the one who had entered aim was dead, it didn't matter. "Very well," said Pain, giving Conan a clear farewell, bowing slightly. Conan walked through the office and into the living room, eventually coming to a door, and entered. Looking at his sparsely furnished room, he sighed and entered his bedroom. Throwing his cloak to the floor, he fell onto his bed as he decided to get some sleep. As he closed his eyes, his hand came up to grab a necklace, more specifically the three-pronged kunai attached to it. As he closed his eyes and went to sleep, XXXX, Naruto sighed in relief as he fell onto his hotel bed. It had been about 2 weeks since he left AIM, and this was the first time he was able to rest in a bed since then. Opening his eyes, Naruto looked up at the ceiling thoughtfully. He was going to meet Jiraiya again next month after receiving the message that they were going on mission together. What he didn't know, but he was eager to do a real mission with his sensei. Even though he had trained with a man for almost 3 years now, they had never done a mission together. He idly wondered if he should tell his sensei what he had found. Shaking his head, Naruto decided against it for the moment. If Jiraiya already knew that his 2 students were alive, he wouldn't hesitate to go AIM, and Nagato would kill him. Naruto was shaken from his thoughts when he felt the new chakra recognition seal that had been added to the Kuna and Irisin pulse. Sitting down, Naruto began to concentrate as he felt the sister seal. Regarding Sakanai's, the seal was a warning for him to use anger and without the ability to teleport other objects and people through the use of his chakra. His father Minato had also had the ability to teleport and form other people and objects. To use this ability, one had to have 2 Kuna and connect them through the use of a specific set of hand seals. Depending on the size and distance, they determined how much chakra one had to use to deform the person or thing that was touching the other kunai. Taking his 3-pronged kunai between his fingers, Naruto went through a series of hand seals and began to pull the kunai, and that has the pulse. He felt suddenly Conan appeared right in front of him, looking confused and slightly disoriented as she held the kunai loosely in her hands. Then her eyes focused on Naruto, and a small, almost imperceptible smile appeared on her face. If someone had told her that she would miss a man she met only 2 weeks ago and that he was originally her enemy, she would have told them they were crazy before slicing his throat with her paper blades. But she couldn't deny that she had missed the blonde ninja. It seemed strange to her that she could miss someone after only knowing them for a short time. But after having broken through his emotional barrier, she had felt lighter, as if a burden had been lifted from her shoulders, and the time she had spent with him and the children had been some of the best she had had in years, reminding her of the Jiraiya times had already lived with her. Nagato and Yeko, Naruto said Conan in his soft feminine voice, giving him a small Nod Naruto smiled at the woman Conan-chan. Was there something you needed to tell me something? I felt it would be wise to inform you about Pain's abilities, said Conan. We didn't get the chance to when I first met you in it. Would be a good idea if you knew what you were up against. Naruto nodded and patted the spot next to him. Nodding his head, Conan walked over to him and sat on the bed while he began to explain Pain's power. The more he talked to Pain, the more Naruto felt like he was being pulled into the realm of myth. Of course, he knew that the man possessed the Renigio of the three great dojutsu and the only transcended bloodline in known existence. But he didn't know what exactly it all entailed. Apparently someone with gravity-release Renigio. But what was truly astonishing was how Pain was able to manipulate the dead bodies in his possession through the use of chakra transmitters. Pain had 6 bodies under his control. The God Realm that Conan told Naruto was originally the body of his friend Yako, who had the ability to use Rigen's gravity techniques with it. She could push and pull objects out of it. She was also the one who could use ninjutsu. The human realm was able to pull a person's soul from their body, and red minds this one was. Also fast and mainly used taijutsu. His phantom realm route had the ability to absorb any type of ninjutsu attack. The demon realm was able to use a tail and held an array of powerful explosives and missiles that it could launch. The path of the animal realm could summon large creatures to fight for it, as well as the other paths by using spatial ninjutsu. The path of the hell realm had the ability to summon a demon to do its bidding. It also had the ability to bring the other paths back to life. That body, it had the ability to use Rigen's gravity techniques with it. Could push and pull objects of his. He was also the one who could use ninjutsu. The human realm was able to pull a person's soul from their body in red minds. This one was also fast and primarily used taijutsu. His phantom realm route had the ability to absorb any type of attack. Ninjutsu. The demon realm could use a tail and held an array of powerful explosives and missiles that he could launch. The animal realm path could summon large creatures to fight for him, as well as the other paths by using a spatial ninjutsu. The hell realm path had the ability to summon a demon to do his bidding. He also had the ability to bring the other paths back to life. Sayer Leather, who had the ability to use Rena's gravity techniques, could push and pull objects out of it. He was also able to use ninjutsu. The human realm, he was able to pull a person's soul from their body in red minds. He was also fast and primarily used taijutsu. His phantom realm route had the ability to absorb any type of ninjutsu attack. The demon realm was able to use a tail and held an array of powerful explosives and missiles that it could launch. The animal realm path could summon large creatures to fight for it, as well as the other paths by using a spatial ninjutsu. The hell realm path had the ability to summon a demon to do its bidding. It also had the ability to bring the other paths back to life with it. It could push and pull objects. He was also the one who could use ninjutsu. The hand realm was able to pull a person's soul out of their body in red minds. He was also fast and primarily used taijutsu. His phantom realm route had the ability to absorb any type of attack. In ninjutsu, the demon realm was able to use a tail and held an array of powerful explosives and missiles that he could launch. The animal realm path could summon large creatures to fight for him, as well as the other paths by using a spacesuit. Spatial ninjutsu, the hell realm path, had the ability to summon a demon to do his bidding. This path also had the ability to bring the other paths back to life. With it, he could push and pull objects out of it. He was also able to use ninjutsu, the human realm. He was able to pull a person's soul from their body in red minds. He was also fast and primarily used taijutsu. His phantom realm route had the ability to absorb any type of attack. Ninjutsu, the demon realm, he was able to use a tail and held an array of powerful explosives and missiles that he could launch. The animal realm path could summon large creatures to fight for him, as well as the other paths through the use of spatial ninjutsu. The hell realm path had the ability to summon a demon to do his bidding. This also had the ability to bring the other paths back to life, that soul from his body in red minds. This was also fast and primarily used taijutsu. His phantom realm route had the ability to absorb any type of ninjutsu attack. The demonic realm could use a tail and held an array of powerful explosives and missiles that it could launch the path of the animal realm, could summon large creatures to fight for it, as well as the other paths by using a spatial space. Ninjutsu, the path of the Hell Realm, had the ability to summon a demon to do its bidding. It also had the ability to bring the other paths back to life that stole from its body. In Red Minds, this one was also fast and mainly used taijutsu. His Phantom Realm route had the ability to absorb any type of ninjutsu attack the demon realm, was able to use a tail, and held an array of powerful explodes and missiles that it could launch. The animal realm path could summon large creatures to fight for it, as well as the other paths by using a spatial space. Ninjutsu, the Hell Realm path, had the ability to summon a demon to do its bidding. This one also had the ability to bring the other paths back to life. The path of the animal realm could summon great creatures to fight for it, as well as the other paths by using a spatial ninjutsu. The path of the Hell Realm had the ability to summon a demon to do its bidding. This one also had the ability to bring the other paths back to life. The path of the animal realm could summon great creatures to fight for it, as well as the other paths by using a spatial ninjutsu. Use of a spatial ninjutsu, the path of the Hell Realm, had the ability to summon a demon to do its bidding. It also had the ability to bring the other paths back to life. Naruto sighed as he leaned on his hands and tried to focus on the powers that pain possessed. The blonde could now see why the man called himself God. With powers like his, it was easy to see that the man could be one. Fighting him would be extremely difficult, and Naruto knew that he couldn't defeat the man as he was now. That's a lot to take in. Naruto said slowly. Conan actually felt a smile creep across his face. Now you know what I felt like 2 weeks ago. Naruto laughed, I guess. So although mine is more a feeling of being overwhelmed, they calmed down for a moment and sat together in comfortable silence. Hello, Conan-chan, said Naruto as he looked at her. Would you like to go have lunch with me? Conan blinked. Lunch XXXX. Conan finished ordering their food at the small restaurant they had been to. Admitted she had never been to a restaurant before. As an orphan, she hadn't even lived in a city, so she never had the chance to go out to eat. And after the war, she hadn't had time as she ran around the streets following Nagato's orders. The restaurant was quite nice to her. The building had several stalls and tables. Inside the stalls had soft red cushions, and the tables had a small candle. There was soft music floating in the air, coming from a person who was sitting in a corner of the restaurant, playing a junin, a 17-stringed instrument called a zither. Conan looked over at Naruto to see him with his eyes closed, humming a little tune to the music. Naruto, she spoke, getting his attention. Why did you take me here? She asked in an unsure tone. It had been on his mind ever since he had asked her to have lunch with him. She had never had someone take her anywhere remotely nice, and she wasn't sure why he was doing this for her. I need a reason. I want to take you somewhere nice, asked Naruto. As he tilted his head to the side, he opened his eyes to look at her with a slightly confused expression adorning his face. Well, I guess not. Conan looked down at the table. He was just curious. You've never done anything like this, huh? Asked Naruto in a calm tone, accepting her question. Then that gives me one more reason to do this for you. Conan turned his head towards the blonde shinobi as he smiled. How have you not been able to enjoy the pleasures that life has to offer? It gives me all the more reason to make sure you learn how to have fun. Fun, Conan said in a soft tone. She hadn't been able to have any fun for a long time. Spending time with Naruto and the orphans in AIM had been the most fun she'd had for a while. The most fun in some years. In fact, between trying to survive as an orphan, fighting in a war, and running around enforcing Pain's orders, she hadn't been able to have any fun at all for almost a dozen years. Looked back at the nice restaurant before turning his gaze toward Naruto. As he looked at the blonde, he felt a small amount of heat rise to his cheeks. I wonder if this is a date, Conan wondered as he looked at the other tables. He had never been on a date before, although he had read a bit about them in the few romance novels he had kept. It definitely felt like a date with the casual but somewhat romantic atmosphere. Does that mean he liked it? Or maybe he just finds me physically attractive? While Conan wasn't vain, she knew he considered her beautiful by most standards. Some of the missions she had done both during the war and for Pain afterward had her using seduction techniques to assassinate her enemies. The food soon arrived, and she tried not to think about the questions she was feeling as she began to eat. The meal itself was a quiet affair. Conan would occasionally glance over at Naruto, who was eating peacefully and seemingly unaware of his appearance. In truth, she knew Conan was giving her unsure glances, but she didn't feel like teasing her like he normally would was a good idea right now. After dinner, Naruto took Conan for a walk around town, hoping to make him live without a fight. Conan looked around at all the people walking and talking in surprise. The place was very quiet compared to what she knew. She watched as couples walked hand in hand while looking in the windows of various shops. Parents walked with their children, and occasionally they bought them treats. She felt a small pang of sadness that she hadn't had the chance to experience any of these things after her parents died. When she was young, the part of her that had started to emerge since she met Naruto would have jumped at the chance to experience a normal life. She was just shaking herself out of her thoughts when she felt an arm wrap around her shoulder. Stopping, she turned her head and saw Naruto looking at her with a worried, "Hey, are you okay?" Naruto asked with a bit of concern in his voice. Conan nodded. "Yes, I'm not used to this." He gestured to all the people around him. Naruto, "Just smile. We'll have to make sure you get acclimated to that," Naruto said as he took her hand and started dragging her around the village. Naruto took her to all the different types of shops, places like candy stores, souvenir shops, and clothing stores. Conan found that he was actually having fun as they toured around the different places that Naruto would also take her. At the end of the day, Conan had a genuine smile on his face as they walked back to Naruto's room. "Thank you for inviting me to dinner," said Conan with a small bow as he tried to hide the pink in his cheeks. Naruto smiled shyly as he rubbed the back of his head. "You don't have to thank me. You know, I wanted to get you out. In fact, I was wondering if you'd like to do it again the next time we meet." Conan looked at Naruto, see that he had a slight blush on his face. When he looked away, "I would like that," he said with a soft smile. Naruto gave him his sly smile. "So it's a date?" Before Conan could answer, Naruto focused his chakra into his kuna, and in less than a second the young woman found herself in his room, right next to the paper seal Naruto had told her to put in his room. A date? Conan felt his cheeks heat up at the thought of going on a date with the young man. He found himself eager to meet with Naruto again and going on that date with him. XXXX 3 months later. For the next 3 months, Naruto would use the Irisin to call Conan. When he wasn't with Jiraiya, she would give him a report on what was going on with the Akatsuki, and then Naruto would take her out to do something fun, allowing Conan to try out all the activities and other things that he had been missing out on in his life, whether it was going to the movies, having a picnic, or taking her clothes shopping. It's not that she didn't love the skin-tight outfit that she always wore, but it always ended up needing a cold shower after she left. When she wore it, the fact that she kept wearing it even after he bought her clothes made him think that she knew what he was doing to her and wanted to tease him. Though it was hard to tell since she, for the most part, still kept a neutral expression, except for the few times he walked in on her. After the first 3 weeks, Conan and Naruto started seeing each other more often, starting to grow closer together. Each time that Naruto was with Jiraiya, he would often leave the white-haired Senin at some turkey whorehouse and call the blue-haired woman. The two would often go out to dinner or take long walks around or outside of the village Naruto was staying in. As she continued to get to know him, Conan started to open up a little more to the blonde. She started to tell him stories from when she was a little girl. Most of her stories involved Yeiko and the things that he had done for her. She told the blonde how they had first met, and later they found Nagato and invited him to join their group. She spoke of how Yeiko had declared that she would become a god and in the fighting in Amage Cure, as well as stop the rain, which Yeiko had compared to people's tears. She spoke about how they had met Jiraiya, and he then taught them how to be ninja, staying with them for several months after Jiraiya left them. The 3 orphans from Amage Cure had begun to gain a reputation, and other comrades who held the same belief began to gain a reputation. That they, using their growing power, had spread their beliefs that the war should be stopped without violence. However, it was then that they had become a threat to Anso, the leader of Amage Cure, who, much to Naruto's annoyance, had made a deal with Danzo Shimura to help deal with the 3. Conan had confided in Naruto about how she had been captured, and Nagato was forced to choose between having Anso kill Conan or killing Yeiko himself. The blue-haired woman told Naruto that Yeiko, she had thrown herself at Nagato's kunai and told Nagato to continue his mission to find peace. When Naruto had asked her why she trusted him to tell her this, her actions and subsequent answers had shocked him. Conan literally threw himself at her and began to cry. The beautiful blue-haired woman told the blonde how she reminded her so much of Yeiko in both personality and personal philosophy. Yeiko, like Naruto, had longed to become the leader of her village. She had this attitude that would never happen. For giving up that Naruto, despite having matured a lot, had never lost, also like Naruto, Yaeko had the desire to become strong enough to protect Konan and Nagato, as did the blonde shinobi. With his own friends, Naruto realized that he reminded him so much of his old friend that it was almost as if he was with Yaeko whenever he spent time with him. When Naruto commented on this, Konan said that it felt like Naruto was carrying out Yaeko's dreams instead of pain. He also confessed that when they were older, young Konan had a bit of a crush on Yaeko, who had become their leader when they were orphans, and even later when they started their journey to bring peace to Aim, deciding that because Konan had trusted him with what he knew to be his most painful memory, that he should trust her too. Naruto began to tell her about his pain, how he was hated his entire life because his own father sealed the QB inside of him, the abuse and malnutrition he had suffered at the orphanage. He was kicked out of said orphanage at the age of 4, where he was forced to live on the streets for a year before the Raikage found him and gave him an apartment. He told her how the people of his town would always look at him with hateful eyes, telling their children to stay away from him because he was a monster, and that the hate of parents would eventually pass on to their children. Konan was horrified to know how painful her life was. Sure, she had been an orphan, but she always had Yaeko or Nagato when she was little, and they hated Naruto. He didn't have anyone worse, even though it only happened sometimes. Naruto occasionally received severe beatings from various creatures on his birthday, which was the same day that QB had attacked Konoha and had been sealed with Naruto. The blondes who only saved grace in the entire village had been the Sandai Raikage, some of his Sambu, and a small group of ramen who had no prejudice against Naruto and treated him like a human being. It was then that he felt that his respect and feelings for Naruto became even stronger. It was the same day that QB attacked Konoha and was sealed with Naruto. The blondes that only saved grace in the entire village had been the Sandai Raikage, some of his Sambu, and a small group of ramen who had no prejudice against Naruto and treated him like a human being. It was then that Konan felt that his respect and feelings for Naruto became even stronger. It was the same day that QB attacked Konoha and was sealed with Naruto. The blondes that only saved the grace throughout the village had been the Sandai Raikage, some of his Ambu, and a small group of ramen who held no prejudice against Naruto and treated him like a human being. It was then that Konan felt his respect and feelings for Naruto grow even stronger. The two of them were sitting under a tree near a small, beautiful, crystal-clear lake as he watched the sun rise and caress the shore. Konan smiled as he thought about how his life had become less bleak. He looked at Naruto, who was leaning against the tree with his hands behind his head, eyes closed, and a small smile on his face. The peaceful look and the feeling he gave off made her smile widen. She had spent quite a bit of time with Naruto over the past 3 months. Konan had thought about the blonde often now, even when he wasn't with her. Naruto would often get into her thoughts whenever his thoughts came near the blonde. It made him think about his feelings for Yaeko, the desire he had for her. Being with Yaeko had slowly transferred itself to Naruto. Konan didn't even bother to think about how or when this had started, but decided to simply accept it. If there was one thing in her life that she learned when she lived as an orphan, it wasn't to look like a gift horse in the mouth, being more daring than usual. Konan moved closer to the young blonde and closed his eyes while leaning on her shoulder. Naruto opened his eyes and looked at her in surprise. Kanchan, what are you doing?" he asked in a confused voice. "I want to be close to you." Konan opened his eyes to look at him. "You don't like me being so close to you?" Naruto relaxed as he wrapped an arm around her waist, pulling her close. "Not at all. It just startled me. Are you sure you're okay with this? We mean, I'll have to rebuild my clan." Naruto had told Konan about this little bit of information a while back, along with the fact that he had 3 women that he was secretly engaged to, as he didn't want anyone coming after them until I felt I was strong enough to protect them. "I know," Konan said in a voice that was just above a whisper. "I don't care about that, as long as I can be with you." Naruto was surprised when Konan lifted his head from his shoulders and looked at him. "There was only one person I ever thought I would love. After Yero died, I didn't think I could ever find someone like that." Again, he gave her a big smile. "But you taught me something when I had nothing but the desire to follow one's dreams." Man who lost his goals and became corrupted with power, and the crazy Naruto knew who he was talking about apart from telling about Pain and the others. He also told Naruto about the true leader of Akatsuki, Madara Yukiya, Apparently, the old leader Yukio was not as dead as everyone believed. The man had not only survived his fight with Asarum Senju, but had also found immortality. Madara had been living all these years, and when he saw the possibility of creating Akatsuki, he used Nagato's wish for peace command and twist him of greatness, and even though Kyuubi refused to talk to him about it, Naruto was sure that Madara was responsible for his attack on Konoha the day he was born. After meeting you, I found something I had lost, continued Conan with his soft voice, something I haven't felt since Yako, the desire to be with someone and feel you loved. And with hope, I hope that maybe you can find a way to do what others couldn't. Naruto frowned. You were replacing me with Yako? No, of course not, Conan said in a surprised voice as his eyes widened as saucers. Although I admit that the similarities between you two are close enough that you're almost her brother, I know that you're your own person, but it brings up to me that only Yako could. That's why I want to be with you. Naruto looked at the woman who basically just confessed her love for him. Conan, she may not have said it, but Naruto had figured the woman out enough to read between the lines what she was saying, so he knew what they meant. He also hadn't detected a lie from her, so he knew that everything she said was indeed true. Smiling, Naruto gently cupped her cheek with one of his hands, caressing it tenderly. Conan closed his eyes as he leaned in her touch, and Naruto imagined he would start purring any moment. Thank you for being honest with me, Naruto said, and smiled at the woman as she opened her beautiful amber eyes to look at him. I won't deny that after our first meeting, I started to gain feelings for you too, said Naruto. As Conan chuckled, remembering their disastrous first meeting, Conan's breath hitched as Naruto began to lean in. His hand went from her cheek to under her chin as he gently lifted her head to meet his. Slowly, she closed her eyes as Naruto's face moved closer, so she couldn't see when their lips met, but she felt it. And when it happened, Conan felt a small jolt run through his. Conan wrapped his arms around Naruto as he leaned into the kiss. Naruto did the same as he wrapped his arms around Conan's waist, changing Conan's position so that he was on his lap. At first, the kiss was chaste and light, simply applying a little pressure against each other before Naruto gently took his bottom lip and suckled it. Conan let out a soft moan as the pressure of Naruto's lips increased as he did. So he was surprised when Naruto slid his tongue along the opening that he gave her, and she began to explore. She wasn't sure what to do at first, but within moments, and with a little pressure for Naruto, she gained confidence and began a fight with Naruto's tongue, moaning as she felt Naruto's appendage caress and entwine with her own. After a moment, she was clear she had lost and let Naruto explore the inside of her mouth. When Naruto's tongue left her, she slipped his own in her mouth and began to explore. A smile appeared on her lips as they kissed. Naruto knew exactly like ramen, no wonder, since despite not having eaten as much as before, that was what Naruto usually took her, unless she wanted something more eventually. And to their mutual disappointment, the kiss ended. Conan sighed as he closed his eyes and snuggled into Naruto's chest. How much longer can you stay? Naruto asked after a few moments of friendly silence. Can I stay until tomorrow without pain? Getting suspicious, Conan said after a moment of thought. I usually leave the vicinity of his tower for several days to walk around Ami, unless he calls, so we should be safe. Naruto nodded as he relaxed again. His hands began to lightly run down Conan's side, causing the young girl to feel a slight shiver. Naruto, Conan suddenly spoke. Naruto mumbled, letting her know he was listening. I was wondering if I could spend the night with you, Conan asked, a blush crossing her features. While she had spent the night with him often, they hadn't slept together since that incident at the house from the field with the kids. Naruto felt his eyes widen slightly before smiling. K-chan, are you making the moves on me so soon? I mean, we get together. Naruto spoke in a mocking tone. Conan frowned. He looked at the blonde as a large blush spread across his face before seeing his smirk, and it turned into a smile. She patted him on the shoulder in a playful gesture. I don't mean. He paused to take a deep breath. I meant I want to stay with you. Just for tonight. I'd at least like to feel your presence while I sleep. You know, once this is all over, it won't be just for tonight, Naruto said in an amused voice as Conan looked at him. But since Ero-sensei is out of business, he won't be around for a few days today. You can stay with me tonight. Conan chuckled at Naruto's handsome nickname for his sensei as he snuggled into the blonde XXXX. Later that night, when they arrived at the hotel Naruto was staying at and got ready for bed, Naruto was the first to get his nightly hygiene routine out of the way. As the blonde got into bed, Conan walked into the bathroom to do his own routine shortly after she emerged from the bathroom, wearing only a small red nightgown, of course, that covered her hair, and some blue lace panties. Naruto noticed pretty easily that she wasn't wearing a bra due to the fact that he could see her nipples peeking out slightly in the night, and he had to fight to keep his natural reaction from coming to the fore. The blue-haired woman moved towards the bed and got under the covers as soon as she did. Naruto's arm wrapped around her waist and pulled her towards him, turning her onto her side as the blonde pressed his forehead against her back. Good night. With Chan, Conan smiled as he closed his eyes and moved closer to Naruto until they were practically joined. Night, Naruto, Kuin, XXXX. It's time we capture the Jinchuriki, declared Pain as once again they all met in Akatsuki. Conan watched from Pain's side, while everyone else I nodded at her words. The blue-haired woman knew this was going to happen soon. Pain had been talking about chasing down the Jinchuriki, and once they found them all, for a while it had taken years, but Pain had finally managed to find out where all the Jinchuriki were. He would have to find out where the members were being sent, so he could tell. Naruto. Pain turned to look at 2 of the 9 members who were there. Sasori, Deidre, how far are you from the target? The one who had the hunchback's appearance changed will be approaching SUA, and the other cross soon. All right, Pain said as his eyes bored into the others in the room. I want constant updates on the status of your targets. That goes for all of you. The figures disappeared again, leaving the room empty except for the ugly statue. XXXX. Naruto faltered in his step as he felt his kunai begin to throb as he walked next to Hiro-sensei. Looking over, he made sure to see if the man noticed him or not. Once he was satisfied, Naruto turned his attention to the kunai after his success with the chakra recognition seal on Kuna and Kona. Naruto had put on each of the Kuna and the girl, that way he could summon them if they wanted to leave their village. He had used it several times on Mei Koyuki and Yugudo, and despite the people they lived with had gone crazy when they couldn't find them, and the girls continued to do it, recognizing the signature like Naruto from Conan. Looked at Jiraiya and Arrow sense, and one of the girls is calling me Jiraiya. He gave his student a big smile. My boy, I'm so proud of you for getting 3 powerful, hot women like this. Naruto frowned. He may be a fucking pervert guy. If it's going to be like this every time, maybe I shouldn't tell you and just fade away instead of listening to his perverted rant and wonder why the only women you get are the ones you have to pay for. Hey, show some respect, Gaki. Jiraiya yelled at his blonde pupil. I'll show you respect the moment you earn it, and you'll stop peeking in the fountain. Thermal, that perverted the old whore. Who are you calling an old coot? Naruto smirked. The only one I see standing next to me. Damn brat, who didn't get the chance to say anything else when Naruto disappeared in a bright yellow flash. He stopped for a few seconds as he blinked at the spot where Naruto had been standing. Damn Gaki, he didn't give his elders any respect. At least he's good to women, Jiraiya said to himself with a small chuckle as he took out a notebook. It's a shame he's not there to see anything happen, but the idea that this kid gives me of what I see and hear alone is a goldmine. Jiraiya let out a perverted chuckle as he started walking down the street, letting out perverted chuckles as he wrote down ideas for his next bestseller book, Ika Lone Warrior, a tale about a powerful shinobi with a tragic past who ends up saving the world, and in gratitude, receive his own. The white-haired man let out a chuckle as he started writing down more scenes for his book. He was sure that would be a huge hit, especially when he released them in the limited editions. He was creating blue and red blonde XXX. Naruto headed to the cave where he had first met Conan and found nothing bigger than a mouse inside the feelers he had set up. Naruto called out to that woman. The first thing the woman did when she got there was wrap Naruto in a hug and plant a kiss on his lips pleasantly. Surprised that Naruto returned the gesture before they parted ways. Something wrong with Akan? He asked. Naruto could feel a small amount of tension, though he seemed to be letting her. Conan shook his head. Not only important information that you might want to know. Naruto raised his eyebrow, but said nothing. Akatsuki is going to start looking for the Biju now. Their first target will be the Sasori. No, Anna and Hydra Kalila, the Mad Bomber, are the ones assigned to this task. Sui. Naruto muttered something more to himself. Then Conan looked up from his musings and smiled at the woman. Thanks for telling me this. Gara is not only a Jinchuriki, but also a good friend of mine. Leaning towards Naruto, gave him a tender kiss on the lips. I'm sure you'll make it to the top with manners, thanks to me. Conan spoke between kisses. Naruto gave her his sly smile as he moved away. A little, after saving Gara, I think I have just the thing I want to express my gratitude." Conan blushed at the implication and tone in Naruto's voice, although she was quite eager to see what Naruto would do for her. Naruto looked out of the mouth of the cave as he thought about the information he had just received. A smile came to his lips. It would be nice to see Gaara again. His smile turned into a smirk. It would be even better after all. Gaara owes him for saving her ass. XXXXOM, what Pain does when he's not stewing in his god complex. Conan sighed as he walked down the hallway towards Pain's office. He had just received information about one of the Jinchuriki, and according to his cover story, he was going to inform Pain about it. As he walked, his mind wandered, and he started to think about Naruto, hoping he would see the blonde again. Soon he finally reached the door that led to Pain's office. As usual, he didn't bother knocking since Pain was usually out anyways. As soon as he opened the door, however, he froze. His eyes began to widen to the size of dinner plates. In fact, Pain was in the office with his back to him as he sat in a chair. While this was unusual, it wasn't unheard of. However, what was unusual and more disturbing was a combination of the things she was doing and what was happening in the room in front of Pain. Was a television. On said television was the new Ika movie, which was pretty easy for her to recognize. After all, while she would never admit it, she had the same movie hidden under her bed. Pain himself was making unusual gasping and grunting noises and muttering what sounded like Kachin cursed Jinchuriki, which was very disturbing to her, especially considering that the god's realm of Pain was nothing more than a possessed corpse and of a man she once loved no less for what seemed like hours, but was really only a minute or two. Conan stood there with her mouth open and her eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. She finally turned on her heel and left, closing the door behind her so Pain wouldn't know she had been there. She walked down the hallway and mentally swore that she would never mention what she saw that day, for fear that she would have nightmares because of it. Human puppets bombing another dresses and rescuing a cashier. Jiraiya looked at his student and shook his head. Then another reward, and Naruto nodded as he sealed all his equipment in several scrolls containing weapons, stamps, supplies, doctors, and anything else he could think of, and placed them in the containment seals in his pockets. I don't really need the money or the experience, but I heard these guys were terrorizing a small mining town. Jiraiya smiled at his student. Well, just make sure you're careful and don't get cocky. You may be powerful, but even the strongest people can be defeated. You tell me that every time I leave, Naruto said with an amused smile. You were worried about your precious student. I'm worried that she wouldn't. I have no new material for my books if you go and get killed, Jiraiya replied as they engaged in their usual banter. If I see any material that I even suspect has me or the girls, I'll castrate you. Right? The blonde asked with a sadistic smile on his face. Jiraiya snorted something hard to figure out. When you refuse to read my work, Naruto shrugged. I'll have your editor tell me. After all, ever since my novel came out, I've liked it more than you. Jiraiya gave him a fake glare. When Naruto returned it with a cheeky grin, I'll probably be gone a few weeks ago, so don't wait up. Yeah, whatever. Jiraiya waved him off. Just get going. Naruto smiled as he left his small hotel room. Two people were walking through the desert towards Na. And although they both wore the same uniforms, they couldn't be more different. One of them had blonde hair that was tied back in a ponytail, and he had a large piece of hair hanging over the side of his face, covering his eye, with a large straw hat that covered their head, and had capes around it. The other person was short and had a hunchback and wore a bandana over their mouth, covering the lower half of their face. So all you could see was their black eyes. On their head was a straw hat with a single tassel that covered and hid the rest of their face. They both wore black cloaks with red clouds on them, the Akatsuki clothes, and were missing from Class S. I'm telling you, Sasori, Sanari, the art lasts for a single shining moment before it wither into nothingness. Yes, said the blonde. Sasori sighed as he listened to his partner. They had been having this discussion ever since they became partners. Sasori always wondered what Leader Sama had been thinking when he brought them both together. And I tell you, the art of Deidra is eternal. True beauty lasts forever and never dies with time. That way people can enjoy it longer. Sasori Senna. And as much as I respect you, I have to tell you that you are wrong. True art is. Gaara looked at Sun Gakure from the top of the Sekage Tower. Had changed a lot in the last 3 years since Naruto defeated him. During the chunin exams, Gaara wore the Sekage robes over his son Jonin outfit. Absent was the gourd he usually carried on his back. Over 3 years had passed. Since that battle where his whole life had changed for the better after Naruto had defeated him, Gaara had realized that the path he had taken did not grant him true strength or happiness, nor did it end his existence. Wishing for the strength that boy had, Gaara had begun to mend his ways, starting with his family Temari, and Kankuro doing the PS with them had actually been easy, since despite being afraid of him, the two still loved him. However, getting the villagers to see him like his brothers did was a completely different kettle of fish. Well, if they had fish in Suna, it had taken a lot more work to get them to stop fearing him and a constant effort on his part. However, thanks to the hard work with his work and the support of his brothers, he was able to overcome the hatred that the villagers had for him and gain acceptance. And last year, Gaara had been accepted as the Dame Sekage. As he looked at the village he had sworn to protect, he wondered where was the person who had made all this possible, and how was Naruto had been his first friend, the first person to accept him, and the only person he knew who could understand him. It was only because of the blonde shinobi that Gaara was able to change and gain the acceptance he had always wanted. He knew that Naruto, he was currently on a training trip with Jiraiya Senin. The rumors and stories that had spread about Naruto had reached everywhere in the elemental nations. Gaara became curious to see how powerful Naruto had become. Kek-sama. Gaara turned his head to see one of the council members. Behind him, the meeting would begin soon. Gaara nodded. He looked over the village one last time before following the council member to the council chamber. The council chamber itself did not. It was more of a large cylindrical room with a circular table around it. There were 12 seats for those who were part of the Suna Council. Gaara entered the chamber and sat between Beiki and Yura. Beiki had been Gaara's honing sensei during the chunin exams invasion. After the invasion had failed, Beiki had been the one who had pushed for them to not do anything rash and try to get them to renege on the peace treaty between Konoha and Suna. He had later been appointed to the advisory council for his loyalty to AA, and he had been the one who promoted and supported Gaara's promotion to the position of Sekage. Beiki had always believed that loyalty to one's village was one of the most important things for a shinobi. No matter the situation, he would always strive to do what he deemed best for the village. Baki now wore the robes of a counselor over his jonin attire. He still had a headscarf with a cloth covering half of his face. Yura was the honing who had originally been in charge of the guards watching over the entrance to Sunagakure. Years ago, she had managed to make her way to the position in the advisory council. Yura wore counselor robes and wrapped the scarf around her head. She had spiky bangs that covered half of her face and a small beard. The chunin exams will be here soon, said one of the counselors. Since this was the year Suna took the exams, I am waiting for the results. Yura stood up from her seat to attract everyone's attention. As I am, however, I have received some rather disturbing information about a rumor that has recently surfaced. What kind of rumors? Asked Beiki as he looked at the man. This information is from Jiraiya of the Legendary Three, said Yura, getting everyone's attention. They have heard talk of a group called Akatsuki. Murmuring surrounded the announcement of that name. While many people knew about them, most thought they were a simple group of mercenaries. Gaara looked at Yura as he continued. They seem to be a powerful group made up of 9 S-class ninjas looking for a specific group of people, looking for Jinchuriki. The noise in the room grew as everyone started talking about the information. Many of the advisors watched as he remained impassive about the information. Furthermore, I believe that due to the threat these people represent, I believe it would be in our best interest to strengthen security during the chunin exams, just to be safe. Yura continued. Do you think these people pose a serious threat to Cascade-sama? One of the other council members asked. The information itself came from Jiraiya-sama. Yura said in response, if he feels that they are a threat, I think it would be best to err on the side of caution. You make a lot of good points, Counselor Yura. Gaara stated. Up until this point, he had been silent. When the young Sekage spoke, everyone quieted down. It was a rare occurrence for Gaara to speak out at meetings, but when he did, it was often said with a wisdom not normally found in someone so young. We will do as you suggest and raise the security measures. During the chunin exams, it would also be a good show of strength. The other shinobi are here. I would like you to handle the security details. You can do that, Yura, of course. Kage-sama, Yura said with a bow. The rest of the meeting was mainly about listening to the various information about the chunin exams, as well as the security measures that Yura would be taking. Then this meeting is adjourned, Beiki said, as the council members stood up to leave. Gaara also stood up and started walking towards the tower, since he couldn't sleep and finish the day. Paperwork. Yura started walking through the halls of the council buildings with one of the other members. Well done, Yura said, man. It's a good idea to reinforce security in the village. Even Kiki-sama seemed to think, so I'm glad I could help my superiors for whom I have been working for the past 4 years, Yura said in a humble tone. Besides, this information came from Jiraiya-sama himself. So I had to make a decision, quickly stopping. Yura's eyes widened as she felt an intense headache. Grabbing his head, the man bent down as he tried to make the pain go away. Hey, are you okay? The other council member asked. I am. I just haven't gotten enough sleep, Yura said, pausing. The Jonin counselor shook his head and started walking again. What was that? Yura wondered as she continued walking. Deidre and Sasori continued their walk through the hot desert of Suna. Deidre looked at Sasori and had to wonder how the man could not be bothered by this stifling heat. Looking towards the desert, Deidre decided to talk. Then, those people that Orochimaru tricked are up ahead, yes? Deidre asked. When Sasori didn't answer, Deidre looked towards the dunes. It seems that for some reason, he leaked our information and became a traitor. Yes, we have no other choice, it seems, said Sasori after a long moment of silence. I don't know what he looks like after using that jutsu either, Sasori spoke, referring to the body possession jutsu that the snake Sennin had done. The puppet user looked at Deidre, who had grabbed a bag from his pouch. You'll be fine with just that bag. Our opponent is a Jinchuriki. After all, he wouldn't worry about me, said Deidre as she unzipped her waistband and put her hand in my jutsu. Is very artistic. So I came up with my favorite number 18, yeah, because our opponent is the one-tails. Yet Deidre pulled her hand out of the pouch to show that the bottom of her hand had a mouth on it. As they continued walking, they finally arrived at the gates of Suna. Along the walls were several dozen guards who were staring at the two approaching figures in surprise. Before any of the shinobi had a chance to react, Yura, who had come moments ago, killed them by activating several traps. Walking to the front of the gate, Yura knelt and bowed to the two as they walked. Sasori and Deidre walked towards the bowed figure. Well done, said Sasori in his raspy voice. Do you remember me? Yes, sir, of course, Sasori. Sama. Yura said, still in kneeling position. Good, since your memories have returned, you are my faithful servant, said Sasori, pleased to see that his slave seal had done its job properly. Well, Deidre said, if you had forgotten that I might have had to use my jutsu. Yes, Deidre looked at the mouth in her left hand as she finished chewing the clay. She had to eat well. Then here we go. The mouth coughed up some clay, and Hydra began to mold it into a bird. Sasori, your husband should look. Yes, he said, Hydra in a mocking voice, threw the bird in her hair and held his hands in a hand signal. There was a puff of smoke, and when he cleared it, the little bird that he had molded out of the Hydra was now twice as big as the Hydra itself. Jumping over the bird, Deidre took off her hat and smiled as she looked at Sasori. What do you think of my artistic modeling? Yes, Deidre asked Sasori as she flew through the air, not giving the man a chance to speak. The Ichibi Jinchuriki had a date with his art. Naruto sighed as he looked out at the desert. Everything seemed the same, miles and miles. All he could see were sand dunes and more sand dunes. Now he knew why Jiraiya had never taken him to Suna. I wonder how Gaara could bear this desert and this heat. Putting on his hood, Naruto started walking towards the desert. As he walked, he found himself glad that he had started working on the rewards. Otherwise, it would have been much harder to escape from Hiro-sensei. After his meeting with Konan, Jiraiya asked where Naruto had gone to make an excuse. Naruto had claimed that he had done some work on matching bounties. This seemed to convince Jiraiya, and he had actually started giving out the blonde bounties as a form of training. Whenever Naruto was catching a bounty, he could usually visit or teleport to one of the 4 girls that had come into his life. That way, he could mostly avoid Jiraiya's constant lecherous comments. It also served as a good alibi for what he was about to do, since by accepting a Naruto loot used to disappear for a week or two. This heat is still stifling. Gaara sat in his office after finishing the last of the paperwork. A part of him wondered why other caskets like Tsunade always complained about having too much paperwork to do. Of course, because Gaara couldn't sleep, he was able to finish all his paperwork faster. However, he figured that it would be easier for them to just get the work done instead of complaining and throwing it away as he continued with his meditations. Gaara looked out the window behind her desk and frowned when she saw a giant white bird flying outside. Deidre grinned as she looked down at the village where the tail was supposed to be. moving the hair out of her eyes and revealing that she was wearing a viewing lens and a camera. She pressed a button on the side and began counting the number of ninja on the rooftops. Once she got a good lock on the 3 sky guards, she made 3 small clay spiders. The art design for this village isn't bad, he said with a big smile. It will definitely be worth ruining it. Yes, Deidre threw the spiders and made a hand seal. There was a small puff of smoke, and the 3 spiders landed near the 3 guards. The spiders jumped on the guards, and Hydra made another hand sign as she channeled some chakra into her creations. The art is an explosion. The 3 clay spiders exploded into guards. Deidre made her clay bird Sambua as she jumped and landed on the roof of Raikage Tower. The infiltration. She succeeded. Deidre smiled with satisfaction only because her eyes widened when she looked up. Standing in front of her was Gara, dressed in his maroon tunic and a strap over his shoulder. Body armor. Before Deidre could even speak, a wave of sand came at her from the left. Deidre jumped in the air just as the sand crashed against the spot where she had been standing, landing on her bird. She looked at Gara, who began to wave her arms as if she was conducting an orchestra. The sand began to move towards Deidre as Gara jumped on her. The crazy bomber looked at Gara and smiled. Oh, if it isn't the Chibi Jinchuriki. Yeah, how did you know it was attacking? He asked. In this desert, said Gara in his monotone voice. A bird like that doesn't exist, huh? Seems like all my sneaking was in failure. Yeah, said Deidre with a smile. But whatever, at least now, I don't need to look for you yet, Gara said. Nothing, as he raised his hands. Deidre started preparing some clay birds for their attack. A little further past the gates of Suna, a large wave of sand shot into the air. There were hundreds of tons of desert sand that Gara could control, and it was all heading towards Deidre. The sand formed into enormous claws that soon grabbed Deidre in an attempt to crush him. Deidre's bird was in between attacks as he rummaged through his bag, taking out his hands. He made several more clay birds, these of a more elegant design, and some of his other works, as he threw them at Gara. A hand seal later, and there was a burst of smoke. The birds grew a little, and they came to life as they flew around the arena and headed straight for the Raikage. A small eye appeared just outside the sand dome that Gara was in and met Deidre, who was looking down at the arena with a smile. It's as if the eggshell is protecting the inner contents. Deidre didn't get a chance to say anything else as the sand began to surround him, compressing itself in hopes of crushing him. Just as the sand compressed completely into a sphere, Deidre stepped out shot, but the sand caught on her arm as she fell. Sabaku, Gara said as he closed his hand into a fist. Deidre's eyes widened in pain as she felt her arm being crushed. As Deidre fell, she made an owl shape with her hand without squeezing it, making a sign to the hand that the owl shape was growing, and the Hydra stepped on it as she walked away from the sand. Although it wasn't enough to save the rest of her arm, the blonde bomber grimaced as he looked at the stump where his arm had been. Okay, yes, said Deidre as his remaining arm reached into his pouch and he began gathering clay. The bomber realized he only had a little bit of clay left. He looked at Gara and tried to analyze his opponent and find a weakness. By looking at the sand Gara was in, she realized that it was most likely specially made sand that she carried in her gourd. Realizing that this was where she got her ultimate defense sand, Deidre came up with a plan. By molding her clay, she made one of her most powerful explosives. Deidre smiled as was preparing his strategy on the ground. Kankuro, Beiki, and several other ninjas were looking at the large sphere of sand next to the smaller one. It was clear that Raikage was fighting. Looking at the shape, we can assume that Raikage Sam's opponent is Akatsuki, said Baki. As the ninja gathered around him, and Kankuro, all the ninjas were watching the unfolding battle, unsure of what to do when faced with an opponent that could stay in the air. That's what I thought, said Kankuro, as his hands turned in a fist the moment he saw the gigantic wave of sand coming for the desert. Kankuro thought that the Akatsuki had somehow snuck into his village and that Gara was fighting them. Hurry up and prepare for battle. We're going to help the Raikage, said Beiki as he began to order his forces. The medical teams set up a barrier when the ninja began to follow Bucky's orders. He said, Ninja, turn to look at Kankuro. Kankuro, turn to look at Beiki. What is that we need to? Consider what will happen if Gara loses control and Shikaku comes out again, Baki said with a solemn voice. Although the Jonin had seen Gara's abilities and didn't want to consider that this could happen, he considered that it would be better for the village if they took into account all the variables that won't happen. Kankuro shook his head. Gara will not harm the people of this village. Flashback, I didn't mean this. But I think this is one of your craziest ideas, Kankuro said to Gaara, who was looking towards the desert. I mean, that our superiors don't actually like you, and the village is deathly afraid of you breaking away from us and trying to get involved with regular shinobi out of nowhere like this is going to be difficult. He looked at his brother, who was still staring off into the wilderness. He wasn't sure what to think when Gaara told him he wanted to integrate into the standard shinobi forces. Even though he knew Gaara had changed since the failed invasion of Konoha, the first conscious words that came out of his brother's mouth, they were an apology for all the things he and Temari had done to him. He knew his brother wanted to change the way people looked at him. Gaara was silent for a moment as he listened to Kankuro. I know, but waiting strikes me with even greater anguish. The only thing you can do is create your own path through hard work. Don't be lonely, and take things easy the way. Gaara was silent for a moment as he tried to put into words what he wanted to say. One day, I hope to be like him, Kankuro. He remained silent as he listened to Gaara, knowing who she was talking about. So that is why, as one of the shinobi, I aim to be Raikage join and live for this village, Gaara said, Kankuro, impressed by how much his brother had actually changed after his battle with that orange-clad shinobi. It was one of the things that Kankuro would have never believed. Possible that a boy who no one thought much of and seemed to be at the bottom of his graduating class could not only beat Gaara, but also it said something that fundamentally changed the young redhead. Through hard work, I want to be respected by everyone. I received it from Naruto Uzumaki, but so far the bonuses have been nothing but an annoyance to the point where I want to kill them all. But when I fought Naruto, he said to me he gains his strength by protecting his precious people because they give him a reason to exist. I saw that one for myself, and I feel like I can understand what he meant a little better. I hate sadness and even happiness to be able to share these things with someone else. Gaara looked out at the desert with a contemplative look on his face. I learned it from my fight from Naruto Uzumaki. He knew pain, just like I did, and he taught me that you can change that path. Gaara nodded to himself, as if to confirm his beliefs. One day, I wish someone would need me. From flashback, Naruto looked up at the sky when he finally saw his in sight, channeling chakra into his eyes. Naruto focused on the battle going on overhead. It seems Gaara has already started his battle Naruto's side. Well, then you better believe Naruto was cut off when his instincts forced him to leap from his spot, just as a giant tail crashed where the tail had been looking. Naruto followed it to a hunched figure. Naruto recognized him as Onin no Sasori of the red sand from the description. Kanchan gave him the blonde, looked at Sasori. With a smirk, you know, it's rude to try and kill someone without even introducing yourself. They responded with their tail, trying to spear him, going into a series of flips towards Naruto, got some distance between himself and Sasori, said the man, looking at him with narrowed eyes. Who are you? Sasori asked. Oh, it's not important, said Naruto, with a smile. Even though Sasori couldn't see him through his mask, I'm just trying to help the Raikage. Then I'm afraid I can't let you pass. And if you try, I'll have to kill you, said Sasori, as he took off his cloak and got on all fours to reveal that he was inside a puppet. It had a large tail coming out of an orange mask, legs, and the arms had joints that made strange noises when they cling as they moved. I don't know who you are, but if you're really here to help the Raikage, then I'm afraid I must kill you. Naruto's smile widened. Well, you know, I'm fine, because I was already planning on killing you anyway. Sasori was surprised that this person knew who he was, but he didn't show his gaze. He focused on the hooded ninja. There was nothing about the man that gave away the type or style of fighting. He used a large black cloak, covered his entire body down to his feet. The hood covered his hair. Because of the face mask, the puppet user couldn't even see who it was. Naruto raised a hand towards Sasori and pointed his fingers at him. Right on Bakuri, lightning release, pale white lightning, a large beam of light, so bright it looked white, shot from Naruto's finger straight at Sasori. Despite being in a puppet, Sasori quickly moved out of the way. No, Naruto appeared right in front of the puppet user and was about to attack, only to be forced to dodge Sasori's tail. Jumping backward, Naruto was forced to dodge a barrage of semen. According to Konichan, those Zon are poisonous. I don't think the poison will work on me, but it'll still take time to get out of my system, so it's best not to get hit by any of those thinking on his feet. Naruto thrust a closed fist forward as another blast of Zon crossed his path. Futon, Jinkatsu, no case, wind release, wind fist. A giant gust of wind in the shape of a large fist made the Zon explode and headed for Sasori. The puppet user managed to get away in time to dodge it, but Naruto had already calculated where it would be. and was waiting for him with a spinning ball of chakra in his hand. Naruto thrust the Rasengan straight at the puppet user. Body was thrown from the one Naruto had just destroyed, landing several meters before getting back to his feet. It's been a long time since someone could defeat Iruko, said Sasori, with a really young-sounding voice as Sasori looked. Looking up, Naruto saw that the person still looked like a teenager. According to Sasori, had become a puppet when he was younger. This not only gave him eternal life, but also made him stop aging. When he became a puppet, I will enjoy adding you to my collection, said Sasori, as he took out a scroll and unrolled it. There was a puff of smoke, and Naruto found himself looking at the figure that came out. It was a puppet with an olive-colored hair, spiky black hair, and a long brown cape. This puppet was the hardest one to get in my collection, said Sasori. You should feel honored to see it. I see. So you turned the Sandaime Seekage into a puppet, said Naruto, as he half closed his eyes. Although the Seekage were not a cage of Konoha, they were still cage, a position that Naruto respected no matter what village he came from. So seeing one of the cage of the village having his corpse desecrated and used by someone bothered the blonde shinobi. However, he knew he needed to keep his wits about him, and because of that, he didn't let any of his emotions cloud his judgment, said Sasori as he began to manipulate his fingers in response. The Sandaime cage stepped forward. One of the Seekage's hands came closer, and several large wires shot out towards Naruto. Susanoo Rubio said without signs as he dodged the path of the cables. He turned to the left just as the Seekage shot several poison blades at him. Going up to his feet, Naruto turned and cut several cables with a Kaisen no Punto before they could attack him. Naruto was forced to continue dodging wires and knives as Sasori tried to catch him off guard. Rolling under a set of cables, Naruto suddenly found himself pinned down as several latched onto him from behind. Seekage raised his other hand, and poison gas shot out towards Naruto, covering the entire area around the blonde in noxious fumes. Sasori waited for a minute, and when nothing happened, he assumed the hooded man was dead. Just as he was about to return the Sandaime cage to the area, that it was covered in poison and exploded, revealing to Naruto that Sasori had captured as a Basainada Ibakua, a huge explosion clone. Naruto burst from the ground right next to the Seekage, using a Rasengan to target the human puppet. Sasori managed to knock the Seekage puppet out of the way to avoid being destroyed, but he wasn't fast enough to prevent his prize puppet from losing its arm when the Seekage retreated. A large pillar of sand began to coalesce in front of him. The top of the pillar gained sharp point. The blonde shinobi, he knew what it was like Gaara. The Sandaime Seekage had the ability to manipulate and control sand. Naruto wasn't sure how it was done, but given Iron's name, Naruto assumed the man's bloodline allowed him to manipulate the iron particles found in sand, possibly through magnetism or another form of control. It was said that the Sandaime Kek had created the ability based on Shikaku in hopes of finding a way to utilize the power of the desert without the Biju pillar. Soon, he arrived first towards Naruto, the heir Uzumaki Namek. He resealed Susanoo. While dodging the giant pillar, Naruto reached the Seekage with another Rasengan and tried to crash into the puppet. A sphere of sand covered the Seekage frame to block the ball of destructive chakra. The sand shot out everywhere as the Sungon pierced, but despite the power behind the jutsu, Naruto was unable to penetrate the protective sand sphere. He was forced to back away and dodge several spikes that shot out of the sand protective, moving in an impressive series of twists and flips as spikes of sand shot out and then flew by. As soon as Naruto's feet touched the ground, he rolled to the left, dodging another large pillar that crashed into the sand. Getting to his feet, Naruto pulled a scroll from his pouch, and as it opened, a large torrent of water poured out. Naruto went through some hand seals before shouting his jutsu Yotan, jutsu, ice release, jutsu. I did dragon jutsu. A giant dragon formed out of the water before freezing into ice. The great 60-foot beast turned its yellow eyes on the Seekage and flew forward. The iron sand of the Seekage came to the protection of the puppet. When the ice dragon hit the sand, it began to freeze. This technique had cost Naruto a year to create and master. Naruto combined wind and water and then condensed it to the point that the water became a more malleable version of ice. Naruto was able to not only shape it into a dragon, but upon impact would reduce the amount of wind chakra in the ice melting technique before compressing the water with his wind chakra again to freeze everything that was wet. Took more chakra than most of his ice techniques, especially since he was in the desert upon releasing Susanoo. Again, Naruto shoots towards the Raikage puppet using his wind chakra to increase the length of the blade and sharpen it to the point where only a few Sephu metals in the entire world could withstand Naruto's sword. It moved in several flashes of light as the blonde appeared behind the sandaime. Raikage Naruto closed the blade again as the Raikage split into 6 different segments. Sasori looked at Naruto, who was breathing a little heavier than before. You are definitely impressive. I'm going to enjoy turning you into a puppet. Naruto smirked. I'll get you out long before you can turn me into anything. We'll see, said Sasori as he took off his shirt to reveal that he was actually a puppet with 2 5-point Elise blades sticking out of his elbows and several scrolls on his back. Naruto also noticed that where the man's heart would be a container with the kanji, he assumed that was where Sasori's weak point was. It's been a while since I've used you, said Sasori as he raised a hand before a large scroll detached from his back and connected to the hand pointing at the blonde. Sasori fired a powerful jet of water towards Naruto, said the blonde simply smiled as he brought his hand and introduced his own chakra into the jet of water. He snatched control from him from the water to Sasori and sent it back to him. Sasori jumped to the left and was forced to dodge his own attack. Using one of my most powerful elements against me was a foolish move, declared Naruto, and Sasori could almost see the smirk on his face. I apologize, said Sasori as he raised his other hand. Why don't we try this? A powerful blast of fire shot out towards Naruto, who began to run away from the fire that began to follow him. While Sasori kept the blonde in his sights, Naruto was barely able to stay away from the flame and realized he needed more speed, making a single hand signal for Naruto to charge chakra into various seals located all over his body. Kai release. If it weren't for his cloak, Sasori would have been able to see several lines start running along Naruto's arm, legs, chest, and back. As Naruto had his cloak on, he didn't see them. So when the blonde shinobi suddenly disappeared in a burst of pure speed, Sasori was shocked. It was just a case of shinobi instincts taking over. They allowed themselves to dodge as Naruto appeared on their left with a massive Rasengan in his hand. There was a huge explosion as the Homa Rasengan exploded, sending sand and dust everywhere. Naruto flew out of the explosion like a bat out of hell as he launched himself at Sasori. His opponent attempted to launch a jet of flames at him, but the blonde simply picked up his speed again and disappeared. Sasori looked down at his opponent only to find him coming down from above. Sasori brought his 5 Ellis in an attempt to slice his opponent to ribbons. Naruto opened his Sano for another round. Sasori jumped as Naruto's sword became nothing but several silver flashes. The puppet user looked at his opponent before looking at where his blades were. He looked back at his opponent, who was staring back at him, the man's eyes completely dead, reminding the puppet master of a certain red-eyed shinobi in Akatsuki. Never in his life had Sasori faced such a strong opponent. So far, he hadn't been able to do anything to the young man and was starting to find himself cornered. Sasori realized that he would need to fight with something more powerful to defeat this enemy. Or maybe more. Sasori pulled one of the scrolls from his back as a compartment opened in his chest. There was a large puff of smoke as several hundred chakra strings were fed from the puppet's chest. As the smoke was blown away by a light wind, it revealed about 100 puppets surrounding Naruto. I would like to introduce you to my most powerful, said Sasori. Naruto was sure that if the man's puppet body could smile, it would. This jutsu has taken down entire fortresses before. Naruto looked at all the puppets and sighed. That's a lot of puppets, said Naruto in a voice that was as lazy and indifferent as a certain pineapple. Headed by the Nara air, looks like I'm going to have to use that jutsu, thought the blonde as he put his hands in the 2 pouches on his hips. When he took it out, there were 5C, Kunin IRA, and Sin between each finger. Although this is a jutsu, awesome. I must tell you, Naruto vanished. Sasori looked at his opponent only to find him in midair. My Hutsu destroyed entire armies. Naruto released the kunai at the puppets at about 15 so he could get maximum effect for the sensor seal arrays before his opponent even had a chance to do anything. Naruto disappeared in a bright yellow flash around Sasori, and his puppets were destroyed as they were ripped apart with powerful kicks and punches, slashing at even segments with wind or blown to pieces with a Rasengan. Pun. Sasori looked down as he felt a strange pang in his wooden body to see his sword stabbing into his heart container. He turned his head to see the person who had just defeated him. His hood had fallen off, revealing a shock of spiky blonde hair and cerulean blue eyes. It looks like you've got me beat, Sasori said, to think he's been fighting one of the people we've been trying to capture this whole time. It looks like underestimate Naruto's side as he drew his sword and watched as the body collapsed to the ground. Lifting his hood, Naruto looked towards the village and felt his eyes widen. He had been paying so much attention to his own fight that he had completely forgotten about Gaara's battle right now. There was a giant thing falling towards the village. Remembering Conan's information that Sasori's teammate had a fetish for explosions, Naruto took off at his highest speed. While showing no emotion, Gaara mentally cursed as the giant explosive began to fall on the village. Redirecting its sand, Gaara created a large protective barrier over the village in the shape of a bowl. The giant and strangely shaped explosive hit the barrier, and it exploded. However, something happened that surprised and impressed both Gaara and Deidre. The explosion began to curve towards a point as if it was trapped in some kind of wake. Everything from the explosion to the Gaara sand was dragged to that point before it disappeared. What happened to my art? Deidre asked in frustration as he looked to see Gaara equally stunned at that moment. Something stuck in the head of his Bu of Ursula. Didn't even get the chance to see what it was before a large explosion took over the owl. He was on. Gaara watched as Deidre's bird exploded in confusion. He wasn't sure what just happened as the EXP lived its life. Gaara saw that Deidre had disappeared. The young Kazekage looked around to see if any trace of the member remained of Akatsuki. That was when he noticed a cloaked figure on the roof looking at him. He didn't know why, but Gaara felt a sense of familiarity when he saw the stranger's blue eyes. When the Seekage blinked, the figure was gone, and he wondered if he had seen it. Shaking his head, Gaara floated his sand until it was on the ground, where he was surrounded by his ninja, who were congratulating him for beating such a strong opponent. Soon after, the villagers who had seen Gaara's act of defending the village came out, and they started to cheer for him too, even though he wasn't hated anymore. Gaara found it uncomfortable receiving so much praise and affection, especially when several women exclaimed how hot Gaara was. Turning his head, Gaara watched as Kankuro and Baki approached him. Kankuro greeted Gaara. What happened? Kankuro asked. What was that? When the explosion in your sand? I have no idea, Gaara said, shaking his head. I've never seen anything like it. So, if you didn't do that, who did? Asked Baki. The three fell silent amidst the cheers. None of them. They had an answer to that, deciding not to worry about it for now. Gaara looked at the people who were cheering for his name. A small smile appeared on his lips. It was this type of recognition and desire he had longed for, to be needed and wanted by people. Because of his willingness to protect his precious people, it brought an even bigger smile to Gaara's face as he thought about the person who said that expression to him. He would have to thank Naruto the next time they saw each other several miles away from their home. Hydra cursed as he sat on the ground, exhausted. Not only had he lost an arm, but he was burned multiple seconds and even third degree by the explosion. What the hell was that anyway? At one point, he was about to put into action his plan to use the village as a means to force Gaara to use his special sand so he could set his trap. Then his jutsu swallows it up and somehow ends up exploding on him. The very idea that his art could do that sounded ridiculous, and yet somehow had happened. Deidre's senpai. Deidre cursed as she turned to the newest member of Akatsuki. He had __. Weird-looking man. He was wearing an orange spiral mask centered around his right eye. He knew nothing about the man. He was childish and annoying. What do you want? Deidre asked with a look on her face. Oh, senpai. He's crazy, Toby yelled as he threw his hands up in the air and started running in circles. Toby, I swear. Yes, Leader Sama. Want to report on the tales? Deidre turned to the man who interrupted. Sexu was a man who looked like he'd been swallowed by a plant and had only his head sticking out. Half of him was white while the other was black. It had been a common joke among Akatsuki that this showed that Setsu was half good and half evil. Of course, there was some truth to that. The white side was quite polite and wasn't that interested in fighting, while the black side was much more violent and liked to feast on human flesh. I couldn't get the Ichibi, said Deidre, but it wasn't my fault. Yes, she added hastily while holding his only good arm for defense. I was about to capture him with my high-performance C3 when he got caught in some kind of hole worm. It was weird, yeah. And then my own bird exploded, and if it wasn't for a fast Kimmy, I would be dead, yeah. When Deidre explained what happened, Toby had gone silent. His explosion was absorbed. Why does he sound so familiar? What's up with Sasori? Whereas he asked Setsu. I don't know, Deidre shrugged. Didn't see it. Yeah, this isn't good. We'll have to report this to Pin him as Setsu spoke. Don't worry. Toby will tell him. Toby shouted while waving an arm. After all, Toby is a good boy. It was nighttime and Gara was walking down the hallway of the Kage Tower to finish the paperwork that this incident was going to cause. He would also have to send a letter to Konoha informing them that Akatsuki was on the move. Gara stayed like that most nights anyway, since he had the Ichibi inside him. Gara couldn't sleep in case the giant Tanuki took control and went on a rampage. Although he had gotten used to not sleeping, walking towards his door, Gara tensed as he felt that there was already a presence inside. Gara opened the door and entered while summoning his sand in case he had a fight. The sand returned to its gourd. As soon as he saw who it was a shinobi that he was sure had helped him sit on his desk with his feet propped up on it. The one Gara was sure had used that strange jutsu. Who are you? Gara asked tiredly. Just because this guy had helped him doesn't automatically mean he was not a shinobi. A friend did it. It hurts me a lot that you talk to a friend in a way, or like Gara said, the hooded figure. As he stood up, Gara tensed as the man moved away from the desk, only for his hand to stop at his side as the man removed his hood and masked Naruto. Gara questioned, and although he was still emotionless, those who knew Gara could tell he was surprised. Naruto smiled. It's been a long time, Gara, a little over 3 years. If I'm not mistaken, Gara blinked 1, 2, 3 times. That was you who helped me. Right, of course, said Naruto with a smile. I was on my way to visit him since I had just captured some loot. Near here when I saw your battle, Naruto shrugged as he walked towards Gara. I decided to intervene. When I saw the huge explosion that reminds me, he searched his pocket and took out a scroll. He told Gara, who was looking at it inside, is the person who is that man's partner. I think he had been standing right outside the doors while I made my way through. I think he's a shinobi who was once a part of Suna. And I thought you wanted his body back. Gara took the scroll and noticed it had the kanji for Tur on it. I'll give this to my Morty later. Gara walked over to his desk and placed the scroll down before turning to Naruto. It's good to see you again, Namikaze. Naruto rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Just so you know, huh? Gara actually smiled. I doubt there's a single person within the elemental nations who hasn't heard of Kiro Senku's revival. The word he traveled to Suna after Tsunade made a public announcement about Torin to the people of Konoha. I bet it went well, Naruto said with a grimace. I wonder how they reacted. I'm afraid I couldn't tell you since I wasn't there, Gara said as he sat down at his desk. The young Raikage looked back at Naruto. It was obvious that the blonde hadn't been there just for a visit. The time between the attack and Naruto's rescue was far too convenient for the blonde to have just arrived for a visit. But Gara saw that it was equally obvious that his first and possibly best friend didn't want to talk about how he knew the Akatsuki would attack. And while a part of Gara wanted to ask about his knowledge of the Akatsuki, another part decided to confide in his friend. I heard you've been training with Jiraiya of the Sending, Gara said, as he pointed to a seat across from his desk. Naruto smirked as he sat down. Yes, I am. It's truly amazing. It was a beautiful and peaceful day in Konoha as the sun began to rise. However, Shinjizun's son was nowhere to be seen. I woke up to see him saying that Raikage was sleeping with his head on his desk. Sake bottles littered his table and floor. His head was on top of the paperwork he hadn't done the night before. It had a significant amount of slime, sente, ruining the ink, ensuring that Tsunade would have to rewrite it. However, Tsunade didn't notice any of this as she was blissfully unaware until her office door slammed open. Tsunade-sama, Gu, I wasn't drinking, I swear. Tsunade's head popped out of the desk as she shouted. Shizun, who had barged in, was silent as she looked at the Raikage. Then she looked at all the attack bottles littering the floor. Honestly, Tsunade-sama, can you please not take yourself in a stupor for once, especially since you're at work, said Shizun as she looked at the busted blonde Raikage. Tsunade blushed in embarrassment, but recovered quickly as she coughed in her hand. So there was a reason why you came looking for her here. Shizun blinked before her eyes widened. Yes, we just received news from Suna that they were attacked by Akatsuki. What? Tsunade shouted so loud that everyone within 2 miles of Raikage Tower could hear it. Shizun nodded as she handed Tsunade a scroll. Luckily, the attack failed, and Keika is not safe. Son read the scroll and frowned. A friend of Suna looked at Shizun. Do you know who this friend of Suna is that the Raikage is talking about? Shizun shook her head. No, Sensama. I only know that she helped cage Dano at some point during the battle. Tsunade looked at the scroll and thought, well, at least the Kiki and Ichibi are safe from Akatsuki for now. Although I want you to inform Jiraiya about this friend of Nas and see if he can find out any information on who this friend that Seekage mentioned is. Shizen bowed to Tsunade. Naruto frowned as he looked towards the small clearing. It was near the mining town where his mark was. But that wasn't what was making him frown. Around the small clearing were markers that doubt they were marking the graves. There were several people who were digging a hole for a new grave. That in itself was not strange. However, what was there was that there were more people who put someone in a coffin with that person who was still alive and screaming in terror right next to those people. There was another man who, like the others, put the sacrifice man in the coffin wearing a set of robes. He said that the man had a head of longing on his face as he wiped away his tears that were obviously fake from his eyes. Rikus, why are you crying? The man asked through his fake tears. Don't you like the beautiful funeral? I'm giving you the man now. Known as Rusk continued to scream in terror and beg the other man not to worry despite your obvious lack of respect. I will always remember you fondly. The other people were finally able to put the man in the coffin and close the lid before screwing it down with nails. As they carried the coffin to the now finished grave, the man, who Naruto finally recognized Raikage as K. Kurisuke, began to make a speech about the person they were giving a funeral for. Naruto listened in disgust as the funeral came to an end. When he was sure the group was gone, Naruto walked towards the grave, creating several cage boosts. Naruto had them take the man out. They lifted the coffin and broke the top, taking out the man, who was half delirious. Naruto ordered his clones to take him to the Curry of Life shop that he had seen on his way here. He looked where Raikage and the others were gone. Now, all he had to do was take care of them. Naruto looked down at the small mining town as he crouched down from the top of a cliff. The town was quite small with only a few buildings that Naruto recognized as taverns and shops. The blonde didn't see any houses, leading him to assume that people had homes on the outskirts of town. As he studied the layout, Naruto also looked at his people were performing severe manual labor as groups of people were entering and exiting the mines. The people were surrounded by members of Raiga's gang, which was obvious by the cloaks they were wearing. The blonde counted 8 in total. One of the people, an old man, seemed to stagger under the strain of his load and fell back panting. 2 of the cloaked men approached the old man and began jeering and kicking him, telling him to go back and work, unless he wanted Raikage to give him a funeral, deciding that was enough. Naruto disappeared in a burst of speed, knocking down the cliff and heading towards the mining town. Naruto soon closed in on the 2 people, punching the old man, not giving them time to react in any way, shape, or form. Naruto slammed his fist down on the men's heads. As they flew, Naruto disappeared in another burst of speed, knocking down every cloak figure that was there. When it was all over, Naruto looked at the stunned figures of the townspeople. I suggest you all go home for now, Naruto said in a clear voice echoed throughout the city. This place will definitely become a battlefield, and I don't wish for any of you to get caught in the crossfire. Please head home. The people looked at him as if he thought he had a second head before. Looking at each other, not knowing what else to do, they took Naruto's advice and started to leave, as it was another group of thugs that appeared running down a hill to Naruto's left side. With a small grunt, Naruto got up from the ground and flew towards the thugs, crashing against them. With all the fury of a hurricane, Naruto began to twist and turn as he dodged his enemies' pathetic weapons, attacking with his own kicks and punches. The people he was fighting were extremely well off by shinobi standards, and Naruto made short work of them. Looking around, he frowned when he didn't see Raikage anywhere. He had hoped to lure the man out looking after his gang members, but he couldn't find Raikage anywhere. Little did he know that Raikage, he was standing on the same cliff he had been standing on before he began his attack. Well, he didn't expect to find an adversary like this in this small town, said Raikage in his crazy voice. He turned his head to look at the bag on his back. Are you ready, O Raikage-sama? I'm ready. Surprisingly, the answer came from the large sack on the man's back. Okay, then let's begin. Naruto frowned as a thick fog rolled in, and his senses started to go crazy, telling him that he was surrounded by enemy shinobi. Closing his eyes, Naruto he began to block out all forms of distraction. Reaching Naruto, he tried to gain insight into the chakra used for what was obviously some sort of illusion. He eventually found what he was looking for on the cliff he was on before beginning his attack. Looking towards the chakra and focusing it in his eyes, he found a cloak figure with a large one on its back. Naruto channeled chakra into his legs and took off toward the cliff. Once he got there, he jumped onto the cliff face and began to run down. While there was a puff of smoke from his hand, as Naruto opened his Sano, he reached the top of the cliff and in a burst of speed jumped at Raiga. Smiling metallic sound, Naruto's sword collided with the two of Raiga in a battle for dominance. The two soon jumped while looking at each other. "Well, look what we have here," said Raiga with an insane smile. "I've heard many things about Tin Mike's, and Naruto got tired of seeing the man in front of him who acted confident for his liking. Then you should know that you stand no chance against me," smirked Raiga as he got into a low stance with his dual swords. "It's more than welcome to think that you must be prepared to fall for my sword. Maybe after I'll even give you a funeral." Naruto said nothing as he held Susanoo in reverse and stood up with his sword in front of him and his knees slightly bent. The two stood like that for a while before a light breeze crossed the area. That was when both fighters started their Kinjutsu match. Their forms were mere blurry specks as the two swords clashed, disappearing only to reappear again as their blades locked. The battle soon increased in intensity as the country began to change. Large cracks appeared where the two met due to the power behind their attacks. When they met again, Raiga tried to disarm Naruto, using the hooks on the end of one of his blades to grab Susanoo. When the blonde shinobi discovered what Raiga was trying to do, he jumped up and made a slashing motion with his sword. Akino was launched from the tip and shot out at Raiga, who was forced to dodge. He brought his sword up above his head and across. Raiga began to channel lightning into his sword, which soon took the form of a ball. Raiten Raikou lightning release ball lightning. Naruto skillfully dodged the attack before slashing with his sword and sending a crash. No longer was he going to, Raiga said, as the man simply jumped out of the way. Naruto appeared right in front of him, and the Kinjutsu match began with the swordsman coming in with an alternating mix of low and high strikes, targeting tendons and vitals in hopes of either killing the man or crippling him. Nothing seemed to work as Naruto continued his attack. Not only did the man seem to know what he was going to do before he did it, but his dual swords also gave him the advantage of more weaponry, nullifying Naruto's advantage in speed. Naruto ducked under a horizontal slash from the man before pulling his sword out in an attempt, impaling Raiga through the stomach. Said side of the sword, Chin stepped on the attack and used his left blade to push it out of the way, coming in with his right with a slash to take Naruto's head off. Naruto tilted his head back, letting the attack miss him narrowly. Bringing his sword up in a reverse grip, he blocked Raiva's next strike, pushing back against the blade. Naruto managed to open up a hole in his opponent's guard. Switching to a standard grip, Naruto slashed in an upward diagonal cross that vivisectora to Raiga said. Swordsman blocked the attack with one of his swords before he could counter. However, Naruto pushed Susanoo off the sword Chin sword and made a diagonal slash downwards. Raiga blocked that with his other sword and made an attempt to cut Naruto in half. Said the blonde jumped back before the blade passed where he had been. As he charged again, Naruto felt the man channeling Raiten chakra into his blades, channeling his own chakra futon. As the two blades locked, the blonde shinobi could negate the effects of the man's Raiten chakra. The two began pushing against each other in a contest of strength. Each tried to push the other off balance. Raiga was the one who finally slipped away when Naruto's immense physical prowess proved to be too much. Falling back, the mad swordsman gained some distance. "My God, you're pretty good. You really do live up to the rumors I've heard about you. When I kill you, I will make your funeral my most amazing work," said Raiga with a crooked smile on his face. Naruto paid no attention to any of the man's funeral speeches as he studied his opponent while trying to analyze his enemy. Raiga was only a rank ninja, so he shouldn't be that good. That meant he had some kind of trick, something that was giving him the advantage in this battle. He looked at the sack that was on the man's back. Raiga had been awfully protective. He would bet his fortune on his free levels that he would whatever was helping him was there. Naruto immediately put a plan into action to separate Raiga from whatever was in the bag, throwing several kunai at the man who dodged or blocked them skillfully. But that was okay. These kunai weren't meant to hit, but rather to hide. One of Naruto's shin kunai. Naruto took one of the kata positions of the Kinjutsu frog as he disappeared in a bright yellow flash and reappeared right next to Raiva. He slashed the bag from the man's back and kicked the man in the stomach, sending him flying to the ground and then knocked him out with a kick to the head. He grabbed the bag and dropped it on the ground, frowning at what the bag felt like. It had something about it like a human and was breathing. He undid the bag and opened it up. He opened it only to find himself looking into a pair of red eyes. A boy asked Naruto, "Were you the one who gave Raymond that edge in battle?" "No." The boy said. Nothing. Naruto sighed, knowing that he wasn't going to get any answers from the boy and refused to torture a mere boy. He created a cashier Bizon and began to give him orders. Seal Raiga's head in a scroll, burn the body. The clone saluted and was about to explode when a voice stopped him. No. Naruto looked at the boy again. "Sorry, don't kill him, Raiga. He is all I have in this world. He is the only person who ever loves me for something," said the boy with tears in his eyes. Naruto looked at the boy as he remembered another person who had the same fanatical devotion and loyalty. Another was the person who had told him what it meant to be strong and set him on his path. Aku. He saw the same eyes on this boy that he saw on you almost 4 years ago when he had seen him in the clearing during the wave mission. Naruto closed his eyes and sighed very while he turned his clone. He froze in a prisoner transport role. "We will take him to Kiri and ask him to forgive him." He turned to the boy who was now stunned. "Hey, kid, what's your name?" Ranmaru said. "Well, Ranmaru, it's your lucky day, since I'm friends with the new Masuka, so he can be killed. However, the two of you will have to come with me, so I can hand my check to Miss Sook." Naruto stood up and lifted the boy onto his shoulders, deciding that he didn't want to walk. Naruto sent a pulse of chakra through his seal towards Iron Kuna and Demii, letting them know that he was on his way. "Hey, kid, you might want to stay put. This is going to be a little disorienting to end." When Naruto and he disappeared in a bright yellow flash, reappearing almost a second later as Ranmaru looked around extremely disoriented until he heard a scream from an Arcuna and turned his attention to the source. A beautiful red-haired woman dressed in the Mizuka robes, said the woman, who seemed to be about to confront the blonde shinobi, but stopped when she noticed the presence of Ranmaru. "Naruto, who is this?" asked Mei while looking at Ranmaru with her head slightly tilted to the side. Naruto gave her a smile. "Mame, this is Ranmaru." "Ranmaru, this is Mame," said Naruto, introducing the two. "Ranmaru is Rock Kurisuke's partner," said Naruto, while looking at me. "Look at him with interest. I need to hear this," Mei said with a smile as she sat down on the couch and gestured for Naruto to sit, placing Ranmaru on the couch. Naruto sat down next to Mei just before placing Mai on his lap and began to explain how he got into a battle with Ra. Mei wrapped her arms around his neck and rested her head on his shoulder as she listened with a big smile and rapt attention as Naruto told his story. She had always found it amusing that the blonde was such a good storyteller. Stories even more fun was that, unlike others, she knew that the blonde shinobi was actually telling the truth without any serious embellishments, as he was too modest, and found it embarrassing to be considered a hero. As she listened to Naruto finish his story, as well as his request, she closed her eyes thinking about what he was asking. In truth, she was really happy to know that it might be possible to get another one of the Kirin Shinogaten Nananin SH into their ranks while the war was over, and she had more shinobi that she hoped to have. Were grateful for any help she could get to bolster their ranks. "I will ask him if he would like to rejoin our forces," said Mie after a moment of joy. For Ranmaru, having another member of the Kirin Baten Nananin SH will be of great help to bolster our ranks. And since Raiga left during Yagura's reign, the man's bounty has no real value. Naruto turned to the small red-eyed girl with a smile. "Don't look at the child at all. Worry Ambu called me." The door opened, and two officers ignored the presence of the blonde and red-eyed girl. As they looked at Mei waiting for their orders, Naruto grinned, because the two were not surprised to see him. Naruto had often left the office with Mei without entering for almost 2 years, and had given more than half of Samba heart attacks. Every time he did Irison was here, it was good to see them learning. "I wish you would find someone to give to Ranmaru a visit to Kiri," Mei said, gesturing to Ranmaru. "When there is, are you finished? Make sure he is taken to my house. I will leave him there while we wait for Raiga's decision on whether or not he will join. Also, someone will have to carry him since he can't walk on his own." The Amba nodded. Although Naruto could sense that they were surprised by Raiga, one of them picked up the boy, while the other was handed the scroll that had Raiga in it. He also continued, "May, I want you to consult with some of the doctors to see if any of them is able to heal Maru's legs." The Amba nodded and left, closing the door behind them. As soon as the two were alone, Mei caught Naruto in a hot kiss, as she expected Naruto to kiss her back. She began to gently nibble on Mei's bottom lip when the busta red-haired girl opened her mouth to let out a moan Naruto slid his tongue into her mouth. The two soon began a small duel with their tongues intertwining with each other, trying to gain the upper hand. Naruto decided to submit to Mei and retracted his tongue, allowing her access. Mei eagerly began to explore every crevice of his mouth, enjoying the sweet taste. Naruto had Mei pushed Naruto down on the couch, so he was lying down as she sat straddling his waist, still kissing him as her hands began to run through Naruto's sun-kissed hair. In the same manner Naruto had wrapped one arm around her waist while the other, he began to gently text and caress Mei's firm butt. It was about half an hour later that they stopped their little makeout session. Mei smiled as she closed her eyes, giving a contented sigh as her head rested on Naruto's chest. Even though it had only been about 2 weeks since she last saw him, she still missed him. The blonde always managed to keep everything from being boring and could brighten up his day just by being with her. "Koichi loved you?" Naruto asked. Making Mei smile at one of her frequently used suffixes, "Yes, Kibito," Mei replied, "Are you done with your paperwork for the day?" Mei raised her head to look at Naruto and saw the small twinkle in his eyes, making her smile. Naruto and Mai smiled and waved to another group of villagers that passed by as they walked arm in arm through the village. They had no clear destination in mind and simply kept moving while enjoying each other's company. It was something they had done often when Naruto was nearby, just walking around Kiryu. Any town Naruto called Mei and walked until something came to them. Eventually, the pair settled down at a small stand with Naruto, deciding to go with some beef ramen and Mei ordering a miso ramen. While they waited for their food, they discussed some of the new things that are happening in their lives. He told me about the new group of shinobi that just left the academy last week. He hoped to have them ready for the exam of chunin next year, and he was preparing them with some of his most talented honing. Naruto told her about some of his travels, leaving aside his time saving Gaara. It's not that he didn't want to tell her anything, but with so many people around, he didn't feel comfortable talking about it here. "You know, I almost wish I could go anywhere I want now that I'm glued to my desk," Mei said in a mocking voice, while pouting at her. Naruto affected a mock hurt expression while making some slurping noises. "I thought you should by now do that. Or spending time with your fiancé outside of Kirigaya isn't good enough for you." That was another thing that had happened after Naruto had done that movie with Koyuki, that he had officially proposed to both Mei and Yugudo. Well, he did it after he slept with them. When the two of them had heard that their Naruto had been in a porn movie, they had been downright furious. Luckily, Naruto had made sure that Jiraiya sent him that letter, that Naruto had changed the content to make it look like the perverted sage had blackmailed them, that not only had Jiraiya gotten beaten up, but he also had his Tez and melted down by Miyotan when Naruto had summoned them through IR. Naruto shook his head. Jiraiya had to be used to taking a lot of punishment to be able to use his package after something like that. That didn't mean Naruto had been freed. It had taken Naruto to spend a whole week with Mei as a personal slave for her, to forgive him, though Naruto wouldn't call what he did punishment. Often he would take her out to eat or make her food or just treat her like a goddess anyways. So it was no different than what they used to. Mei had also made him give her a full body massage, of course. That was nothing more than punishment for the blonde, though. There was also that time when she had taken Naruto shopping. He really didn't mind doing things like this for her. Unlike others of the male gender, often he would do the same to Koiki. Yugudo and Conan remembered that this time he had had a stray vein and had walked out of the locker room, once in nothing but blue underwear. Naruto remembered the way the light blue fabric had not only seared her curves, but had been slightly visible, giving you enough to tantalize you and make you want more, but not enough to see the whole thing. Naruto had been chased out of the store by a nosebleed so bad it had burst through the wall of the store and had passed out. He sighed. "Good times." She hit me on the shoulder, playfully snapping him out of his thoughts. "You know what I mean?" Naruto nodded sagely. "All the paperwork." He looked at her with a mischievous grin. "You could do what goes to Chan and just drink until you forget about it." I giggled when Naruto started telling her stories of when he would find the cage who he called Tsunade Ba, Chan getting so drunk that sometimes she would fall asleep at her desk only to be scolded by her assistant the next morning. Add to that Naruto would call one of the 3 legendary Sennin, and the most known for his super strength and violent temper, which Ba-chan simply added to the humor. When the food arrived, the two fell silent too. Eat, maintaining a comfortable silence until they finished. Then the two left, while Mai held one of Naruto's arms in hers, pressing it into the valley of her chest, much to the jealousy of the two men who wanted Mai and the women who wished to have Naruto. As they walked, Mai looked toward the store, where she apparently saw something that caught her attention and began to drag Naruto towards her. She said, blonde, simply smiling at Mei's enthusiasm. It was 4 orgasms and several hours later that the two fell onto the bed. Naruto let himself fall onto his back while Mai lay between his legs while still connected to the blonde heir. Uzumaki Maikase, wrapping her arms around Naruto's broad chest, let out a completely exhausted but contained sigh. The afterglow of sex still hadn't faded and probably wouldn't for a while. Naruto wrapped one arm around Mei's waist as the other began to fondle and text Mei's firm, "But that feels good, just what you need after several hours of hot, passionate sex session," asked Naruto with a quiet laugh. Mumbled Mei as she kissed his chest. "Do you think you could continue doing this until I fall asleep?" "Of course," said Naruto as he added a small amount of chakra. Mei smiled as she let out a soft sigh. Finally succumbing to her tiredness, Naruto stayed awake a bit longer as he brought the blanket over their naked forms, kissing her on the head. The blonde shinobi let out a deep breath as he smiled. Closing his eyes, he drifted off into a dreamless sleep. The next day, Naruto and Mei were walking through the town later in the afternoon, with Misuka having a rather noticeable limp. It seemed that last night they had been so hard that Mei hadn't been able to get out of bed this morning for a moment. It had been quite funny watching her try to get up and fall back on her stomach, of course. Then she started cursing him for laughing at her and promised to melt him, and he would do this again, and they both knew this would happen again, just like it did the first time when she said the same thing. They ignored the stairs as they made their way to the Mizukage Tower, greeting his assistant and the Ambu at the door of his office, making their way inside. She walked over to her desk and sat down, sighing, as she noticed the pile of papers that had seemingly grown again overnight. Naruto walked up behind her and began to gently place a message on her shoulder. Mei looked at him and smiled before grabbing the first sheet of her paperwork and began to read. Jiraiya didn't even blink when Naruto appeared beside her in a flash of yellow. Having grown accustomed to him over the past few years, the Sennin simply looked at his student. "You took a little more than expected for a simple rank, ninja," said Jiraiya as he looked at his student with a little suspicion in his eyes. Jiraiya had just received a letter from Tsunade telling him about someone who came to help Gaara when he was attacked by the Akatsuki. Naruto simply shrugged. He had a kid who seemed to have a bloodline that allowed him to see everything like the Bakugan, made it much harder to hit him. "Also, I decided to spend some time with Michan. While it wasn't a lie, it wasn't the whole truth either. I didn't want him. It came out that he helped kill 2 Akatsuki members. Yet, while the blonde had no doubt that it would happen eventually, Naruto had no wish for the Akatsuki to start feeling like he was a threat. This would also keep them waiting to guess who this new enemy was." Jiraiya's narrowed eyes soon gave way to Naruto with a smirk as he completely forgot about Tsunade's letter. "Oh, so she was coming out with a hot redhead this time. I can't say I blame you, Shizero-sensei. If I hear a perverse comment about her or the other girls, I'll go Ross and Surik on your ass." Back to the Rakudo Sennin era, Jiraiya closed his mouth, though his smile remained in place as the two continued walking down the dirt road. "We have a few more months until you return to Konoha," Jiraiya said after a few moments. "I don't think there's anything more I can teach you within that time frame." Jiraiya looked at Naruto with a proud smirk. "I want you to know that I'm proud of you. You've really come a long way." The way Naruto looked at his sensei and smiled despite the argument most of them would get into when he made a perverse comment about Naruto and one of his girls. The man was still the closest thing to a father he had. "Thank you, Jiraiya-sensei," replied Naruto. "This is the only time you're going to call me that, isn't it?" Jiraiya, expressionless. Naruto's smile turned into a full grin. "Of course, it's the rest of the way to their destination." Jiraiya cried anime tears as he complained about not getting enough of respect. Omake Jiraiya's punishment PT. It was late at night, and Jiraiya had passed out on the futon in the hotel. He and Naruto were staying at. It had been a month since the movie Achecha had been released, and everything had been going well for To's sinning as his fan base went crazy for the movie. Unfortunately, for the white-haired pervert, some people weren't happy with this movie. More specifically, they weren't happy that Naruto had been in it. That's why Mai Terumi had been summoned here by Irisin by Naruto. The busty redhead Misuka had been planning this ever since the movie came out, and she saw that her Naruto had been there. She and Naruto entered the room, where Jiraiya was currently sleeping. He was snoring lightly as they murmured that the beautiful woman couldn't get enough of him. There were numerous bottles of sake on the floor, showing that she had gotten incredibly drunk tonight and would no doubt be out until morning. The two of them, they threw the blanket over the man and stripped him down to his underwear before tying his hands to the headboard while his feet were tied to the end. The two waited until morning for the man to wake up. It was around 11 when Jiraiya stirred. He opened his eyes and looked around with tired eyes before trying to rub his face with one hand. When he couldn't move, one of his hands opened his eyes and turned his head to find that his hands were tied to the bed. He pulled them up, but found that they were tied so tightly that he couldn't even move them an inch. Looking down, he noticed that her feet were tied the same way. "Good morning, Jiraiya." Jiraiya froze, hearing the overly happy female voice. It was one he easily recognized. The tone was one a woman used when they were about to cause extreme pain. Perverted, looking over the door, Naruto found Mei standing with her arms crossed and the most sadistic smile he had seen to date. The toes sun impaled, but tried to hide her fear with a smile. "Yuko, how are you today?" He grimaced as the smile widened. "Oh, I'm very well, thanks for asking," she squeaked as she approached him, the shadows of her bangs hiding her eyes, and adding with her smile made her look like something that came from hell itself. "I mean, I recently found out my Naruto was in a porn movie you made." Jiraiya's face turned as white as the sheets he was sleeping on. "In now Mimi Swajdano for blackmailing Minar Kuin into making your perverted movie. You must be punished." Mei said her last words were merely a whisper. Jiraiya felt his eyes widen as he realized what was happening and how he had been duped. "DNI on Naruto." Mei went through several hand seals before shouting her jutsu yotan, Rusin Yugon lava release. A stream of lava shot out from Mei's mouth and hit Jiraiya's goodies before melting the Naruto and everyone else. They looked up when they heard screams and what could only be described as utter agony, shaking their heads. Naruto went back to writing his story levels decks. 2 Chapter 7 The Zombie Brothers. Naruto opened his eyes when he felt something move in his arms. He blinked a few times to adjust to the light. The blonde looked down and saw a smile spread across his face. Conan was lying on his chest, sleeping peacefully with a contained smile on his face while trying to delve deeper into her muscles. He gently pushed the blue-haired woman away and leaned over her side as he looked down at her face. Reaching out a hand, Naruto brushed back a few strands of Conan's hair as his knuckles caressed her cheeks. Leaning down, Naruto pressed his lips to hers in a light kiss that seemed to wake Conan up. When she began to stir, as she opened her eyes, Conan smiled at the sight of a familiar pair of blue eyes looking down at her. The blue-haired woman wrapped her arms around his neck. Naruto, lowering his head down for another lip lock, Naruto smirked at him, going in for another kiss. "Whenever you're ready, I'll wake you up in much better ways than this." An emphasis. Naruto let his hands trail down to her chest, lightly touching her nipples, which could be felt through the fabric of her shirt, as she never wore a bra to bed. Conan let out a moan at his touch before Naruto brought his hand up to her face, cupping and caressing her cheek with his thumb. Despite it being she had slept with Naruto many times since they became an official couple, Conan had asked Naruto to wait to go further and that they would not have done anything more than some caresses. Naruto knew that this was Conan's first relationship. That's why she wanted to take things slowly to know more about him and more about her after she had finally been given the opportunity to do so. It was something that Naruto could understand, and he really had no problem doing it. I'll be waiting for that moment," she told him. Conan with a small smile on his face. "What time will Jiraiya-sensei be here?" "Not for a few more hours," replied Naruto, as he laid on his side and pulled Conan towards him. Jiraiya had already left to have one last second meeting with someone in his spy network before he and Naruto left for Konoha, as Naruto wasn't sure how long it would be before he could spend any real time with Conan or the others. He had spent the entire day with each of them. Yesterday had been Conan's day, and the two had spent the most part of their time in an area that had 4 waterfalls that combined into one large waterfall, with dozens of small pools at the bottom. The place was called Takin no Ko Crystal Falls, and they had gone there for a picnic before, just cuddling up together under the stars. After finding out they still had a few hours with Naruto, Conan smiled in an almost blonde-like way as she tucked them in. So she was straddling his waist like, "Jiraiya-sensei isn't going to be here for a while." "What "Do you want to do?" she asked with a small, almost imperceptible smile. Naruto smiled and brought his lips closer to hers. Triple X XX Yujito let out a tired huff as she continued running. She wasn't sure how long she had been running. It could have been hours or even days. The only thing she knew was that she had to keep moving. Her clothes were currently ruined. The piece of purple armor she was wearing was gone after being destroyed during her recent battle. Her shirt was ripped in several places, revealing her stomach, and parts of her bra. Her pants were destroyed, having been turned into shorts with several large cuts along the sides. Some of her wounds were still bleeding and hadn't had a chance to heal with the amount of chakra she had used in her battle. The blonde Kumo Jonin had just returned from a mission when she was attacked by two men with black cloaks and red noops on them. Akatsuki wasn't entirely sure how they had managed to locate her, but she guessed that it didn't matter. They had found her and demanded she come with them, knowing who they were and what they wanted. She had refused, and the two had proceeded to try and capture her. After her first battle with them, she had realized that she was at a serious disadvantage when fighting openly. Knowing she had created a diversion and fled, she was currently in a sewer system deep within a village several miles from the border. With walking and no Kuni had any hope that I could get them into an enclosed space and trap them there. If I could do that, I was sure I could take them out by playing to their strengths, but I knew better than to underestimate them. The two were not only strangers, but they were also far more powerful than the average shinobi, with a strange combination of techniques I had never seen before and powers I didn't know existed. One of them was a tan-skinned man with a bandana-like shirt. He had a waterfall symbol on him with a slash mark on it, showing he was a missing ninja from Takigakure village. Hidden in the falls, his irises were greenish and less pupils, while the rest of the eyes were red. He wore a black mask that left everything covered except his cheeks and visible eyes. However, what caught him were the four masks that the man had on his back. If that wasn't strange enough, the fact that those masks could separate and fight independently, it certainly was. Not only that, but it seemed that each mask was linked to a specific element, and the man would often combine two elements into a collaboration jutsu of some sort. So the fight was not only 6-on-1, but also 12 times harder. The other person he was up against was even stranger. Despite being the more normal looking of the two, he had slicked back white hair with purple eyes while holding a three-bladed scythe in one of his hands. Despite this seemingly normal appearance, he had discovered that the man was everything on the contrary. When she first attacked him, he was severely injured, with Yujito managing to pierce one of his lungs with her signature Akatsuki point killing attack. Despite that injury, nothing had happened except for him starting to curse her about how he was going to sacrifice her to Jason. He had apparently gained some form of immortality by becoming a fanatical fan of a religion known as Jashinism, while Yujito hadn't believed what he had said. It was later shown that his religion was much more of an immortality, more than she had first thought. After making some sort of strange hidden symbol on the ground, the man proceeded to ingest her blood, which he had obtained through a stroke of luck. As soon as he did so, the man's entire appearance had changed. His skin turned black with a white exoskeleton over it. Then the scythe he had been carrying pierced her leg. And much to the blonde woman's surprise, that same wound appeared on her own leg. It wasn't hard for her to discover that anyone who eats blood ingested, he got injured when he got hurt, as long as he was in the middle of that symbol. Knowing this, Yujito had used Nibi's chakra and snatched the man from the symbol before ruining it and running. That's when he headed to a village he recognized from the few times he'd been there, and then headed straight for the sewers. Just a little further, he thought, as he ran toward an open room. Just as Yujito reached his destination, instincts kicked and causing him to duck. Just as a large scythe passed by where she had been standing, spinning around, she looked to see the two chasing her, walking the scythe thrown back into the white-haired man's hands. It was very kind of you to dodge, Nico-chan, he said with a smile. Even though I'm the slowest member of Akatsuki, be carefully, Don, said the one with the mask in a raspy voice. I could kill you if you aren't carefully. Don simply smiled. If you know it's not possible, if she could kill me, I would leave her. Yujito took several breaths deep as she slows her heart rate. I'm going to make you regret underestimating me. She reached into her pouch and pulled out her kunai, which had an explosive note attached to it. At the same time, she felt a ring on her finger shift as it pressed against the fabric of her pouch. She recognized it as the proposal ring Naruto had given her a month after the blonde had spent a week with her to make for being in the movie. Ichicho, like May, also had the seals on the bottom, so she could use it for calling when she needed him and never lose him. She personally didn't want Naruto to get involved in this, and possibly get hurt. But she knew that not only would he be mad if she didn't call him, but he was also more powerful than her. Plus, she had promised Naruto that she would call him if she ever ran into Akatsuki. Now I'm going to show you why I'm the second strongest ninja in Kumo Yujito. Through a kunai at the door behind them, the sharp sizzling sound was the only warning. As the kunai, it exploded, causing the door to collapse and the exit to be sealed. When the two were distracted by the explosion, she channeled some chakra in her ring, sending out a single pulse to let Naruto know she needed him. Naruto stopped as he and Jiraiya walked towards their next destination. Jiraiya walked a bit before noticing his student had stopped and was staring into space, stopping as well. Jiraiya turned to look at him. Is there something wrong with Naruto? Naruto looked at his sense. One of my irisin seals were fired. The one with Yujito. I'll see you later, sensei. Naruto disappeared in a yellow flash before Jiraiya could even speak, just like his father. Jiraiya mused as he continued his journey. XXX Citron Sukoku Fire Release. Infinite hard work. Several compressed fireballs shot out from the mouth of the mask that Yujito had come to recognize as the one of fire. The fireballs soon grew into a massive firestorm that engulfed the area in front of her. Futon Atsui wind release, cutting wind pressure. A great maelstrom of pressurized wind launched itself from another mask, reaching the flame and increasing its size and power. Yujito was about to jump out of the way when a figure appeared right in front of her. The blonde woman smiled, recognizing the familiar shock of spiky blonde hair. Swan Suji. Water release water camp wall. As Naruto held his arms out in front of him, a giant wall of water began to form from the moisture in the air. In less than a second, he and Yujito were surrounded by water. When the collaboration jutsu crashed into the protective shield, there was a hiss of steam as the two jutsu clashed. The fire jutsu tried and failed to overpower Naruto's wall of water. When the fire completely went out, Naruto pointed his finger at the two cloaked Akatsuki members. Suiton Dabak Funo Jutsu water release great waterfall jutsu. The wall of water was soon swirling into a vortex before it launched itself towards Kaku and Idan. The two jumped out of the way as the water pierced straight through the cement they were standing on. And you told me to be careful, Naruto said with a smirk as he turned his head to look at Yujito. However, here you are fighting Akatsuki. Really now, Yujito? How hypocritical of you, isn't it, that I went out of my way to find them? Yujito muttered, embarrassed at having her own words backfire on her. Besides me calling you, it's not true, and I'm going to have to find a way. Thank you, as I was getting bored of not having a challenge. Naruto smiled at her. So how would you like to go on a date later tonight? And then maybe after that we could take a nice trip to some common hot springs. That sounds good, Yugi said with a small blush. I heard the two of them. They turned to Idan, who had just interrupted their banter. Who the hell do you think you are? You prick? Idan yelled as he pointed his scythe at Naruto. Blonde blinked as an owl-like expression appeared on his face, and he pointed at himself. Yeah, you're going to sacrifice Jasm for interrupting me. Unofficial, I said. Stupid gosh. This guy has a mouth on him, Naruto muttered. Which one do you want, Yuian? The blonde man asked as he turned to his fellow blonde man. I'll take the strong one, Yujito said with a smile as she began to channel Nibi's chakra. Soon a dark purple cloak covered her body in the shape of a cat, with two tails swishing behind her. You can have the other one. Be careful. Those masks of his could peel off and launch jutsu at you. Ayati. Naruto nodded in acknowledgement as he put on his shinobi face, raising a hand. Aimed towards Kaka's his right on Yakura. Lightning release pale. White lightning, a giant beam of light shot out of Naruto's finger and charged towards Kaku. One of Kaka's masks came out of his back and came to his aid as he opened his mouth right on Hein. Lightning released false darkness. A large lightning bolt shot at Naruto's jutsu, crashing into him as the two began to compete for power. Naruto pumped more chakra into his jutsu, and it surpassed Kaka's. There was a large explosion of electricity as the blonde's jutsu streaked through the right on high and attacked Kaka's. Said the man was forced to jump up, meeting Naruto right in his face. The greedy Akatsuki member tilted his head to the side to dodge the fist. At the same time, his skin began to darken and harden as he grabbed on a blonde's arm. making Naruto fall into a punch only for that blonde to disappear in a puff of smoke as another Naruto came at him from the ground with a Rasengan in his hand. Akatsuki jumped up back as he dodged the Rasengan and sent several vines to impale the blonde once. Again, there was a puff of smoke, which meant a cage bison was being used. "I see," said Kaku, as he turned to see Naruto standing behind him. "Team matches, that of the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. I see the rumors about your battle prowess are true." While Naruto smirked, Kaku withdrew what Naruto recognized as a bingo book and began to flip through it. "You have a bounty of 500,000 leans on your head. Pretty impressive for someone who only recently gained fame after Akatsuki extracted your biju. Could be a good bounty on your corpse. You're more than welcome to try," said Naruto as he got into his fighting stance. "But neither you nor Akatsuki will get what you want from you." "We'll see," said Akatsuki as the four masks emerged from his back. Two of them reached Naruto, said the blonde jumped out of the way, just as one fired a fire blast at him. As Naruto jumped out of the way, another mask shot a ball of wind at the fire that blew in Naruto's path and strengthened the flames. The blonde shinobi's mouth swelled with water as he thought about his Suiton Koden water release jutsu pressure cannon. A strong stream of water shot out of Naruto's mouth and towards the flames, spraying him with steam as Naruto landed on the ground. As soon as he did, the blonde was forced to dodge a burst of lightning coming at him from behind. Flipping around, Naruto did a slashing motion and launched a case. Was not going towards the lightning mask before the wind blade could cut through the mask. The mask of fire appeared in front of Naruto's jutsu and launched a fire blast towards it. The wind soon reduced to nothing as the fire took over and headed towards Naruto, who moved out of the way and held out his hand. Suiton Saryudan no Jutsu water release. Water Dragon Jutsu, a large dragon made of water, joined existence next to Naruto and crashed into the mighty flame that dominated and headed toward the fire mask, who jumped out of the way. Naruto turned around just as the lightning mask fired a lightning bolt towards him right on Bakor. Lightning release pale. White lightning. Naruto launched another lightning bolt from his fingers, slicing through his opponent's lightning. As he landed on the ground, Naruto was forced to continue dodging jutsu and throwing counter jutsu. Finding that he wasn't gaining any ground against his opponent, the blonde cursed as he continued to be forced to react to defensive and never get a solid lead. Whenever she managed to get the advantage in one of the more expensive ones, one of the others would come to back her up. As another futon, the Kite-Hun Jutsu collaboration, headed his way, Naruto decided it was time to switch playing fields. Suiton Baku show a water release. Water shockwave explosion. A large amount of water burst out of nowhere and covered the entire area, dousing the flames and forcing Akatsuki to jump over the water. As soon as he did, Naruto was aiming a punch at the man's face. Akatsuki's skin hardened again as he grabbed a fist and knocked the blonde down onto one knee. Naruto jumped on his knee and the rest of the Kasar rewards, forcing Akatsuki to let go. Naruto came down with an axe kick. Only Kaka dodged the attack and slammed a foot into Naruto's face. Naruto fled from existence, and Akatsuki only had enough time to turn around as Naruto slammed a palm strike into his solar plexus, sending the man flying. The blonde had no time to celebrate. Hit when one of the masks released a beam of light. Naruto, said blonde, began to spin while covering himself with a protective layer of chakra. While summoning his elements, soon a mixture of wind and water swirled around him in the form of a tornado. When the lightning fell, it was simply absorbed and combined with the other two elements. The swirling wind, water, and lightning began to transform into a black mass with electricity, while thousands of wind blades flew occasionally, while the water swirled around them in a whirlpool. The whole spectacle looked like something resembling a miniature hurricane contained in a ball of water, and lightning began to transform into a black mass with electricity as several thousand wind blades flew occasionally as the water swirled around them in a whirlpool. The whole spectacle looked like something resembling a miniature hurricane contained in a ball of water, and lightning began to transform into a black mass with electricity as several thousand wind blades occasionally flew by while water swirled around it in a whirlwind formation. The entire spectacle seemed something like a miniature hurricane contained in a ball. Naruto gritted his teeth as Continue continued his spin, combining and controlling the three elements within his vortex. This was the culmination of all Naruto's years of trying to combine his elements for a long time. The blonde had imagined combining all three elements in one attack. It had only been a week since he had been able to create his first combination of his three main elements. He managed to create a storm cloud by gathering his elements in the palm of his hand and compressing them into super dense matter. The ability to do this was ridiculously difficult to control, requiring him to divide his attention between the three different elements until they fused. But the power behind any of the jutsu he planned to do would be different. To anything imagined, suddenly Naruto shot into the air as the speed of the storm around him began to increase. Suddenly, it stopped, and for a moment, it seemed as if everything around Naruto had become frozen in time, right until they launched several thousand dark storm clouds filled with lightning winds and water drills, large-sized cannonballs, and hailstones cutting everywhere around him with all the fury of a storm that raged. Two of Kaka's masks were completely annihilated. The mask of the mask and the fire lightning were unable to get out of the way in time and suffered what almost seemed like the wrath of an angry god as the whirlwind of energy tore into them. At the center of this blast of power was Naruto, who had his arms and legs spread out using his chakra to fuel the raging storm. XXXX Yujito dodged another reckless swing from her opponent as she tried to find a way around of Idan's guard. However, even though the man style was completely reckless and had never been formed, it was also far too unpredictable and therefore impossible for the blonde woman to find a way. Yujito was forced to jump over a horizontal slash from his opponent, landing on the ground. He went through several hand seals and slammed his hands into the ground right on Ikasiakai. Lightning release, thunder destruction. Yujito saw a huge bolt of lightning that shattered the ground towards Idan said. Immortal jumped out of the way as soon as he did. Yakido jumped into the air and tried to grab him. Idan swung his scythe and impaled it, only for Yujito to explode in a shower of electricity. Idan cursed as he landed on the ground, shuddering as sparks of lightning tore through his system. Kisuki Idan managed to recover and a jump back as Yujito crashed into the ground where she had been creating a large explosion from the fire jutsu she had created. Yujito jumped out of the way as Idan tried to get close to her, once more swinging his scythe, ducking under a blow before being kicked in the face. Yujito flipped in the air as she went with the blow, landing on her feet a few feet away as she began to punch through more hand signs right on Rei Udon. Release lightning dragon. Lightning, a large blue meaty dragon made of lightning coiled around Yujito's form. Lightning sizzled as its violet eyes glared at Idan with a sharp roar, launched itself at the Jane, who jumped back. Yujito made some hand signs and the dragon changed direction and attacked again. Idan was forced to run and dodge as the dragon continued to follow him. He looked at Yujito to see her holding a hand sign and realized what was happening. As he ran, he approached Yujito's motionless form and swung his scythe at her, forcing the woman to lose her concentration. As she jumped out of the way, the giant dragon lost control and crashed into the ground, exploding in a powerful display of electrical sparks as it created a large crater. That's a technique you got, Suk-chan, said Idan with a hiss as he looked at the large crater. Who knows, that could have hurt me, growled Yujito as another of her attempts to kill the man failed. She couldn't understand why she couldn't kill this man. Her thoughts were cut off as Idan threw his scythe again, forcing her to dodge. As she rolled to the left, as she came up, she jumped into the air. Just as the scythe came back in an attempt to split her in two, Idan smirked at her as it was born and threw it again. Yujito's eyes widened as the goo slashed through her, only for it to scatter into a bolt of lightning. Idan was forced to let go of his scythe as the lightning channeled it and surprised him. Kisuki Yujito's flame-covered hand slashed through Idan's chest, right where his heart would be, sending blood and fire everywhere as the man let out a growl. Bitch, yelled Idan as he turned his head to look at her. I'm gonna sacrifice your ass to Jason now. Jason's fanatic spun around with enough force to lift Yujito off her feet and toss her through the air, flipping and channeling chakra in her feet. As she landed on the wall, looking up, she had just enough time to dodge Idan's slash as his scythe came down, ripping through the spot Yujito had been standing on. She found herself completely on the defensive as she continued to dodge the crazy attacks from the haired man. White ducking, dodging, and twisting her body in every direction in a desperate attempt to avoid being cut, searching her pocket as she continued weaving through Idon Yujito's attacks, pulled out an explosive note, putting it on the side as she made another pass that managed to cut off some of his hair by creating a single hand sign. The young girl charged chakra into the tag, jumping back, just as it exploded, allowing her to breathe a little. Nibby, I'm going to need your help with this. How are we going to do this? So Kitty, am thinking full transformation, OG. Then she kicks ass as Idon got up and tried to find his scythe, which had been thrown into a wall. Yujito once again found herself surrounded by a dark purple chakra coming down on all fours, making the blonde Kunoichi look like a human cat. Before she began to change, the chakra began to coalesce around Yujito, forming a cat as it began to grow, getting bigger and bigger until Yujito was the size of a 4-story house. Flame-like ghosts moved and moved over the giant cat's fur, making it look similar to a ghost. As the yellow eyes looked at Idon, said man whistled. As he looked at Yujito, that's a big kitty. Yujito raised his paw and slammed it into the spot where the man was. Idon jumped just in time to dodge it and threw his scythe at the knife-eyed Yujito. Said woman opened her mouth and threw a black ball of chakra at the scythe, sending it off course, pulling back the wire. Idon reminded her of his scythe, jumping back again as another ball of chakra destroyed the area he was in. Idon hid behind a large rock that had fallen from the ceiling. Sometime during the fight, Idon tried to think of a way to fight the giant two-tailed cat, but could only come up with a blank. Kaka's was usually the strategist of the two. It was unfortunate that he was fighting that blonde guy just as Idon was about to rush off with his scythe like he usually did. A huge explosion where Kakazu was having his battle bursts of lightning wind blades, piercing water, and hailstones charged down upon the earth and destroyed much of the area. Looking from behind the rock, Idon saw that the cat had looked in the direction of the explosion smart enough to realize that he might not get another chance. The Jane shot out from behind the rock and throw his scythe. Yujito roared as he felt a sharp pain in his front leg. Looking down, she saw that she had a large cut. Although it was almost healed, she looked to find the source and felt her eyes widen. Idon had obviously cut her and was almost done with the ritual. She ran towards Idon, hoping to mess up his ritual, but it was too late. Idon managed to ingest the blood soon. He changed into his ritual form. His skin turned purple, and he had a white exoskeleton that shows on the outside as his augmentations turned black while his scare turned purple. Just as Yujito was about to pull him out of the pentagon seal, Idon stabbed himself in the stomach, causing Yujito to roar in pain as he fell to the ground and began to slide on him. Yujito's form began to change back to its original state as it curled around his stomach, which, despite Nebi trying to heal, was bleeding profusely. She saw Idon approaching her as the blood loss began to affect her. As the man's feet stopped in front of her, the woman's eyes closed. XXXX Naruto was breathing heavily as he landed on one knee. That technique required too much chakra. Then he should have done it, of course. It was the first time he used it in battle. So, as well, it was to be expected, he would have to work on that. When he got home, getting up, he noticed Kakazu take some of his hair out and curse Naruto. He had hoped the attack had taken him out. Checking his reserves, Naruto realized he was getting close to empty, which left only one option. XXX flashback. Naruto fought by maintaining his form while fighting against Karabi, who had his 8 tails cloak. The two continued to trade blows with neither of them gaining the advantage, even though it was quite difficult to maintain control. Naruto felt like he was doing very well, to the point where he was sent flying from a powerful kick while yelling lariat, landing on the ground several meters away. Naruto's form was canceled as he ran out of play. Yugi stood next to him and helped him up sit down. As Killer B approached him, looks like 4 tails is as far as you go. You're gonna have to work on that one. Naruto saw Yugi frown, but was thankful that she wasn't violent right now. I understand, so I'll have to use this as a way to make it or break it into jutsu. You still did pretty well, Yugi completed with a smile. It took me years to get up to 2 tails with Nibby, and you're up to 4 in less than 2 months, so I'm sure you'll get it sooner or later. Naruto, he smiled, thanks you. And flashback. XXX, hello, QB, I need some of your chakra to deal with these guys. He heard a growl in his mind. I can see Ninjin. Just fine, as long as you don't make me look foolish, I'll lend you my power. Naruto sighed as he felt QB's chakra start to flow through him and was about to start putting out more when a voice yelled out, I heard Kaka's as I got that bitch. We came for Naruto, looked away, and saw Idon carrying an unconscious and bleeding Yugoto slung over his shoulder. The blonde ninja felt his eyes widen just before they narrowed, and anger-red chakra began to bubble from Naruto's skin as he began to let his anger get to him, drawing more chakra from the Kyuubi than he had intended. Very soon it began to explode, uncontrollably lashing out at the ground, tearing at the surface. Naruto's breathing became heavier as his whiskers began to thicken, while his nails turned into claws, and his eye went from blue to red with black slits running down the middle. Just as Naruto was about to lose complete control, when his enhanced senses picked up a faint pulse from Yujito, pausing, he channeled more of Q's chakra to his ears and confirmed the pulse. Once he felt less anger, he began to channel and control the Kyuubi's chakra. Like he was taught to do, Naruto created a small layer of his own chakra as Kyuubi began to settle over him like a second skin and covered his entire form. Unfortunately, he had already used the most of his chakra in the battle, so he couldn't hold the form for long, but hopefully it would be enough. The build chakra soon began to take the form of a fox, looking more like fur than the standard Vyulu cloak. Behind him were 6 foxtails, waving in an agitated manner, almost as if they had a mind of their own. Naruto's eyes were now completely white, and he had a row of sharp-looking fangs and a large fox-like exoskeleton covering his body. All in all, he now looked like a fox with his muscles and bones showing before either of them could even move. Naruto appeared in front of Idan, sending him flying back with a crushing blow to the solar plexus, sending the man flying again. As he released Yujito, Naruto appeared right below her. As he lowered the red chakra, it retreated from his hands and arms. As he caught the unconscious Yujito disappearing again, he relaxed and sat her down on the other end of the room, creating a cage bison to keep an eye on her before disappear again. Idan felt his eyes widen as Naruto appeared right in front of him and caught him in his claws, and all 6 tails behind him channeling as much of the Kyuubi's chakra as he could. Naruto watched in satisfaction as the man's skin, blood, bone, and muscle began to literally dissolve in a puff of steam. It was well known that a Kyuubi's chakra was like a deadly poison to humans not used to it. However, what was not as well known was that a Kyuubi's chakra Kyuubi was the strongest, and almost like an acid to humans, it was injected into them. It would literally destroy a person's body. The blonde paid no attention as Idan screamed and cursed as the man was nothing more than a head with a few bones. Naruto took 2 tails and impaled it through Idan out of the back of his head with a strong pull. The tails snapped his head in 2 before the rest of the tails tossed them back, and making sure Idan could never come back. Naruto, he jumped as a water blast was shot at him. Looking at the water mask, Naruto thrust his hand forward as a large red chakra claw shot out the mask. Couldn't be recalled in time as Naruto's chakra claw grabbed at the mask was pulled towards Naruto. As soon as he got in range, Naruto impaled the thing through the mask with his tails, breaking the mask as he lifted it up before throwing it away like a rag doll. He looked at Kakas before the 6 tails got in front of him and started gathering chakra. Kakas didn't realize what it was, but knowing that it couldn't be good, he sent out the last mask. He had to try and stop the Q fight Naruto. It was too late as Naruto swallowed the compressed ball of chakra. As soon as he did, the ground began to crack from the sheer density of chakra that now weighed Naruto down. Rabiko and Mari 6 Till's threatening ball, the wind mask that Kakas had sent out, was completely obliterated as a large cylinder of destructive chakra came out, shot out of Naruto's mouth. Kakas Su barely managed to jump out of the way the moment he leaped into the air. However, Naruto had appeared behind him. Kakas Su felt a sharp pain throughout his body as Naruto's tails and claws slashed through him from behind. With a roar, Naruto ripped Kakas' body into pieces, throwing off the pieces of his tails before the red chakra around the blonde began to recede. Naruto fell to his knees as he began to breathe heavily, using up much of the Kyuubi's chakra. It still took its toll on him and left the blonde exhausted. He then looked towards Yujito's prone form on the other side of the room. With a groan, Naruto stood up and began walking towards her. Once he reached her, he dropped into a sitting position, taking out a sealing scroll full of his medical supplies from his kunai pouch. Naruto unrolled his medical kit, wrapping his arms just below Yujito's chest. He gently placed the upper half of her body on his lap, channeling some futon chakra to his fingers. Naruto, he created a wind blade which he used to cut through Yujito's blood-covered shirt, which was still intact, as the damage had been a reflection caused by Idan's Juinjutsu. He removed it so he could get to her wound. When he did, Naruto winced. The wound had 3 holes, each about 3 inches in diameter, and had pierced all the way through Yujito's stomach. Naruto could see his own legs as they came out the other side, through her back. If Yujito hadn't been a Jinchuriki, Naruto could see his own legs as they came out the other side. This injury would have definitely killed her, as it seemed Naruto could see Nibi trying to heal the wounds, but he feared that the giant cat wouldn't be able to heal such a massive wound before the woman died. For blood loss, Naruto quickly grabbed his disinfectant and put on one of the medical cloths. He began to apply the cloth against the torn skin while the alcohol bubbles and burns away anything harmful he could see in the wound, like poison or dirt, to help Nibi speed up the healing process. After Naruto watched in satisfaction as the wound began to heal a little faster, a sign that there were various forms of bacteria that had forced Nibi to divert some chakra to destroy everything on Earth. Grabbing the tube for his medical cream and a large amount of bandages, Naruto began to apply them to the young woman's torso. Since Yujito was a Jinchuriki, Naruto threw an entire bottle of his healing ointment onto the bandages instead of a small dose to help Nibi speed up the healing. The blonde shinobi placed a hand to his neck and checked her pulse, noticing it was dangerously slow, and began to double the pace of his work. "Come on, Yujito, you have to get through this for me," Naruto muttered, not noticing that several tears had spilled out of the corner of his eyes as he worked. If she didn't get through this, he'd never be able to forgive himself. Once he finished patching the blonde woman, Naruto grabbed some blood pills, popped them in his mouth, and ignored the taste bee. When he started chewing them, when the pills were more liquid than anything, Naruto put his mouth on Yugito's and began using his tongue to push the mush in her mouth, gently sending a message to her neck. When Yugito made several gurgles to help her swallow the medical supplement, Naruto checked her pulse again and sighed with slight relief. When he discovered that despite the young woman's injury, she seemed to be out of danger, he tried to stand up only to realize that he was too tired to get up from wrapping an arm under Yujito's chest. Naruto dragged them both towards the wall with his other hand, leaning back Naruto's side as he pulled Yujito the rest of the way on his lap. "You worry me," Naruto said to her. Despite knowing she couldn't hear him, he placed a hand on her cheek and began caressing her face, smiling. When Yujito seemed to subconsciously know it was him and snuggled into him, while purring lightly, leaning down, Naruto kissed her forehead. "Before, put his head on top of yours. Looks like I have to wait a few hours before we can get out of here." He closed his eyes as he thought about the battle. If it hadn't been a last resort, he would never have used the Kyuubi's chakra. Despite the great power he gained from it, the chakra didn't come without a great cost. It also often left him exhausted because the Kyuubi's chakra was extremely corrosive. Naruto had to apply a continuous stream of his own chakra in a protective layer underneath. Kirby, even with his own Naruto's ridiculously vast reserves, could only maintain this form for several hours at most, after which he would usually pass out from chakra exhaustion. And unfortunately, he still had to figure out the problem. He also had to add in the fact that, while Kyuubi wasn't hindering his use of his chakra, the intense feelings of rage and hatred that came with it could sometimes be overwhelming, which was the reason he couldn't go beyond 6 tails. Yet even after extensive training, after an hour, Naruto felt like he had enough chakra to start moving. Putting an arm under Yujito's legs, Naruto stood up and lifted her off the ground. Looking around, Naruto found an opening in the ceiling where one of the jutsu failed. Moving towards it, Naruto channeled some chakra into his legs and jumped off the rubble. As he made his way out of the sewer, as Naruto left, a large plant-like man came out of the ground. "This is not a good leader. Sama will not be happy when we inform him of another failure." Setsu looked at the thick remains of Kaka's body, moving towards Kaka's hand. Setsu took the ring from the man's finger before eating the remains of the corpse. Looking around and noticing that there was nothing else there, Setsu left. XXXXX Naruto sat down in a chair right next to the bed that Yugito was lying on. He managed to get to the station a little less than an hour after the battle and informed the Raikage of what had happened. It had been almost a day since then, and the blonde woman still hadn't woken up. A testament to how bad things were. that had been injured. His two hands held one of hers, gently stroking her back with his thumbs. Naruto frowned as he tried to think of a way he could have prevented this from happening. However, no matter how many angles he looked at it, he didn't know what he could have done differently, even though he knew of his opponent's abilities. Conan, if it wasn't for the QB's chakra, he most likely would have been defeated. While most people would consider it unbelievable that could walk away alive from a fight against criminals of the class that Naruto did not, most people not being able to defend one of the people he cared about more than anything in this life or the next, and nearly passing out after chakra depletion wasn't a solid victory. Especially when the two people he was fighting weren't at the top of the food chain in Akatsuki, it just means I need more training, Naruto told himself as he banishes any defeatist thoughts from his mind. He knew better than anyone that by pointlessly asking what would happen if he didn't get him anywhere, his failure simply meant that he just had to try harder next time. I won't let one of my precious people get hurt, he swore to himself as he looked at Yujito's unconscious form. Naruto heard the door open, but didn't bother to look. Behind him, he already knew who it was. What do you have for me? The blonde asked. As the man stood behind him, the person behind him sighed. Fortunately, I have no useful information on who could have given the information about Yujito's mission. Naruto frowned and closed his eyes thoughtfully. Since Jiraiya had given Kumo information about Akatsuki, the missions that the two Jinchuriki had taken were kept secret from everyone except those with high levels of clearance. Very few people could have known not only that Yujito was on a mission, but also where the mission took her. The only ones Naruto knew of that had any clue about the missions. Missions undertaken were the Raikage and the members of the Shinobi Council. This meant that there was a spy for Akatsuki in the council, as the Raikage was extremely loyal to his shinobi and would never sell one of them out, especially Yujito and her brother. This betrayal didn't surprise Naruto as much as it might have at one point. After all, Suna had a spy in the council through the use of a slave seal. Would you mind if I check the information you've found? Asked Naruto. As he finally stood, he turned back to the person he was talking to and seemed clearly uncomfortable accepting Naruto's request. In truth, the Raikage wouldn't really mind if the blonde ninja went over the reports he had received. He respected and trusted the young man, especially when it came to Yugito. However, handing over classified information to a shinobi who belonged to a farming village was extremely frowned upon, not only because of the political consequences it could have, but also because of how that information it could be used against. Like if the information reached another village. Naruto felt the hesitation of a look. We both know you have a traitor somewhere in your council. The only other people who knew where Yujito had gone were you, and B, you would never betray one of your ninja, and B, he's almost like a brother to Yujito. So that leaves only one option. Yeah, I know, but we both know it's not that simple, he said in a raspy voice. In the end, it came down to whether or not he believed Yujito's safety was more important than the consequences policies that would be given if someone found out about this. In the end, the election wasn't a competition. Very well, I'll give you the information you need, he sighed as he made his decision. The lives of Sushin were no more important than what some scheming politician might do. Thank you, said Naruto. As he turned to Yujito, he looked at the young man for a while longer before leaving to get the files for himself. XXXX Jiraiya put down his empty serving plate as he sat at a bar in a village just inside Kuni. Clutching the bottle beside him, he filled another glass and drank the senin. He had decided to stop here while he waited for his apprentice to finish spending time with one of the three beautiful women that came into his life. Jiraiya let out a small perverted chuckle at the thought of all the women his prized pupil had. The boy was an absolute goldmine when it came to material for his books. He was almost finished with his next one thanks to Naruto. He was even thinking of making another one called Icheichi Cattails after the success of his other book that white-haired senin made. Based on Naruto, he had a plan to write a book for each of the women. Naruto was with Jiraiya already put down his plate and was about to take more serve when a toad jumped up on the counter with a scroll in its hand. It's of Naruto. The toad held out a scroll. Jiraiya took the scroll from the toad, who waited patiently for the senin to read it. He unrolled the zing. He began to read the contents. Jiraiya kept an almost neutral expression as he read, but if one looked closely, they could see a small trace of worry on Senin's face. When he finished reading the scroll, Jiraiya sighed. It seemed like his apprentice always got into some kind of trouble, no matter where he went. Jiraiya took out a blank scroll and began to write a letter to Tsunade with the information Naruto had given him. It was clear that his valued student was going to be in Kumo for a few days. When he finished, he handed his scroll to the messenger toad. "Give this to Tsunade and let her know that Naruto and I will be arriving in a few days." Late the toad nodded and disappeared. In a puff of smoke as he left Jiraiya's side, as he ordered another bottle once he was up, he got up and left determined to find some good female company. As he waited for his student, a wicked giggle came to his lips. "Pretty ladies here. I come triple X, you good-o," moaned. As he felt his eyes fly open, he frowned in thought as he stared up at the white ceiling. Wondering where he was and how he got here, his mind began to take in the information that was in it, provided her senses with the smell of disinfectant permeating the area and the feel of the slightly lumpy bed she was under. As Yujito tried to figure out where she was through the thick fog in her mind, a voice spoke. "I'm glad to see your kitty awake." Nibby, what's going on? All she remembers was her eyes widening at the memory of her battle with Akatsuki. She tried to sit up only to recoil with a hiss as she felt a dull pain in her stomach. Keaton said, "Nibby, you took quite a beating. I even had a hard time healing you. What happened? Where are we and where's Naruto?" Yujito asked in a worried voice. "Is your handsome partner okay? We were kittens. Lucky was he. Thanks to him, you're still alive, and I'm still with you. We're currently at the hospital where I've been trying to heal you for TR days. We ended up using up a lot of my chakra during that battle, so it took you much longer than expected to heal you. That handsome young man of yours managed to get you here after he finished off those two members of Akatsuki. It was no good of him to give you that beautiful ring of yours. Nah, I have to admit, I'm very jealous that you found the most devoted man. He hasn't left your side since you two got here." "What do you mean?" when Yugudo asked him to feel something. He squeezed the fingers of his left hand. Looking down, she saw Naruto sitting on a chair with his head resting on the bed and his eyes closed with his mouth slightly ajar, showing that he was fast asleep. Yugudo couldn't the smile that came to her face as she looked at the young man, raising his unused hand. Yugudo ran it through Naruto's hair. The young man stirred a little, but otherwise gave no other indication that he was waking up. She eventually discovered that she was still exhausted. Yugito closed her eyes and went to sleep as well. A few hours later, Yugito woke up feeling much better. She closed her eyes for a moment and let out a contented moan as she stretched like a cat. "It's good to see you." Awake, Yujito smiled as she turned her head towards the source of the voice to see Naruto in the chair. Next to hers, Naruto got up from his chair and moved toward her bed, where he sat next to her and leaned against the headboard, wrapping an arm around her shoulder and pulling the blonde woman close. Yujito leaned into the blonde as the two shared a friendly silence, soaking in each other's presence. One of Naruto's hands reached out and grabbed hers as he let her fingers play with the ring he had given her. The band itself was made of white gold, which was very rare and valuable in the elemental nations. Throughout the band, there were various motifs of the Nivi in various poses, as well as several keys, all of this being the same. The jewel in the middle was a saborite garnet, which was a shade of green that complemented her eyes and had a representation of the Kumo symbol. The jewels on either side were red rubies cut in the shape of a cross, one side being 2 and the other 9. Yujito looked at her hands and the ring, a smile remembering how he had given it to her during a festival in a small village outside of Suki no Kuni called Gotaka Suryu. The comfortable silence was soon broken by Naruto. "How are you feeling?" Yujito sighed. "I don't know. I mean, I'm thankful that I'm alive and am not in any pain anymore. But the fact that I was beat in a 1-on-1 fight even when I was using NI full transformation is just frustrating." Naruto finished by. She received a small nod. "I can understand it's never fun having your weaknesses and flaws shown, but that just means you know what you need to work on now," said Naruto. As he tried to give Yugudo something positive to get through this, he was silent for a moment to let her reflect on that before continuing. "Still, at least 2 members of Akatsuki are dead, which means we have 2 less people to worry about coming after us. Okay, I guess that's something," said Yugudo with a smile at Naruto's optimistic attitude regarding things. Most important things. Naruto started as he handed Yujito the file he had been looking through. He was looking through some files on the Kumo council members. He actually had several clones reading it, but it amounted to the same thing. He had gone over every little tidbit of information that the counselors had been given. Most of it was things that seemed like obvious activities to look for when dealing with a spy, mainly the financial situations of the council members. How much money have their accounts received in the last few years? In recent years, in addition to any travel one of the council members continued to travel, including trips for both business and pleasure, most of which had led to a dead end, as people rarely went out for walks and no one knew anything about it, except for the one council member who was in charge of the merchant guild and traveled so much that Naruto couldn't keep track of them. Naruto had also checked his own spy network and discovered that whoever it was had no other allies within Kumo. The spy hadn't gone to any of the other council members, as none of their seals had picked up the conversation about Akatsuki Yujito within around the council chamber. Then Naruto was forced to look up more personal information on individual members and found any intel he could from personal beliefs to personal hygiene and wanted to make sure he didn't leave anything out. Naruto had also checked his own spy network and had discovered that whoever was had no other allies within the spy hadn't gone to any of the other council members, as none of their seals had picked up the conversation about Akatsuki Yujito within the council chambers. Naruto was then forced to look up more personal information on individual members and found any intel he could, from personal beliefs to personal hygiene. He wanted to make sure he didn't leave anything out. Naruto had also gone through his own spy network and had discovered that whoever was behind he had no other allies within Kumo. The spy hadn't gone to any of the other council members, as none of their seals had picked up the conversation about Akatsuki Yujito within around the council chamber. Then Naruto was forced to look up more personal information on individual members and found any intel he could, from personal beliefs to personal hygiene, and he wanted to make sure he didn't leave anything out. It was there he found a unique advantage. Kotake Mbata had been a permanent member of the council for 16 years. He had at one point been an extremely loyal ninja. Before joining the council, he had been one of Kumo's finest shinobi and had even been a candidate for the position of Raikage. However, he had been chosen for the position both for his prowess on the battlefield, where he had been able to match Minato and Maike's for a short time with his right unknown Loro and lightning release, and also because his younger brother Karabi had been chosen to seal the Eight Tails after the fall of the third Raikage and the succession of Kat, had become angry, opposing many of A's ideas, specifically the Raikage decision to not pursue the Byakugan after the Yuga incident had worsened after Killer Bee's sudden rise in fame and popularity, going from the hated demon of Kumo to the guardian of Kumo, a title that had been bestowed upon him by the people of Kumobikure due to his constant desire to protect them. As time passed, the man's beliefs began to getting so bad that most people on the council ignored him, something that tried to irritate the man to no end. However, the most interesting information Naruto had found out was that Kotake had a single case of attempted rape that had been filed about 8 years ago. Luckily, he was stopped before he could do anything that in itself wouldn't have caught his attention. After all, rape was one of the most common crimes among ninja. What made this suspicious was simply because of who Kotake had attempted to rape. Naruto walked over to the table near the bed, grabbed a folder, and handed it to Yujito. Yuyin, I want you to turn to page 56 and tell me what you know about the man over there. Naruto said. Yujito looked up from the folder to look at him for a second before doing as she was asked. Flipping through the pages, Yujito made her way to where Naruto told her and couldn't contain her gasp. The file had a picture of a man with dark red hair, dark skin, and black eyes. This man is Yujito. Left, she dropped the folder and closed her eyes as she remembered the night the man had almost raped her. The way the man used some sort of seal to cut her off from Nibi's chakra before she had a chance to retaliate and knock her out, waking up tied to a bed and having the man take off his clothes, claiming that she should feel honored to serve him since all demons were good. While the Raikage had managed to rescue her before anything could happen, it took a year of counseling sessions before she'd let a man stay away from her. It didn't help that the council was made up of several supporters of the third Raikage at the time, and she had enough influence during that period that they were able to get Kotake off with a year in prison and a warning later. He'd simply reclaimed his position on the council through some sort of loophole in Kumo's political letter loop. She was jolted out of her thoughts when she felt an arm tighten around her. Her waist turning her head and looking up, she saw Naruto looking at her with a worried expression. Are you okay? He asked as he grabbed the folder and closed it. Maybe it hadn't been a good idea to show him that Yujito bit her lower lip as she blinked away the few tears that fell from her eyes, leaning over Naruto. She buried her face in his shirt. Knowing she needed to be comforted, Naruto pulled her closer to him and shifted their position. So she was lying between his legs. He gave her a chaste kiss on the head and sorry Naruto apologized in a small whisper. Probably shouldn't have shown you that it's okay. Yujito shook her head. Still wearing Naruto's shirt, it's just I try to forget that time. When he tried to rape you, he ended up NAR for her and received a small affirmative nod. I was 13 when it happened, Yujito said, as she pulled her face out of his shirt to rest it on his shoulder. While she told her story, not to claim that I had it as bad as other Jinchuriki, while most people have always been tired of me and kept their distance, never hated me. However, there were some people who completely despised me. So holding on to people like Kotake, Naruto asked. Yes, Yujito nodded. I had just been promoted to Jonin that day and was still pretty naive about the world. I was on my way home when he stopped me to supposedly congratulate me. He was a member of the council, so I had no reason not to trust him. Before I knew what was happening, he slapped me on the forehead and felt Levi's chakra leak out of me. The next thing I knew, I woke up tied to a bed, and a small bland one shook Yujito's body. She couldn't finish her sentence. Naruto's arms tightened around her form. You don't have to say anything else, Naruto. Placed a hand under Yujito's chin and tilted her head up, leaning down. He placed a chaste kiss on her cheek, right next to her lips. I doubt the man will live much longer anyway. What do you mean? Yujito asked while blinking back her tears. I mean, I was looking for any information that might give me a lead on who ran away or where your mission took you. Naruto replied while picking up the folder. Most of what I found were dead ends, but there were several discrepancies that I was able to find on Kotake, including his known hatred of Jinchuriki and his attempted rape on you. My guess is that Akatsuki somehow knew of this and got close to him for a while. ASE Naruto shrugged. Anyway, I'm going to suggest you have the man interrogated, and if he proves guilty, he'll be killed for treason. What if he isn't questioned? Yugito worried that this might make him do something drastic to her in retaliation. Naruto shrugged. If he isn't, then he'll regret not being killed after I've gone past him. So it doesn't matter. No way. Don't do anything you might end up regretting it. Naruto-kun told her, and Ito, even though he had to smile at his protectiveness over her. Naruto sighed. No promises, she said, as the two fell into a comfortable silence. It was half an hour later when Yugito spoke up. You know you still owe me that date you promised me. Naruto blinked as she looked at Yugito, who despite having a slight blush also had a small smile. Naruto smiled at the woman. I promised you once. We're done fighting those guys, aren't we? Naruto asked rhetorically. Does this also mean that you're up for that trip to the communal hot springs too? Yujito blushed in embarrassment but kept her smile. We'll see. XX Pain listened to Setsu's report and watched the battle between Kyujin Shuriki Kaku and Idan with a frown. He knew the boy was going to be a problem after receiving that report about his time in Kiri no Haba. He hadn't counted on him being able to gain enough strength to defeat two members of Akatsuki. To make matters worse, they now had two more members and only had the Rokubi to show for it so far. To the fact that the Cheese Jinchuriki would probably get even stronger, this news is worrying, the man said finally as his eyes Renegi the Gaki certainly got stronger from the little guy Itachi, and I found 4 years ago. I hope Sita, and I can have a real fight with him. Should be interesting. Do you think we should go after Leader Sama? Asked Setsu. Pain remained silent for a moment as he tried to decide on a course of action. Not at this point. He would cause more trouble than he. Okay, the Nine Tails must be sealed last. That means we would have to keep him alive until we get the other sealed. Bile Pain looked at the others for a moment. We will continue gathering the other Jinchuriki, and for the moment we will leave both the Ichibi and the Nibi alone. Anyways, they are not that important. Itachi Kisame Pain called Kisame to look at him. Itachi to open his eyes. How far are you from your goal? I think we're very close, said Kisame. With a shark smile, Samita is starting to get excited. I want the Go Jinchuriki as soon as possible. Pain said, the rest of you should get your Biju too. As soon as you can. Don't worry. Yes. Deidre said while flexing her new arm. I'm almost there with the Zambi. We'll get it soon. Yes, Deidre senpai is going to put that on it. Toby yelled while raising a fist in the air. Toby, how many times did I tell you to shut up? Yes, Deidre yelled. Oops, sorry, senpai. She rubbed the back of her head sheepishly. Don't worry. Toby, he'll be a good boy. Standing next to Pain, Conan looked at the others with his usual blank mask. However, inwardly, she was thankful that Pain hadn't sent anyone after Naruto. Yet she wasn't waiting for the moment when Naruto would be in danger despite how strong he was. The blue-haired woman still feared for him. I hope this will all be over soon, she thought to herself. XXX. All the Kumo council members were sitting around the large stone table wondering why they had been called so suddenly. While it wasn't unusual for something like that to happen, it was very rare for the Raikage to call a meeting. Normally, only the most extreme emergencies could cause him to come to one, or his assistant had to drag him. It was well known that the man disliked, as he disliked paperwork, or anything that could take him away from his training. As the council continued speaking, the door opened, and walking in three figures. The first was easily recognized as the Yondaime Raikage, who stood at the front of the group. The second, the council recognized as Yujito, who was back in her standard shinobi attire. Many wondered what she was doing there, but weren't too worried since she was a ninja of the village. However, she was the last figure that got the most attention. Said figure was completely covered from head to toe in a black hooded cloak. The hood was covering the shadowy man's head, and he was wearing a black mask. The only thing the group could make out were a pair of piercing blue eyes. Many of the people inside the room were intimidated by the hooded figure. The Raikage made his way to his seat with Yujito and the unknown figure following, both standing on either side of the Raikage. G. As he sat down, I would like to get back to work soon, so I want beat around the bush. The Raikage began in a gruff voice. 4 days ago, one of our shinobi was attacked by a group known as Akatsuki. There was a slight murmur amongst the counselors as they began to talk, while he occasionally cast discreet glances at Yujito. I'm sure you all know that after receiving information about this group from a Jiraiya of the Sennin, it was determined that we would be much more cautious about where we sent our 2 senior guardians. The Raikage was silent for a while as he looked around the room. Many seemed simply curious about what had happened, while a few seemed disgruntled. However, he had noticed that Kotake seemed nervous. His eyes widened. We're moving quickly. Yujito and the hooded figure and Rake could see a sheen of sweat on the man's features. It seems that Naruto is right. Kotake is a traitor. To be more careful, we consider that only those with a high level of clearance would have access to any information about where Yujito and B were sent. So imagine my surprise when our ally entered Kumo 4 days ago with a bloody and beaten Yujito. At this information, many of the counselors looked at Naruto, having managed to realize that he was the ally that his Raikage spoke of. Now the reason why I called you all here is because it seems that someone has betrayed this village by giving information on the location of one of my most valuable ninja to a group of S-class criminals. He raised a hand, and before the people knew what was happening, several of the bowl officers appeared and surrounded a Kotake. Bata said, the man who had previously been sweating, and stood up. Rake-sama, what is the meaning of this? He yelled as he tried to bluff his way out of the situation he now found himself in. I thought it would be obvious, Kotake said in a dark tone as he looked at the man. You've been found guilty of treason and will be questioning you, and then they'll try to turn you around and put you in one of the holding cells until you can be questioned. The man began to struggle as the B officers began to drag him out. As he shook his head, he looked around frantically, and soon his eyes found who was the reason behind your problems. The person who caused you so much trouble, bitch, yelled Kotake as he looked at Yujito with an expression that spoke of insanity. I should have killed you when I had the chance. Damn filthy demon, W gurgled. Everyone stared. Mouse agape when the hooded man stood right in front of Kot, who seemingly just appeared there. They looked to where he had been, only to see a fading afterimage. Looking back at Kotake, they saw that the man was now grabbing his throat, that had several zones pierced into it. You're going to want to take him to your best medical ninja, said the robed man in a whispering voice that sent shivers down the spines of everyone in the room. I just destroyed his voice box, so if you want a confession, he'll have to be repaired. Turning on his heel, the man walked back to Rake's side. Did you really have to do that? The Rake asked the man in a whisper once. He returned while shooting a glare at the hooded figure. He said, who just looked at him, insulted Yuyan. In my books, there are ground rules for death, so you're lucky he's still whole, and we'll be able to talk after he's healed. The Raikage just sighed, realizing that with all the things he had seen this man do for Yujito, it should have been obvious that he wouldn't tolerate someone insulting her. He nodded to the man before returning to the rest of the council. That was all I wanted to discuss with you today. Tomorrow, we hope to have a confession from Kotake, and if he is found guilty, schedule his execution. The council stood up with many of them on slightly shaky legs. Most of the members were very disturbed by what they had just witnessed. When everyone was gone, the hooded woman lowered her hood and mask, revealing her golden blonde hair, and her six-whisker marks the moment. She lowered her mask. Yujito caught him in a hungry kiss. While he hadn't expected it, she did absolutely nothing to thank you, Yujito, he murmured against his lips, his voice nothing more than a whisper. Naruto pulled away from the kiss and gave the young blonde a happy smile. You know, there's no need to thank me. I did it because I wanted to, because I care about you, and because I love you. Yujito smiled at his words before Naruto turned to the Raikage. When do you plan on interrogating Kotake? He blinked when the question registered. We'll do it sometime tomorrow. That reminds me. The Raikage turned his eyes to Yujito. Do you want to? Being there for the interrogation, Yujito was surprised. She paused as she looked at her feet. She really didn't want to be in that man's presence again. Even today, being in the same room as him made her feel vulnerable and scared. She knew it was an irrational fear, and the best way to get rid of it was to face what she feared. But at the same time, the thought of being around that man was absolutely terrifying. She was shaken out of her thoughts like a wrap around her shoulder. Turning her head, she saw it was Naruto looking at her with a worried expression. She gave him a small smile to let him know that she appreciated his support. Leaning her head on his shoulder, she closed her eyes as she tried to make a decision. I suggest you go, Kitty. I don't know Nibby, that man. He scared you. I know Nibby cut the woman off, but that's all. The more reason to go. You have to face this, or finding any kind of peace will be impossible. Yugoto sighed as she opened her eyes and looked at, if I go, it would be all right. Yes, Naruto was there too. The Kage frowned, thinking for a moment before deciding. I guess he can. He replied to the blonde shinobi. He was already knee-deep in this situation. Anyway, so it wasn't like having him that would make a difference. The blonde might even be able to offer some useful information as long as he gets a signed contract stating that he won't reveal our interrogation techniques. He said to Naruto, smirked, I have a better idea. Reaching into his pouch where there was a cloud of smoke, took out a scroll and threw it to the Raikage. He admired the scroll that had the kanji to torture him before looking at Naruto with a raised eyebrow. That contains torture and interrogation methods that I invented during my travels and the Bloodline Civil War. If you wish to keep your own, it is a secret that you may use those methods, Naruto said in response to the man's silent question. Despite being surprised that the man would give something like this, he simply nodded. All right, we will use them so that you can come to the interrogation. We'll start early tomorrow at 8. So don't be late. Naruto nodded. No, we won't, he replied before turning his attention back to Yujito. Extending his arm towards her, he smiled at the woman. Now that this is all over, how would you like to go out for sushi? The Raikage giggled as Yujito grabbed Naruto by the arm and ran so fast that the young man stood up while she dragged him to her favorite sushi bar, XXXXX. Naruto absent-mindedly ate the sushi in his plate as he watched the blonde woman next to him snort at her food as if it was going out of style. The long-time association with Yujito had accustomed him to her eating habits, which never really bothered him since he ate ramen the same way he ate sushi. So he really did have a traitor on the council. Naruto turned his attention to Omoi, who managed to keep the fool in her mouth despite eating her food. Tears of wonder if we might have more traitors somewhere. If we had a traitor anymore, there's no reason to assume that we couldn't have another, or maybe he was working for someone outside of Kumo. Maybe we even have a traitor within the dime I cut, or I could smack. __. Omoi shut your paranoid mouth, Karu, and frowned at the blonde Kumo shinobi as she smacked him on the back of the head. If you keep that up, even I'm going to be paranoid. Omoi poked his head out of his bowl, wiping away the noodles he'd managed to get up. You too should keep it down, said Samui in his cold professional voice. We could sleep if causes an uproar. Naruto shook his head at the two chunin who had picked up their argument again, while Mu tried to mediate him, and Yujito had run into the three of them on their way to Yujito's favorite sushi bar. The three of them had already heard rumors about what had happened and decided to follow the two of them. Omo and Karu tried to force an explanation out of Yujito. However, she hadn't felt comfortable talking about what happened. Naruto had been the one to speak up about the events that had occurred inside the council chambers, though he made sure to leave out some of the details as he didn't know how much he wanted the others to know. Naruto felt movement approaching his plate and used his reflexes to grab the hand that had been about to steal some sushi. He looked at the owner of that hand and smiled. Now, Yin, It's no good to steal my food. And Yujito blushed a little embarrassed at being caught. She tried to pull her hand away, but Naruto was holding on fast. Let go of my hand, said Yujito. As he continued his effort to get her out of his now, why would she do that, Naruto asked rhetorically while giving her blonde smile. His sly smile. Would you try to steal my food again? Why do you love me, replied Yujito with a smile, while trying to appeal to him. Well, that's true, Naruto trailed off, as if thinking, however, instead of letting go, Naruto brought Yujito's hand up to his lips and started planting kisses on it. He slid his seat a little while taking the kisses off her hand and up her arm, causing the woman to blush as she felt her body start to heat up. Finally, Naruto was right next to her. Yugito found herself leaning into him as he wrapped an arm around her shoulder. As she looked up, Yugito noticed his face was much closer than before, and he was getting closer. She slowly followed his actions as she closed her eyes. Zeus, just as their lips were about to touch, a cough interrupted them. Yugito blushed in embarrassment, while Naruto smiled as a fox, while the other three that were with them looked at them. Not that I don't mind you guys doing that, said Karu, with a big blush. It was the first time Naruto heard her speak without yelling. But if you're going, you really should get a room. While Yujito blushed, Naruto just smiled. You know you didn't have to come with us, or if we're making you uncomfortable, you could leave, suggested Naruto. Karu and Pharaoh for a moment before looking at him fixedly. This is a public restaurant. You can't suck face here, Naruto. I just smile. I think you're just jealous that Yuien has a totally awesome hot guy like me, and you don't. That's just Karu. And she yelled with an embarrassed rumble as she tried to throw herself over the table. However, she was quickly suppressed by Samui. And Omoy, you need to calm, cry down, be more like our big-breasted leader, Omoy growled as she got up but smacked in the face. Shut up, I'm going to kill him. Kiri yelled as she tried to kick the two of them. Yujito shook her head and sighed, wondering how she ended up with such an unusual group of friends and an even stranger fiance. You know you love Nibby, spoke in his mind. At least nothing boring. Not now, Nibby spoils sports triple X. Yujito and Naruto were standing behind a large one-way glass window. On the other side was Kotake, and one of the B team members who specialize in interrogations. Kotake looked like he had been roughed up the night before. The man's arms and legs were currently tied to a metal chair that was bolted to the floor. He had several cuts, bruises, and contusions on his face. His left eye was swollen and black, and his lips were split. Naruto knew that it was standard procedure to beat a prisoner before the interrogation began to weaken their resistance. While he had never done that since he was on the road and never took prisoners, he had seen it during the war when he was forced to participate in some interrogations. Caught. We can do this the easy way or the hard way, said the bull officer, a man with a spiky black cab LO and several scars that they ran from the top of his forehead to his lower cheeks. I'm not going to tell you one. __. Kotake screamed as blood and saliva came out of his mouth. The stupid demon lovers can go to hell. The scarred man shrugged before taking out the scroll that the Raikage had given him. Very well. By the harshest way, he said. Walking over to a table, the man unrolled the scroll and opened it. Its contents revealed several dozen strange-looking pins. The odd pins were sharpened on the bottom point, and around the middle, they split into two pretty decent lengths of metal with red tips. Altogether, the device was about 5 long. Another thing the bull officer noticed were all the seals that were on pins running along its entire length. Kotake's eyes went wide as the scar man grabbed several fears and a small metal pole with a radius of 2C and a length of 5 and started walking towards him. Kot laughed and tried to fake bravery. What are those things? Some kind of new acupuncture treatment? The scar man smiled, something like that. He had read what they were designed to do the night before and couldn't help but admit he was impressed. Whoever ever came up with this form of torture was a genius. As soon as the scarred man got close enough to Kotake, he stabbed one of them into the man's shoulder right between the joint where the humerus bone connected to the base of the ball. Kot flinched as a sharp jolt of pain stabbed him, but he still decided to use whatever bravado he had left. That's it. I guess I shouldn't expect much from an incompetent fool like you. The scar man said nothing. He simply took the small metal post and, as gently as he could, tapped the 2 protruding pieces of metal onto the pin as he channeled chakra through them. There was a small thud before Kotake let out a loud cry of anguish. These pins are designed to release 65 vol of lightning when channeled chakra through them, the Volt officer told the man. It tends to mess with the nervous system and cause a lot of pain. Add in the fact that the vibrations from the pin are grating against your joints, and you can see why it wouldn't be very comfortable. Kotake laughed, though it sounded more like a pain gasp. Do you think this is painful? This is nothing. The Volt officer simply added another pin. This one was placed in the joint between the humerus, the radius, and the ulna. Taking the metal pole, he bashed them together, both earning an even louder and more pained scream from the man. Did you know that water is a natural conductor for lightning? The scarred man asked in a conversational tone, as if he was discussing what to have for dinner tonight. The human body is made up of 90% water, which makes it easier for lightning to travel through your body. But you should know that by now. As if to emphasize his point, the bulky bolt struck the two pins again, eliciting another scream from the man as electrical currents flooded his nerves, and the vibrations from the pins and movements Coda made caused his joints to vibrate and collide with each other, very painful. No, all this can end soon if you tell me what I want to know, said the B officer in the same calm tone he had used since the interrogation began. Underscore. Seems I need to add another. Yujito watched with a strange kind of fascination as the man used these strange pins that had to cause excruciating pain if the CAC screams were any indication, while she knew about torture and interrogation. Yujito had never done it herself. Her main job had always been assassination or search and destroy missions. As she looked at the man's screams that seemed to have increased in both frequency and volume, the blonde woman couldn't hold back a small wince of pain, while a part of her couldn't deny that it felt good to see someone who had tried to rape her in excruciating agony. Another felt disgusted at seeing the man in pain like that, as the fact that she enjoyed seeing him in such agony was brought out of her thoughts when she felt a hand move towards hers and gave it a gentle squeeze before lacing his fingers through hers. Turning her head, she saw Naruto offering her a supportive smile, even though he himself didn't like seeing others tortured, no matter who they were. Yujito gave him a small smile of gratitude for his support as she turned her attention back to the session. Bastard Kotuk exhaled as the intense pain he was in eased. He finally stopped for a moment. The man currently had 6 pins stuck into him, and while nothing else had changed on the outside, on the inside his body felt like it had been dunked in molten lava. Not ready to talk yet, asked the bold officer as he grabbed another pin. Kotake's eyes widened as the man grabbed another pin. Each time one got stuck in him, it seemed to increase the pain several times over. The man was about to stick another one in himself when, very well, I'll tell you. The scarred man withdrew the needle, and well, I sold both demons to Akatsuki. They offered to pay me a lot of money, and I was more than happy to oblige. Kotake began, but that's not all they asked of me. They stopped mid-speech and let out a torrential scream. None of the people watching knew what was happening until they saw a seal begin to light up on the man's forehead. Naruto instantly recognized it as some sort of dead man switch. Most were usually placed around the heart and was designed to kill someone instantly with a hand sign. It was actually this seal that had created the birdcage seal. This was obviously a modified version of it. Underscore. Naruto cursed as he and the other 2 people ran out of the room and towards the interrogation room. Stay still, yelled Naruto, as Kotake started bleeding through his eyes, ears, nose, and pores as he started spasming. The interrogation expert with scars grabbed the convulsing man as Naruto ran over to him. After inspecting the man, he forced Kotake's mouth open, and for a moment, he saw a seal on the man's tongue before it disappeared. When it did, Kotake's convulsions stopped. Checking the man for a pulse, he confirmed Kotake was dead. He is dead, Naruto announced. Looks like a modified version of a dead man's interrupter. I'll have to take a look at it later to find out what exactly it was. Cursed. Naruto cursed and slammed his palm open. A barely gave information is true, the Raikage said, but what we have is quite valuable. And yes, I found out that he was going to sell it too, yeah, but since he's dead, that doesn't really help the situation, sighed Naruto as he ran a hand through his hair. I'm going to study the seal designs I saw and see what I can do with them. I'll come back with the information sometime today or tomorrow. I appreciate you doing this, said the Raikage. Naruto waved his hand at nothing. Yuyan is important to me, so anyone or anything that threatens her is my enemy. Yujito blushed at the comment, while the Raikage's laughter and the scarred interrogator simply seemed amused. XXX a day later, Naruto found himself knocking on the Raikage's office door. Forward as he opened the door, Naruto When in looking for lifting weights like he always did when he was at work, I got the information on the seals. The rake dropped his weight as he sat down and placed his hands on the desk. Excellent. What have you, Naruto? Discovered. He unrolled a scroll and placed it on the Raikage's desk. On it were two seals. The Raikage was able to recognize the seal on the left as the one that appeared on Kote's head when he died. The second seal, however, he didn't recognize the first one. I'm sure you recognize it. Naruto began without preamble as he sat down. It's the dead man's switch and is normally designed specifically to stop the heart through the use of a hand sign. This one, however, has been heavily modified. The other was designed to stop the heart immediately. The function of this seal was to not only stop the brain from functioning, but also destroy the entire brain starting at the frontal lobe. That would confirm what the autopsy showed on Kote said. While confirming Naruto's theory, when the embalmers examined Kote's body, they stated that the entire brain had been dissolved. Naruto made a gesture of recognition before continuing. However, the seal was also linked. Naruto pointed to the other seal, to this one whose main purpose was to activate the dead switch. Whenever Kote started talking about a specific topic, we can assume that as he was about to give us information about Akatsuki, that they were the ones who put the seals on him, although he didn't seem to know it. What Naruto didn't mention about all this was that the type of work required to modify and unite the two seals was impossible to do for many people. When the blonde found out that Kote had taken Nibiru-Yugoto's power, he had immediately recognized that the disgusting excuse for a man must have used some sort of seal similar to the Gog-Fuin 5 elemental seal that Orochimaru had used to isolate him from the Kyuubi. During the chunin exams several years ago, he himself had several seals that were based off the one he and Jiraiya had made in case the Kyuubi's chakra overwhelmed him and there was no one who could stop him from going on a rampage. But he and Jiraiya were already seal masters, so Naruto had to wonder where he could. That man came especially because seals were an extremely difficult and obscure art to learn. Very few people ever mastered seals, and even fewer did so. For that man to have a seal designed to cut off a Jinchuriki from its 10-inch chakra meant that he had someone who had been working for him, or more likely case, he had been working for someone who gave it to him, whereas seals used to seal, nor did I see chakra, could be done by anyone proficient enough in seals. The fact that Kote had an extremely powerful and complex seal on him that was designed to kill him told Naruto that there was a seal master at work. The blonde wished he had his spy network up right now, so he could find out who had granted him the seals. However, he knew it was a moot point at the moment, and that he would have to look into it later. Naruto snapped out of his thoughts and turned his attention to Asari. I was thinking about something. What were you saying, being the Raikage again? He shook his head for a moment before speaking. He was just wondering if you think there might be more spies in the council. Naruto thought seriously before speaking. It is perfectly possible, although you can never know for sure until something happens or everyone in the council is questioned. It would still be best to play it safe and assume there is another spy either in the council or among the population. The Raikage nodded, having come to the same conclusion, although it was always good to hear a second opinion, and I trusted the heir Uzumaki my case very well. I appreciate the help. No at all, Naruto replied as he sat down. I'm always happy to help my friends. When he saw the man give him a gesture of respect and walk out the door, when the door closed, the Raikage picked up his weights and started lifting again. Triple X, using the key Yujito gave him, Naruto opened the door to his apartment. He put his cloak on a stand and then entered the room. When he got there, a small smile formed on his face. Naruto's when he saw Yujito sleeping in bed, tossing and turning every now and then while making cute little noises in her sleep. Naruto took off his clothes and put them in an extra trash can that they had bought just for him since Naruto visited them often. He and Yujito had gone out and bought him various things for when he came over. Naruto now had his own vanity full of shinobi and civilian clothes and toiletries in his bathroom. Karabi had already joked that Naruto could live with Yugi too. Of course, the two of them had butted an embarrassed and angry Yujito over the head. When Naruto finished getting ready for sleep, he walked over to the bed and slid under the covers. Almost as soon as he did, Yujito turned over, and as if sensing his presence, she latched onto him and pulled him just like that, so that half of her body was on top of him with one leg tangled up with his and one arm across his chest. Naruto chuckled as he put an arm around the blonde woman, who let out a contented sigh before of snuggling closer XXX Jiraiya, looked over as Naruto appeared right next to him in a flash of yellow. So I guess you've got it all squared away. In Kumo, Naruto nodded. Yes, there were some additional issues I had to deal with, but they were taken care of. How Tsunade took a Jiraiya, grimaced. Let's just say I'm not looking forward to seeing her, and giving an explanation as to why you went off to face two Akatsuki members on your own. Naruto felt a small shiver run down his spine dorsal, but ignored it as they started walking again. Well, he didn't have much of a choice yet. Yeah, I know they would have gotten one of your friends. Jiraiya smirked. I think I'll put that in my next book. The hero goes off and save his loved one from death, then gets his reward of Jiraiya already found himself face to face on the ground when Naruto punched him in the back of the head. If you keep doing this, arrow. Since in one day he'll regret it. Jiraiya got up and rubbed the back of his head, muttering about no good gaki, that he didn't respect his elders. As they continued on their way, Naruto smiled as he thought about how everyone would react to his return, as well as how good it would be to see Rookie 11 and the rest of his friends in Konoha XXX make. Jiraiya's punishment. PT2 Jiraiya walked down the dirt road as he headed to the next town. Hopefully he would get there and be able to do some research before his apprentice returned from spending time with Yujito. As if he sensed his thoughts and decided to ruin his plans, Naruto appeared at his side in his typical yellow flash. However, the blonde wasn't alone. Yujito was standing next to him and was looking at the Sennin with one of those looks that every man knows. It was the look that said, I'm going to make you suffer, and it was a look that Jiraiya had received every time he was seen looking at himself in the hot springs. Jiraiya thought as he walked away from the two. It's a pleasure to see you again, Itanmi. I'm afraid I can't say the same. Jiraiya. She pronounced his name with a cat-like whistle. Look, yes, this is about the movie. Then Jiraiya cursed as Yujito transformed into a giant two-tailed cat. The gray-haired Sennin ran off as fast as he could, hoping to get away from the time Yakido knife-eyed. Unfortunately for him, Yakido was not only 16 times bigger, but he was also almost 4 times faster. He soon caught up to the man and pounced on him, pinning him to the ground with his paws. Then he began to take revenge for using his Naruto in a porn movie. When Jiraiya started yelling about his fishing tackle, Naruto stepped back and shook his head. Hopefully this will make him think twice about being a pervert, which again I doubt anything can do. Music. That, hey girls and boys, before continuing with the video, I wanted to remind you that subscribing to the channel and activating the bell is the best way to find out when I'm going to upload new content and be one of the first to see the videos. And news, without anything else to add, continue the video. Chapter 8, The Return of the Hero. It was a quiet day in Konoha. When the midday sun shone down upon the village, there was a light breeze that rustled the whole area, making the temperature slightly warm and allowing the many trees that were located around the village to sway gently. Many shops were open as merchants sold their wares, while civilians and ninjas bought them. Teenagers were lounging in the cafes and restaurants, discussing the latest gossip or news. Altogether, it was a very peaceful and calm day. Bliss peace soon set and shattered as a black cat ran down the street, dodging civilians left and right as they twined around its legs. The cat was moving so fast, one might think the hounds of hell were chasing it. Of course, this would be a pretty accurate analogy, except instead of bloodhounds, it was 3 Jinchuriki who were chasing it. The one in front had spiky brown hair and was wearing a blue scarf. His name was Konohamaru. Sir Toby, the other man in the squad, who he was slightly to the left of Konohamaru. He wore glasses and had a perpetually runny nose. This boy's name was Udon. The last of the 3 was a woman. She had orange hair tied back in 2 pigtails and a large blush spreading across her face. This girl's name was Moe. Together, these 3 formed what had become known as Konohamaru's core. The 3 continued chasing the cat, eventually leading them to rooftops until they managed to corner it in an alleyway. Said feline hissed and growled. In an attempt to scare the 3 of them, however, it was all in vain, as Konohamaru lunged at the creature, eventually managing to sink his limbs into its body. Moegi pressed a button on its head, letting her sensei know their mission was complete. However, sometime during this argument, the cat had gotten loose, and soon Konohamaru's screams could be heard throughout the village. XX. Konohamaru grinned like crazy as he watched the cat they had just caught get milked dry death by its owner, Madame Shinji, who was the wife of the Fire Dao. This was the only solace he received from taking on this mission. He really couldn't understand why they got this mission anyway, since it never allowed him to show off his skills. Hopefully his sensei would let them go on another ranking mission soon, otherwise the spiky-haired genin was sure he was going to go crazy once the Daimon left with his nearly drowned cat Ebisu. Turned to his team with a frown. It wasn't long until he began berating them for the mission, listing all of their failings in painful detail, ended by telling them that the mission had taken too long and that they would do it again as soon as he got back. But Sensei, said Moegi, while trying to defend her team, "You know how hard it is to catch that cat with all the times we've done it. I'm pretty sure the cat is used to running away. I don't want to hear any of your excuses," said Ebisu, frowning as she pushed her sunglasses up her nose with 2 fingers. "This proves to me that you need more training, as you clearly lack the skills necessary to carry out this mission." However, this was the wrong thing to say to Konohamaru, who soon became outraged that they had been given this mission so many times that it wasn't fair. In fact, he was sure that he had been given this mission more times than any other team sitting on the ground. The young Sarutobi began to complain, stating that these missions were far too lame and that he couldn't boast about his amazing skills with such missions. Boring, of course, this had the consequence of making Hirakaumi not yell at the genin, claiming that you could only take rank missions after you had done a certain number of ranks. Tsunade seconded this, telling them that they had to work harder if they wanted to get higher rank missions. Of course, this still didn't sit well with Konohamaru, who turned around, showing his back to Cage while crossing his arms. "I can't keep doing such boring missions. After all, I'm going to be the 7th night aim." Okage Tsunade gained an amused smile as she looked at Konohamaru, who reminded her of another indignant little girl she had met. "And who can I ask who is going to be the 6th Rokudan?" Tsunade asked in a curious voice. "Why, Naruto Nyen." Of course, everyone went quiet when they heard that. It had been 4 years since Naruto had left on his training trip with Jiraiya. Tsunade and the others had to wonder what Naruto would be like when he returned. They knew he wouldn't be the same little boy they knew 4 years ago. News of the blonde shinobi's exploits had already traveled all over Konoha and the entire elemental nations. Based on that information alone, they knew it wouldn't be the same Naruto they knew before he left. It's been 4 years since Naruto left to train with Jiraiya-sama. "I wonder when Iruka will return," he thought out loud as he scratched his cheek, thinking about the person he considered a little brother. During Naruto's time at the academy, Iruka had been the only person who tried to help the blonde. Even though he had taken Iruka, had been the only person there who had seen Naruto for what it was, not for what he claimed. According to Jiraiya's last report, it's going to be a little late. Tsunade frowned at that. She had received a report 2 days ago when the two were returning, claiming that Naruto had gone off to fight the Akatsuki. Although the message had made it clear that Naruto was fine and that the 2 members he had fought were dead, however, it hadn't explained to her why the figure of her grandson had left. Bar-son had gone to fight it. He decided, knowing he probably wouldn't get much information on it for the time being. "I hope he comes back soon. I really miss him," admitted Tsunade, with Iruka and his assistant Shizen nodding their heads. XXXXX. As the day progressed, 2 figures emerged from the woods of Konoha. They entered through the gate and stopped, letting their eyes scan the village they hadn't seen in 4 years. The one on the left was quite tall, standing at 6', and he carried a large scroll on his back. He had shock white hair that rose and fell to the middle of his back. He was held up by an 8 with the Jai for oil, the symbol of Mount Yokus, where the toads lived. He wore a red vest over a green gi, a mesh shirt on his feet. There was a pair of wooden Jita sandals on his face. There was red kabuki paint that across his cheeks. Jiraiya, the legendary Toes Sennin and self-proclaimed super pervert to the right of the man, was another figure. This one, at an even height of 6, her hair was golden blonde, which was rare no matter what country you were in. The hair was spiky and reached her shoulders. 2 large bangs framed her face, while several smaller strands floated just above her eyes. Holding up those bangs was an Aom with the Konoha leaf symbol on it. The tie itself was black, with the ends falling to her knees. Her clothing consisted of a pair of black shinobi pants that were wrapped mid-calf in white bandages that were tucked into a pair of black steel-toed combat boots. His shirt was black and tight, and sleeveless over it was what looked like a Han and Kiri-style flak jacket. However, unlike a flak vest, it didn't have pockets. Instead, in the center was a round orb hanging around his neck and situated just above the orb, was a crystal necklace and artifact that had been inherited from the Senju family and originally belonged to the Shodaime. Around both of his arms were white bandages. Over the bandages, there were black ambu-style forearm guards on his hands. He had a pair of dark orange, fingerless gloves with steel plating on the back, one with the Uzumaki swirl and one with the Namikaze clan crest. Finishing his look was a dark orange, sleeveless turtleneck ori with black flames licking the bottom. This was Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, the son of Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze. Over the bandages were black ambu-style forearm guards. His hands had a pair of dark orange fingerless gloves. Dark ninja with steel plate on the back, one with the Uzumaki swirl and one with the Namikaze clan crest. Finishing his look was a dark orange sleeveless high-neck ori with black flames licking the bottom. This was Naruto Uzumaki Mikase, the son of Kushina Uzumaki and Mikase. Over the bandages were black ambu-style forearm guards. His hands had a pair of fingerless gloves, dark orange on top, with silver steel on the back, one with the Uzumaki swirl and another with the Namikaze clan crest. Finishing his look was a dark orange sleeveless turtleneck ori with black flames licking the bottom. This was Naruto Uzumaki Mikase, the son of Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Mikase. I can't believe it's been 4 years. Jiraiya turned to look at a student who was wearing a nostalgic expression and smiled. The boy had grown a lot in the past few years, gaining strength even faster than his father when the Toe Sennin took Minato on a training trip without. However, even with all the sights they had seen and the places they had been, the young man still missed his home. Jiraiya assumed that the blonde took away from Konoha its love for its parents as his father and mother. Naruto had inherited the will of fire that they had both been known for. "Come on, Gaki," Jiraiya said as he held up the scroll. "Before entering Konoha, we need to see Tsum before she beats me to death for being late." Naruto smirked as he caught up to his sensei. "You know that she's probably going to beat you up anyway. Knowing you, hero sensei, you're probably going to make some perverted comment about her soon." One of Jiraiya's eyebrows furrowed as a frown made its way onto his face. "Be it how many times do I have to tell you about calling me that?" Naruto's grin widened. "When you give up your perverted ways, I'll make sure to stop calling you that." The Tote Sennin snorted. "Like that's ever going to happen?" Naruto shrugged, as if to say, "Then he will always be Siro Sensei." Before the two calmed down, despite the many arguments they had, most of them revolving around Jiraiya's perverted nature, the man was still the closest thing Naruto had to a father. The blonde had a great amount of respect for the man, although there were times when Jiraiya had drawn the wrath of the Odom Inama Rasengan, usually when he made a perverted comment about Naruto and Bara, or one of his girls. Now that the two were silent, Naruto addressed his attention to the village's population and noticed that everyone was staring at him, looks ranging from shock to awe and disbelief. At least the appearance of the men. The women were looking at him with unmasked lust, something that caused Naruto to shiver. He never understood how women could degrade themselves like that, offering their bodies to someone they didn't even take the time to get to know was almost enough to make Naruto feel some sympathy for Sasuke. Almost, at least they aren't fanatics, Naruto thought with a shudder. Shaking the disturbing thought, Naruto channeled some chakra into his ears to hear what the people around him were thinking about him. "I can't believe it. He's Yondaime-sama. Yondaime-sama is back from the grave." "That's not Yondaime-sama. That's Naruto Namikaze-sama." "Is Yondaime-sama son Naruto? You mean that loudmouth brat who was always playing pranks?" "No way. You obviously haven't heard about what he did in Kiri." "Who cares what he did or whose son he is? He's hot, he asked me. And will he let me have his children?" Naruto shuddered at the last comment. It was things like that that gave women such a bad role. He couldn't really see how these women could say something like that. They didn't even see him, just his name. "Well, it seems you're quite popular with the ladies, Gaki," said Jiraiya with a smirk. He too had noticed all the stares his student had been getting. It was something that made him feel ugly and jealous. "You know, Minato was also quite the killer of women in their time." "Yeah, well, you know as well as I do that a snowball has a better chance of surviving hell than these women have always been with me," said Naruto with conviction. "I'm not going out with some fanatic girl who only cares about my clan name instead of me. I'll only marry someone who loves me for me and can see me for who I am." Jiraiya simply shrugged at that. He knew of his student's desires to be with women who loved him. The boy had always been something that romantic was another thing Jiraiya was sure he got from Minato. That man could have had so many women it wasn't even funny. However, even after being given clan status, he refused to marry anyone but Kusina, as she was the only one. He didn't care if she was Okage or clan head. Thinking about love and women brought a wicked laugh to his lips. Naruto didn't need any fangirls anyway, since he already had 3 beautiful ladies that Jiraiya was sure he would finally marry him. I hope you don't think any evil thoughts about me and the women in my life, sensei, said Naruto in a threatening manner. The blonde smirked as his sense fell off. Last time, Jiraiya had already thought about the blonde and her girls in the presence of those blondes. Let's just say he hadn't been able to sit down for a month. That's something else he picked up from Minato, thought Jiraiya ruefully, as he remembered a time when he had been looking into the hot springs and Minato and his wife had entered. He didn't know they were there until he saw Kusina, and unfortunately for him, he hadn't realized that Minato had come with her. The beatings those two had given him had been even worse than when he had taken a look at Tsunade. The rest of the trip to Okage Tower was done in silence, as the two were left with their own thoughts. XXX, Tsunade sighed as she finally finished the paperwork. It had taken a long time and a lot of taking, but it was finally done, and now she could relax. She turned around in her seat to looking back at the village. Her mind drifted to a certain blonde. She seemed to be thinking about the Gaki quite often these days, but given that not a week had gone by without hearing some sort of rumor about him, it didn't surprise her. The busted blonde woman sighed as she wondered when he would be back. She was so caught up in her thoughts that she barely noticed the knock on the door up ahead. She yelled as she turned around. The door opened, and the first thing Tsunade saw was a familiar shock of golden blonde hair. As soon as she found out, she shot out of her seat. She was about to get halfway there when she saw the rest of the person standing in the doorway. Her mind suddenly shut off, and her mouth hung open as she stared at what she could only assume was some sort of man. A blush began to spread across Tsunade's face as she took in the man's handsome yet mischievous face, as well as all the hard muscle that was on his compact body. The blonde Okage was staring for so long, she didn't even notice the man moved to stand in front of her. You know, Chan, it's kind of awkward having someone I consider a grandmother drooling all over me, Naruto joked with a sly smile. Tsunade blinked when she heard the familiar nickname. Before her mind rebooted, she blushed in embarrassment for a second as she wiped her mouth and saw that to her dismay, there was drool. She looked back at the blonde. Naruto asked hesitantly, as she wondered if this was really the blonde Gaki that left 4 years ago. Naruto gave her a cheeky grin. Who else would call you Chan? The blonde shinobi just asked to back off as Tsunade latched onto him. The blonde Okage wrapped him in a tight hug. Tsunade was overjoyed to feel like he was back. I missed you, Gaki, said Tsunade, her voice muffled by her clothes. I missed you too, Tsunade, replied Naruto, as for once he used her name to show how much he truly missed the woman. Tsunade released him from her death grip and looked him up and down. Yeah, boy, do you look like he looks like his old man. No, the two blondes turned to each other to see. Jiraiya smiling at the pair was one of the only times Tsunade saw the man smile with anything other than malice. He does, replied Tsunade. I almost wouldn't recognize him if it weren't for the whiskers. What do you mean, replied Jiraiya. He's been mistaken for his old memory several times this time. When we were at the Tsuchi-Kuni border, you see I'm here. Right, Naruto interrupted in an annoyed tone. Don't talk about me like I'm not even here. Jiraiya laughed out loud at his apprentice's complaining, while Tune let out a small giggle. As she stepped back behind her desk, sitting down, she leaned her head on her hands as she looked at Naruto. I heard you've been on a date with Akatsuki, she said obviously. Looking for more information, Naruto scratched the back of his head while giving him an embarrassed expression. Well, yeah, when I was in Kumo, I gave both Jinchuriki one of my kunai. They promised me that if they ever ran into Akatsuki, they would use it. Naruto threw a quick glance at Jiraiya, telling the man to keep his mouth shut about Yujito. Right now, there were too many variables for anyone to know about their relationships. If people like Danzo found out about Naruto, he knew he'd have to deal with a whole new set of problems. Tsunade sighed and closed her eyes. She probably should have known that would happen, given Naruto's protective nature, and finding 2 more people like him would make it obvious to anyone that they'd want to keep them from getting hurt. Thankfully, I missed the look Naruto and Jiraiya shared. I guess I can understand that, Gaki. Still, you have to be careful, especially when dealing with the Akatsuki. Don't worry, Chan. I know what I'm doing. Naruto said dismissively. Tsunade frowned at his name, but thought she could let it slip. Just for today, You know that news of your exploits has reached all the elemental countries. The blonde said, Okage, it's good to see you've really improved. That's cruel. Sim, you didn't expect him to get stronger under my care. Jiraiya asked, wiping away some fake tears. Tsunade was about to reply when Naruto punched her. She probably thought you'd be so busy looking at women that you'd forget to train me. When Jiraiya started to hide in the corner, Naruto and Tsunade finally laughed. Tsunade looked at Naruto with a semi-serious expression. You should know that the council also knows about your exploits, particularly your period in Kiri. Naruto frowned when he realized, where was I going with this? I already figured it out, arrow sense, and I saw the results. Outside, as Jiraiya muttered about disrespectful blondes, Tsunade laughed at the nickname Naruto had come up with for the Uncle Senin. So you expect the council to try and find a way to reclaim my clan's power, Naruto said, as he got back on topic, whether through arranged marriages or older kisses. Both Jiraiya and Tsunade gave up hearing the rather blunt but completely accurate way of viewing the situation. The Konoha Council was well known for their greed. Most of the members were merchants who they had many different businesses in and out of Konoha. Because of this, they had always believed that they deserved more power than they were supposed to have. You be fine, Brad, said Tsunade, after he managed to catch his breath. So how did they take my heritage being revealed anyway? Naruto asked. Tsunade shuddered at the prince. They launched an attack. Even when I showed them the marriage contract between Minato and Kuzuna, his blood test, and his birth certificate, they fought tooth and nail to not allow them claim their heritage. It wasn't until I told them about what you did in Kiri that they had a change of tone. I see, sighed Naruto. Before looking at Tsunade speaking of blood tests, I was wondering if I could get tested to see if anyone has done a Keihenkai. Tsunade blinked in surprise. You think you have a bloodline? He looked at Jiraiya and glared. He hadn't heard of this in the reports he'd been receiving. Jiraiya noticed this and paled. Luckily, Naruto saved him. To be honest, I'm not sure if it's a bloodline or not, said Naruto, shrugging, but by combining water and wind, I can create Yotan Hutsu. To emphasize his point, Naruto held out his hand. Tsunade gasped as she saw the water molecules in the air form a water sphere in Naruto's palm. It was like the ability of her great uncle. However, she was surprised by it. Then what happened next almost gave her a heart attack. The water began to freeze, turning into a crystalline sphere of ice. Naruto looked at the sphere before throwing it out the window. I also have the ability to use Randstorm Release, which is a combination of water and light, and the ability to do what I've called to call Eridan. One Eridan, Tsunade asked, as she managed to control her emotions. Yes, she couldn't think of another name for it, said Naruto, as he began to explain his ability. Basically, what it is the ability to control the weather. Tsunade looked at her mouth agape for a moment, unsure if she had heard correctly or not. Naruto continued headfirst in surprise, infusing and saturating the air with my chakra, and using my elements, which I have unparalleled control over. I can create storms and make them do my bidding. Right now, I only have very basic control over this ability, but I plan on working on it and improving my ability to do this. However, I'm not sure if that's a bloodline or if I just have really high control of my affinities. Tsunade closed her eyes and took a few deep breaths in an effort to not hyperventilate. Hearing the blonde shinobi's ideas, I guess we could do a blood test later. Now Tsunade was interrupted by a knock on the door. Tsunade-sama, said Sakura as she opened the door without waiting for permission to enter. I have those files of you. She broke off when her eyes fell on the blonde Adonis who was talking to Tsunade. Just like Tsunade, before her, the pink-haired girl's mind closed. Her mouth opened with drool coming out of it, and a large blush spread across her face. Matching her hair, Naruto, he could even see a trickle of blood running from her nose. Naruto looked amused at the pink-haired girl as he walked towards her. You know, it's rude to look at Sakura-chan, said Naruto as he closed his mouth with a click. Sakura's face felt like it was on fire when the blonde gave her such an affectionate suffix. Then she blinked for a moment when she realized that there was only one person who had ever called her that. Naruto asked in a mix of shock. Unless the only one, said Naruto with a smirk. So how have you been? Sakura blushed as she tried to regain her bearings. I've been fine. As the two former teammates caught up, Jiraiya informed Tsunade of the things she had left out in the reports regarding the blonde's training. Most of what he said was information she already knew. However, it was still quite surprising. If she hadn't known about Naruto's exploits, she would no doubt have been shocked, as she simply nodded at the information before calling her attention. Of the air, Yuzum, Makana my case Naruto, said the blonde, turned to look at Tsunade before approaching. He had planned to test you today. However, considering what I know and what they just told me, I think I'm going to take the test tomorrow. Naruto nodded his head. Okay, I guess. Since Kakashi is outside your window, who will be the person testing me? Sakura looked at Naruto in shock. How could she tell if Kakashi was their sensing chakra? Was one of the most difficult skills. If it wasn't a natural sensor type, Kakashi listened to the blonde's words in the office and smiled, although a part of him wanted to have a heart attack. When he saw Naruto, it was only his experience as a honing that kept him from being surprised by his students' looks. It's quite impressive that he could sense Naruto. It seems you've grown quite a bit. I look forward to seeing how strong you have become. Naruto, smile. Me too. Although it seems we'll have to wait. Naruto stopped his speech for a moment. As his eyes widened momentarily in remembrance, I almost forgot. I have a gift for you. Since Naruto reached into his pouch and pulled out a small red book and tossed it to Kakashi, said the Cyclopean ninja, looked at it like it was the holiest of grails. Thanks, Naruto, said Kakashi as he cradled the newest addition to the Achecha collection to his chest, making Naruto's sweat drop as the two women stared. No problem, that one was actually mine, but I couldn't care less, so I never got to read it. Naruto's statement made the two women in the room looked at him with an almost new respect. However, one person didn't like his art being insulted. Hey, watch what you're saying, brat. That's the shit you're talking about, Jiraiya said to his student with a slight glare. Naruto just smiled. Is your art trash, or have you forgotten that my book has sold 4 times more than all of your books combined? Jiraiya was already complaining about how the disrespectful blonde Gaki was having all the luck. The other 3 in the room seemed curious about what book you wrote. Naruto asked Sakura if it was porn or something similar. Was it going to have a big chunk or not? Show those perverts. Who are you? Enter Sakura Rant's various drilling moves. I'm glad you asked, Sakura, said Naruto as he pulled out a blue book with a picture of a woman dressed in blue clothing. The moment the two women saw what it was, they appeared right in front of Naruto with their own copies of said book magically appearing in their hands. You wrote this? Sakura breathed when hearts appeared in her eyes. This is my absolute favorite book, Tsunade squealed as she held it out to Naruto to sign. Can you sign it for me? Mine asked Sakura as she held hers out too. Of course, Naruto said with a smile as he looked at his sensei, who was now crying anime tears. So tomorrow at training camp 7, I guess, asked Naruto after handing their books to the two women. Yes, Tsunade replied as she hugged her book to her chest, unknowingly imitating a certain Cyclops. It will be at 9 o'clock. Don't be late. Looked at Kakashi to tell him who was the Cyclops or Honing talking about. He gulped and nodded. Since everyone knows about my heritage, can I live in my parent house? Naruto asked. Jiraiya had told him that his parents' original house had been destroyed during the Kyuubi attack, but that the Sandaime had rebuilt it for when Naruto took his clan name. Tsunade nodded since there was no point in denying Naruto what was his. Of course, I guess you know where the key is. An answer to his question, Naruto walked over to the picture of his father. Taking the picture, Naruto set it aside as he bit down on it. His thumb ran his blood over the blank area, causing the seal to glow. Soon, both the seal and the wall faded away, revealing a small closet. Naruto reached into it and pulled out a key. Thanks be Achan, I'll see you tomorrow, Naruto said before disappearing in a burst of lightning, shocking everyone around him. No pun intended. I can't believe it's Naruto, said Sakura, blushing thinking about how hot he had become and to think that he is the son of Yondu-sama. Jiraiya snorted. I'm surprised you guys couldn't even understand until someone actually told you. Anyone with half a brain should have been able to see it. I mean, how many ninja do you know that have golden blonde hair and blue eyes? Sakura looked down at the ground, knowing that Jiraiya was right. She and every other person in this village had been foolish for not being able to see the obvious. Now that it was all over, she said. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya with a look. Said man felt a chill run down his spine as the temperature began to drop by almost 60 grams. What is this I'm hearing about you doing to my star in your porn movie? She asked in a threatening voice as Jiraiya stepped back. Sakura looked at the man in disgust. Although a part of her couldn't deny that she wondered what it would be like to sleep with Naruto, a part of her was even thinking about watching the movie now that she heard Naruto was there. An image appeared in his mind of naked Naruto, making him stagger to his feet as a trickle of blood ran down his nose and his eyes glazed over. Meanwhile, Kakashi had to hold back a chuckle for fear that he would also incur the blonde's wrath. Okage had of course seen the movie he was talking about. While a part of him was jealous of the blonde, another part of him couldn't help but feel proud of Naruto. And now, soon may I be rational here. Jiraiya held his hands out and waved them in front of his face, soon found himself pressed against a wall with nowhere to go. He did the only thing he could think of. Murky. He squealed, "Sorry, all for mercy," replied Tsunade, as she sent a chakra enhanced fist into Jiraiya's gonads. XXXXX. Boom. Naruto stopped his walk for a moment to look at the cage tower, where a rather loud explosion had sounded. He chuckled when he saw his sensei fly into the distance. He swore the man would never learn. He continued on his way, which was further away from the epicenter of Konoha than any other place he'd been. Minato had built his family home behind the Okage monument, wanting to keep the secrets of his and Kusena's jutsu away from prying eyes. Naruto had heard from Jiraiya that the house had been a wedding gift to his mother, that it had been some time after his father's name had been given clan status. Naruto eventually found the house, which was protected by a high wall and a gate that he couldn't see. By looking at the Naruto recognized the several seals that were on them as security seals. However, he knew instinctively that this wasn't his father's work. Apart from the fact that they weren't very advanced, they were also a little more sloppy than he would expect from a seal master. He shrugged. It just meant he would have to create his own security net. As he walked towards the door, Naruto pulled out the key, biting his thumb and rubbing the blood across the key. As his wound healed with a slight hiss, the blonde put the key in the lock and turned it. There was a click noise as the key turned. Naruto opened the door and couldn't contain the whistle that escaped his lips. The house was as big as the estate in Hyuga anyway, but it was definitely one of the biggest houses Naruto had ever seen. It appeared to be 3 stories and was done in a mix of traditional Japanese and Western-style architecture. Naruto smirked as he headed towards the house, using the same key that had opened the door to opening the front door upon entering. Naruto looked around. He was in what appeared to be the living room. It was a fairly spacious room, with several comfortable-looking leather couches surrounding a coffee table a little to the left, and hanging on the wall was a very large flat-screen TV, and around the room were several lamps that gave off a dim light. Naruto soon began to explore the rest of the house, with his first stop being the kitchen. The place was what Naruto would easily describe as the chef's wet dream. All the counters were made of stainless steel. The cabinets were made of mahogany. And although the kitchenware wasn't the most recent, it was still far superior to what most people had. The only problem Naruto could see was that he had no food in the cupboards or the fridge. But that was an easy problem to solve. Naruto created a cashier bizin and ordered it to go buy food. The next area to check was the second floor, where all the bedrooms were located. Smaller, although they were only small compared to the rest of the house, as each room was roughly 3 times larger than a standard apartment room. Each consisted of a queen-size bed, 2 dressers, and a dressing room. They also each came with their own bathroom that had a shower bar bath combo that could even act as a personal yaki. There were 10 of these rooms in total, enough to house a decent-sized family. Going up the stairs, Naruto arrived at the master bedroom. This room was not located on the top floor, but was in fact the entire 3rd floor, and in many ways could be considered a house in itself. In the left corner near the entrance were several leather chairs that were arranged in front of another television. In the right corner was a large king-size bed with red sheets and pillows and a dresser. On each side in front of the bed was a large walk-in closet that was easily twice the size of the ones downstairs on the left, and a little further from the chairs was a door that led to a bathroom that had the same setup as the one downstairs. The only difference was that this one had a double shower. Naruto walked over to the bed and looked at the pictures that were lined up on the dresser. There were pictures of his parents, some of which were actually quite funny, like one picture that was obviously taken by his mom of his dad, who had been with him eating ramen. It just looked like he had sneezed and ramen came out of his nose. However, some were much more sincere. Naruto took one of those images while gently pressing his fingers against the glass. It was one of his 2 parents. Kusina had both hands on her belly that was swollen and clearly showed when she was pregnant with him. Minato had an arm around her shoulder while his right hand was in both hands. Both of them were smiling, looking for everyone like a young couple that was not going to suffer an untold tragedy. Naruto wiped away the tear that threatened to fall from his eyes. The idea of having a family was almost overwhelming for the blonde. However, he knew better than anyone that living in the past got you. Nowhere better to look towards the future than wonder what would happen then, and what could have been. Besides, Naruto thought with a small smile. He already had 4 amazing women that he planned on marrying. They had become his family now, and hopefully he would finally have children with them and finally have the big family he had always dreamed of. Sighing, Naruto put the picture down and left the room. There was only one more room to see, the basement. Thanks to the seals that his father had put in the basement, he had been able to survive the Kyuubi attack intact, or at least that was what Jiraiya told him. According to him, his father had taken extra precautions when designing the seals for the basement, since the place was going to be where his father and mother studied seals or played spar and practiced. However, Jiraiya wasn't sure of the state, since he wasn't able to enter the basement due to the seals that kept him and everyone else. Naruto walked down the stairs and opened the door before a big smile formed on his face. The basement was split into 4 different sectors, the first being the library, which was filled with what looked like thousands of scrolls with all sorts of knowledge from jutsu to weapon forging, and even some on civil faculties like gardening. There was a large dojo that had a wide variety of weapons mounted on the wall, and Naruto noticed reparable self-seals. On the floor, the ceiling, and the wall on the left looked what looked like an office. Naruto could see was his father's gift. He had studied and create new seals in jutsu. The last area seemed to be where said jutsu was practiced. It was an area with gravel and had several training dummies to cast jutsu. Naruto also noticed that this area also had self-repairing seals. He wouldn't be sleeping tonight without using hand signs. Naruto created around 500 Kage Bizon and had them enter the library to read XXX. The next, Naruto woke up as sunlight came through his room. Sitting up in bed, he stretched and listened with satisfaction as his bones and joints were popping out. He looked at the clock on the dresser, currently Lee at 6. Despite only getting around 4 hours of sleep, Naruto felt completely refreshed with the benefits of being a Jinchuriki. Getting out of bed, Naruto walked into the closet and dressed in his standard shinobi attire before heading downstairs and into the basement. He still had a few hours until the test, so he should be able to do well training until then. XXXXX at the training camp, 7 people were waiting to see a Naruto as his machine mic case after Tsunade had told them that the blonde had returned. Josh yelled as he looked at his teammates and Sensei, I wonder how Naruto-kun has been doing. It will be very juvenile to see him again. Rogel was one of Konoha's top taijutsu experts, with the only people able to keep up with him being his sense and mate Togai and his teammate near Huga Lee. He had been one of the few people who had actually respected Naruto after realizing what he was mocked for, being the last to die, as he didn't have the ability to use chakra for anything other than climbing trees and walking on water. Lee had been the subject of criticism during his time at the academy, just as Naruto had, for not being able to make a living. No doubt Naruto-san's flames of youth are burning brighter than ever, Lee said as he entered his nice man pose, complete with bright teeth. As much as I don't like your analogy, said near Yuga, I have to accept that he will definitely be much stronger than the last time we saw him. Nei Yuga was considered the prodigy of the Yuga clan due to his expert use of Hyukin Taijutsu and the vision of Shakugan. He was said to be as powerful as the Yuga clan head ever since his father had sacrificed his life to save his brother. Nei had been bitter, coming to the belief that fate ruled all and no one could escape it. That had changed after Nei fought Naruto when the blonde defeated him during the final stage of the chunin exams. While still a bit stiff, Nei had become a powerful ninja and was much closer to his eccentric team. He will definitely be much stronger than last time, agreed Tenten. I picked up a recent bingo book and Naruto has his own page in there. He is being called Naidame Kiro Senku. I heard that IWA is even thinking of giving him an SS class ranking, and several countries have one surrender order at first sight if you catch them. Try to deny. Sin had never had as much interaction with Naruto as his other 2 teammates. However, the blonde had earned his respect and gratitude after defeating Niji. That respect had only increased when he heard that Naruto was not only the son of the Yondaime, but also Kusina Uzumaki, who had been well known for Suninjutsu and Kenjutsu. To have such a juvenile nickname yelled at him while placing a fist near his face, and his eyes seemed to fuse flames. I have to work hard so I can get my own nickname, Junior. And if I can't do it, I'll run around Konoha for 2 days with my thumbs. And if I can't do it, I will when Luengei started doing one of the calls Junior Tenten. And NEI ignored them and made their own conversation. I wonder what Naruto will be like now. And no wondered as he looked at his two companions with all the rumors circulating, I'm sure he's going to be very different from what we remember. Ino Yamanaka was the heir of the clan Yamanaka, a clan well known for their ninjutsu during the academy days. She had been one of Naruto's many detractors, often making fun of him. When he couldn't do something right after Naruto's legacy had been announced, she had felt terrible for the things he had done and had told her classmate Blonde she had told herself that from now on she wouldn't judge people without getting to know them first. What do you think? Front asked Ino as she turned to Sakura. Sakura didn't say anything, however, at the mention of Naruto, her face turned bright red. I think he's going to be even more troublesome now than ever, even more than when we were at the academy, said Shikimaru from where he lay in the basket. Shikimaru Nara was the heir to the Nara clan like other people of said clan. Shikimaru was the definition of a lazy genius. It was almost impossible to get him to do anything. The only people that could get him to stop looking at the cloud were his mother Ino and Tsunade, despite from his lazy attitude. Shikimaru was considered one of the smartest members of the Nara clan. It had been that intellect that had allowed him to see that there was something more to Naruto. And then he met his eye. Unlike most people at the academy, Shakura had never made fun of the blonde. Whether it was because he was too troublesome or for some other reason, it was hard to tell. However, unlike most, the Nara heir had seen the way people looked at Naruto, as if he were the worst kind of scum alive, and had the whispers of monsters and demons accompanying him. However, it wasn't until the chunin exams when Naruto used that red chakra that Shikimaru was able to put it all together. He was the only person within the Konoha 11 that knew that Naruto was the Jinchuriki for the Kyuubi, having studied up on him after Naruto had used the red chakra during the final exams. It had been that knowledge more than anything that had earned him Shikimaru's respect, that Shikimaru had been able to put all together. He was the only person within the Konoha 11 who knew that Naruto was the Jinchuriki for the Kyuubi, having studied up on him after Naruto had used the red chakra during the final exams. It had been that knowledge more than anything else what had earned him Shikimaru's respect, that Shikimaru had been able to put it all together. He was the only person within the Konoha 11 who knew that Naruto was the Jinchuriki for the Kyuubi, having studied up on him after Naruto had used the red chakra during the final exams. It had been that knowledge more than anything that had earned him Shikimaru's respect. He may be stronger, but he's still Naruto, Chui said, while eating his bag of premium potato chips. Chui could be considered one of the few friends Naruto actually had in the academy, or at least one of the few people who never made fun of him. Due to the Akichi clan members having larger than average bodies, Chuji had been able to use his jutsu tease for it during one of those times. Naruto had noticed this, and despite not knowing Chilo fought back, though they hadn't done much after school, Naruto had joined him and Shikimaru a few times to watch the cloud. I bet whatever he's like his old man, said Asuma, while taking a drag from his cigarette. Asuma Sarutobi was the son of Husen Sarutobi, the Sandai Mokage and teacher. The cigarette-smoking Jonin had at one point been a member of the 12 Guardian Ninja, a group whose job was to protect the daimyo of Kin Kuni. Had never known much about Naruto other than the pranks the blonde used to pull that drove his old man crazy. However, he had been a chunin under Minato back when he was a chunin. Man, I can't stand all this waiting. It's killing me, Kiba complained quite loudly as he stood up with his team. Kiba and Yusuke was the heir of the Yusuke clan, who was known for using combo attacks with his ninja dogs, and enhanced senses to mind of this clan were often joined by members of the Yuga and Aburame clans to form powerful tracking teams. Kiba had been one of those people who stood on both sides of the fence when it came to Naruto. On one hand, he often mocked the blonde for his shortcomings. However, on the other hand, he respected Naruto for the pranks he had been able to pull. Like most members of his clan, Kiba was very cheeky and often got into trouble for butting into things first. However, he was also very loyal. What do you think? Yat-san asked. Shino, with his monotonous voice, Shino Aburame, was the heir of the Aburame clan, a clan that was known for the Kiku insects that they carried inside and that they used in battle. Shino had been one of the few people who not only never made fun of Naruto during the academy, but also had respect for the blonde ninja. Unlike many of his classmates, Shin had not been attentive enough to see how many people made fun of Naruto for some unknown reason that seemed illogical to him. Due to his mistakes, the Aburame clan was often ostracized, much like Naruto himself. And even if he didn't know why Naruto was teased, he still respected the blonde for his perseverance and ability to never give up. I think that the Naruto Kuin will be much stronger and not as stuttered as she put her two together. Yada Yuga was the heiress of the Yuga clan. She was a very shy and soft-spoken girl. Most considered her to be the anti-Hyuga, as she was everything they weren't, or as Kiba said, she didn't have a big stick up her ass. It was well known that she had a crush on Naruto from all over Konoha during her time at the academy, and Nat had memorized where the blonde would be and the times he would be there. She would often follow Naruto wherever he went and always watch him from the shadows. Over the past few years since Naruto left, Hinata had made great strides in changing herself and getting stronger, though she remained extremely gentle. Karina and Yui looked at their students with a smile. The beautiful red-eyed woman was known throughout Konoha as the Jinjutsu lover for her powerful and inventive Jinjutsu, although she was even more famous for her aversion to perverts and for the powerful and potentially deadly perverted killer genius she had created. Unlike many other Jonin, she didn't know much about Naruto, as she had never interacted with him, although she remembered the many pranks the blonde had pulled. And although she wouldn't admit it, she had found that many of them were quite funny. Just beyond Kono's 11, there were 5 other figures. Irika, Shizen, Kakashi, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. Shizen stood next to Tsunade. As always, she felt disappointed when she heard that Naruto had returned and that she wasn't there to see him. Hopefully, she would see her brother today and see how strong he had become. Irika was standing near a tree as she anxiously waited for Naruto to appear. Tsunade and Jiraiya were standing next to each other with surprisingly similar smiles, though for slightly varied reasons. Kakashi was, as always, reading his new book with a giggle, causing many of the women near him to throw glares in his direction. At 9, to exactly everyone present saw the figure emerging from the tree line on the opposite side. Shizen, Sakura, Hino, and Tenten found a rather large blush spreading across their faces as they stared at the blonde Adonis. Hinata, who had turned on Subyugan, saw more blonde than the others and let out an yin EP before passing out from blood loss. Even Kalina, who was currently dating Asuma, found it hard to keep the heat from rising to his cheeks. The blonde approached the group with a large, sly grin on his face, causing the women in the group to feel even more heat rise to their faces, and a little bit of heat spread to other areas. "I hope you've been doing well while I was gone," Naruto said as the others stared at him for a moment. No one said anything. Most were wondering who that person was. It wasn't until they saw the whisker marks that they realized they were looking. Most couldn't believe that Naruto, who had been nothing more than a shrimp, was now what many women would consider a kami on Earth. Even knowing what he had done and his now famous reputation didn't change their surprise at seeing such a dramatic physical change. The silence was broken when he appeared in front of Naruto in his nice man pose. "Yash, Naruto Kuin, youthful flames have really gotten stronger. I hope I can face you. And if I can't beat you, I will." Naruto stopped Lee's speech with a hand raised while laughing. "It seemed like some people really would never change. I hope I get to face you too. It will be interesting to see how our taijutsu styles compare." It was like a dam had opened up. The rest of the Konoha 11 rushed toward Naruto and started bombarding him with spikes, barely letting the blonde get any speech done. Tsunade and Jiraiya smiled at how all of Naruto's friends reacted and how happy they were to see him. Plus how happy Naruto seemed to be now that he was back home. Konoha and the friends she had made over the years. Tsunade gave them some time to talk before deciding to begin the test. "As much as I would like for everyone to talk to Naruto, we have a test that needs to begin," Tsunade said as she made the Konoha 11 walk away for Naruto, who gave her a grateful smile as she adjusted her Aori. "This test will be Kakashi attack Naruto. We use his Makai in my case in a one-on-one battle." Naruto and Kakashi made their way to the center of the training grounds, standing on opposite sides of each other next to the training stands. "Brings back memories since?" Naruto asked with a smile as he looked at the half-Dandu training stand when he was tied up when he and the other members of Team 7 had failed their gening test. "It does not do it," Kakashi said with a smile as he remembered his times in Team 7, both when he was a child under Minato And when he was the sensei of Team 7, now remember, come at you with killing intent Naruto. Finish with a smile. If you want to fight without restraint, then you'll want to reveal your eye. Otherwise, you might not actually live, said Kakashi as he raised his at 8, allowing his red Sharingan. To show somehow. I think you're right, both combatants are ready, asked Tsunade, who received a nod from both in a John Naruto and Kakashi kicked the ground and launched themselves at each other as they began a taijutsu battle. The two soon began exchanging blows while trying to land a hit on the other Naruto, using his father's style, and Kakashi using a mix of the Ukiya style and the attack style. For a while this continued without either of them being able to hit the other. Naruto was faster than Kakashi. He had much better reflexes. However, Kakashi had the Sharingan, which allowed him to follow Naruto's movements and predict where he would be next on the bench. The Konoha 11 watched the bala. In surprise, they knew that Naruto had become strong. Considering the rumors and news that had spread throughout the elemental nations, it was impossible not to. However, hearing that strength is very different from actually seeing it, he is fast, commented NEI. While turning Subyugan, my eyes can't keep up with Naruto, and he's not even going to leave Tenten, turned to Neji surprised. Is he really that strong? NEI felt it. I also noticed several weights and seals on their persons, and I have the feeling that this isn't as fast as he can move with those weights on. While Tenten looked at Baki, open to NEI, Lishi was covering her eyes with one arm, while trying to think that Naruto-kun has become so strong. He is very youthful. He raised his hands in the air before putting a fist in front of his face. Increase my training, and I will try my best to avenge my flames of youth, just like Naruto-kun. If I can't do that, then I will do 4,000 laps of sun and back on my hands. What a gay kid, Lee said, while getting in his nice man pose. It's good to see you trying to escape from your young flames. I will help you. And if you can't do 4,000 laps of Suna, I will do 7 million clicks on my thumbs, gay sensei. OG Sensei Lee. Sensei Lee, the two soon became scorched, which caused a Jinjutsu complete with crashing waves and sunset to fall to appear behind them. Everyone within range of this nightmare vision was soon on the ground screaming as they tried to gouge their eyes out in an effort to be rid of the sight. Several ninja, including one Karina and Yui, tried and failed to dispel the illusion, much to their horror and confusion. Neji and Tenten, who were used to them, sighed as they watched the battle. Naruto frowned as Kakashi blocked his kick before moving in to attack him with a blow to the solar plexus. Naruto twisted his body to the side as he dodged the attack before spinning on his feet and launching another kick at Kakashi. The two had been fighting for around 15 minutes, which in the shinobi world is a long time. Neither of them would agree. He had hit well. However, Naruto hadn't been fighting without a plan the whole time. He had been analyzing his opponent's movements and the reaction time given to Kakashi by the Sharingan, and decided it was time to take a back seat. The battle began to play a different tune when Naruto switched styles, where before his movements were quick but predictable. Now his movements had become their own name, coming in at speeds that very few could match and at angles that were impossible to say. In other words, Naruto's attacks became a literal maelstrom after Naruto reviewed his battle with Sasuke and studied what he could find on the Sharingan. Naruto had realized that the Dijitsu had a major flaw. They were susceptible to attacks that had no style for them. Every fighting style always had a set of stances from which one would attack, the most popular being the Goken ready position. That GL used this is what allowed the Sharingan to predict an opponent's attacks and make effective counterattacks by showing them where the chakra would be. But if a fighting style wasn't used, then the attacks would be impossible to accurately predict, since not even the one they were fighting knew what they were going to do next. The style that Naruto now used could be considered more of a foul. It was a style that he had created with the help of Jiraiya. It was Naruto's counter to the Sharingan. Although he had never used it on a Sharingan user before, still he thought this would be the best time to reveal this style, instead of waiting until he ran into Sasuke or Madara and use it only to find out that it didn't work. Naruto launched the Cyclops Han in a blow to the solar plexus as Kakashi went to pull his hand away. However, Naruto changed tactics, moving his hand under Kakashi's. He grabbed it and knocked the honing down onto one knee. Kakashi was able to counter it. However, he was unable to do anything as Naruto changed tactics again, moving his leg up then down and smashing a foot into Kakashi's stomach, folding the Han into Cyclopic. As he tried to catch his breath, he got back up and went just in time to dodge another attack, only to be hit by a punch that suddenly attacked him from below the other attack. underscore underscore, yelled Kiba as he watched Naruto kick Kakashi's ass. When the hell Naruto got so powerful, you do realize Naruto is a rank ninja. That right, everyone turned their attention to Jiraiya. As good as Kakashi is, he still just a ranked, and while Kakashi has more experience, Naruto is just better, and sometimes that's all it takes to win. Hell, even with all my experience, he still only wins half the time. Whenever we go all out, even then, that number is going down. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the white-haired Exion re-entering the battle. Everyone wondered just how powerful Naruto was. The taijutsu battle continued as Kakashi found himself completely on the defensive. He hadn't even been able to going into a counterattack since Naruto had changed tactics. Even his Sharingan was working against him, showing him where Naruto would be, only to be proven false as Naruto switched attacks at the last second. The blonde said to Kakashi. With a knife to his throat, the Cyclopean Honing tilted his head to dodge it, only for Naruto to make a fist as it went through Kakashi's head, said, sending Honing flying. As a large amount of force slammed into his cheek, Kakashi managed to flip in the air before landing on the ground and skidded backward about 6 meters. He grimaced as he felt the S on his cheek. Wiping his mouth with his hand, he looked at it and saw that it was bleeding. How did you hit me? Kakashi asked with a mix of pride and curiosity in his voice. I didn't do it, Naruto said with a smirk, seeing his senses confusion, and decided to elaborate. When you dodged my attack, I simply added my wind release and released it as my fist went through your head. It made it look like hit when you actually dodged. Ta. That's great. As Suma spoke up as a cigarette fell from his mouth in shock. Everyone turned to Alma. Using wind chakra like that, it's like the perfect counter to the Sharingan. What do you mean? She asked, and know who had seen what Naruto did, but wasn't exactly sure what she was supposed to be seeing. He calls it fighting wind. Jiraiya replied to Suma, making the Konoha 11 look at him. Naruto took the basics. He had heard about the Tsuheim super strength technique. However, instead of putting all of his chakra into one point tenketsu and releasing it at the point of impact, Naruto uses his wind chakra and continuously pumps it through his tenketsu to make a larger scale attack without losing any of his power. Many people couldn't help but feel surprised as they looked at Naruto, who was currently smiling. So that's lesson number 1, taijutsu, said Naruto with a smile. Kakashi gave him an eye smile. Then we'll go to the lesson number 2, Jinjutsu. Kakashi went over a few hand seals before he and everyone else disappeared. Naruto looked around curiously, wondering what was going to happen. Naruto turned his head, and despite knowing that this was a Jinjutsu, he felt his heart skip a beat. Standing in front of him was Yujito. However, her arm was missing. One of her eyes was hanging from its socket, and it was pierced by a sword that was thrown at Naruto's stomach. Why couldn't you save me? She asked with a series of accusing eyes. Before he could answer, another voice spoke. You betrayed me. Turning around, Naruto saw that it was me this time. She was lying on the ground with several scimitar-style swords pinning her to the ground. You left me to die. She looked at him with a series of accusing eyes that drilled into his soul. For a moment, Naruto couldn't even think as he felt his heart stop. It was only years of training that allowed him to remember. He was in a Jinjutsu, acting quickly before he could see his other 2 loved ones. Naruto stopped the chakra in its coils before flooding it with an intense burst of power. The Jinjutsu was shattered as Naruto returned to the real world. He looked at his sensei and glared at him. That was a cheap and sensei trick, Naruto said in a dead tone, despite feeling an intense shiver run down his spine. Kakashi spoke. Well, we are ninjas, and we use everything we can win. Naruto gritted his teeth for a moment before sighing. Kakashi was right after all, I guess. Then allow me to introduce you to my Jinjutsu favorite. Naruto extended his hand, and a set of seals began to glow along his arm, and his ring finger with Gang Jutsu, Bringer of Darkness, is that the most powerful Jinjutsu of Nidaime Sama Kurenai, said in shock. Naruto is supposed to be terrible at Jinjutsu, so how can he do this? Fuinjutsu, answered Jiraiya to his question. Because Naruto is incapable of doing Jinjutsu, he tried to find a way around it. He did it by creating several seals, one that creates a specific set of hand seals for a certain Jinjutsu he thought would be helpful, and another that simulates perfect chakra control, so he can use Jinjutsu. Everyone was dumbfounded when they heard what Naruto had managed to do with the seals. No one had ever known what they could do except for the typical sealing scroll and explosive tags. That Naruto could get rid of one of his weaknesses by using seals was incredible. Kakashi looked around with something akin to fear as he tried to see outside the Jinjutsu. However, even his Sharingan couldn't penetrate the black darkness surrounding him. He quickly raised his hands in the release seal and flooded his chakra coils. Kai continued to do this with nothing happening. He became more and more desperate and flooded all the chakra he could into releasing the Jinjutsu. Kai finally got the Jinjutsu shattered, except what he saw made him wish he hadn't. Standing in front of it was nothing more than what could only be something from his worst nightmare. He was in Konoha, except it wasn't the Konoha. He knew the whole place was on fire. Corpses were scattered all over the area. The worst thing was he knew all the corpses before him. Minato was pinned against a wall by several of his own kunai. His sightless eyes stared at Kakashi with something that seemed almost ashamed. Half of the deceased body was gone. It looked like it had been ripped in half, with muscles and other entrails falling out of it. Rin was missing his arms and legs. His eyes had been gouged out and were in his mouth open, which gave him an absolutely hideous appearance. But the worst was his father, a man who had been admired as one of the strongest ninja in the village, alongside the Sandaime and Sennin in his time before sacrificing his mission to save his team, embarrassing him and forcing him to commit seppuku. It was just like Kakashi had found him impaled on his own sword with his sightless eyes staring into nothing, though they had an expression of sadness and shame, and the Cyclopean Honin couldn't help but feel that they were that way for his fault. Death. Rin Minato Sensei. Father Kakashi looked at the corpses with wide eyes. If it hadn't been for years of experience, it would have broken right there. How was it his Sharingan was able to see through this illusion despite its realism? Kai, the illusion was made Aiko's, and Kakashi was back in the clearing with Naruto staring at him. Not very nice when someone does that to you, Sensei. Kakashi grimaced, knowing he deserved it. Sorry, he said. I guess I didn't think about how it might make you feel. Okay, sighed Naruto while he took a deep breath. As long as you learn your lesson and don't do something like that on Crossbar again, we'll be great anyways. I think we have one last lesson, Don. We Kakashi's. I smiled, glad to see that even though he could be cruel, Naruto still retained his forgiving nature. Your lesson correct. 2. Jinjutsu complete. Next lesson. 3. Ninjutsu. Kakashi began speeding through various hand seals faster than any of the 11 saves of Konoha Naruto could keep up with before being taken hand to mouth and shout his jutsu. Kitan Gakek Jutsu, large fire release fireball jutsu. A large ball of fire shot out of Kakashi's mouth and hurtled towards Naruto, who had begun his own hand sealing Suidan Su. Giant moisture began to gather around Naruto as he used his chakra to knock him out of the air. Less than a second later, a giant wall of water had formed and blocked the fireball from going any further. The fireball slammed into the wall of water with a hiss of steam before dissipating as he did. So Naruto went through even more hand seals. Suidan Saryudan no Jutsu. The wall of water soon began to swirl and form the shape of a dragon with yellow eyes. The dragon gave a roar as it launched itself at Kakashi __. Shinobi jumped out of the way, letting the dragon crash into the ground, drilling its way through the rock and creating a decent-sized crater that was now filled with water. Shizen said in awe, I thought only Nidaime-sama could extract the molecules of water air. No one can do it if they have a high enough affinity, said Jiraiya. Water is one of Naruto's most powerful elements. Shizen looked at Jiraiya in surprise. You mean he has more than one? Jiraiya smiled. Naruto has 3 water, wind, and lightning. Shizen, along with the people who had heard what the Sennin had said, felt their mouths close. Even most of Honin never managed to obtain a 3rd element. However, Naruto had obtained 3 in just 4 years. It would have been even more shocking if they had learned that he had mastered most of those elements during his first year. In retaliation for Naruto's jutsu, Kakashi broke through several more seals before shouting his Katan Osenka no Jutsu. Fire release jutsu. Phoenix Blossom Jutsu. Several basketball-sized fireballs shot out of Kakashi's mouth, forcing Naruto to go through several more hand signs. Suidan Tama, water release, water bullets. Naruto released several water balls that they crashed into the fireballs and negated them. As they did, Naruto tore through more hand seals. Yatsuba Kitsune Isuno Jutsu. Ice release jutsu is Fox Jutsu. The water began to coalesce in the air and form again, this time into 4 small foxes with red eyes. However, instead of simply launching themselves at Kakashi, they froze before attacking. Kakashi's eyes widened as he dodged the foxes. However, the ice creatures simply turned around and attacked again, forcing him to continue dodging Yotan, said Shizun in shock. How can he do Yotan's jutsu? I thought only those of Yuki or those with bloodlines could use them. I think you'll find that Naruto is a man of many surprises, said Jiraiya with a smile. Sakura listened to the discussion around her and couldn't help but feel a little distressed. It was obvious that Naruto had surpassed her. Else, she was pretty sure that Naruto had surpassed everyone here. It made her wonder what she'd been doing. All these years it felt like her teammate had left her behind again, and she was still running to catch up, getting tired of constantly dodging the foxes that seemed to have almost unlimited energy and knew where she was. Even after using a carry-eye, Kakashi went through several hand seals, summoning his only original jutsu, Raikage, leaning blade of bolt of lightning formed in Kakashi's hand. And when the next fox got close to him, he slashed at it, tearing the fox to pieces. Kakashi continued this until destroyed the last one. He was about to look for Naruto when he felt the cold blade on his neck and froze. Looking down, he saw a three-pronged kunai right next to his jugular. Looks like he won, sensei, said Naruto with a smirk. The Hanin Cyclopean looked at his sensei's famous kunai in shock before starting to laugh. When did it mark me? Kakashi asked curiously, knowing Naruto hadn't thrown the kunai since he hadn't seen it during our battle. Taught Naruto replied, I mark you when I grabbed your arm. Kakashi looked at his sleeve and found that he did indeed have the Ein seal on the sleeve of his shirt. Kakashi chuckled. It seems you've really grown up and surpassed me. Naruto smiled as he took out his kuna and put it in his pouch. Thank you, sensei. The two of them walked towards the stunned crowd who were all staring at Naruto, as if he had grown a second head. What did Naruto ask with a confused expression as he tilted his head to the side? All the girls were biting their lips in an attempt not to knock down the poor boy and yell. Kwai Kiba snorted what he'll kick Kakashi's ass next week. And everything he says is several others nod at this. However, Naruto just rolls his eyes. Hello, class ninja, here Tsunade looks at Naruto as he starts talking. Really improved. I think it's safe to say Jinchuriki no longer suits your skills. Tsunade pauses for a moment. However, due to the fact that we have yet to test you in the field with our honing, I can only grant you the rank of honing to Kabu special. Although, that should work until the other honing your abilities. You're only giving me this rank so I could suffer at the council meetings. No, Naruto is dead of the prerequisite for being allowed a seat on the council. If you were the last of your clan, it would be at least ranked Hokage. Su honing. Tsunade smiled. Now, why would you think that? Don't you think I would do something so cruel to someone I consider son? Yeah. I think you would be a Chan, answered Naruto. Great, this is just what I need, having to face a bunch of meetings with greedy old bastards who can't even underscore without help. Everyone laughed at Naruto's description of the council. Many felt it was somewhat true on the civilian side. Think of it this way, said Tsunade, at least get your experience by the time you become Hokage. That's right, moaned Naruto. When I become Hokage, I'm going to have to deal with this underscoring for even more. Maybe I should just not be Hokage. I'll let Konohamaru take the title when he's ready instead. Oh no, don't do it, said Tsunade. I've waited too long to retire. When you're ready, you'll take that damn title off my hands so I can rest. Naruto pouted a little before giving her a mischievous grin. Well, I guess I can do that after you've aged up for this job. Bachan. Everyone backed away from Tsuna, who had just given himself a tick mark on his head. Naruto, however, continued on, oblivious to the woman's growing anger. I mean, who knows? You might even bite the dust before Konohamaru is ready. In fact, I think we should put you in a retirement home right now. Boom. Naruto jumped out of the way, just in time to dodge one of Tsunade's punches. Careful, Goes-chan, you wouldn't want cramps at your age, said Naruto with a smirk. You damn brat, stay put and take your punishment like a man, Tsunade yelled as she tried to smash Naruto's face, and Naruto just laughed at her as he continued to mock the enraged woman. Everyone else sweat dropped seeing Tsunade try to kill Naruto. XXX. Tsunade gulped down her takeaway dish before throwing it on the table. You're still an extremely heavy drinker, hut sub IME, Jiraiya said with an amused smile as he poured her another dish. However, he was forced to hold his hands out when Tsunade glared at him. You can pervert, said the busta blonde as she took another drink from the takeaway. This time, she turned red with anger. Okay, said the toad senin defensively. Wanted to talk to you about Naruto. Jiraiya reached into his bag and pulled out one of his apprentice silencing seals, placing it under the table before speaking. "What about Naruto? Is something wrong?" Tsunade asked Jiraiya. Seemed a little uncomfortable. "He is having trouble with his seal." He quickly raised his hands in a placating gesture when he saw that Tsunade looked like she was about to freak out. "Don't worry, the seal isn't breaking or anything, it's just loosened." He finished lamely. "Loose? What happened?" Tsunade asked when she saw this slightly guilty expression. It's my fault that this happened. I had used the key to loosen the seal. I hoped that would allow Naruto to access more of the Kyuubi's chakra. XXX flashback." Jiraiya groaned as he pushed himself off the ground. Looking up, he found himself petrified as he looked at what had almost killed him, or rather, who almost killed Naruto, was currently in a fierce battle against Yugito, and sees that he had been pushed out of the way, and the battle was not going in favor of the other two. Jinchuriki, the Kyuubi's chakra, had covered completely, mingling with Naruto's body, and had burned all of the boy's skin. Not that you could even see skin, since the chakra was so thick it actually looked similar to the full transformation that Yugito and B could do, outlining Naruto's form were what looked like fox bones, giving Naruto an even more menacing appearance. His eyes were a glowing white, and his teeth looked like large black fangs. Behind him were 7 foxtails that extended. They were swaying back and forth in an agitated manner. Jiraiya wasn't entirely sure what had happened anymore. One moment, he was loosening the seal to allow Naruto better access to the Kyuubi's chakra. The next moment, all hell had broken loose, with vile power bursting out of Naruto in an uncontrolled manner. Bei and Yugito were using a combination of teamwork and power to try and subdue the blonde without hurting him too much. However, it was difficult since Naruto wasn't having an easy time, and the Kyuubi was the most strong of the 9. Naruto sent his tail, forcing the other 2 Jinchuriki, who were in full cloak mode, to dodge and weave between them. Yugito jumped back as Bee approached Naruto, using her 8 tails to hold Naruto's 7 or last tail wrapped around Naruto himself, allowing Bee to lift the blonde into the air and throw him. Naruto was sent sailing before he slammed into a rock wall, sending dust and debris everywhere. A red light began to mulch in the cloud of dust, and the 2 were soon forced to dodge a giant cylinder of destruction. The beam tore across the landscape before exploding in the distance. At the same time, Naruto fired it at the wall and engaged Bee in battle. The Achi Jinchuriki was forced to dodge the blonde's attacks. However, Naruto managed to catch him off guard and slammed his tail down on him. She was soon sent flying to the same place she had sent Naruto to earlier. Yugito tried to use Bee's battle as a distraction to get closer. However, Naruto seemed to have heard her as he glared at her and roared, lunging at the woman. Naruto used his claws to try and hit her. Yugito did her best to dodge as she tried to bring Naruto back to reality. "Kuin, you have to control yourself," Yugito yelled in her semi-demonic voice. "Don't let all that power consume you." Naruto didn't act like he heard Yugito and just continued attacking. After a while, he managed to catch the Niven Shuriki off guard by sending a burst of compressed chakra, hit her dead, and sent the young girl tumbling into a rock. Yugito coughed as the force of the impact created a large crater. She was about to get back up when she let out a cry of pain and felt a stabbing sensation on her left shoulder. She looked up to see that she had just been impaled through the shoulder with one of her tails. "Please," Yugito said quietly to Naruto, trying once again to bring the blonde back to her senses. "This isn't you." She broke off when Naruto bowed his head and looked at her as if trying to solve a piece of a puzzle. Yugito tried again to bring back the person she had found herself for. "Please come back to me." Naruto looked away as he grabbed his head, shaking it in pain. Bee and Jiraiya, who had been running towards them, stopped. They weren't sure what was going on and knew better than to try anything with Yugito, currently a mercy of the blonde's. Naruto continued to shake his head as he gritted his fangs. He turned his head to look to Yugito, and Yugito-chan, the voice was distorted and sounded completely demonic, but the fact that Naruto could talk meant that he was still there before anything else could be said. Naruto snapped his tail at Yugito, throwing her head up. Naruto roared, sending a continuous stream of red energy. Bee and Jiraiya, who saw this, realized what was happening. He is letting out all the energy into the sky, trying to drain the Kyuubi's chakra dry. Jiraiya looked at Bee. "Tell me sometime you stop after hitting Killer Bee." I just looked at him like he was stupid. "Why should I give up when my punches are one punch?" Jiraiya just shook his head before looking at his apprentice. It was just in time to see Naruto return the red chakra, began to reseed first from his face, and then continuing down, as did the toes senin. He couldn't help, but Wince's apprentice looked like his skin was peeling. The young teen's body was an angry red color, blood seeped in many places where the skin had been burned completely. Some areas were so bad that Jiraiya could see Naruto's muscles and organs. They definitely looked sore, and judging by Naruto's hoarse screams, it was more than that. Finally, Naruto was back to normal, or at least as normal as could be when he was in such bad condition. The blonde slumped to the ground while exhaustion and pain took over. Luckily, Yujito was there and managed to catch him before he could hit the ground. She sat down and gently placed Naruto's head back down in her lap. Tears of concern ran down her face as she stroked the blonde hair that had started to grow back. Soon the rest of the boy's body began to heal. Normal, healthy skin began to form on him, crawling over his body, making him look almost alive as steam began to pour from the other wounds that were healing. Naruto opened his eyes and saw Yujito's tear covering his face. Even though his hand felt like a 200-ton weight, the blonde managed to lifting it up. He placed it on Yujito's face and began to caress her cheek with his thumb, causing the blonde woman to purr and lean into him. "Are you okay, Yugi?" asked Naruto in a voice that sounded like it hadn't been used in years. "Go cow," said Yujito as she grabbed Naruto's hand with her own. "I'm the one who should be asking that." Naruto smiled as his eyes began to close. "Sorry for worrying you. I'll be fine after rest." The blonde shinobi's eyes closed as his hand relaxed, causing Yujito to grip his hand a little tighter as she fell asleep. Jiraiya breathed out the sigh of relief he'd been holding back. He knew they were lucky. If it weren't for Naruto's incredible willpower and his feelings for Yujito, Toin was sure things would have ended much worse. He'd have to make sure Naruto knew how to be more careful when using Kyuubi's chakra from now on. In flashback X, "That was extremely reckless of you," Jiraiya said. Tsunade, as the woman frowned. "I know it's okay," Jiraiya said. "I should have been more careful and checked the seal before messing with it, but I didn't think the repercussions would be so bad. I thought it would just allow Naruto access to more of the Kyuubi's power." Tsunade sighed. "Is there a danger of something like this happening again? I had to be sure that Naruto would be okay, both for his sake and for the sake of the team he was on a mission with." "It hasn't happened since the first time," Jiraiya said. "Even when he uses the power of chi, is doing very well at controlling it right now. He can get up to 6 tails and still maintain control. However, each tail is twice as hard to gain control over the last one. However, I wouldn't worry. He has lost all forms of emotional control, so he goes berserk, and that's a lot harder to do now that he's matured." Tsunade sighed. "Okay, but next time be more careful." "Okay, don't worry, I won't do it again." That's what Jiraiya said. The rest of the time, the two teammates, they drank their drinks in peace. XXX, man, I love Bio's. Naruto rolled his eyes as Kiba walked into Akichi's restaurant with 2 bottles to serve his hand. The dog ninja was already drunk. Who would have thought Kiba was a lightweight? Naruto laughed to himself as he looked at the people that were there. The Kono 11 had decided to come here and celebrate Naruto's return and his recent promotion, allowing Naruto to talk to some of his friends. In the corner of the room, Naruto looked at Shimurashino Yaji, all of whom looked really sober, made his way over to them. "Joshi no Shikane. How are you all?" "We're doing pretty well," Naruto Senshino said as he looked at the blonde through his glasses. At least that's what it seemed like. It was hard to tell with Shino. "I guess these last few years have been good," Naruto asked as he took a small sip of his serve. "Nothing too troublesome has happened, if that's what you mean," Shikimaru said in his lazy Sangano. "It's been very quiet without you in Konoha." Niji said as he picked up his food. "Well, not many people can liven up a place like me," Naruto said with a small smile. "It's true. It seems you caused trouble for yourself wherever you go," Shikimaru said with an annoyed murmur. Blonde, as the conversation continued, Naruto looked at the small group of people Lee was talking to. Tintin, while making enthusiastic gestures, Naruto couldn't understand the whole conversation, but he had heard something about youth parties in the discussion. Ino was talking to Sakura, who managed to drag the platinum blonde away from Naruto a few minutes ago. Kiba kept running, staggering with alcohol in his hands. Chojin wasn't surprised by the table of food, eating to their liking. In fact, the only person who seemed to be missing was Naruto. Naruto blanched when he turned around to find a drunken Nada try and make her way towards him. Truth be told, Naruto wasn't really sure what to do with the brown-eyed girl. The band hadn't really had much interaction with she aside from her blushing and fainting whenever she was around him. It had taken her time talking to several women and knowing what she could about how to interact with them, that she had realized that the girl had a crush on him. However, there was a problem with this. The simple fact was that Naruto had no romantic feelings for the girl. She was his friend, and he wouldn't deny that she was physically attractive. However, she wasn't the type of woman he was looking for. When he was looking for a relationship, the girl soon stumbled upon him, forcing Naruto to wrap his arms around her so she wouldn't fall. However, this turned out to be a mistake as she lowered her head. So it was next as, have I ever told you how? Just as the girl seemed about to kiss him when, thankfully, she lowered her head and fell unconscious. Naruto let out a sigh of relief. As he picked the girl up, he looked at Neji and gestured to Hinata. Hey Neji, do you think you could? Yeah, I'll take her home. And Ei replied. As he took Hinata from the blonde, Neji shook his head. I wonder what Yama will think when his daughter comes home passed out from drinking, probably something along the lines of picking up Tsunade's bad habits, said Naruto with a small laugh. She's learning from Sama said. Shino. Naruto cheered up with this. I really thought Sakura was the only person who was teaching. No, and isn't she learning from her too? Right, said Shimara with a groan. She's picked up that troublesome woman's bad habits. Oh, she started drinking too, and bet, asked Naruto, with a smile. Worse, he still hesitated. Shimura shuddered down his spine, seems to have recovered the habit of hitting us men whenever he can. Naruto laughed, and was about to say something when don't drink that. Naruto turned around just in time to see Lee drink one that Kiba had offered him. There was a moment when it seemed like time had stopped just before Lee became a whirlwind of action and mass destruction. XXX Naruto sighed as he removed the clothes before lying down on the bed. It had taken almost an hour to subdue him and had required a combination of Kajin and Hutsu. Shikamaru Baiko Jutsu, Chui expansion Jutsu partial, and Naruto hitting various pressure points to bring the boy down. After that, they were forced to clean up the mess while Tintin dragged Lee away while apologizing, putting his head back on his pillow. Naruto closed his eyes. Tomorrow was going to be another big day. He was going to go to his first meeting of the advice, so it would be best if he got some sleep. XXXXX Omega Jiraiya's punishment. PT3 Jiraiya woke up with a groan. His head was currently ringing, and it felt like he had gone several rounds like Tsunade's punching bag, which was an accurate description of what happened. When he opened his eyes, he realized that he was lying on a table, that he was currently bound to his arms were tied underneath the table in a way that he couldn't even move them, while his legs were spread eagle and tied to the extreme. Not only that, but her chakra was completely sealed, so she couldn't use any of her seals less jutsu to escape. A little far away was the television that suddenly turned on. A woman with large breasts and a strange mask with red swirls on her cheek appeared. Hello, Jiraiya, came a distorted and demonic voice. You must be wondering why you're here. Your perverted ways have caused a lot of trouble recently. Therefore, let's play a little game. Jiraiya's eyes widened like plates as he tried to break his bonds. As he did so, he found a small open space at the ends of the table near his feet and ran over to his manly products. A small round chainsaw appeared at the end of it that began to spin. For the next 24 hours, you will be forced to watch yaoi anime. Every time you close your eyes or turn your head, the chainsaws will move 2 inches. Good luck. The screen went blank before being replaced by something Jiraiya would never want to see in a million of years. Out of reflex, they both closed their eyes and turned their heads. The chainsaw moved 4 inches. Jiraiya looked down and noticed this. Hey, I thought you said it was only 2 inches. He started to struggle and break the bonds holding him just because the blade too was moving. 2 inches, oh boy, said Jiraiya. Come on, you can do this. Just 24 hours. Come to Jiraiya. He turned his head as he tried to watch TV, only to move it away again. The blade moved another 2 inches. XXX over the next 24 hours. Konoha received horrible screams, causing many people to quickly assume that Konoha was being hunted. Chapter 9 Council Meetings. It was early in the morning, and Naruto was walking through the streets of Konoha, glad to have woken up early, so he could enjoy the peace and quiet before people started getting up. As he walked, he looked around the almost deserted streets. The sun had just risen a minute ago, so only a few shopkeepers were standing around preparing their shops for the day. Naruto turned his attention back to where he was going, speeding up a bit so he could get there sooner. The blonde was on his way to the hospital today, hoping to get a blood test done so he could find out if his abilities were really Kek and Henkai. Naruto walked through the hospital doors and looked up at the counter smiling when he saw his sister Shizen, the black-haired woman, was the one in charge of the hospital, since Tsunade was the Okage, which meant that he was here making sure the place was in good shape before they opened, before going to make sure the blonde Okage was doing his job, or telling her off or drinking, whichever came first upon approaching the counter. Naruto tapped it to get Shizen's attention. She said the woman turned around and smiled when she noticed Naruto. "Oh, Naruto-kun, what are you doing in the hospital?" And so early in the morning, Shizen asked with a bit of surprise. It was a well-known fact that Naruto hated hospitals. In fact, the few times that he had been in the hospital, the blonde shinobi often ran away. He remembered at least 6 separate occasions when the blonde shinobi had been in the hospital. Each time he had run away, and they had been forced to send the Ambu after him and drag him back. Then Naruto could imagine why she might be somewhat surprised. "Not much, Shizen Ane-chan, actually am here to take the test to see if I have a Keihenkai," replied Naruto, giving the woman his patented sly smile. Shizen se. He blushed a little at the smile before his eyes lit up in memory. "That's right. Tsunade-sama said you'd come get one." "Okay, let's get started. Just follow me." Naruto followed Shizen as they walked down the hallway. The blonde said, having to suppress a slight shiver since all the walls looked the same. It was the reason why he didn't like hospitals that much. They were completely bland. Naruto decided to stop thinking about the monotonous atmosphere of the hospital and began talking to the woman at his side. "So what have you been doing these past 4 years?" he asked. "Oh, not much," Shizen replied. "Mostly I've been working at the hospital and trying to keep Tsunade-sama out of trouble." "I bet it's quite difficult," Naruto said with a knowing smile. "Knowing Bachan, I have no doubt that you've been constantly forced to look after him and make sure he doesn't get carried away. You know better than to call Tsunade-sama something like that," Shizen said with a stern look. Although she let out a chuckle at the end. "Maybe, but when I've ever worried about what I should and shouldn't do," Naruto smiled at the black-haired woman. "That's true," Shizen admitted with a smile. They calmed down as Shizen opened the door to one of the rooms, gesturing for Naruto to come in. As she walked in behind him, "Just sit on the bed," Shizen said as she closed the door and started looking through the cupboards. Naruto grunted in acknowledgement as he walked over to the bed, sitting down, closing his eyes, as there was nothing to look at except the gloomy walls. A little later, Shizen approached him. "Extend your arm, please." Naruto opened his eyes and did as she was asked. Shizen tapped him on the arm a few times before finding the opening. She wanted inserting the needle. Shizen twisted a capsule over it, causing blood to begin flowing into the vial. At the end of the needle, Naruto watched as his blood fizzed into the vial with a strange kind of fascination. He had only had a blood test once, and that was when he was 3, so that this was a new experience for him, there said Shizen, as she took out the needle and stood up on the table. She went back to cleaning the blood and fixing the wound. "Thanks, Shizen-chan," Naruto said with a smile as he stood up. "It's no problem," Shizen replied as the two walked out the door and back to the front. "Tsunade-sama will be busy for a while, but I'll make sure she does it sometime next week," Shizen told him as she sealed the vial in a blood seal. Naruto nodded. "That's fine, thanks again." Shizen greeted him as she walked towards the door, looking at the sun. Naruto thought he still had several hours to kill before the council meeting. Naruto decided to walk around Konoha. It was still quite early, so there weren't many people out, just a few shop owners who were setting up shops. As Naruto looked down the street, he saw the Yamanaka flower shop that had just opened. Changing direction, Naruto made a beeline for the shop. When he opened the door, the bell rang, signaling his entrance. "Hello, what can I?" "Hi, Naruto-kun," said Ino, surprised before her voice turned flirtatious. "So what can I get you? You just came to see me." Naruto resisted the urge to grow. Even though he had obviously grown bigger and stronger, it was still easy to see that Ino hadn't lost her fanatic teenage tendencies. Yet Naruto thought it would be rude not to converse with her. "Not this time, I'm afraid. I just came to get flowers." "Oh," Ino's voice fell a little disappointed. "For who are they?" she thought. Naruto, "I was getting them for Sakura, my parents," said Naruto with a sad smile. Oh, the platinum blonde found herself cursing for ruining such a good mood. "In that case, I would suggest a bouquet of roses," she said. "Who is she?" Led Naruto to the section where the roses were. She started rearranging them before putting them in plastic wrap. When she finished, she led Naruto to the reception, writing a few numbers on the register. She rang her total. "That will be 150 yen." And Naruto nodded, and with a puff of smoke, took out Gamchan, opened his seal, and took the money he needed and gave it to Ino. Thank you, Ino, Naruto said as he grabbed the roses and was about to leave when Ino grabbed his hand. Wait, and don't stop him, as he remembered something Sakura had told him. He heard from Sakura that she was the author of a certain book. Naruto smiled. You mean no love, right? Yes, I'm the author. Naruto smiled. So you're a fan? He asked, only to sweat when Ino was suddenly in front of him with hearts in her eyes and her book on her face. Is it just me or all women? They seem to be able to go on and on when they want something. I can't believe you wrote this. Dino yelled. This book is my absolute favorite. The beauty of your words and the deep meaning behind them are so breathtaking. She held the book out to him. Can you sign my book? Naruto smiled brightly. He grabbed the book and the pen he had and signed it for her before handing it back to her. Thank for the flowers, Ino, Naruto said, throwing a wave over his shoulder. He never noticed the sparkle in Ino's eyes when he left. XX Yugao placed the single flower she had at the L of the memorial stone, standing back up. She looked at the only name that had meant the world to her I-8. It was well known by the ninja population that the two had been dating. She and I-8 had been together since they were Genin. However, what was not as well known is that she and I-8 had been engaged for almost months before the invasion of Konoha. They had been nearing the final stages of wedding planning when I-8 had been killed by a wind sword, taking him from her life and leaving the woman feeling completely empty. Ever since then, she had been lost. Her whole life seemed to revolve around her fellow swordsman. Now that he was gone, she had felt as if she was just a ghost in life, not really living. Her friends, of course, had tried to help her the best they could, trying to get her out of the apartment she shared with Hate. They took her out into the city, hoping she would at least smile. They had even tried to connect her with another man. However, none of it had worked. She couldn't bear the thought of leaving the place where she had already shared so many memories. She almost never went out with her friends except to drink. Usually Yugao was off on some kind of mission, so in the hospital after the mission failed, and no one else could fill the void that Hyde's death caused. A part of that may have been her fault, but she really didn't feel like moving on. It felt like she was betraying the memory of Hade. Excuse me, miss, do you mind if I stay here? Yugao's eyes widened in surprise as she spun around. When her gaze fell on the figure, her eyes widened even more, and Yonda-sama Yugao spoke in shock, finding herself looking into the blue eyes of who she assumed was the brute. Yondami Okage was about to correct her when she found his gaze traveling along the woman. She was definitely beautiful, with long purple hair that had two large bangs falling over her shoulder and several smaller bangs covering her face. Her eyes were dark brown, which contrasted very well with her pale milky skin. She had a heart-shaped face with small pink lips, but at the same time, underscore, and a small nose. She wore the ambu attire for the female kunoichi, which did nothing to hide her amazing figure. Nice, well-rounded and firm hips, a narrow waist, and a delicious medium to high chest. Overall, the whole woman was the epitome of beauty. However, it wasn't these qualities that caught his attention. It was that he knew this woman. XXX flashback. 5-year-old Naruto was cowering in a corner of an alley, trying to hide from his pursuers. He had left his home in one of the alleys of the lower-class district of Konoha to get some food from the trash, something he had been forced to do for several months ever since the orphanage kicked him out. When several drunk civilians had noticed him and started throwing various objects and chasing him, claiming he was stealing, Naruto instinctively knew that they really just wanted to justify beating him up. It didn't happen often, but the moment he saw it, people would occasionally make a made-up claim and do what these people were doing right now. All right, and what do we have here? He looked up and his eyes widened before he was kicked in the chest. His malnourished body hit the wall, making him cough up blood. The man who kicked him lifted the blonde by his throat, slamming him against the wall before throw him to the ground. The man stomped on his back, and Naruto screamed as he saw his spine snap in half. Isn't it? The man asked in a drunken, whiny voice. Too much. The man laughed as he kicked Naruto face down before raising his foot to stomp on his face. Naruto closed his eyes as he waited for the inevitable blow. It never hit. After almost a minute of nothing happening, Naruto opened his eyes and saw a little girl standing in front of him. She had long purple hair and ant-clothes black. She wasn't very tall and looked to be around 15 years old. On her face was one of those funny masks that Naruto had seen responding to the old man with the funny hat. She was grabbing the man's leg to stop him from hitting him. Who the hell are you? The man said in anger and disgust. You better make your way, lady. or we're going to he yelled, as the leg he had previously been holding was suddenly severed by a sword the young woman had pulled out. You guys disgust me. By bullying a child innocent for her burden, she slashed the man across the neck, killing him. She turned to look at the other two men who, despite being drunk, were sober enough to realize the danger they were in, both cowering in fear as the woman approached them. Two quick swipes of her sword and a fire jutsu later, they were dead and burned to ash. She turned and walked over to Naruto, who was cowering against the wall. Please, please don't hurt me, the woman grimaced at the tone pitiful in the boy's voice. She knelt down beside him and removed his mask, revealing grayish-brown eyes and a heart-shaped face. Don't worry, little one, I won't hurt you. She held out her arms. Naruto stared at her for a full minute with surprisingly sharp eyes. Finally, he moved from her. She noticed he was limping and in obvious pain, despite the fact that she could see the fox healing the boy's wounds. She ignored that as she picked up the blonde boy and noticed he was much lighter than he should be, which is a sign it was obvious that he was malnourished. So she decided to take him back to her apartment and get him some food. There might not be much she could do, but she would help where she could. That same day, the Sandaime had given Naruto an apartment who had been an XXXXX, an AR. Naruto ran out of his room and quickly dried himself off, the smile on his face as he pouted. He crossed his arms and puffed out his cheeks. I told you not to call me that. Oh, I'm sorry, Naruto-chan, smiled Yugao. She loved how easy it was. Make fun of this boy. It had been almost 2 months since he found him. The Sandaime had become Naruto's personal bodyguard until he entered the academy. In SE months, Yugao, Nachan, said Naruto, as Yugao laughed. XXX Naruto-chan, I want you to meet my boyfriend Jeek. 8 Yugao introduced, a sickly-looking man with a bandana and a sword tied to his side, which Naruto yelled out, getting surprised looks from the two. I thought he was your boyfriend. Yugao made some choking sounds as I laughed at her for, and Chan is cheating on me with younger men. Maybe I should tell Okage-sama that you're robbing the cradle. Yugao shot her a glare, but I just laughed while Naruto looked confused in flashback. XXX, even though he hadn't seen her since she started the academy. When she was 6, Naruto could never forget that face. She looked exactly like she had 10 years ago. Although he noticed she had bags under her eyes, a sign that she hadn't been sleeping well. Her eyes also had a great sadness in them, void that left her empty. However, even with that, Naruto found that she was still as beautiful as ever. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Yugao greeted Naruto, jumping over to the purple-haired woman. Yugao scrutinized Naruto. When he looked at her closer, it was then she noticed the 6 whisker marks on his cheek and realized who Naruto was. Yugao said in disbelief, I didn't even recognize you. You look older. More mature, asked Naruto with a devilishly handsome smile. Despite her sadness, Yugao managed to sketch out a small smile. You've certainly grown. Her smile soon turned into a frown as her thoughts returned to hate. Naruto's sighed, seeing this. So you don't mind if... And I stopped as he held the flowers. No, go ahead, said Yugao as she moved. Naruto nodded in thanks as he walked over to the memorial stone, placing the bouquet beside it. Before standing up, he looked at the many names listed there before finding the 2 that meant the most to him, Kusina Uzumaki and Minato Maikase. Naruto placed his hand on the memorial stone, letting his ghost fingers rest over his parents' names. He took a step back and moved to the left, allowing Yugao to take a spot next to him. You know what I find funny, Naruto said, ascending to Ambu. The redhead turned to him. Every day for almost months, I met with my team here. However, I had never once seen him all this time my parents were here, and I never knew. That's a little ironic, Yugao replied as she looked the stone you came to. C8, right? Naruto asked after a moment of silence. Yes, Naruto looked at Yugao, hearing the crackle in her voice, closing his eyes as he realized that it was still a sensitive subject for her. I'm sorry, she apologized softly. It's not your fault, Yugao said, although Naruto knew from her tone that she didn't want to talk about it anymore. Naruto and Yugao stood there for several minutes without saying a word as one mourned her loss and the other mourned what would never be. Was a little while after Naruto turned his head, feeling a chakra signature enter the area. There was a swirl of leaves as an Ambu whispered beside them, Namix and Tsunade-sama has requested your presence in her office, the Ambu said. Naruto nodded. Thank you, tell her I will be there shortly. As the Amba nodded and disappeared, Naruto turned to Yugao. He placed a hand on her shoulder and gave it a comforting squeeze before he too disappeared. Yugao watched until the blonde was gone, looking back at the memorial stone one last time before leaving to see what rank missions are you. Could take triple X you call BA, Chan Naruto greeted as he appeared in Tsunade's office. Just before being forced to duck under a paperweight, you know that despite growing a bit you're a brat, Tsunade said with a frown. Naruto just smiled as he sat down on one of the ones in front of his desk. Maybe, but you still love me, Tsunade smirked before getting a disdainful attitude. Whatever Gaki, then what did you call me for? Asked Naruto, knowing that there was still an hour until they started the council meeting. Tsunade sighed as she began to speak. I thought it would be a good time to inform you about your new duties as a clan. No doubt Jiraiya left out all the important information when he told you about this. Naruto laughed. That's true. In fact, the only thing Hiro-sensei ever taught me was about the CRA, which he seemed pretty excited about. I'll bet, Tsunade said with a frown. Remind me to defeat that pervert the next time I see him. XXXX at the Konoha hot spring. Jiraiya left out, escaping a loud sneeze before covering his mouth and nose, hoping no one would hear him. Unfortunately, Anna in Nusuk was one of the women currently in the hot springs, and her enhanced senses were able to pick up the noise with ease. Jiraiya soon found himself running from a crowd of women who had all sorts of weaponry, threatening him with death and castration. He kept running, however his luck ran out when he slipped on the wet surface, hitting the ground hard when the woman hit him, surrounded him, emitting that aura of death that all women gain when they're about to cause someone extreme pain. Soon the screams of pain were only overshadowed by the perverted screams of the women. XXXXX. I'll be sure to remember, you said, Naruto with a smirk. Tsunade smirked at him before going into an explanation of what his duties as clan head would be. Most of what he had to do was pretty simple. As part of a clan, he was a member of the council, which helped Okage to govern Konoha and establish new laws and policies. It was also important to him to set an example for the citizens to follow, though it did make him wonder why clans like the Yuga clan seemed to walk around with a 10-foot stick shoved up their ass. He also discussed various laws regarding the clans, most of which focused on the clan's privacy rights. This would keep the council out of his business in theory anyway, as he had no doubt they would at least try to pry into his business. I'm not sure if you know that or not. However, a clan is supposed to have something special about them that helps strengthen the village. Tsunade said, do you mean besides a KY Henkai? Naruto asked with unmasked curiosity. Tsunade nodded. Yes, every clan has something other than their bloodline that helps Konoha. Otherwise, your father's name would never have been given to the clan. The Yuga clan has great political power and is well known for its diplomats and influence outside the village. Inusaku is a well-known tracker clan. They usually end up joining the Aburame and Yuga clans. For this, they also own all the veterinarians. The Aburame clan is also a tracker clan, but they are also known for many of their shinobi who spent several years within the Ambu. The Akimichi clan is responsible for the demolition corps, while the Amanaka clans are well known for their interrogation skills and have several members who work in it. The Nara clan has always been accused of creative evacuation drills and counterattacks in times of war. Naruto nodded as he listened to what Tsunade was telling him. So I have to find something that will help the village. Yes, said Tsunade. Your father had planned to do this eventually, but he couldn't do it before he died. So it's up to you to find a way to improve Konoha. Think of this as something like an initiation test to see if your name is worthy of the clan state. Naruto nodded. Very well. In fact, I think I already have something that will work. Tsunade, what kind of seals are we talking about? Asked Tsunade, intrigued with what Naruto was saying. Well, most people never go beyond the standard sealing scroll and the explosive tag, many of which I can produce in a superior quality. However, there are also several seals I can design that can help people with more subtlety. I was thinking about what happens when our ninja are captured and programmed to be tortured, and if I had a seal that could be activated by chakra or blood, that will allow them to escape. I'm listening, said Tsunade, becoming more and more interested in the second one. I'm thinking of several seals that could be used for this. The first is a seal that will store a certain amount of elemental chakra into it. Any type would do, although I recommend wind. When the seal is released, the wind shoots out into several blades that will form a protective sphere around the user. I can do similar things like a wall of fire, a water sword, earth spikes, or charging the body with electricity to increase speed, and power will allow you to cut wires, and even people if you manage to close them in. Although the downside is that they become a walking target for their opposing element. Tsunade continued to listen to Naruto with interest. Some of the ideas he came up with were incredible. While each one had small weaknesses, in reality, it didn't matter if you were captured most of the time, it meant you were dead. This would actually give his shinobi a chance to escape, and even a small chance was better than no chance at all. Those are some pretty good ideas. Tsunade told him, I suggest you talk to some of the ninja shops and show them your seals. Once you have them, maybe we can also present them to the council. This should take their back for most part. Tsunade looked at her watch. Speaking of the council, it's about time we left. Naruto nodded as he stood up with Tsunade. Following his example, XXXXX, the council chamber was currently a bustle of activity as the members waited for the last two people to attend the meeting. There was an air of excitement in the room that hadn't been there for a while. This was due to the fact that Naruto was set to become the new head of the Namikaze clan. Many of the council members were eagerly awaiting this, having made plans to acquire the power that their clan held. Although most of this was coming from the civilian side of the council, who were hoping to force Naruto into various marriages. The arranged elders were also another group that wanted to take power from the Namikaze clans for themselves, something they had wished to do ever since Minato had been named Okage and his name given clan status. They had always held a strong dislike for the blonde-haired man who had stripped the council of almost all of its power during his short tenure as Okage. They had always felt that Minato had been nothing more than a young upstart trying to get rid of them when only they deserved the power to control Konoha afterward. Of everything they had been protecting this country long before Minato was born now, that man's son was going to take his father's place as clan EAD, which to them personally seemed like a ridiculous idea, not only because the boy was the Jinchuriki for the Kiri, but also because they felt that he liked that his father didn't deserve any of the power that comes with being the head of a clan. Danzo, in particular, was tired of letting the boy have so much power and influence in Konoha, unlike his two courts that, although intelligent, they were also arrogant in their beliefs about their own superiority. Danzo knew that if the boy was anything like his father, it would be difficult to gain the power of the Namikaze clans. However, he was still quite confident that he could turn everything in his favor so that Konoha's roots could flourish. On the other side of the table sat the clan heads, the only people who weren't thinking of ways to gain the power of the blondes. In the seat right next to Raikage was none other than Yasuga, the head of the Yuga clan, which was currently the largest clan in Konoha. Yasuman, who despite his cold demeanor always put his clan and Konoha first, even when it went against his own beliefs that had been. The main reason why he had pushed Hinata so hard during her training, it had been his hope that she would step back and eventually become a strong clan head. However, it was only in the last few years that the young woman had shown just how strong she could be, what was surprisingly the same reason or person that had called the council together. When Yasi heard that Minato still had a son, she had been ecstatic. It wasn't very well known, but Yasi and Minato had been rivals during their academy and Genin days. Minato had graduated as Rookie of the Year, with Yas following in second place. At first, it had been extremely humiliating to be defeated by a lesser orphan clan. This had caused Yasi to strive to become stronger, always trying to surpass Minato. Minato at all, it wasn't until the chunin exams that Yasi and Minato became friends. Yasi had faced the blonde ninja during the third stage of the exams, and despite the blonde being 2 years his junior, Yasi had lost badly, even though his defeat could be considered one of the most humiliating days of his life. He had already seen something during that fight. He had been able to see that Minato had been what Sarutobi would call a wielder of the will of fire, which he would often speak of it, had been that will and determination for change, which had formed Yasi's friendship with the blonde. Later, he and Minato made many plans for when Minato became Okage, one of which had been the blonde's plan to help Yasi get rid of the seal on the birdcage. Unfortunately, Minato had sacrificed his life when the Kyuubi came and attacked the village. When he discovered it, and the beast that killed his friend had been sealed, he had already made a wish ordering the boy's execution. Despite his friend's last wish, it was a great shock and horror when almost 14 years later he received the news that Minato's son and living legacy was actually the son he had wanted executed. This had shamed Yasi, who was disappointed in himself for not realizing who Naruto was sooner, especially for someone who was recognized by his all. Seeing eyes, this was why Yasi swore to himself that he would support young Naruto by giving back to the young man, and his clans. Two of Yasi's seats were some the head of the Inyusa clan. This clan was well known for their collaboration with ninja dogs and for their emanated mentality. They always believed in taking care of the family and were well known for their fierce loyalty to others. That was why Tum felt that she had shamed the name of her clan by not recognizing Naruto for who he was. Kusina Uzumaki had been one of her best friends during the academy. She and the redhead had been the jokers of their class. Many times the two of them got into trouble for making jokes that would end up causing massive amounts of property damage. In truth, this should have been Inosuke's first clue as to who Naruto's parents were, with his father's appearance as the second clue. Tsum had promised that if anything happened to Kusina, she would take care of the red-haired woman's cubs. Tom promising the same when she learned that her best friend's son had been the same boy she hated for holding back the beast that killed her husband, the Inosuke matriarch. She was horrified to discover that she had broken her promise and left the Kusina cub unprotected. It was the greatest dishonor she could give. That's why she had promised herself that she would help Naruto with whatever he needed. It was the greatest dishonor she could give. That's why she had promised herself that she would help Naruto with whatever he needed. It was the greatest dishonor she could give. That's why she had promised herself that she would help Naruto with whatever he needed. Sitting next to the matriarch in Inosuke was Shibi Aburame, the head of the Aburame clan. The Aburame were well known as a clan that followed logic, believing that doing otherwise would cause more problems than necessary. They were also ostracized, just like Naruto, due to the mistakes they made. That was the reason why Ibi had honored the Yandame's wish. They knew that Naruto was no longer the Yandame, so his Kikai insects were them. His clan had been the only one that would truly help the boy. It wasn't as much as he would have liked, since his clan, he was small and couldn't watch over the boy all the time. But on the first few birthdays Naruto had after starting the Shibi Academy, he made sure Nabame was there to watch over him. It turned out to be a good idea, as during the boy many people would get drunk to the point that their logical processes wouldn't work. The end result was a drunken mob that would try to go after Naruto. Luckily, his clan had always been able to stop that by draining the mobs of their chakra before they could do something. When he heard the news that Naruto was actually the son of one of the shinobi who had received respect for his clan, had never made him so grateful for honoring that last wish of said man. Last in the lineup were the members of the Yamanaka clans Nara and Akichi, who were well known for their powerful teamwork. These three were in Noichi Shikaku and Chausa, and they were known as the Inshiko Trio due to the teamwork they used during the Third Great Shinobi War. These three had very different opinions on what they felt should have been done with Naruto. Shikaku, being the smartest of them all, was more than smart enough to realize that Naruto was just a child. Sadly, the man hadn't done much for the simple fact that, like all members of Nara, he was too lazy and it would be too much trouble to actually do anything to help the boy. This was something he regretted now that he knew of Naruto's heritage. He'd been on Naruto's fence. Even though he knew the boy wasn't the real him, he still had doubts about letting his son near him. Of course, Naruto ended up befriending Chuy anyway. After he'd stood up for the boy when bullies were teasing him about his weight, that had probably been the turning point for Chuy. But he still hadn't done anything to help the boy, something he now regretted. Inoichi Yamanaka was the only person in their group who hadn't wanted anything to do with him. To do with the boy, while he hadn't believed Naruto was the Kyuubi, he had still been wary of him, and had told his daughter to stay as far away from him as possible. Now that he knew of the blonde's legacy, he regretted his decision, having stood up for the boy when bullies picked on him about his weight. That had probably been the turning point for Chausa, but he still hadn't done anything to help the boy, something he now regretted. Inoichi Yamanaka was the only person in his life who a group that hadn't wanted anything to do with the boy. While he hadn't believed Naruto was the Kyuubi, he had still been wary of him and had told his daughter to stay as far away from him as possible. Now that he knew of the blonde's legacy, he regretted his decision. Having stood up for the boy when bullies picked on him about his weight, that had probably been the turning point for him. But he still hadn't done anything to help the boy. One thing he now regretted was in Noichi Yamanaka's actions. The only person in their group who hadn't wanted anything to do with the boy while he hadn't believed Naruto was the Kyuubi he had still been wary of him, and had told his daughter to stay as far away from him as possible. Now that he knew of the blonde's legacy, he regretted his decision. While he hadn't believed Naruto was the Kyuubi he had still been wary of him, and had told his daughter to stay as far away from him as possible. Now that he knew of the blonde's legacy, he regretted his decision. While he hadn't believed Naruto was the Kyuubi, he had still been cautious around him, and had told his daughter to stay as far away from him as possible. Now that she knew of the blonde's legacy, he regretted his decision. 15 minutes had passed since everyone else had entered the council room when the doors opened again, and in walked the last two people that were waiting. The first was easily recognized as Tsunade Senju, the Godame Okage, and the last from the Senju clan, however, was the second figure that caught everyone's attention and ended up impacting those in the council chamber. Standing in front of them was what many could only feel was the rebirth of Yondaime. The young man looked like an exact replica of his father. Even the way the blonde teenager moved was similar to his father. Every step he took spoke of a man who had great confidence in himself. However, at the same time, he showed that he was not arrogant. He was elegant like a predator, throwing his prayer that combined with the sheer amount of power and confidence the young man exuded. It was enough to make many people in the room look at Naruto in the same light as his father. The two blondes walked to their seats, Tsunade sitting at the head of the council. Meanwhile, Naruto took his clan seat, which was right between Yasi and Sum. Naruto offered Yasi a nod of acknowledgement, which was returned before turning to Tsum and giving the woman a feral grin that surprisingly started to make the Inuzuka matriarch wince. Felt heat under her neck due to how wild the look was. It seemed to literally scream alpha to her. Tsunade cleared her throat. Before we speak, since you all know that we are here to welcome Naruto as the new head of the Namikaze clan. But before we do that, I would like to know if any of you have any objections to this decision, she said. She looked at all the council members with a glare, letting them know that she would still go ahead with this decision. Luckily, no one objected, although the main reason behind this was less tasty. Fine, then I grant Naruto all the rights, responsibilities, and privileges of clan head, said Tsunade. And now that that's out of the way, can we actually? Okay, Jezen, said Danzo with a deadpan face. Although on the inside he was feeling quite satisfied. There's one thing we must discuss with Namikaze. Before he could complete his sentence, a growl stopped him. Danzo, along with everyone else, turned to look at the source of said growl in surprise. It was Naruto, who was looking at Danzo. I suggest you hold your tongue when speaking to the Okage, such that Danon will refer to her as Tsunade-sama or Okage-sama, as her position dictates. To do otherwise, it is a great insult to her, and Sayok-sama wished that it could be considered an act of betrayal. Dano, along with the other two elders, resisted the urge to strike down young Fran. They felt being called this was beneath them, but knew that they could not call Tsunade anything more than respect. Now that Danzu had been summoned, and the threat ensured that it would be impossible for them to get away with this degrading little tactic. Sadly, they couldn't do anything about it. They could no longer risk treating the blonde woman with disrespect, lest they want to go to jail or worse. However, the only sign they had that conveyed their displeasure was the way I pursed my lips. Of course, said Danzo in a low voice, even though inside he was seething. He still wouldn't let it if this guy caught him. He was sure that in the end it wouldn't matter, and he would still get what he wanted. I apologized, Naman. But since I was here, I'm not the one you should apologize to, interrupted Naruto. As he pointed at Tsunade, Danzo gritted her teeth, but kept her appearance seemingly calm. As she turned to the Okage, I apologize for Tsunade-sama's disrespect. It won't happen again. Tsunade looked at Naruto, who gave her a discreet wink. Resisting the urge to smile, Tsunade turned to Danzo. Apology accepted, Danzo. Sen, just to see that it doesn't happen again, he said, emphasizing San, so that the man would know who was in charge. Was so glad to have given Naruto the rank Tokabe. Suhoning finally had someone that would help put civilians and the elderly in their place. Danzo resisted the urge to look at Naruto before continuing. As he was saying before, there is something very important that you must know, Namikaze, because you're the last of your clan. You fall under the article of Clause 36 of the Konoha clan charter, as it says any last heir, a male from a new or extinct clan, must marry a minimum of 4 women before turning 18 in order to produce strong heirs for that clan. In order to prevent the clan from dying out, as you're the last of your clan, it is necessary for you to find at least 4 women to marry. When Danzo finished and sat down, another elder named Karu stood up. In what had to have been a practice routine, he picked up a scroll and unrolled it while clearing his throat. Namikazen, we from the council have chosen several women that we believe will benefit your clan. I hope that you do. Excuse me, Kyuzen interrupted Naruto with a frown, but I believe that under clause 38 of the same article it says, until the time of the heir's 18 years of birth, neither the council nor the Okage have a say in who said that the heir will marry of. Said heir's clan rights. As such, if the council or Okage tries to force the heir to marry before that time, then said heir has the right to take his clan assets and leave with I'm not only 16 at the moment, Koryusen. So correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think you have the power to even suggest who I'm going to marry, am I correct? The Shinobi Council looked at Naruto with a mixture of reverence and respect. None of them had any love for the elders or those on the civilian side of the council, so seeing them get humiliated like this was definitely a pleasurable experience for them. And if in particular I was amazed and impressed by the political prowess of Naruto to him, it almost felt like he was. Looking at Minato, who was talking in circles around the council, he would have to invite the young man to dinner at some point. Omura and Karu buried their angry eyes, disgusted that another young upstart was countering their every move. It was as if Minato was watching them and unleashing his power on them once again. It was even worse since this boy was not only their son, but also the Jinchuriki for the QB Danzo. Despite feeling the same way, he didn't show it. His emotions did not want to give the young blonde another victory in the same way the civil council felt very displeased with the situation. Many of their daughters had been on that list. It had been their hope that they could get some of them to marry Naruto, to enter the clan, and then they could use various aspects of the political loop to strip the boy of any real power. However, until Naruto turned 18, there was nothing they could do, which made them regret turning Naruto into a clan. Tsunade smirked as she looked at Naruto, feeling very proud of how her godson was handling the council. She knew that the main reason Naruto was able to talk circles around the elders was because of the topic at hand. When Naruto told her that Jiraiya had gone over the sea in detail, he hadn't been. The young blonde knew the laws of the CR better than the back of his hand, having memorized every single sentence of it. Unless that's the one thing the elders could never beat him. Tsunade coughed into her hand, getting attention. Namu-san is right, Tsunade said, using a more respectful suffix than she would in a more private setting. However, you know that you will need to marry at least 4 women before you turn 18. Naruto nodded to Tsunade while giving a smile, one that made the civilian and the elders on the council feel uncomfortable. Don't worry or fall, Sama. I am very aware of my obligations in this department, Naruto replied. Fortunately, I've already found 4 women that I have been with. I've met over the years and have fallen in love with you, understand my obligations, and have accepted them. So none of you need worry that I won't find anyone to help me restore my clan. Any last vestige of hope that the civilian council would have to gain the boy's powers was lost with that statement. You had assumed that despite being a Namikaze, I still wouldn't be able to find someone to marry, or more like I expected that I wouldn't find anyone like that when I turned 18 years, could arrange several marriages for him, and he wouldn't be able to get out of them now. That was all a moot point, if I may ask now, Mike-san, said Danzo. As he stood up, there should still be at least one way he could salvage this. If he could find out who the boy was going to marry and somehow get them under his control, he could use them to have a young man in his grasp. Then he would not only have his gun, but also the blonde's children as his weapons. Who exactly are you planning on get married? Naruto gave Dano a cold smile. I am sorry, Dainen. However, you should know that I can't tell you yet. It's well known that my father had made many enemies, only to combine on my own with the Akatsuki. In the meantime, it wouldn't be wise for news of my wives to get out. Now, I'm sure you understand. The blonde finished with a condescending smile. Danzo's single eye narrowed at the boy. He knew that Naruto would become a problem the moment he discovered his heritage. Unfortunately, Danzo knew that at this point there was nothing they could do. The boy was too powerful to be taken out at this moment. However, Danzo was patient. He would wait until the moment was right, and then he would attack. However, not everyone in this room was smart enough to keep their mouth shut, as evidenced by one of the council members. When he stood up, he looked at Naruto. Don't you trust us? The civilian council member shouted. A man who he called himself Dem Shuko, said man, pointing at Naruto. I see how it is. You think that just because you're in some clan that you're better than the others. You think you can do whatever you want. Dem had always been known for his insatiable greed, even among the council, as well as for his hatred towards Naruto. It was actually because of this man that Naruto hadn't been able to buy even the basic necessities in Konoha like food and clothing. As Dem owned over half of the stores in Konoha, he had gotten Naruto put in the blacklisted by others through loopholes and political threats. Soon the man's rant began to degrade even further than it already was. The only reason you even have that seat is because of your father. Never mind, you don't deserve that seat anyway. You nothing more than a demon, an illegitimate child of some underscore sir that Yonda screwed over and got pregnant. I bet you chew. The man's words died in his throat as the air around the room dropped almost 60 grams in temperature. The people in the room, he began to chatter his teeth as the cold seeped in. This was an absolutely terrible feeling. It wasn't like an intense burst of killing intent. It wasn't much more subtle than that. Too much like the Shinigami himself had entered the room and death had touched them. The source of this feeling was none other than Naruto Uzumaki Maikase, who was staring at the frozen Dem with a deceptively calm face. Tell me, Counselor-san, do you have any family? Naruto asked in a conversational tone, as if he was simply talking about the weather. Dem and everyone else flinched at the deceptively casual tone, but steeled himself not to let the demon overshadow him. Why are you going to kill them? Dem asked with a mocking smirk. Naruto gave the man a cold smile. He was just curious. The counselor scoffed. No, I don't have a family. You should know since you're the one who killed them. Naruto raised an eyebrow, but didn't comment on the man's stupidity. Instead, he turned to Tsunade. Okajima, is the law of thirds still in effect? Well, yes, replied Tsunade in an unsure tone, while said Naruto before turning to Dem. It's a shame you don't have a family, otherwise I could have let you live before the man could even open his mouth. Naruto threw one of his Shinkanai before disappearing and reappearing right next to the man in a yellow flash with a Rasengan in his hand. Naruto sank the sphere directly into the man's head, making it explode and spilling blood above all the members of the civilian council. Many of the civilians gasped as they began to tremble in fear at the sight of all the bloodshed, and more than a few were unable to hold their lunches. The few that weren't as affected were shaking like a leaf in the wind as they looked at Naruto, who looked at them all with a cold expression, said shinobi walking behind the civilians, forcing them to turn to look at him as he twirled the three-pronged kunai in his hand in a lazy manner. It seems I feel very upset with the stupidity of this council, Naruto began to say. Slowly, many of the members of the council wanted to protest, but the strange feeling of death that had happened to them silenced their tongues. Meanwhile, Naruto continued headless before his problems. After the amount of times that he had protected Konoha, I would have thought that you would have understood by now that I am not the QB. I am not the QB. Then a sealing scroll is the kunai that has been sealed. However, if I were Kabai, I would not. Do you think provoking me like you did for the first 12 years of my life might not have been the best option? If I really was the KBI, then all of you would be dead by now for what you put me through. He paused as he made his way to the center of the chamber, letting many of the counselors think about what he had just said. He truly said that many had to wonder about it. Was it true? After all, if Naruto really had been the KBI, then Konoha would have probably been destroyed a long time ago. Naruto reached the center of the chamber. He continued, however, what bothers me more than your treatment of me is the way you say that my father is one of your best ninjas, and yet you continue to show such blatant disrespect. My father not only gave his own life, but also the life of his own son, so that everyone could be safe. He sacrificed everything for you, and all he asked in return was that the child, his son, be treated like a hero, and yet you accepted that request and trampled on it, treating the child as if less dirty. Greeted the father and condemned the son. Naruto closed his eyes and took a deep breath. If my father were alive right now, he would be ashamed of you. In fact, I'm almost positive he's rolling in his grave right now. Naruto narrowed his eyes at each and every member of the council with eyes so dead that even Itachi would tremble. I want each and every one of you to consider this. You would have treated your own son the same way you treated me if you had been used for sealing instead of me. With his peace said, Naruto returned to his seat, sitting down with a soft sigh. Naruto closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. If my father was alive right now, he would be ashamed of you. In fact, I'm almost positive he's rolling his grave right now. Naruto looked at each and every member of the council with eyes so dead that even Itachi would tremble. I want each and every one of you to consider this. You would have treated your own son the same way you treated me if you had been used for the sealing instead of me with his piece, said Naruto. Returned to his seat, sitting down with a soft sigh. Naruto closed his eyes and took a deep breath. If my father were alive right now, he would be ashamed of you. In fact, I'm almost positive he's rolling in his grave right now. Naruto looked at each and every member of the council with eyes so dead that even Itachi would shiver. I want each and every one of you to consider this. You would have treated your own son the same way you treated me if you had been used for the sealing instead of me with your piece, said Naruto. Walked back to his seat, sitting down with a soft sigh with eyes that were so dead even Itachi would tremble. I want each and every one of you to consider this. You would have treated your own son the same way you treated me if you had. One of you consider this. You would have treated your own child the same way you treated me if you were used for the sealing instead of me with your piece, said Naruto. Returned to his seat, sitting down with a soft sigh. Many in the council looked at him with mixed emotions. Those on the shinobi side looked at him with reverence and respect, but many also looked at him with shame, knowing that they were just as guilty as the civilian side for not being there for the child. The civilians looked at Naruto with a mixture of contemplation and some even embarrassed, though only time will tell how they were really going to take it. Tsunade closed her mouth as she recovered her own surprise. I agree with Namek Sessin. I am disappointed by how he has been treated over the years. I hope this is a lesson to all of you. Tsunade paused for a moment before deciding that a change of subject was in order. Now that this is out of the way, I would like to discuss the renewal of our trade agreement with Mami Nokul and the Ambu. Please, could you take that body? XXX. Naruto let out a deep sigh as he sat on the couch in Okage's office. Man, that was hard, really? Tade asked with a raised eyebrow as she came up behind his desk. I thought you did really well. Maybe, Naruto said as Tsunade sat next to him with a bottle of sake and 2 plates in her hand. My Achan drinking at work is us. Naruto smiled at him out of embarrassment. Shut up, Gaki, said Tsunade as she poured some sake on the plate before from having one of them with all the paperwork and crap I have to do. I think I deserve a drink every now and then. Naruto chuckled as he grabbed the other saucer, sipping some of the serve and letting it burn his throat. Is this the imported serve from Kumo? Asked Naruto as he took another sip. Is, Tsunade said with a smile as she sipped some of hers. It sounds like your thing as much as I do if you know about it. So you have no right to complain about drinking. Naruto took another sip before smiling at her. Maybe, but since I can't get drunk anyway, it doesn't really matter. Besides that, I'm not the Okage. Tsunade stirred before the two were silent for a moment, silently sipping on her serve. After a while, Tsunade spoke up. When do you think you can have a demonstration of the seals you plan on making? Naruto frowned and thought as he poured himself some more serve. Well, the first thing I need to do is find a store that specializes in ninja supplies. I'm thinking about going to the weapons and Garash store, and since I know 1010. After that, we will schedule the demonstration. As for the seals, Naruto thought before continuing, they should be ready by the end of the week. Most of them are things I've been working on for a long time, so it won't take much longer to finish. Tsunade nodded. Tell me when you plan on doing the demonstration, and I will inform the council. You mean the Shinobi Council, right? Naruto said with a smile. Tsunade matched his smile with hers and nodded. After the discussions about trade and other trading agreements, Tsunade had begun to discuss shinobi matters such as the teachings of the academy and the budget. Before that could happen, Naruto had once again helped Tsunade by expelling the civilian council. Of course, they had protested by stating that they had the right to be there. Naruto had just countered their claims by reminding them that according to the law set down by the Shodame and Nidaime Okage, they had no right to involve themselves in shinobi matters. Of course, now why don't you tell me about your training journey with Jiraiya? Tsunade asked. Well, said Naruto with a smile as the two spent the rest of the time drinking serve while Naruto told Tsunade stories of all the pranks he had pulled on the perverted Sennin XX. The next morning, Naruto woke up bright and early again after he finished his training regime and ate a healthy breakfast. The blonde decided to go see if he could get into content, and his father Naruto walked through the streets of Konoha while he saw people getting ready for their day. It was still early in the morning, so only a few people were up, which allowed Naruto to walk around and enjoy the quiet. Naruto headed to the weapon shop, and Garash opened the door, which made a sound. He looked at the cash register and saw Tintin sitting on a stool and reading a magazine of some sort. Most likely a weapons magazine of some sort, Naruto thought with a smile as he walked over and knocked on the desk. "Good morning, Tintin, Tintin." She looked at Naruto, and a blush quickly spread across her face. "Good morning, Naruto-kun. How are you?" Tintin asked. Naruto gave the girl a smile. "Not bad, can't complain. At least. And you?" "Oh, I've been good," Tintin said, squirming in her seat a bit. "So, how can I help you today?" "Actually, I was wondering if your dad was inside." Naruto tilted her head to the side. Tintin was about to answer when a gruff voice spoke for her. "Hey, he's in." Naruto and Tintin turned their heads towards the stairs, and they saw a man with messy brown hair walking down. He was of decent height, about 5', and had a rather bulky build. His eyes were a pair of brown gone to the daytime, giving Naruto the clue that this was his father. The blonde noticed that the man walked with a slight limp, which denoted that he had received some sort of injury to his heel. This as the general aura of the man led Naruto to assume that he had been a shinobi at some point in his life. Naruto bowed before the man. "It's a pleasure to meet you, sir. I know who you are," chuckled Tenin's father. "It's almost impossible not to with your reputation. And don't call me sir, I hate that underscore, sir." Of respect, Naruto smirked as he scratched the back of his head, amusing the man who had seen the same expression on Minato's face many times in the past. "I'm Kenshi," Gashi introduced himself. Kenshi, as he held out a hand. Naruto smirked, as he took it a pleasure to meet you the same way. "I was wondering when I would see you in my shop," said Kenshi. "Then is there anything I can do for you?" "Actually, I was wondering if there was anything I could do for you," said Naruto, raising Tintin and Kenshi's eyebrows. "Oh, and what is it you can do for us?" Kenshi, with his curiosity, waited. "I can see that you guys sell things like standard sealing scrolls and exploding tags. However, like most shops, you guys don't have much else in the way of seals. I'm currently in the process of creating several seals that will help Konoha." Naruto looked at the two. "I'm sure you know that a clan needs to find a way to contribute to the village in some way." Kenshi-san. Kenshi nodded. "Yes, I'm well aware of that. I suppose this is your way of doing that." "Yes," he nodded. Naruto was hoping to have a demonstration by the end of the week. "As you're the only shinobi shop I know of that's run by a shinobi, I want to have you there." "What makes you think I'm a shinobi?" Kenshi asked. If this boy were any man, would he correct himself? If this man were anything like that? Minato could then give a precise dissertation on why he believed Kenshi was a shinobi when you were walking down. "I noticed you had a slight limp from the slight movements your leg makes. I would say the wound was caused by a sword to the heel. Wounds of that type aren't something civilians get and escape. Those who once gave it up are left alive, which means you have to have been in combat at some point. Other than that," Naruto shrugged, "your overall aura is the same as anyone who has ever been a serious ninja at some point in their life. He is just like his father," thought Kenshi with a smile. "That is a pretty good deduction. And you were right about the leg. Then why do you think it matters? If a shop is owned by a shinobi, no, because that makes this shop much more popular than the other shops, since you have ninja experience, and you know what they want." Naruto replied. "I see," said Kenshi, feeling, "why do I have first-hand knowledge about what ninjas want and the ability to forge custom weapons based on that knowledge? More ninjas will come to my shop. If I were to endorse your seals, they would sell a lot more." "I'm correct." And Naruto's nod, Kenshi continued. "This will also give you more money in the end as well, since more people will do it." "No." Kenshi and Tintin looked at Naruto as he spoke. "I'm not doing this for any monetary gain. You can keep any money you earn. I have more than enough, thanks to my book. I'm simply doing this to help Konoha." Kenshi, he blinked in surprise for several moments before smiling. "You really are Minato's son?" "No, Naruto's my. That's what they told me." "Fine, I'm coming to this demonstration of yours, and if your things are good, we'll start selling them as soon as they're ready for the market." Naruto nodded. He appreciated that. The blonde said before looking at Tintin. "You can come, if you want." Tintin blinked for a moment before blushing. "Thanks, I think I will." She looked back for a moment and tilted her head. "So what book were you talking about, Naruto?" He looked at her with a strange expression before smiling. He reached into his bag and pulled out the things. "I'm the author of this book," Naruto said with a smile, only to sweat drop when Tintin appeared in front of him with a copy of the book in his hand. I swear to God these girls have a pocket dimension where they can magically pull out anything. This is my favorite book. Can you sign it for me? Tintin asked, as she once again saw what she had called calling her taboo senjutsu. Being jutsu, Naruto shrugged before grabbing the book and signed it for her. After that, he gave them both a goodbye before heading home. XXXX Naruto groaned in relief as the warm water from the shower hit his form, loosening the tense muscles in his back and shoulders. Today had been a hectic day for him, even more so than yesterday, when he was at his first council meeting after having left the weapon shop, and Garasi Naruto had gone to another council meeting where he had been forced to sit through several merchants discussing a trade agreement between Konoha Isachin no Kuni, which had almost put the Blondie clan to sleep. After that, he had gone home and did his typical training regimen, then sat down at his desk and began detailing his plans for the seals he wanted to create. In truth, most of them were already ready. He just needed to finalize them. He had several powerful seals that he was sure would be useful to Konoha, things like sensor seals that could be used to set up around a camp. When it comes to missions long-term, the trap seals that even a Jinnin could set up that when activated would release anything from a fire jutsu to a paralyzing poison, sometimes all that was needed to complete the mission and get back home safely. However, the ones he really wanted to show Tsunade and the others weren't the ones made on paper, but a powerful seal array that should make the capture and rape stats drop. However, that seal was also the one he had yet to actually finish, as well as the one that was the hardest to complete. Naruto turned off the water as he stepped out of the shower, grabbing a towel. Drying himself off as he headed to his room, he threw the towel into a basket as he walked over to his closet, opening it. Naruto made his way through to browse through his clothes, looking for something formal for tonight. Normally, the blonde wouldn't be caught dead. Informal, where however he eventually forced himself to get it. Koyuki had bought him some formal kimono for when he made his appearance before the AUU Council, so he could look nice when he and Koyuki introduced him as her fiancé, something he planned to do once he managed to get rid of Akatsuki, Naruto's side, as he picked one up and began to dress. Tonight, he had been invited to dinner by Yasuga. Knowing how much power that clan had, Naruto knew that declining their invitation would not be a smart idea. XX Yuga was nervous. This would not surprise anyone who knew her, despite the young woman making progress in improving herself as a kunoichi. She was still a shy and voice girl. Soft was something that had never changed about her, even with her continued improvement with her taijutsu and Byakugan. So the fact that Hinata was flustered wouldn't surprise anyone. However, this time, she felt like she had a valid reason for it, that reason being her father Yasi, who was currently smiling. It was well known that Yasuga almost always kept Yuga's facade cold, said. It had something to do with presenting a noble aura to those below them. Whatever the reason now, if he never smiled, sure, there was the occasional time when Hinata would make good progress in her taijutsu. However, this was something that had only happened recently. Now, she was smiling for what seemed to be no reason other than the fact that they had a guest apparently important enough for her father to smile about it. This wasn't really a shock, of course, due to their status and political power both within and outside of Konoha. They would often receive dignitaries visiting. However, none of them were important enough for Yas to be truly happy to see them. This was what was making her nervous. The fact that she was going to be meeting someone who was important enough for Yas to smile meant that she would need to be even more Yuga, for lack of a better term, than usual, which due to her kind nature was something she had trouble doing. Yama has arrived. The three Yuga at the dinner table looked up to see one of the branch members standing by the entrance. Thank you, Senpai, please, said Yasi as she stood up to greet her guest. The branch member bowed before leaving to greet the guest, and native the hem of her kimono, which was a color the sash to match her eyes. The kimono had floral designs and was tied with uni, a dark violet from her normal clothes. The formal clothes she wore did nothing to hide her figure, something she was very aware of, which was of course because she always wore that big baggy coat. Taking several deep breaths to help her calm down, the young Yuga heiress looked at her little sister Anabai. Said sister was sitting with her back straight and wore Yuga's impassive gaze. She was wearing clothes identical to Hinata's, except hers were opposite colors. She turned her head towards the door. When Yasi started walking towards her, she had to hold back a cry of surprise. The person her father had invited wasn't Naruto. Hinata quickly looked away and had to start breathing deeply so she wouldn't faint. When she felt she was calm enough, she looked behind her and saw her father greeting the blonde ninja. "Welcome, Naruto. Son, I'm glad you could make it," said Yasi. As she shook Naruto's hand, Naruto nodded. As she took the offered hand, "Thanks for inviting me." "And Sen, I appreciate it all," replied Yasi easily. As she waved thanks, Naruto followed the man as he moved to sit down. When they were both seated, Yasi to his daughters, "I believe you've met Hinata," said Yasi. Naruto to him smiled at the girl. "It's a pleasure to see you again." Hinata felt heat rise to her cheeks, but luckily she was able to keep from hyperventilating. "It's good tea, very you like W. Well, in Naruto Kaken," said Hinata as she grabbed the folds of her kimono in an effort to avoid touching her fingers. "And this is my youngest daughter, Anabai," introduced Yasi as she pointed to a girl that looked a lot like Hinata, except she had what Naruto had called "I'm Yuga. So I should act like I'm Star. Look, it's a pleasure to meet you, Nizen," said Naruto with a smile despite the girl's cold gaze. Naruto could notice the slight RR that crossed the girl's cheeks. "You were the one who beat Nin Yin in the chunin exam," said Anabai. In an accusing tone, Naruto looked at the girl with a strange expression for a second. "Yes, it is true that I beat Niji." "How did you do that?" Anabai asked. "Niji Nizen is the prodigy of the clan, and Hyuga, there is no way you can beat him." Naruto frowned at the girl. It seems that she was much more stereotypical in Hyuga than the members he had met. Of course, he had only ever met Hinata. Yaji, he had been similar to her before Naruto had taken the stick out of her, but Naruto continued looking at the girl before shrugging. "He was able to beat him because, unlike him, I had something to fight for." Anabai tilted her head at the cryptic answer. "Something to fight for how?" What Naruto smirked. "Well, at that moment my dream was to dispel Nei's delusional belief that fate controlled everything. He had to understand that there is only one destiny that we all share, and that is death. But how we get there and the choices we make before we die are our own." "Words you knew," said Yasi. "You sound just like your father." Naruto looked at Yasi. "You knew my father, and I took it I knew him pretty well," said Yasi with a very small, wistful smile. "I was in the same when your father had been in at the academy. He had been rookie of the year and became my rival." "I see," said Naruto as he remembered his own rivalry with Sasuke before the fool went to play with a pedophile. Anyway, Naruto looked at Yuga's head with a mischievous expression. "So if you were his rival, he called you too?" Naruto asked in an innocent voice. "Yada." And Anabai looked at Naruto in shock as Yasi made several choking sounds. No, he didn't," Yasi said, controlling herself. She paused for a moment before sighing. "Like your mother did." Yes, the two Yugas were shocked by Naruto's comment. Then they nearly jumped out of their skin when Naruto started laughing loudly. Anabai, more than Hinata, was surprised by the rather common behavior the blonde man seemed to have, and it made her wonder why her father had invited him in the first place. Naruto's laughter soon turned into wheezes as he tried to get his breath under control. Oh, sighed Naruto. As he stopped laughing, he looked at Yasi and shook his head. I can somehow see my mother doing that." Yasi smiled imperceptibly. "I imagine you're very similar to her." "In many ways," Naruto laughed between his teeth. "I think I'll take that as a compliment." "Of course," said Yasi. "Although it seems that you now have more of your father's personality, I admit to being very impressed with the way you handled the elders during your first council meeting." Naruto smiled. As the two talked back and forth, exchanging conversations between one topic or another, Naruto knew that this was a standard political process, that people who wanted something from you did it, and he knew that if he wanted something, while he was sure that the man's wish of regretting not having given it to him when he was younger was genuine, Naruto also knew that Yush wouldn't invite him for that reason alone. However, he continued to play along with the man, knowing that there was a time to be frank and a time to use finesse. So Naruto talked to the man and occasionally tried to add Hinata and into the conversation, so they wouldn't feel left out. Tier conversation to Una's defame Naruto. "Sir, music, Rammer Ramen dear." It was not long after Ramen Khan for F, after eating, Naruto thought it was time to see what Yasi wanted. "I think you wanted to talk to me about something." Yasi smiled slightly. "Yes, I did. We can go to my office for our discussion." Naruto stood up, as did Yasi. He turned to face the two girls. "I'll see you later, Hinata-chan." Anabai Chan smiled, seeing the girl frown, although he also noticed her blush during the course of the conversation. She had enjoyed teasing the youngest heiress. She felt that the girl was too uptight for her own good, so she took it upon herself to remove the rod like it was from her proverbial ass. Of course, she knew this would be a little harder than an EI. After all, she couldn't condemn her like she did Niji still that would only make it more of a challenge as Naruto walked through the halls with Yasi the blonde, decided to get a layout of the estate unlike his father's house. The Yuga estate was done in the purely traditional Japanese style. The building was centered around a sun garden filled with trees and a standkoi with a bridge over it. Doors were lined up along the wall facing the garden, leading to various rooms that were used for various purposes. The place was definitely nice. Naruto had to admit that although the atmosphere was a bit stuffy for his liking. They finally stopped in front of a door, and C opened it while gesturing for Naruto to enter. As soon as they were both inside, Yasi closed the door and set up a seal muffler before moving to a seating area with red padded cushions on the floor. Following Yuga's lead, Naruto sat down on one of the cushions with his feet tucked under his back and his back straight already. If he looked at him with a calculating look before speaking, I'm sure. You're well aware that the Yuga clan is currently the largest of the Konoha clans. As well, it's evident that we are the clan that possesses the most political power. No Kage has been selected without our support. That is even more true now, since the clan that could compete with us no longer exists. Naruto nodded at what the man was saying, his eyes narrowing at the thought of the blonde, undoing the hidden meaning of yes. You're saying that you'll support my position for Yukich. However, I assume you also want something for this. Otherwise, you wouldn't have invited me to dinner. Yes. He managed to smile. You're quite astute in your observations. Naruto-san, truly the son of your father. Naruto nodded at the compliment as the man stopped. One more moment before he lets out a deep sigh. Yes. I have something I wish to ask you, or more. If I need your help with something, I'm sure you are familiar with the seal on the birdcage. Yasi asked, of course, said Naruto, nodding. The blonde's mind soon came to a conclusion as to why Yasi had invited him to dinner. Still, he said nothing. He preferred to hear it straight from Yuga boss's own mouth. What was not so well known was that Minato and I had planned to remove the seal. Yasi said, I guess I was going to force the Yuga elders to part with the seal by showing their inherent weakness, said Naruto, and then offer a counter seal for all Yuga to use, and if he failed to show it. But he was very impressed with the boy's ability to sort things out with just a little information. We were hoping that this would erase the differences and bridge the gap between our two families. Naruto closed his eyes for a moment. You know how far my father and I think he was able to create the replacement for the seal birdcage, replied Yasi. However, I know for a fact that he hadn't even been able to begin to find the weakness of the birdcage seals. Naruto opened his eyes and looked at Yasi. I'll help you with this, to be honest. I had been planning on getting rid of that seal anyway. This will make it a lot easier to do so. And yes, he sighed in relief as he and Naruto got up, moving over to his desk. And so he pulled out a scroll. This is a scroll containing the seal of the birdcage for you to study, said Yasi. As he handed the scroll to Naruto, Naruto took his and placed in his pouch. I'll call you sometime in a month. Then I should have a replacement seal and the weakness to the seal on the birdcage. Yas nodded as he let Naruto out. I appreciate Naruto's help, San. Not at all. I'm happy to help, replied Naruto. As he left the room, XXXX Hinata watched as Naruto left his father's study and started on his way back to the front doors. She followed the blonde boy, making sure to stay always in the shadows, so as not to see her. The moment Hinata had seen Naruto here, she had realized that this was her chance to confess her feelings for the blonde. She already knew that she might never have the chance to do it like now, since he was here at her house. However, she still had trouble working up the courage to go up and talk to the boy. The decision was soon snatched away from her when Naruto shouted, you can come out now. Hinata's eyes widened in surprise. How had he seen her? This had never happened in all the years that she had followed him. Something like this was not only unprecedented, but unexpected. In any case, he had found her, so she had no choice but to go out and confront the blonde. Hello. In Naruto Kaken, said Hinata, cursing in him right now. Hinata opened her mouth as she looked at him, only to start swaying a little. I wouldn't pass out, Enat thought to herself as she tried to calm her nerves. Finally, she opened her mouth, and beautiful at the words had been said so fast that Naruto didn't have enhanced senses he was sure he had. Missed it. The blonde clansman suppressed the sigh that threatened to escape him as he praised the girl for working up the courage to tell him that he had really hoped she wouldn't. Maybe it was a naive thought, but Naruto had been hoping the girl's shy nature would keep her from confessing, at least until she had something to say that would disappoint her. Still, now might be the best time to cut her off feelings of root After all, he didn't want to take her with a false hope that they could be together. "Hinata, you are a very kind, kunoichi, beautiful, and compassionate," said Naruto, knowing that what he said next would break her heart. "However, I don't have romantic feelings for you. I'm sorry," what Hinata asked, as if she hadn't heard him. It took a few seconds for the words to register, but when they did, tears began to form in the corner of her eyes. "You mean no?" He couldn't believe it. She had worked so hard to tell him, just so he wouldn't have the same feelings for her. "No," Naruto said quietly. "No, but Hinata's mouth couldn't work properly, not that it mattered anyway," as she turned and took off Naruto's side, as he gave chase, knowing that if he didn't reason with her, things wouldn't end. While he stubbornly followed the lab-eyed girl who was dodging and weaving in an effort to lose him. However, Naruto was much faster and more agile than her, and soon caught up to him. He grabbed her arm to stop her from moving. "Let me go," Hinata yelled as he pulled on her arm. "Not until you hear me," Naruto replied in a calm voice. "I don't want to hear it. Let me go." Realizing that he wouldn't be able to escape this way, Hinata turned around and tried to juke Naruto. The blonde said, surprised that Hinata made it that far, but thanks to his enhanced reflexes, he was able to avoid the blow. He quickly wrapped Hinata in a bear hug, keeping her arms pinned to her sides. Couldn't use them, although the girl kept struggling and even tried to catch him with her feet. However, she soon started to tire. Eventually, the girl sank into him as she started to cry, sighing for Naruto to just let him do it until she calmed down. "Why did the girl?" asked, her voice muffled by her kimono. "Why don't you love me? Why don't you love me? Why don't you love me?" said Naruto, causing Hinata's head to fall off so fast the blonde thought it would break. "How could you say that?" Hinata asked, completely unaware that there was no stutter. "I've always loved you since the academy. You've given me strength and courage." "I only saw what you wanted to see," Naruto interrupted. "You saw the side of me that was loud, obnoxious, and wasn't afraid to shout about what I'd be like Okage at the top of my lungs. You were so fixated on this image of me, and I felt like it was something to fight for. So you put me on a pedestal like something you'd always look at from afar, but never touch, and that's why you were too afraid to talk to me." "That's not true at all," Nat shook her head. "I saw you as something I wanted to be, something to fight for." "What do you do when you put someone on a pedestal?" Naruto interrupted quietly. "Hinata, what you saw wasn't me, not all of me. You saw the parts of me that you wanted, because that side of me was everything you weren't. You felt like if you could be close to me, then maybe you would gain some of my strength. Am I right?" Hinata nodded hesitantly, as that was true ever since she had seen his loud and proud attitude. She had started to admire that the boy had started to follow him, because just seeing the blonde had given him the strength to continue. It was what she felt she wanted to be. She wanted the courage that she would show even when the world had tried to trample on you. That courage, that never give up attitude. That's what she wanted for herself. That's exactly what I mean. That's not true love. You want it to be your strength. Your courage to be able to pick yourself up when you couldn't do it yourself." Naruto shook his head. "What you have to understand is that by trying to use me for your strength, you end up weakening your own." Nada's eyes widened as what Naruto said began to sink. "And what do you mean?" "Hinata, I can't give you any more strength than a soldier pill can give you chakra. Yes, you can get a temporary boost by trusting me, but in the end, it's only a passing feeling, and it can never give you the strength you're looking for. What if you were on a mission that went wrong, all your comrades were incapacitated, and you were the only one capable of protecting them and complete the mission? What would you do if I wasn't there to give you that choice, if you had to rely on your own strength to continue alone? You had relied on me so much that your own strength failed." Hinata looked at Naruto wide-eyed as his words churned through her head. It was painful to admit, but she realized he was right. This whole time, she had been trying to rely on Naruto instead of herself. Even when he was gone, her thoughts were on the blonde. It was as if he would have become a drug or a crutch, like she said, because honestly, all she had tried to do was lure the blonde in front of her. It was enough to make her feel sick. "Really, I am weak," mumbled Hinata, as tears formed in her eyes again. "You are not weak, Hinata," said Naruto in a firm voice as he placed his hands on the girl's shoulders. Hinata looked at Naruto as he spoke. "You only have to step into your own strength, but it is there. However, you need to find the right reasons to gain that strength that are not to impress a child." "What are your reasons?" Hinata asked, hoping that if she knew someone else's reasons, she could try to find out theirs. "At first, my reason was simply because I wanted to be acknowledged. It was stupid, but that was the reason why I tried so hard. Naruto's eyes began to glaze over and his voice softened as he continued. However, as time went on and I gained people who did acknowledge me, my reasons changed. Naruto looked at Hinata. Now I fight, and I get stronger so I can protect the people who are most important to me, the people I've found a family in, the people I've met on my travels, and I try to get stronger so I can protect them. Hinata was silent for a moment as she thought about her reasons. She really thought about them. Now that she was thinking a little more clearly, she realized that what she had been doing was no better than when Sakura and Ino had tried to win Sasuke's affections. All they had was she had done it was for Naruto, but now that Naruto made her realize this, she really didn't have a reason. Or did I think that I want to gain strength to protect my family and make them proud of me, Inat said. While looking at Naruto, I don't want them to think of me as weak or a burden. Naruto smiled at the girl. That's a good reason. Wanting to help your family is one of the best reasons anyone can have. I know that with that wish in mind, you will gain strength. Naruto held out his hand to the girlfriends. Hinata, he looked at the hand, then at Naruto. Before smiling, friends, he said, as he took the hand. XXX Naruto stood out in the field with the shinobi council Tsunade Kenshi and Temten. Everyone who was going to show off their seals. Now that everyone is here, I thought it would be best if we take this show on the road, said Naruto. As he took out the unsealed scroll and unraveled it, he opened the contents, revealing several different scrolls of various seals, ink, and a brush. Grabbing the first seal, Naruto unrolled it. I'm sure that you all know about the standard explosive tag, that adding chakra will cause it to detonate, and in some cases can set a timer for a slight delay. But what if they didn't explode? What if instead you fired a ranged jutsu at a cloud of deadly poisonous gas? Are you saying you can create a scroll that has a ranged jutsu on it? Some asked. Incredulously, Naruto smirked. Could I tell you? Yes. But I think it would be best to show you. Naruto created a clone that took one of the little tags on the scroll, walking several feet away before channeling some chakra into it. As he placed the scroll on the ground, the clone snapped out of existence. And Naruto turned to Tsunade. Or Kai-sama, could you do a cage Bizin, please? Tsunade. Naruto turned to Yasuyugi-sama. Would you be so kind as to turn on your Bakugan and tell me what you see? Yasi nodded and did so. Truly, I was quite curious to see what the boys came up with. When Tsunade's clone stood less than 5 feet from the scroll, everyone was shocked when a giant dragon made of lightning burst out of the scroll. It roared as it bent down on the clone, colliding with it before exploding in a shower of sparks. It reacted to his chakra, Yasi said, for the first time, his voice filled with awe. The others heard what he said and looked at the now burned scroll in shock. It does react to any chakra signature that does not belong to the person who used the scroll, although it can be set to recognize other signatures as well. Naruto smirked as he looked at the dejected audience. As you can see, things like this could tip any engagement or skirmish in our favor. Just imagine if you were to create a minefield like this and place a double-layered cloak Jinjutsu over it. An enemy gets within 5 feet of them, and suddenly they find themselves in a barrage of ranged techniques. Naruto let them imagine the potential of his strategy for a while. Once they were done, to their amazement, he began to show them some of his other seals, each one more impressive than the last. Finally, Naruto reached the seal he had actually been working on this week for this next seal, and the last request had prevented several men from moving forward. Unfortunately, it also made the women cautious. However, some Inusik took it as a challenge and stepped forward. Let's see what you got, pup. Naruto smiled. Nicely, follow me so we can apply the seals. He picked up his ink and brush and headed for the Tumi tree line. Despite being surprised, he also followed him. Once they were out of sight, Naruto stopped. Okay, so why did you have to bring me here alone? Some asked before giving a wild yet strangely seductive smile. Wasn't it just that you wanted to get me away from the rest of the council so you could do things my way? You know, I think you might be a little young for me, even though you are quite handsome. Naruto blinked in surprise when the Inuzuka matriarch openly flirted with him. He hadn't really expected this. Still, that didn't mean he was going to be overshadowed. Well, you are quite sexy, Tsum-chan, said Naruto as he modulated his voice into a raspy, animalistic growl that caused Tsum to almost come. Unfortunately, that's not the reason this time. Anyway, Naruto shrugged. I really thought you didn't want to have to get naked in front of all those men. Tsum blushed at those words, but it soon turned into a look. Flirting was one thing, but asking her to get naked for him wasn't. Something he would take lying down. Okay, listen here, if you think I'm going to undress you, have another one. She couldn't utter another word as Naruto's presence literally overwhelmed her senses, where before he had the strong presence that was found in all leaders, his entire aura at this moment just screamed alpha. It was so strong that her animalistic side was actually telling her to bow down and do whatever the blonde said. Don't think I'm doing this to see you naked, Sum. I won't deny that you are very attractive. However, you seem to forget that I'm already engaged to 4 women, all of whom I love the most. Just the thought of being unfaithful to them makes me feel like I'm committing esse. Puka Naruto's glare actually made the Inuzuka woman bow her head, submissively Naruto's side, as he released his dominating presence. I'll explain what the seal does while I explain it. All right, he asked, receiving a nod in return. Naruto had the woman strip down her underwear, then began applying the seals as he explained their functions. When he finished, Sum's eyes were wide open. Several minutes later, they returned to the field. I apologize for the wait. However, we are now ready for the final demonstration. She didn't take her head off the looks she was getting or the slight one that Yasi was trying to hide. They obviously knew what had happened in the forest, or at least they knew what Sum had done. Naruto paid no attention to any of it as he opened the chair. Well, Sum just sat down on the chair, having knowledge about what the seal was supposed to do. The wild-looking woman did what was told. Naruto tied her up with the hunger of ninja steel, making sure they were tied up tight enough that they couldn't move. Naruto turned to face the crowd now. As you know, one of the most serious problems we encounter is the possibility of capture. When that happens, all we can do is try and make sure we die before we end up cracked from whatever torture we're subjected to. However, that doesn't have to happen. And if we could just give our shinobi even a small chance to escape now, I would like you to use your Byakugan to say what you see. Naruto didn't wait for the man to give an affirmative answer. He received a nod from the woman just before releasing a concentrated dose of the Kyuubi's killing intent. The woman felt her eyes widen as the feeling of fear invaded her from feeling the same power that had killed her husband so many years ago. Luckily, it only lasted a second. When the seal was activated, the strings were suddenly cut, when a shield of powerful slicing winds enveloped Sum, who was completely protected by it. Naruto smirked as everyone was speechless. Tell me, Yasi, what did you see the seal activated when he unleashed that killing intent? Yasi said, however, it wasn't activated consciously. Correct, Naruto said. This seal is actually several arrays found in different areas of the body. You have a seal that constantly stores the excess chakra that all people produce in another seal. The other seals are what create the wind shield, one to activate it and the another to maintain. It is activated unconsciously when the body feels some kind of negative stimulus, be it fear or something else. This means that even if someone has their chakra sealed, the seal can still be activated because it does not depend on one's ability to use chakra, because it is based on the body's reaction to their emotions, said Tunad in shock. What Naruto just created was not only a complex seal, but something that also required a deep understanding of the human body and psyche. Human to propose something like that is amazing. Naruto smiled. That's not all now. I need a volunteer. This has to be male. When no one stepped forward, Naruto sighed. Great. Since no one is stepping forward, Shikaka chose Naruto with a smile. Are you going to help finish my demonstration? Kaku blinked in surprise before muttering something annoyed and coming closer. Then what do I have to do? Naruto turned at Sum as the wind shield dissipated. Are you ready for the second stage? Yes, said Sum, although still she felt a little scared of feeling the Kyuubi's killing intent. Still, being a little scared was worth it, knowing that they could save their ninja's life with this. Especially what the second demonstration was going to do. An AR turned to Shikaku and gave him a mischievous smile. What you'll have to do is try to touch Sum's vaginal region. There were several seconds of pure silence. Tsunade and Tintin yelled in a nonsense. Naruto turned to the two of them. Did they hear me? This is necessary to show what the another seal. The two looked at it before Tsunade spoke. Listen here, Gaddy. I don't care if Okama. I've already been told that this was going to be necessary and given my permission to allow this demonstration to be done with me. Sum interrupted her. Tsunade looked at the matriarch and Nusuk in shock. But don't worry, the cub explained to me what was going to happen. Sum said. Tsunade sighed. Fine, if you're okay with that. Naruto nodded. Now, Shikaka Situ, I have it too. The lazy clan asked if his wife found out about this or would have her head. Yes, said Naruto. This is possibly the most important part of today's demonstration. that raised many suspicions. Each clan wondered what could be so important Shikaku side as he began to mutter about getting in trouble with his troublesome wife for this approaching Tsum. He leaned towards her crotch. It was then that Naruto activated a seal on a scroll he had taken out that released false vermin into the air, simulating the Jiraiya light of most bandits and lowlife's living standards. When he was about to rape a woman before Shikaku's hand reached 3 inches, she was stunned with a burst of lightning curse that hurt would-be troublesome Shikaku tried to rant, but was too lazy to do so. As he shook her hand, Naruto looked at the other time surprised. What do you think just happened? For a moment, everyone was silent until Tsunade you used that strange smell that activated the seal that shocked Shikaku. Sin more or less, replied Naruto, shrugging shoulders. I destroyed enough bandits to be able to reproduce the pheromones they release when they see a victim through chemistry. When I released those pheromones, some recognized them, and her body reacted. Instinctively, it also reacts to emotions. But as we know that Tsum is not afraid of being raped in her own village, I did it this way now. That was also a deactivated version of the seal. If it had been with all its power, the shock would have made Shikaku's hand useless. Unbelievable. Sam spoke. Tenten. Is a seal anti-rape that you just designed, right? Naruto nodded. Yes, the seal was something I thought of to help decrease the rape statistics of kunoichi. Every kunoichi fears being raped. When their body responds to that fear, the seal activates. And whoever was about to touch them now has a useless hand. You could say if they used other more intimate parts now, combine that with the escape seal that can also be used on a man. And now we have a way to give our ninja a better chance of escaping harm, physical and traumatic experiences. How long does the seal last? Asanoichi. It depends on the amount of chakra stored in the storage seal. Answer Naruto. It can withstand a rank of jutsu. So theoretically, it can last up to an hour. The anti-rape seal also offers enough power for 10 hits. However, the escape seal has a weakness. When used, it becomes susceptible to fire. Still, it is a better chance to escape than they had first said. Shikaku, with the others nodding with his head. Naruto smiled as he turned to Tsum. Are you okay? Tsum asked Naruto, seeing that she was a little wobbly. Of course, Pup said. Tsum, although the two experiences were not entirely pleasant, still knowing that this could be ninja, especially kunoichi, made it worth it. After a few questions behind the seal's mechanics, Tsunade decided it was time to end things. I think we have seen more than enough to say that you passed the initiation test, said Tsunade inside. In 2 days we will have the public announcement of soon and clan status. Naruto nodded. Great. Now I think I'll hit the shower, then hit the sack. Tsunade shook her head as Naruto walked away before leaving with the rest of the clan heads, who were excitedly talking about the new seals. XX. It was the day of the announcement, and Naruto was looking at the crowd. It seemed like almost everyone that had come was standing between Tsum and as he had gotten used to, while Tsunade stood in front of them on the ledge where they were giving the speeches. It wasn't long before Tsunade raised her hands to silence the crowd as she began her speech. People, Konoha, I am here today to introduce, or perhaps I should say, reintroduce a man who I'm sure you all know. The noise was slight in the crowd, and they began to wonder who Tsunade was talking about. This young man has just returned from training trip with my teammate Jiraiya of the Senin. I'm sure you already know who I'm referring to. I would like introducing the new clan head of the Uzumaki clan, Namikaze. Naruto. Uzumaki Namikaze. Naruto smiled when Tsunade said that it had been one of their agreements. He had refused to give up his mother's name, not only because he had been in Uzumaki for so long, but also because he wanted to honor both of his parents. His laugh turned into a smile as he swung one of his shin kunai next to Tsunade before appearing by her side in a flash of yellow, resisting the urge to smile at the startled gasps. The crowd, seeing the dreaded technique in use, Naruto raised his hand. I would like to thank all of you for coming today. I, Naruto, Uzumaki Mike, swear that as head of the Uzumaki Mike's clan, I will do everything in my power to protect the great tree that is Konoha. A roar spread through the crowd as people cheered him, praised his name, and clapped enthusiastically. Naruto allowed them to do that, knowing that what he had to say next wouldn't make him very popular with the people here. Before we left today's celebration, I would like to inform you all of something important. Many people began to whisper, wondering what he could say. Even Tsunade looked at him strangely, since they hadn't done anything like this in rehearsal. Naruto simply gave the woman a reassuring smile before continuing. A little over 16 years ago, a great beast known as the Cuban no Kitsune attacked our village. Many people died in an effort to stop its rampage. And just when all hope seemed lost, my father, the Yondaime Cage, defeated the demon using a self-sacrificial jutsu that cost him his life, killing the creature. This is the story we were all taught. As Naruto spoke, many of the civilians and council members paled, realizing what Naruto was talking about. Many even had a hunch as to where he was going, unfortunately due to the laws set by the Sandaime. They were unable to do anything to stop him. I'm going to tell you right now, what you've been taught is a lie. The screams were the ones that accompanied this announcement. The entire younger generation wondered what he meant, and the old ones felt a great fear in their guts. And then Naruto began to tell them the truth about Kyuubi's defeat, putting in motion the action that would allow him to know who truly respected him and who only wanted to use him. This was the catalyst that would start Naruto's new life in Konoha, for better or worse. XXXXX Omake, council room hall, dancing. It seems that I find myself very disappointed with the stupidity of this council, began to say Naruto. Slowly, many of the members of the council wanted to protest, but the strange feeling of death that had happened to them made them silence their tongues. Meanwhile, Naruto continued headless before his problems. After the amount of times that he had protected Konoha, I would have thought that you would have understood by now that I am not the Kyuubi. I am no longer the key. Then a sealing scroll is the kunai that has been sealed in it. However, if I were the key, do you not think that provoking me like you have done for the first 12 years of my life, it was the best option? If I really was the chi, then all of you would be dead by now. For what you've put me through. He stopped here as he made his way to the center of the chamber. What he did was the last thing anyone expected. Everyone danced now as a strange disco music played in the council chambers. Naruto struck a pose, one hand pointed in the air while the other was on his hips. Everyone danced. Now, pretty soon Naruto was dancing in the council chambers with everyone else watching, like their eyes were going to fall out of their heads. Everyone danced. Now Naruto stood up and started doing the worm, walking away from the council and heading to the door. When he got there, the Hambu that were protecting him were so shocked that all they could do was open it. As Naruto left, everyone danced now. When Naruto left and the music ended, everyone had only one thought in mind: what the __. Hello, girls and boys. Before continuing with the video, I wanted to remind you to subscribe to the channel, and activating the bell is the best way to find out when I'm going to upload new content and be one of the first to see the videos and news. Without anything else to add, continue the video. Chapter 10. The Tsaima, when the sunlight began to shine through the opulent room, a Naruto Suna, my case began to move. The first thing he noticed when he woke up was the weight on his chest, as well as the fact that he was breathing. Looking down, Naruto's lips curved upwards in a contained smile as he looked down at the still sleeping form of Koki Kasana, who was caressing his chest. He continued to lay there for a long moment as he ran his hands through the woman's hair. While admiring her naked form, a part of him couldn't believe how lucky he'd become over the years to have not just one, but 4 beautiful women that he could share his love and happiness with. He knew that without them, he'd never be half the man he was today. Naruto held a chuckle as Koyuki chewed his name her face, trying to borrowing her way towards his muscular chest. One of her hands reached out and began to unconsciously stroke the left side of his chest. Naruto looked at the hand and noticed that it was his ring that Koyuki had given her. Like the other rings he had given to the women in his life, this one was very similar and yet seemed fundamentally different to reflect Koyuki's personality. Just like the others, it had every seal he could think of, but it also had an additional seal that allowed her to actually use it, the Shin Se Yang, in case she needed to hide her appearance. Worked the same way that Naruto's anti-rape and escape seal worked, by storing the excess chakra that all humans and animals produce and releasing it when someone is feeling high levels of negative emotions. This also had an additional seal to change her appearance into one of the people she knew by heart. She could also activate it on her own, since Naruto had shown her how to use chakra, though he only had so many civilians, so it was only enough to activate the seals on the ring. But he was hoping he wouldn't actually need to. As for the ring itself, the band was made of white silver with alternating flower and snowflake motifs running around it. In the center of the ring was a sultanite gemstone, a jewel that would change color depending on its surroundings. The jewel itself was cut in the shape of the Aruno Kuni national flower with 9 tails, surrounding it protectively at each end. Next to the gem was a diamond, one cut into a blossoming flower and the other into a snowflake. It had been given to her the day she had come to celebrate the first anniversary of Koyuki's ascension to Daima and the free lands of her uncle Dotu. After a while, Naruto gently rolled them and walked away from the previous night's activities. He brushed some hair away from the Daima's beautiful face before leaning in and kissing her cheek. He turned around and got out of bed and put on his robe to cover his nakedness for the first time. That he visited through Irison, they hadn't done that, and a maid had come in before he lost his blood. Since then, they always kept a robe on hand to avoid such incidents. Naruto walked towards the door that led to the balcony. Stepping out, Naruto leaned on the railing as he looked up at the sun. It seemed to be around 5 a.m., which meant he still had several more hours before he would have to leave. As he continued enjoying the sunrise, a pair of arms wrapped around his waist and a set of defined feminine assets pressed in her back. Naruto smiled as she turned in Koyuki's grasp, wrapping one of his arms around her. He placed a hand under Koyuki's chin and lifted her head. Leaning down, he placed a soft kiss on her lips. Koyuki moaned into the kiss as he began to increase the pressure on her lips. She licked her bottom lip to let him know what she wanted, making Naruto open his mouth to allow her entrance. Their tongues intertwined as they started dancing, letting the two enjoy each other's taste before breaking off. When they did, Naruto placed their heads together as he gave the woman a smile. "Good morning, Yuki. Tell me," said Naruto, making the dark blue-haired woman smile. "How did you sleep? Do you even need to ask?" Koyuki asked with an amused smile, lifting her head to kiss him again. "That's good, huh?" Naruto chuckled after they broke apart again. "I'm going to have to be careful from now on. Some of the things we did yesterday might end up getting shattered, even with the seals on your ring." Koyuki gave his chest a playful slap as she mocked him. "You shouldn't say things in such a crude manner." Her glare, however, soon turned into a playful smile. "Speaking of which, Army, the council has been asking me questions about you and our relationship. They've been asking me if I have plans to marry you. I think they hope that I will produce a strong heir. We'll announce what it will be like. The relationship soon, but you know we can't do it right now," Naruto said with an apologetic smile. He didn't want their relationship to come out until he had taken care of Madara and the rest of the Akatsuki, especially because of all the women he loved. She was by far the most vulnerable, being a civilian, and all despite having many samurai offering her protection. None of them could even hold a candle to one of the Akatsuki members, much less someone like Paino Malara. "I had no side, Yuki," while she leaned into his chest. They stayed like that for several more minutes before Koyuki pulled away. "We should probably get something to eat." "Okay, I could use a big breakfast right now. Anyway, with all that energy we went through last night," he trailed off as he let his eyes roam over Koyuki's body. Even in her robes, she showed off her amazing figure. "Perfect," Koyuki muttered with a blush as she turned and walked inside. She made it through the door before Naruto wrapped his arms around her waist, and pressed her against his back. "You say that like it's something bad," Naruto whispered to me huskily as he nibbled on Koyuki's earlobe. Said woman gave a small shiver and a moan escaped her throat. "Besides, we both know who the real pervert is here." That was true enough. While Koyuki didn't have a libido as big as they say Mayao Diamayanaba experiment, many times Koyuki made the two of them act out various fantasies that she wanted to do with him. They had done things like the naughty nurse a schoolgirl, and her teacher a teacher, and his servant, and what seemed to be Koyuki's favorite, the hero, and the princess, although he was sure he was her favorite because of how he had actually saved her, like in the movies, twice. Actually, in It's Not Fair, Tartu of Oko Yuki, as a blush spread across her cheeks, her whole body turned to putty because of the young man behind her. "You know you love him," said Naruto with a smile that widened as an idea occurred to him. "You know, we're still pretty dirty from last night. Why don't we clean ourselves up in the shower?" Koyuki gave a sultry smile. "I think you just want some time alone with me, right?" "I can never get enough time alone with you," Naruto shrugged, because he would never deny that he quite enjoyed spending time with the women he loved. So that a yes, his answer was as Koyuki spun around in his arms. She stripped naked in him before jumping on top of him and claiming his mouth with hers in a hungry kiss. Naruto smirked as he grabbed her by the butt, squeezing her cheeks, earning a low moan from the woman. She wrapped her legs around Naruto's waist as the blonde headed to the shower. Breakfast could wait until they were done. XXX, Tsunade sighed as she leaned back in her chair. She had finally finished the paperwork, which had been almost triple what it should have been thanks to a certain blonde. She would have never expected Naruto to do something so forward as to tell everyone about her state of Jinchuriki and risk the possibility of everyone hating him. By keeping him, however, she also couldn't deny the effect it had on the younger generation. As soon as Naruto left, she had turned her angry eyes towards her parents. Now, they were questioning the older generation, not only for keeping something like this from them, but for the way they had treated the blonde. They all knew how poorly Naruto had been treated during his childhood, to some extent, as most parents had told their children that they didn't see each other during that time, claiming that he was nothing more than trouble. The way the children kept their parents away from Naruto, treating him like he was the plague. He hadn't been missed by the children. It wasn't until Tsunade revealed Naruto's heritage that the older generation had changed from hating Izagaya's to praising him as the last Namikaze. Unfortunately for them, because they couldn't get him back after Naruto revealed his status to them, unless they wanted to look like liars in front of her children, who were already dangerously close to being seen. The busted blonde Okage shook her head at the thoughts. She had just finished the paperwork that her speech had caused and didn't want to think about it anymore. Instead, she opened the drawer and reached under her desk. She always kept a bottle of Serve hidden underneath for when she needed a drink, and right now, she needed a drink. She had to hold back a grunt, however, when she found the drawer empty. No doubt Shizen had been there recently and had taken the liberty of taking away her Serve. Her blonde shoulders slumped a little at the thought of not drinking her drink. Sighing, she decided to lay her head down on the table to get some sleep, or at least she would have had a burst of lightning that didn't appear in the center of her room, scaring the living daylights out. "Good morning, B.A. Cha." Naruto chirped in a sing-song voice, only to duck under a chair that was thrown in her direction. She looked behind her when she heard a crash and saw that the chair had slammed into the door. "Now, that wasn't very nice," said Naruto with a smirk as he sat down on one of the chairs in front of the cashier's desk. "What did that door do to you?" Tsunade groaned. "It's too early for this gaki. I haven't slept much, and I don't have my Serve, so don't start trying to get smart with me." Naruto laughed. "So, Shirzun-chan took your alcohol, huh? Well, you shouldn't be drinking at work anyway, B.A. Chan. It's bad for your health." "Oh, shut up," said Tsunade with a glare. "Then what is it? Do you want to?" Naruto shrugged at his slightly irritated nature. "I was hoping you could give me a mission." Tsunade tilted her head thoughtfully for a moment before nodding. "I suppose I could do that. Anyway, it'll be good for you to integrate with the other ninja. She started looking through the scrolls for a good mission. "Let's see. We'll also need to find you a team." Before she could say another word, both she and Naruto jumped to their feet and crouched down, pulling out a kuna, and, as instincts kicked in, a black ball of cloth shot through the window that had been closed the night before. As the glass shattered and scattered across the room, the ball unfurled to reveal a woman Naruto had only met once. However, she had left an impression he could never forget. She was reporting for a mission when Hanko struck a dramatic pose. Naruto took the opportunity to study the woman. She was exactly the same one he remembered, wearing a brown trench coat that barely covered her possessions and fell to her knees. Her shirt was just a Maya fishnet that did nothing to hide her body, allowing everyone to see tantalizing views of her ample assets, and her slim waist and toned stomach. Last, and definitely least, was the orange miniskirt that barely covered her lady parts. Naruto was sure that was an indecent offense, although most people were probably too afraid to tell him that. Tsunade inside of the head with an embarrassed expression. "Ha ha. Well, let's see, I think this makes it around 300, at least almost as many times as I caught the old man reading his pornography now about that." Mission was cut short as her eyes landed on Naruto, and a grin spread across her face. "Hello. What do we have here?" Anko approached him with a saucy on her hips. "That's the delicious Namikaze, Usamaki Maikaze," actually replied Naruto with a grin as he decided to play with the woman. "And you, Anko, are you the same as me? I remember being a crazy psychotic." "Sexy bitch, oh those kind words," replied Anko, her smile still in place, as she ran a finger along Naruto's jawline. "You know, if I wasn't dating Nukat Kun, I'd take you right now." For that compliment, Naruto raised an eyebrow in surprise. "You're dating Irika? When? How did that happen?" Anko smiled. "It's the whole story. Let me tell you." She was about to go into all the juicy details of her love life when a cough interrupted them both. They turned to see a very irate Tsunade, who had both eyebrows twitching and several marks on her head. "If you two are not going to take a mission, then take that argument of yours somewhere else." Naruto and Anko looked at each other. with matching expressions as they blinked. They looked at Tsunade, and in unison, they said, "No, we will accept the mission." XXXXX Danzo was pacing back and forth as he tried to find a solution to the most recent problem that had developed for his plan's problems that once again were caused by Naruto Uzumaki Maike's. Who would have ever thought that the boy would have the audacity to inform all of Konoha of his Jinchuriki status was easily one of the most brilliant political maneuvers I have ever seen. Not only did he make the younger generation lose faith in the old, but it also made their respect for the blonde that much more powerful, and his position in the village that much more solid. The fact that the older generation couldn't do anything without looking like hypocrites, since they had proclaimed Naruto as a hero when his heritage was first announced, it was only a bonus for the young clan. The boy reminded him more and more of Minato, who, despite always being a thorn in Danzo's side, was a man he had respected. Unfortunately, he also made Naruto an even bigger problem for Danzo. If the boy had been a loudmouth with no real sense for politics like his mother, it would have been a lot easier to control him. However, Naruto clearly looked more like his predecessor than Danzo would have expected, especially with all the trouble the man had gone through to hinder his growth until he could get the boy into his root. Now, he wasn't sure he could do that not without some sort of influence over him. Maybe he could use the political pull he had left to get one of his roots onto Naruto's team, which would allow him to keep an eye on the boy and find some sort of weakness to exploit. Now, the only problem was finding someone who could perform this task. He raised a hand and summoned one of his Ambu, looked at the emotionless face of the person in front of him. "Bring me Tori XXXX." Naruto looked out to sea with a calm smile on his face. Taking a deep breath of the salty air, the blonde let out a deep breath after being cooped up in a village going to council meetings and creating those seals. He had never been so grateful to get out into the world again since he started his training with Hero Sensei. Naruto had developed something of a wanderer spirit, and although he didn't, it was as bad as his desire to travel, and Naruto still loved to go out and see the world. He was currently on a rank B mission that had the possibility of becoming a rank A mission. Due to the unknown circumstances affecting the mission, it seemed that the ships were being attacked off the coast of Yumino Kuni, land of the sea, by a sea monster that the local village called Kaima. Not much was known about this sea monster, so several merchant guilds had decided to hire Konoha shinobi to take care of the problem. Naruto turned his head to look at the amusing sight of Ino Yamanaka vomiting over the side of the ship. The poor girl had gotten seasick, and as soon as the journey had started, it seemed like most of her time on the ship she had been in the same place. As now seeing the girl who had always been so strong vomiting over the side made the blonde shinobi laugh. "It's not funny," he blinked as he looked at Ino, who was looking at him right before she turned green and go over the side. "I'm sorry," Naruto apologized while trying not to laugh at a situation. "I never thought someone like you would get seasick." Deciding to be a good teammate, Naruto walked over to the girl and gently petted her. "Stupid sea, stupid ship," he muttered, and not before tipping over the side once more. As this continued, Han commit terras and went out onto the deck and saw the two heading toward them. "So I spoke to the captain, and he said that we should get to the port within an hour." Was cut short when she saw Ino. A smile soon came to the woman's face. "Still the poor sick baby," she cooed with a smile that somehow seemed seductive and bloodthirsty at the same time. Naruto had to wonder if she always looked like that. Han-chan can fix that for you. Would you like the secret treatment to Onitar and to fix any ailment? No, no thanks," said Hino as she dried herself off. "I know what your Okami is the treatment. All you would do Yugas was defeated the out me until I thought I was cured." Anko grimaced before passing a seductive smile to Naruto. "What's so beautiful? Any ailment that needs curing?" Naruto chuckled as he decided to play along. "Well, I have this awfully strange muscle that seems a little stiff. Maybe you could help me with it now." I can't do that." Hanko stuck out her lower lip in a pout. "After all, Yukuin would be mad at me." And the woman adopted a thinking attitude after saying that like a brilliant idea had struck her. "Of course, if you'd like to join us." Hanko looked at Naruto and giggled when she saw him join his blonde companion in throwing up over the side. XXX. I breathed a sigh of relief when he got off the ship. "I finally hated standing up on that ship." "Technically, you weren't standing, you were leaning over," Naruto corrected, only to close his mouth when Ino gave him a good look. "Gaki Okasama says you're in charge. What are your orders?" Anko asked as she stretched, causing several of the men in the dock will go through blood loss when the coat he was wearing opened. You know that I am your superior on this mission, Anko. Do you really think calling me Gaki is the best idea? Asked Naruto. With a mocking tone of teasing, Anko smiled at him. This is coming from the man who calls the Okage Ba Chanshi, said Naruto with a smile. He was about to speak when he saw something out of the corner of his eye. There was a young woman who looked to be about 2 or 3 years older than him. She had an average height of about 5 cm, with black hair down her shoulders and 2 bangs that were tied at the bottom and framed her face. She wore a faded blue sleeveless shirt that looked several sizes too big for her and came down past her knees. She held it up near her waist with a piece of white fabric that she wrapped around it several times. Her shorts were a dull brown that were quite wide that covered her calves, and she walked barefoot, as well as several bandages were covering her around her forehead, left cheek, neck, her forearm, right, her entire left arm, and right leg. Naruto noticed that if it weren't for her dirty appearance, she would be quite beautiful. However, it wasn't this that had caught his attention. It was the look in her eyes. They had a sense of hopelessness that he knew all too well, the same look she had when she was younger and suffered under the abuse and loneliness she had received from her village. But it was even more than that, as he also noticed the way people looked at her, and the whispers they spoke seemed to come out of her way to avoid her, and they looked at her with hatred and fear, as if she were some kind of monster or plague. Reminded him so much of his own past, and it was enough to make his blood grass. Look, where are you going, monster? Naruto's eyes hardened as he saw a teenager bump into her, intentionally knocking her bag out of her hand and loving its contents. Naruto resisted the urge to shove a Rasen Sukin up the boy's ass. Instead, he walked over to the young woman. Kneeling down, he began to help her pack her groceries in the bag, making sure nothing was broken and that it fit him properly. The woman looked at him for a second. When Naruto looked at her, he saw a brief flash of excitement before she walked off. When all of his purchases were back in the bag, the woman stood up and walked off. How rude and huffed when she and the other 2 Konoha ninja approached her. She didn't even say thank you. Naruto ignored the platinum blonde. As he looked at Anko, you saw him. Yes, Anko stopped as she rubbed her neck where the curse seal was. She had this desperate look on her eyes. Naruto nodded as she chose to ignore her, holding the curse seal for the moment. Shino, you put a mistake on it, of course, Namek-san replied. Shino, just Naruto sh show. I don't like titles, said Naruto as he came up with a plan. Okay, Shino, I want you to follow that girl. Don't make your presence known. Just tell me where she goes and what she does. As she received a nod, she turned to face Ino. I want you to use your mental jutsu to discreetly gather information from the villagers, everything you can find on Kaima, and that girl will be useful. Then Naruto turned to Anko, and I want you to ask the sailors about what they know about Kaima. Make sure you are discreet, and when you say discreet, what exactly do you mean? Anko asked with a smirk. I want them perfectly able to walk, said Naruto, making Anko scoff. What are you going to do, Naruto-san? Asked Shino. Jiraiya already has a contact located here, so I'm going to talk to that person and see what they know, Naruto replied, receiving a nod from Shino. He ordered the 3 to start. Meanwhile, he would also see what he could find out about Kaima. XXXXX. Tsunade slumped at her seat as her eyes looked at the information she had just received. Her eyes could see read the information, but her mind seemed to be unable to compute it. As she slowly began to think coherently, her mind began to wander again as guilt took over. Many thoughts and questions ran through her head. A part of her wondered if this was how CI interpreted as some kind of cruel joke, or maybe just her bad luck with gambling at work. Either way, what she had just discovered was almost enough to make her want to run away from Konoha in shame, especially since it meant that she had done something that she considered unforgivable. A part of her wondered if Jiraiya knew about it. If he did, then the pervert would get the worst beating of his life. Worse than when she had caught him catching herself. She couldn't face this right now. She would deal with it later. Hopefully several years later. XX Naruto looked out the window in his room as he went through the information he had received from his team members. Most of what he found out will seem useless to most people, but for those who not only accepted the old adage of looking underneath, but also took it upon themselves and looked underneath several more times, the information he received was more than enough to put most of the pieces together. The first information he had was about the girl whose name he had found out was Isaribi, and had not reviewed the memories of several people here and found useful information about the girl. The first is that many people hated her in the same way that he had been hated in Konoha. Its apparent cause was the irrational hatred and fear that most humans had of the unknown, and had not discovered that Isaribi, along with almost 40 other children, had disappeared one whole day. They disappeared without any trace of them having been found. Many people invented some superstition that it was monsters. Naruto was sure that it was a monster that had done it, just not the kind they were thinking of then. 5 years later, Isaribi reappeared, much to the shock of the people around her. She had also been the only one to return from where she and the others had been taken. This had led people to believe that she had been transformed into a monster and had come to destroy the village. Somehow, it didn't help that on her return, several ships had been attacked. This led upon Shino's discovery when he followed Isaribi, who was living in a shack on the northeast coast. Near a peninsula there, the girl had displayed the ability to transform into a creature that Shino described as very fish-like before taking off into the water. This confirmed that the girl was in all likelihood the Cayman. However, it also raised more questions as to why this girl was attacking ships. Naruto had seen in her eyes the desperate desperation and desire for acceptance. So he knew that she wasn't a bad girl person. This gave her the idea that someone was using her for their own purposes, which correlates with what Hanko had found. The ships that were attacked always had one of two things that had value. The first was money, or anything that could make money. This made it pretty obvious that someone had some desire to gain some monetary benefit for a purpose that was obviously illegal, and as Isaribi lived in a shack, Naruto knew it wasn't her. The second thing that gave his ships a high attack ability was based on the amount of people on board. The more people were on the ship, the more likely it was that said ship would be attacked. It seemed that whoever wanted to attack the ships wanted one of those two things. The first was easily understandable. However, the second was more difficult unless one was able to delve into various other factors that he had discovered when he did his own investigations. When Naruto had contacted Jiraiya's informant, he had discovered some pretty interesting and disturbing information. The first was that about 18 years ago, a Senin Orochimaru had passed through here with Anko. Apparently, Anko had been found in a shack on one of the islands located off the coast with no memory of what happened here. The fact that Orochimaru had come here was cause for concern and what led him to his current conclusion about what was happening here. One of Kamaru's labs was still here, and someone was using it. Naruto, he didn't believe it was the snake Senin himself. The man hadn't been seen in this country for over 10 years, so he ruled out the possibility that it was him. However, it could easily be one of the men. All they would have to do now was follow Isaribi and learn the person responsible. He was about to get into bed when there was a knock at the door. "Come forward," Naruto shouted. Knowing who it was thanks to his enhanced senses, "What can I do for Tion Ko-chan?" Naruto asked. "Nothing. Just imagine that he would let you know that I couldn't find anything else except that another ship will be leaving tomorrow," said Anko, while rubbing again. "The seal has been acting up," asked Naruto in a low voice, surprising Anko. Said woman narrowed her eyes when she realized what she was talking about. "How do you know about that?" Naruto snorted. Anko, "Everyone knows who your sensei is. It's impossible not to know with the jutsu you use anyways. I also remember Sasuke using it during our fight before we're going to play hide the snake in the pants with Orochi team." Anko laughed a little at his name before letting out a sigh, deciding that she had nothing left to lose by telling him, "Yes, he's been acting up lately." "How long ago did this start?" Naruto asked. Hanko moved to sit on the couch, pulling her knees up and wrapping her arms around them. As she spoke, "It started around the time we entered Uninkuni. I don't know why, but I think it has something to do with some of the memories that have been resurfacing." "What kind of memories?" Naruto asked as he moved to sit next to the woman in case she needed comforting. "There's not much really, just flashes," said Anko as her eyes glazed over. "Most of what I saw were silhouettes of people. However, I remember being in pain." Naruto rubbed the woman's back soothingly as she continued talking. "Other than that, I only remember seeing the team in dreams. He was telling me something, but I could never hear what it was." I see. Naruto paused for a moment as he gathered his thoughts. "Probably has to do with the fact that Orochimaru has a base station here, or a former base anyway. Since he doesn't seem to be acting serious, that probably means the man isn't here and is just reacting to the remnants of his presence on this land. If you want, when we get back to Konoha, I can take a look at the seal and see if I can do something about it." Hanko's head snapped to look at him moving so fast. Naruto was surprised the woman didn't snap her neck. "What does doing something about it mean?" he asked in a voice that was both hopeful and cautious. I mean, I could look at the seal. While part of Orochimaru's jutsu is considered Juinjutsu, it's also part of the game. That means there might be a way to get rid of the seal, or at least counteract its effects. That seems insignificant, Naruto explained. So, you can undo the seal on Team Anko, she asked, bringing her hand to her curse mark. There's always been this thing, and not just because of it, how she acted sometimes she had always felt tainted by it, as if Orochimaru still possessed her. That's why, to be honest, I'm not 100% sure, said Naruto, shrugging. However, I'm sure that given enough time I can figure something out. I know I can at least make a better seal than the one you have. Naruto was silent for a moment before sitting down and stretching. Anyways, it's getting pretty late, Indo. We should get some rest since we have a long day ahead of us tomorrow, Naruto. He moved towards his bed. Good night. Anko stood up. Good night, Gaki. And thank you. Anko left Naruto's room and moving her own, laying down on the bed, she let sleep claim her. XXX. The next morning, the four of them were up bright and early. They made their way to the shack where Sariai lived. Naruto made sure that they stayed inside the tree line right next to the beach so that the girl wouldn't see them when he left. Due to how early they had arrived there, it was a wait of several hours until the girl finally made her appearance. She left her hut and headed to the ocean. That was when Naruto and the others saw her transformation. She looked like a mix between a human and a fish in many ways. She reminded Naruto of either Kisame or Zaki. She had light blue scales all over her body that Naruto saw had extended from her bandaged areas. Her ears looked like small fins. They had small spines at the end and looked webbed in the same way. Her hands and feet had the same webbed appearance. Her hair was like a giant fin extending back, looked similar to hair, but scaly and webbed. Looked every part of the sea monster, with the only exception being its eyes. Once the girl jumped into the water, Naruto and his team shot up following the girl. Naruto used his advanced senses and affinity with water to sense the current the girl was making as she swam, allowing him to track her to a chain of islands. They eventually reached one of the islands, and the blonde shinobi could no longer pick up the currents. He surmised who had passed through an underwater entrance of some sort. Turned to his team to give orders. All right, we'll split into two groups. Naruto started as he looked at them. Shino and I will form one group, while Anko and Ino will form another. Make sure to keep your headphones on and inform the others when you find the entrance. Don't try to go in. There's a good chance this place is full of traps, so it would be best to do this as a group. Anko and the others nodded as they adjusted their headphones, knowing that I wouldn't be surprised if this place had a ton of traps. The snake mistress looked at Hino. Come on, Hurley, let's head out. As the two women left through the east side of the island, Naruto and Shino headed towards the west side, moving at a slow pace. Shino was at the front, sending bugs ahead of them to make sure there were no traps or ninjas waiting for them. For a while, neither shinobi spoke, preferring to keep their senses on alert and their thoughts focused on his mission. After several minutes, Shino cheered up Naruto. Sam, my bugs have located an entrance on the north side of the island, said Shino. It is several meters inland. Naruto nodded while tightening his headphones. Girl, Shino's bugs have found the entrance is on the north side. If you arrive before us, make sure you wait. I caught you, said the somewhat anodyne voice, and we are almost there. So we will wait for you, Naruto. Turn off the headphones. And the two continued on their way. Eventually, they reached the side north where Anko and Ino were waiting for them. The three headed inside and approached the door. Said door was large, at least 15 tall and a tenth wide. It looked like it was made of some sort of composite grade steel and was most likely very thick, at least a foot, if Naruto's estimation was correct. There was also no Asa, but Naruto noticed what appeared to be bars on the bottom, meaning the door lifted up instead of opening. From what he could see, there were no trap seals of any sort, but that didn't really mean anything, especially since he noticed there was a camera currently focused on the group. Anko gestured with the camera as she gave him a cheeky grin. So how are we going to take this thing down? Naruto frowned, thinking the same thing. He had several techniques that might work. Deciding quickly, he came up with the one that sounded best to use right now. I want you three to stop at the beach, Naruto. Ordered. The other three looked at him for a moment before shrugging shoulders and stepped back as they did. Naruto formed a single reinforced cage, Bizon, and made it reach out so it formed a perfect Rasengan within it. As he did, Naruto began to fuse the spinning sphere of destruction with his wind release, further increasing its power. He had yet to truly master this jutsu, as he wanted that being to find a way to cast the jutsu. However, he came up with an alternative for the time being, if the need to use it ever arose. By using clone, Naruto could make it use the jutsu While he just stepped back, of course, there was a small weakness to this. Since the clone didn't have as much chakra as him, it wouldn't be as powerful as the original's attack. Around half the power would be there, all told. Still, it should be more than enough for the door. A bell-like screech soon filled the air as the Rasengan suddenly turned pure white, and wind began to move around it. 4 blades of wind formed around the white sphere, spinning rapidly, making the whole jutsu look like a big shuriken. As the wind started to increase even more, Naruto's ori was whipped wildly. The other 3 ninjas looked at the jutsu in shock, as they had never seen such a powerful and deadly jutsu. The Rasengan was, of course, well known to all, but what they were seeing was completely ridiculous. As Naruto finished pumping his element into the technique, he took a step back, moving towards where Anko and the others were once he reached them. He gave his clone the mental command to go, which it did as it launched itself from the ground on a collision course with the gate. Once the clone reached the gate, he held out his hand. It connected with the gate, causing an immediate boom reaction. Anko and the others were forced to close their eyes as the area with the gate was suddenly engulfed in a large dome. Said dome was at least 20ths in radius. Large amounts of debris and dust were kicked up as violent winds threatened to throwing the ninja out of the area. They were forced to apply chakra to their feet as they listened to the fierce winds howl. When it was all over, the ninja that was with Naruto uncovered his eyes and gasped at the sight. Not only was the door completely gone, but so was everything else within a 20-foot radius. A large, perfectly round crater was where the door was, with the side of the mountain even being round where the attack had hit. As Naruto closed in to inspect the damage, the other 3 just followed foolishly as they tried to figure out what had happened. What the heck was that? Hanko said as she finally found her mind rebooting from shock. Naruto, who had been looking at the damage, looked back and shrugged. That was the full form of the Rasengan. Said Naruto. Full form? Questioned Ino. Naruto nodded. It was only known to a few people, but the Rasengan is an incomplete jutsu. When my father created it, he wanted to add his elemental affinity to him, combining the manipulation of the ultimate form with the last chakra attack. Naruto made a sweeping gesture. That's what it was. He called it Futon Rasen. Shuriken Han looked at the boy's mouth open for a minute before speaking. That is the most powerful jutsu I've ever seen. The amount of power a normal Rasengan makes on its own is enough to cause serious damage, but adding your element to it, Naruto shrugged. To me, this wasn't even half of the power behind the actual jutsu. With that, Naruto entered the building without wait for the other 3 assassins that the Konoha ninjas were following. Anko, Ino, and Shino looked at each other before moving quickly to catch up to Naruto. XXX, you stupid girl. Uribe fell to the ground when the scientist known as Amchi hit her. Having grown used to her over the years, she simply got back up. How could you let those annoying ninjas follow you? Amchi squealed in an angry voice. Amchi was a very short man, about 5'3" in height. He wore brown pants, a baggy shirt, and a white lab coat. He had bead black eyes, and the top of his head was bald with just a little hair around the sides. Altogether, he looked like your stereotypical mad scientist. I didn't let them follow me, said Isaribi. I didn't see them near me, and I'd only seen them once in the city. I don't want to hear any of your excuses, Amchi yelled at him before moving to a computer terminal. Now I have to deal with these bugs, he muttered as he types in the keys. You can handle it, he asked, seemingly on air. Of course, a voice replied as a figure stepped out of the shadows. He was wearing purple clothing, sunglasses, and a bandana covering his face. Amchi then walked back to Isaribi. Come on, stupid girl, we have to go catch a ship, and don't make a mistake this time. If you do this, I'll never give you the cure to turn you back to normal. Uribe followed the man with a single tear falling down her cheek. XXX Naruto frowned as he, Anko, Ino, and Shino walked down the hallway, moving slowly, just in case there were several traps along the way. The hallway was exactly how he had expected something belonging to Orochimaru to look. The place was damp, dark, and humid. The walls had cracks running along them, and the whole place looked completely run down. However, there was something that had been bothering the blonde shinobi ever since they had entered. Not once had they encountered any traps. Given who this base had belonged to and the fact that it was still occupied, Naruto would have expected some traps or a shinobi. Enemies at least. However, so far nothing had happened to them, which made Naruto assume that in the end there would be an even more dangerous trap waiting for them. Man, this place is so creepy, said Hino with a shiver. Naruto resisted the urge to roll his eyes. What did he expect from a place like this? Bright colors on the walls and cute fluffy bunnies. "Nomi," he said while looking at the blonde. "I'm just making a comment, Yamanaka. Sen, you might want to keep your voice down," said Shino. "Since we are in territory of the enemy, would be unwise to speak so loudly." And he didn't snort, but remained silent as they continued. Walking, they finally reached the end of the hallway and discovered that their way was blocked by another door. This one was exactly the same as the one outside. After checking the door to make sure there were no traps, Naruto tried to figure out what jutsu to use to get past. He couldn't use the Rasen Suken for this. If he did, the whole lab could collapse if there were any major support structures in the lab wall. Making a decision, Naruto opened his seini and got into a Bata Hatsu stance with his knees spread and bent. Taking a deep breath, Naruto unsheathed his blade and made several slashes the other three ninjas could see were of light. When he finished, Naruto sheathed his sword with a resounding click. The door then fell in 16 even slashes. Naruto looked at his comrades, saw them gasping as he closed his sword again. "The wonders of wind chakra," said Naruto, in answer to the obvious question of how he had cut the doorway. Said Ino as her mind responded, "If you could have done this, why didn't you do that with the other door?" Naruto blinked for a moment. "That is a good question." He shrugged. To be honest, he never even thought of doing things this way until now. With that said, Naruto walked on, ignoring the two women with facial flaws and the buzzing coming from Shino entering the room. Naruto let his enhanced vision scan the area. It was still too dark to see everything, but what he did see was not good. Everything surrounding the room was what the blonde assumed to be standard lab equipment. Several computers were located throughout the room. Monitors on them displayed various sets of data on what appeared to be the same experiments as Isaribi. What Naruto noticed the most and made his blood boil were the tubes that were behind the computers. Each tube was filled with some sort of liquid that glowed a dark green color, as well as what Naruto knew that was a human, or at least would have been human, were now beings experienced and twisted to the point that they were only recognizable as human by the standard bipedal form. Many of the creatures resembled Isaribi with scales of various colors, web hands and feet, palms, fins escaping from their backs and on their forearms. Seeing something like this was enough to make Naruto sick, and judging by his partner's expressions, they felt the same. Spread out and look around, he ordered Naruto as he deflected his anger. "However, don't touch anything. We have no idea if any of these things have traps on them." While the other three looked around, Naruto walked up to one of the tubes and looking at the creature inside, he could see that it looked more like Isaribi. Naruto looked at the monitor that had the information scrolling down. He couldn't understand half of what was on there, but he hoped Tsunade could. Naruto placed a hand over one of the seals on his chest and channeled some chakra into it. Through it was a small puff of smoke, and in his hand was a small rectangular device. It was a new form of technology that had yet to reach the markets. He had obtained it from one of the scientists that Koyuki had worked on producing different technologies. One of the many benefits of being secretly engaged to the beautiful daimyo was called a USB drive. It worked by decrypting, downloading, and compiling the knowledge found on computers like this. Naruto had no idea how it worked, really, but he knew it was designed to easily download and access data or transfer it to another computer by plugging the device into one of the computer's slots. The blonde watched as a bar appeared in the center of the screen and slowly filled up. "Are you doing a gaki?" Naruto turned his head to see Anko looking over his shoulder. He looked back at the monitor and shrugged. "I'm downloading the data from this computer." This Naruto pointed to your disk. "This is some new technology one got when I was in a Rune Kuni, and it's designed to download information so you can look at it later. Hopefully we can find something useful about whatever the person who worked here was trying to accomplish, maybe even some info on Orochi team. So you have that in AR?" asked Anko with something of a smile. "Lava, was this before or after you did that poor movie with the daimyo? You know, I got to tell you, Gady, you have some pretty big balls for doing something like that. Also, I got to thank you for all the stuff you gave me. And Irika-kun, I really don't want to hear about your sex life with my brother Anko," Naruto said with a sigh. The device gave a soft beep, letting Naruto know it was done. He unplugged it and turned to the others in the room. "All right, guys, it's obvious whoever overheard you is gone for now. So let's get out of here and plan our next move." Ino and Shino approached them. and started walking towards the entrance. Before they could get any closer, 2 feet from the exit, that the floor dropped out from beneath them. XX Naruto grunted as he stood up. While the fall wasn't enough to kill any of them, it still hurt quite a bit. He looked at the others to see that, unlike him, they hadn't been able to land on their feet. The blonde sighed as he walked over to Anko and knelt down beside her. "Anko," said Naruto as he woke her up. What happened?" Anko asked as he blinked and opened his eyes to see Naruto standing right above her. She rolled, standing up with a kunai in one hand and the other on his chest. "Don't do that, Gaki. You almost gave me a heart attack." Naruto laughed surreptitiously as he stood back up. "Sorry, I didn't think you'd get scared." He jumped. "Is everything clear?" Naruto drawled as he went to help Ino, who had just woken up. "Are you okay?" "Yes, I just have one of the worst headaches I've ever had. But I'm fine," the platinum blonde replied sarcastically. "At least you're not nauseous," Naruto said with a smirk. Even though Ino couldn't see, she knew it was there. "Shut up," Ino muttered. "That was a very unpleasant experience," Shino said as she stood up and brushed herself off as she looked around. "It seems we fell for some kind of trap. The only question is what kind," Naruto said as he looked around the tunnel. It seemed like there was only one way to go, with the other end blocked. "It seems we have no choice but to go this way. So let's head out, but keep an eye out for any more traps." The other 3, they nodded as they formed a triangle with Naruto in front and Anko bringing up the rear. Several minutes later, they found themselves in a decent-sized room. Naruto couldn't get the exact proportions, as he could only see about 6 meters in front of him, but judging by the way his chakra bounced off the walls when he turned it on, he'd have to say it was at least a 30th by 30th square of space. As they continued walking, Naruto and Anko felt their instincts kick in grabbing one. Of the other 2 jumped out of the way. They just got thrown several kunai. "Your reaction times are pretty impressive," a voice echoed in the room. "Who are you? Show yourself," Ino yelled now. Why would he do that? Naruto frowned as he tried to locate the source of the voice. However, due to the acoustics of the room bouncing too much for him to find, he reignited his chakra and frowned when he couldn't detect a human form other than the 3 at his side. However, he could see a door on the other side. Someone would have to deal with whoever if they wanted to get to the door. "Shino," Naruto whispered. "Can I leave this guy to you?" "Of course, Naruto-san," replied the heir. "Aburame, you 3 can go on ahead while I take care of this." Naruto nodded, and the other 2 members of his squad followed him as he ran towards the door. Don't think it will be that easy to escape. Several kunai were thrown at the retreating trio. However, a swarm of insects appeared behind them and had the attack your opponent. "Is me," said Shino with his monotone voice. "Very well. After I kill you, I will get them," laughed the voice. "That is if they do not catch them first." Shino did not respond while sending his insects. XXXXX Naruto cursed as several traps were activated, throwing Kuna at them as they ran. Without warning, Naruto picked up a Nino before using one of his original speed techniques to defeat the traps. The jutsu was called Shumo Flash Step and was designed to surprise an opponent. It was very similar. However, unlike the famous God of Thunder, this technique relied on pure speed. By using a combination of lightning and wind chakra, Naruto was able to move at speeds that could match Irisen's teleportation by creating an air current in front of the user and channeling lightning chakra into the bottom of his feet. Naruto was able to skate across the surface in a burst of speed that left a yellow trail in his wake, depositing the 2 surprised females on their feet. As he looked around the room, this room was a large cylindrical room. Naruto could tell that it was slightly bigger than the one Shino had been given. The lighting, when it was still low, was enough for him to see the door at the other end, as well as several doors located along the walls. This gave the blonde shinobi a bad feeling about this place. What the hell was that? He asked, who, as he looked at Naruto with an expression that demanded an explanation. Naruto looked at his partner, blonde. "What was it that you did to make us get here so fast?" Ino practically screamed, causing both Naruto and Anko to wince. Naruto sighed. "It's a family technique, that's all." Naruto walked away before Ino could question him further, forcing her and Anko to follow him. When they were halfway to the exit, the 3 of them heard a slight screeching sound as the doors began to open. The Konoha ninja quickly stepped back, waiting to see what would happen. Naruto began to channel chakra in his eyes to heighten his perception. He could make out the outlines of several bodies that looked just like the creatures in the lab. Naruto knew what they were before his eyes opened to reveal bulbous fish-like eyes that glowed a light green color. What the hell are these? H squealed when he saw the eyes staring back at them. Probably Orochi. Team's experiments, or whoever owns this place. Now Naruto replied, getting ready for what he knew would be a long fight. There are quite a few of them. And whoever it is, just because he caused this doesn't mean we don't have time to play. Anko growled as the creatures started to move, revealing that they really were just like the experiments they had found on the upper floors of the lab. Gaki, get out of here and let the girl and I deal with this. Are you sure? Asked Naruto. We don't even know if this is all of them. You'll be fine, said Anko, although Naruto noticed she didn't seem to disagree. Okay, here, catch. Naruto pulled something out of his bag and tossed it to Anko. Said woman. She looked at him for a moment before her eyes widened. If you need help, don't be afraid to knock without saying anything. Naruto shot out of the ground in a burst of speed, moving towards one of the creatures that was blocking his way. In less than a second, he had formed a Rasengan in his hand and plunged it into the creature's head. He ignored the burst of blood as he ran through the opening, exiting into the tunnel. Now that the Gaki is gone, let's have fun, Anko said, as she flicked a kunai in her hand, bringing it to her lips. And licking him go on this mission, XXXX. Naruto jumped and spun his body in the air, allowing the kuna to fly past him as he landed on the ground. He got to his feet before launching a burst, just as several kunai shot out of the walls. This entire corridor was a death trap. It seemed like whoever owned this place had set all of their traps in one place, no doubt hoping that if anyone managed to get past the creatures, they would be too tired to make it past them. Traps. Naruto jumped and spun over the ceiling as spikes shot out of the ground, jumping down. Just as more popped out of the ceiling, Naruto was close enough now that he could see the end of the tunnel, which was once again covered by a door. Naruto's mouth compressed into a thin line as he continued to dodge traps and quickly decided on what jutsu to use. He began channeling chakra into his hand, forming the Rasengan. Once again, however, instead of going with the standard one, began to increase the chakra output, making the jutsu much larger than normal, at least 3 times the size of a standard Rasengan. Acting on instinct, Naruto formed a cage Bizon behind him, who shot out his hands and launched a gust of wind at the blonde, who had jumped into the air, forming an air current in front of him. Naruto extended his hand, allowing the Odom Rasengan to slam into the door, ejecting everything from its hinges and away several meters, hitting the water outside with a splash. Naruto sighed in relief. As he turned his head, he noticed he was on a completely different island. It didn't seem like there was an exit, since all he could see was a large coral reef. Naruto walked towards the water and moved towards the furthest point he soon dove under, hoping to find an exit. Luckily, it seemed like there was one at the bottom of the reef. As he got closer, Naruto made it out of the area and swam back. He got back to his feet as he stood on top of the water. As he looked around, he realizing that he had no idea where to go to find whoever it was they were looking for. With a sign, Naruto set off a speed burst and decided to head back to Port XXXX. Shino used his Kakai bugs to block the kunai that came his way. As the barrage ended, he sent them to attack whoever threw them, only to find that there was no one there, just as another barrage of kunai attacked him. This time, instead of using his bug, Shino took out his own kunai and started blocking and dodging the attacks at the same time. He sent his bugs to the place where the attack originated, only to frown as he once again found nothing. The heir of Aburame knew that there was no way this person would be fast enough to escape his bugs in this manner, which meant that all the places he sent them to never had his enemy in the first place. The logical conclusion of this meant that whoever his enemy was had some way of triggering the traps without actually being there. However, he was certain that his enemy was still in this room. The man had been taunting him for a while, trying to make him lose his cool. Shino decided it was time to use a different approach as he continued to dodge and block the kunai. The bug user called all of his Kakai back to him. Then Shino sent out his female Kakai beetles, ordering them to scatter around the room, hoping to find the location of their attacker. For a few minutes they continued searching, but no, they found nothing. It was 17 minutes later that one of his Kakai began to emit the powerful pheromones that sent his male bugs into a frenzy. Soon he released them, allowing them to swarm to an area. A scream began to emit from that location as the bus found Shino it had been searching for. and began sucking Shino, and Shino didn't even pay attention as his enemy fell to the ground dead, instead choosing to go like that his comrades were gone. XXXX Naruto stopped his run when his enhanced senses heard what sounded like explosions channeled chakra into his ears. Naruto tried to pick out the location of the noises. They seemed to be coming from the southwest. Looking over Naruto's chakra channel ADO into his eyes. As he did, he saw two transformed people like fish attacking a ship. Naruto recognized one as Isaribi, who was actually standing there. The other, he didn't know, but was going to assume he was the scientist that made Isaribi what it was. Without wasting another minute, Naruto dashed towards the ship, leaving a wave growing in his wake. XXX Amchi smirked as he fired another cannon-sized round at the ship, sending with splinters everywhere as he destroyed more of its hull. Who knew this form would feel so exciting? He had never felt so powerful in his life, knowing that he was easily a sea god in this form. He could do anything he wanted. It was all so easy. If he had known this, the man would have started using this form a long time ago, instead of making that silly little girl do it. This talking about her, the bitch wasn't really helping him. Hey, stupid, start doing your job and help me destroy this ship. High yelled. Yuribi looked at him and bit her lip. When am I going to get cured? I've been doing this for 4 years, and you still haven't given it to me. Cure, Amchi said, with an incredulous expression. Just before it turned into rage, he stopped what he was doing and swam towards Isaribi before grabbing her throat and choking her. You stupid girl, what makes you think it ever bothered me? And making a cure. The man laughed. When the girl's eyes opened, I'm the one that made you what you were. Why would I want to get rid of you? Your only purpose was to do the job I gave you until I gathered enough data, and then I gave up on you. And since you're not doing your job, and I think I have enough data, I think I'll get rid of you right now. The man laughed. When Isaribi started to cry, she tried to get out of the man's iron grip. He was about to crush the girl's throat when something happened. Who hadn't expected? An invisible blade of wind sliced through the man's arm and severed him at the elbow. As the man began to scream in pain, another voice spoke, falling back into the water as he held the stump where his forearm had once been. I'm not sure what you said, but I do know that it's not polite to make a woman cry. Yuribi turned towards the source of the voice and found himself looking at the man who had helped pick up his groceries. Who the hell are you? Amchi yelled through gritted teeth as he tried ignoring the pain of his lost hand. Naruto tilted his head to the side as he resheathed his sinew. I thought it would be obvious. I'm the guy who's here to kick your ass. Amchi gritted his teeth. That's not going to happen now. You'll have to face my finest creation. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the man before they widened at the sight of what was rising from the water. XXX Anko growled as Arcuna continued to bounce against the hideous creatures she and Ino were fighting. Why the hell are those skins so tough? Anko screamed. Her arms shot out as several snakes shot out and latched onto one of the creatures in front of her, spinning on the balls of its feet. The snake mistress spun the creature around in a horde of its brethren, knocking them all down. Unfortunately, they got back up a moment later. The things, although slow and easy to deal with, were nearly impenetrable to anything less than high-level jutsu and explosive notes. Unfortunately for her, they resisted firing mud jutsu, which was their specialty, and she wanted to save her explosive tags for later. To her left, she was engaged with some of the creatures, weaving her agile body in and out of the monsters as she did her best to take the things down. However, unlike her friend Sakura, who had recovered Tsunade's strength technique and was able to increase her strength by half, and that alone took down the creatures. She had tried other methods like a kunai and the neck, the base of a noose, or the 100, but none of it seemed to work. She jumped at Anko, who had just knocked over another creature, and was about to ask what they should do when a gurgling sound interrupted her. Turning, they saw one of the creatures swarmed by a cloud of insects that were draining it of its chakra. The thing thrashed around a bit before its body fell to the ground. While shaking, it seems that even with their tougher skin, they're still susceptible to being drained by my Kikai. Shino spoke up as she materialized in front of him. Shino, Ino yelled, happy to see her partner safe. Shino nodded at her. I suggest we think of a plan to get out of here. Anko nodded as she made a plan. Okay, now that you're here, we don't have to worry about running out of weapons. We will launch a barrage of kuna, and with explosive notes attached to the ones blocking the exit, and then we will run for it. The others nodded as they searched their bag, taking out kuna and explosive tags. They wrapped the tags around the kunai, and in a silent signal, they activated them. and threw them at the horde in front of the exit. As soon as the explosions went off, the three ran towards him, not even paying attention to the body parts and spilled blood that were thrown around the area. They soon reached the tunnel and ran toward the exit. Luckily, Naruto had activated all of the traps when they were there, so they hadn't been subject to any of them. Very soon, they shot out of the tunnel and out in the open air. "I'm never doing that again," Ino snorted as she bent down and placed her hands on her knees, trying to catch her breath. "Yes, I know what you mean." Hurley Anko was cut off from her speech as a searing pain shot through her body from the cursed seal. "Anko-sensei," yelled Ino as she and Shino ran towards the woman. Anko fell to her knees as she grabbed her mark. The last thing she saw before the darkness said was Ino yelling something at her. XXX. Acting quickly, Naruto released his gravity seals as he grabbed an unresponsive Isaribi before jumping out of the way of a giant watery tentacle. Naruto created a clone in midair and delivered the girl, landing on the ground. She unsheathed her sinew, dodging another tentacle. Naruto channeled wine chakra through his sword and severed the watery appendage. However, the thing, since that is all Naruto could use to describe the amorphous water blob with tentacles and a red orb in the center, didn't seem to be affected by the loss of its appendage. A new one just seemed to take his place and start attacking him. "Ha ha ha, Amchi," he laughed in his mad scientist voice. "There's no way you can beat my greatest creation. Even lightning is ineffective against my latest creation." Naruto listened to the madman speak with one ear. Like all evil people, this one seemed to have a desire to monologue, tell him about his creation and how it was unstoppable. Of course, this only gave the blonde more knowledge to analyze the creature and hopefully find a way to kill it. As he continued cutting off limbs that simply grew back, Naruto began to devise a way to defeat it. "Let's see. That guy said that lightning was ineffective. If I accept what he said, that means the elements don't really work the same way as normal. This means the creature isn't really alive, or at least not alive enough to be affected by things like pain. That would mean the only way to kill it would be to evaporate the water and attack its core. I should be able to destroy it that way. That would mean I need a powerful fire jutsu to work. Unfortunately, I don't know any fire jutsu above the rank I know, since it's not my affinity, and I can't summon toads since they are freshwater amphibians, and I don't want to be on their side." Bad as Hiro-sensei, Naruto started to think of ways he could evaporate the creature when an idea came to mind. "Hey, Kyubi." Naruto gave a mental scream in his mind. "You need my power." Ninjin, came the demonic voice of Kyubi. "Yes, I need your power to fry this one creature and evaporate it." The great fox remained silent for a moment. "Very well, I suppose I offered you to help me, at least for now. However, I hope you make this battle entertaining and try not to embarrass me." Naruto didn't respond to the fox's parting comment as he felt the Kyubi's chakra course through his system. The fox cloak began to form around Naruto in less than a second, stopping at 3 stories. Naruto believed would be enough when the next tentacle arrived. After him, 2 of the tails shot out from behind the blonde as they grabbed the appendage and held it in place. The other tail ran straight through the evaporating water, causing the creature to screech and thrash, channeling all of the Kyubi's excess chakra through its tails. Naruto let go at once. The result was the entire creature exploding in a shower of steam. Amchi, who had been watching in glee, now watched in shock as his creation died. He turned to walk away, only to see another Naruto right behind him with a spinning ball of chakra in his hand. Said ball soon slammed into the scientist, tearing off his skin and muscles as the man let out an anguished scream. The energy bounced back at him, sending him jumping across the water before stopping as he lay face down. Clone Naruto walked over and grabbed the man by the cloak, throwing him over his shoulder in a carefree manner. Meanwhile, the real Naruto walked over to the clone, holding a crying Isaribi. He placed his hands on her girl and nearly jumped out of his skin. "Hey, are you okay?" Naruto just asked, wincing as the girl turned her now bloodshot eyes upon him. "How can I be okay? That man lied to me. Now I'll never be the same again. Now I'll never be human." Naruto yelled, tears streaming down her scaly face. Naruto frowned. "You know, there might be a way to cure you." The girls looked at him in shock before narrowing in suspicion. "And what would I have to do to receive this cure?" he asked her, saying, "It heals like some kind of poison. Well, you'd have to come back to Konoha with me." Naruto shrugged. "Unfortunately, the woman I'm sure can heal you is also the leader of our village, so she can't just leave whenever she wants. However, after that, you can leave if you want or stay as a citizen and start a new life." I'll leave that option for you if you want to come to Konoha. Uribe looked at Naruto, trying to see if he was lying. She'd already been fooled once. She didn't want her hopes to be dashed. They faded again. After several minutes, her shoulders slumped. Even if she was lying, she really had no choice but to go with the blonde man. "Oh, I'll go," she said in a soft tone. As she changed back in her normal form, Naruto nodded. "Okay, now all we have to do is wait for my comrades and Naruto." Both Naruto and Isaribi turned their heads to see Hino and Shino running towards them. The blonde man frowned when he didn't see Hanko. He soon realized that the reason for this was because she was being carried. The back of unconscious Shino Naruto ran towards them, stopping in front of the two. He looked at Anko, who was muttering incoherently in her sleep. "What happened?" Naruto asked in a worried tone. "We don't know and know. He said we had just left that creepy place with the fish people." When Anko just started grabbing her neck and fainting, Naruto looked at Shino, who nodded, sighing. Naruto gave them their orders. "All right, I want Shino to go back to the hotel and get Anko to bed, and he can't escort my clone and Sarai to the hotel. Also, if they deny you access, you can threaten them. Since I've taken the girl under my protection, I will go to the dock and tell the people about this ship and that they need help. After that, we will leave, understood?" As they both said. As they walked away, Naruto cracked his neck as he too walked away, glad that the mission had been for the most part XXXXX pain. That was all he felt as he lay face down on the ground. It was like acid dripping all over him. Her body felt like it was eating her from the inside out no matter what. She did, it wouldn't go away. Well, it seems one survived despite the agony. She felt. She looked up and saw him. The pale face and the yellow snake eyes were unmistakable. She knew that face anywhere. It was the same face as the man she had admired the most, the man who had taken her in and taught her everything. He knew the same man who had also been like a father, and the same man who had trusting and betrayed Kukuku. "I'm surprised you survive, Hankei-chan. But then again, you're my apprentice," the man said for a moment before shrugging. "Still, it seems your usefulness has come to an end." He turned to leave, but stopped when a hand grabbed his leg. "Wait," said Anko. While gritting her teeth, the man turned around and looked into Han's eyes as he spoke. "Why?" he asked while trying to understand. "Why would this man betray her? Why are you abandoning me, Chuchu Orochimaru?" He laughed at her as he leaned and gently stroking her cheek, as if nothing bad had ever happened between them. "Because of that, my dear Nkachin, you lack the desire for power." The man paused for a moment before smiling. "However, the fact that you survived is impressive. Perhaps you are not so useless after all." He stood up and offered his hand to Anko. After a minute of staring at the hand, Hanko growled and threw it away. Now that she knew what this man had done, she wanted nothing to do with him. Orochimaru alone laughed at his snake. "Very well, Hankei-chan, if that's your choice." He turned and walked away, closing the door and turning off the light as Anko let the darkness claim her. XXXXX. Ugh. Anko slowly opened her eyes, adjusting to the light. As she tried to figure out where she was, it was obvious she was in a room on some kind of bed, and judging by the swaying the room was making it feel like she was in a boat. She was about to sit up when a voice called out to her, "Nice to see you awake." Turning towards the voice, that she watched Naruto writing in a folder. Writing for a few more seconds, she slammed the folder shut and looked at it with a smile. "You've been out of this for a while. How do you feel about one of the few times in your life?" Anko smiled. "I feel good." Naruto looked at her for a moment with a raised eyebrow, noticing that she seemed much calmer than before. She shrugged. Whatever it was none of his business. "It's good to hear. Anyway, we should be arriving at Hakuni Fire Camp in a few hours. You better keep an eye out." Closed. Anko nodded as Naruto stood up and left the room, not finding the need to be there now that he knew Hanko would be all right. As the door closed behind the blonde, Hanko closed her eyes again, smiling as she had one last thought before falling asleep again. "I left him for my own lesson. It was my decision." XXX. Naruto frowned as he gave his report to Tsunade, listing what had happened during the mission in chronological order. The moment he entered the room, he noticed something was different. Something that feels off would be the best way to describe it, other than the obvious fact that Tsunade hadn't thrown anything at him for calling her BA-chan, which was definitely a quirk in itself. There was something else that seemed off. Tetas Okage also refused to look him in the eyes again. That was something that had never happened before, even when the woman was mad at him. So he hoped you could find a way to help. Isaraki gestured to the flaky teen as she finished her report. I thought since you're one of the best doctors around, you would be able to find a way to get rid of his scales very well, said Tsunade, still looking at her papers and refusing to look or meet my eyes. If you come to the hospital tomorrow at noon, I can check you over and see what I could do. Okay, Caribbean, okay. Okajessima, said Isaribi with a small bow and a hopeful look. In the meantime, I'll have Shizen help you find a place to stay after she checks you over and see what I can do with your scaly problem. You can decide if you want to stay here in the leaf or leave Shizen. Tsunade yelled, getting the woman to walk through the door as Tsunade Sama Shizen asked as she looked at her boss. I want you to help Izar Bison find a hotel for us to spend the night. Naruto told me he will pay so you don't have to worry about cash. Tsunade said as she filled out some paperwork and gave it to the dark brown-haired woman. Said woman bowed and gestured to Isaribi for him to follow her. The fisher girl looked at Naruto and saw that his bow of encouragement left with Shizen. The other three ninjas followed them now that the report was over, leaving Naruto and Tsunade alone for a moment. Naruto said nothing before deciding to take the plunge. Tsunade, is something wrong? Tsunade hid her wince at being called by her name. Naruto only called her Tsunade when he was serious or heartfelt. She knew which one it was at this moment. No, nothing's wrong. Why are you asking? Tsunade asked while continued working. Well, aside from the fact that you didn't try to throw something at me, calling you B.A. Chan to you refused to look at me. Instead, you choose to do a job what you always resent doing, replied Naruto as he crossed his arms, waiting for the woman to answer him. It's okay, said Tsunade again, putting on her poker face as she looked at him. I'm a little tired, that's it, and I want to finish this job before I get another batch. Naruto's frown deepened as he tried to figure out what he could happen to the woman he considered mother/grandmother. Did you get my test results? Keiki Henkai asked Naruto. His eyes narrowed when he saw the small look of emotion that crossed her eyes. It wasn't much. In fact, Naruto was sure most others would have missed it. However, Naruto was an expert at reading people through their eyes, and he knew the emotion she had shown. Guilt. Now the question was, what could she possibly be feeling? Guilty about his test, came and said Tsunade, finally turning her eyes back to her papers so she wouldn't have to look at him. After several seconds of not getting an answer, Naruto began to grow impatient, and Tsunade resisted the urge to bite her lip as she looked at him again, keeping her best poker face so he wouldn't see her guilt. The result was positive. Your ability to combine two elements to create sub-elements is a bloodline. Do you know who I got it from? Naruto asked. The thread with your bloodline on it was found in the atom you got from your father, replied Tsunade quickly. Naruto closed his eyes for a few moments before speaking again. You know why I have it. And he doesn't. Tsunade sighed as she spoke. I can only assume that the Kyuubi's chakra has somehow boosted your bloodline. It has been theorized that all bloodlines came from them. So Naruto nodded. And are you sure you're okay? Of course, like I said, I'm a little tired of all this work, replied Tsunade. Naruto looked at the woman for a moment longer. He knew she was lying. Once one of Naruto's abilities was that he always knew when someone was lying, and now he knew that Tsunade was hiding something from him. However, he knew better than to question her or demand answers. Since she was the Okage for now, he simply nodded. I can see how it would be tiring, I guess. I'll let you go too, Chan. With that, Naruto disappeared in a swirl of water. When Tsunade looked at the spot where Naruto had been, a single tear ran down her cheek. XXX. Naruto found himself wandering around Konoha as he tried to clearing his mind of his conversation with Tsunade. He knew there was something important he wasn't understanding, but he also knew that at this moment he wouldn't get anything out of thinking about it. Shaking his head, Naruto looked up and blinked when he found himself in front of the entrance of the academy. He smiled when a moment of nostalgia hit him. Walking towards the doors of the academy, Naruto decided to see if Irika was inside. XX. And that's how the show dame Okage Irika trailed off when he noticed that none of the kids were paying attention to his lecture. Most were talking amongst themselves, whispering about whatever they felt like, while some were even sleeping. Several TIC marks appeared on Irika's head. Get down and listen, brats, Irika shouted while using his Itsu no Jutsu demon head Jutsu. All the kids instantly fell silent, staring at him with wide eyes. Irika nodded his head in satisfaction. He was about to restart his lecture when another voice spoke. TSK, TS Karuka Sensei. It seems your lectures are as boring as always, Irika. And the class turned as one to see Naruto looking at them with a smile as he leaned against the doorframe. Naruto smiled as he sang and entered the room, noticing how all the children had stars or hearts in their eyes, depending on their gender. You should make your classes more fun, sensei, said Naruto with a smile. That's why no one pays attention in your class. And I guess you're an expert at teaching, asked Irika, with an ICT mark on his head. Although truth be told, she was happy to see Naruto. The scarred chunin smirked as an idea occurred to her. Well then, feel free to come here. Why don't you answer some questions? That way the students can learn what it's like to be a true Konoha ninja. Naruto slapped his chin thoughtfully before smiling. Well then, that sounds great. Almost as soon as he said that, several hands shot into the air, with almost every child screaming for their attention. Irika tried to calm the class and make them ask their questions one at a time, to no avail. He was about to use his jutsu again when Naruto decided to calm the kids down himself. Calm. Naruto hadn't even raised his voice when the words were spoken, yet every child there had heard it clear as day. The tone of voice and presence that a single word projected was so imperative that none of them could help but obey it. Irika looked at the quiet children and Naruto in shock. He had never been able to get them to were so quiet, so fast. Naruto smiled. Okay, if you have a question, just raise your hand. I'll call on you to ask. Every hand was raised in the air. Naruto looked at the children before finally picking a boy in the front row. The boy lowered his hand as he asked his question. Was it true what you said about your father having his QB inside you? Irika stiffened at the question and was about to lunge at him. However, Naruto simply raised a hand to stop the scarred chunin. He gave him to the boy a small smile. Yes, that's true, because QB can't be killed due to the fact that it's simply a mass of chakra. With a conscious, my father did the only thing that could defeat that creature inside of me. His own son, who was just born a few hours ago. This time Naruto chose a girl in the last row. But why did he seal her inside of you? She asked. Naruto ran a hand through his hair as he spoke. To be honest, I don't know. I'm not sure if he just chose me because I was the only boy available, or if there was another purpose. But if you were the leader of his village, could you really ask another person to sacrifice their own child? That way, a cage job is to protect the village, even if it means sacrificing yourself and the things we hold dear to protect it. He looked and chose another boy, this one sitting by the window. Does it bother you that he chose you for a while? He did, replied Naruto, shrugging. You have to understand that until I turned 12, I never knew about the QB. It was only when a traitor had tricked me that I found out he had told me about the KBI inside me. And since a law prevented anyone but me from talking about it, in fact, if it weren't for Lucas Sensei, that man would have killed me. Several of the children looked at Iruka a while. Naruto spoke for a while. After I blamed my father, how could I not? I had no idea why he had chosen me. In fact, I didn't even know he was my father until a year and a half later. But it's not like that. It affects me more. I know that if there had been another way, I would have done it. To be honest, I'm glad that he chose me, because it means no one else has to suffer like I did. Many of the kids looked at him in awe while some girls cried. Naruto smirked as he chose another kid. XXXX. I said. Naruto sighed as he finished gulping down his ramen broth. Ichiraka, now that hit is the place his sensei? Asked Naruto as he turned to Irika. Said, man, just looked at Naruto and the 32 bowls in exasperation. You know that despite how much you've obviously matured, it seems that some things never change. Naruto gave the man a smile. Well, you know the old saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Besides, I don't eat ramen nearly as much as I used. I gotta make amends for lost times. Irika just laughed as Naruto inhaled another bowl of ramen. I guess so now, Naruto said, as he put down his last bowl, thanking Yame, who was blushing before giving Irika a mischievous smile. Why don't you tell me how you and Anko got together? The blonde asked in an innocent tone. Irika got ATG with the noodles he was eating, causing Naruto to laugh while blushing in embarrassment. Well, you see, it was hun. Naruto chuckled at the man with a red face as he stuttered about the worst thing a certain Yuga used to do. Irika sensei, I don't think I've seen you this flustered. Irika frowned for a moment before sighing. I guess I could tell you it actually started when I walked in on her at the bar, completely drunk. XXXXXOM. Repercussions of a writer PT. One. Naruto sighed at leaving the council chambers. He was seriously starting to regret taking his clan position. Having to sit through these meetings was so boring. Seriously, why did he and the other shinobi have to put up with listening to the council members bitch and complain about their asses? The blonde sighed as he headed home. If this continued, he might disappear as a ninja since at least they had freedom. The blonde shinobi paused in his pacing when he heard a strange rumbling sound spinning around. Naruto, pale in front, running towards him was what Naruto could only consider a horde, but not just any horde. No, this was a horde of rabid and delirious fangirls before women between 12 and 35 years old ran toward him with an expression of absolute lust in their eyes. Naruto even saw some of them literally foam at the mouth. When they approached him, their girls, "Let's get him, come here, Mikama. Please sign my book, sign my chest. Let me have your babies," was that last sentence that brought Naruto out of his fear-induced stupor, knowing what awaited him if he got caught. The blonde did the only thing he could do. He ran like a bat out of hell, disappearing in a cloud of dust with the fangirls in hot pursuit. Chapter 11, Chunin exams. It was the day after Naruto's Kuni mission, and the blonde once again found himself in the hospital. Most people would consider this to be odd, for Uzumaki Miese Klein especially, because none of the times he was here, he was hurt. The blonde was searching through the cupboards while cursing the useless nurses that don't put bottles and medicines in alphabetical order. He finally found what he was looking for, a powerful herbal pill that would numb all the pain for an hour. Turning around, Naruto made his way to the bed, where the whole reason he was there was, or perhaps it would be more accurate, have Matar, if she was sitting on the bed with her trench coat and fishnet shirt, allowing her figure curvy, would be completely unhindered. She was the reason Naruto was currently in the hospital for the second time in 2 weeks. Without having an injury, Naruto had promised to look at her curse seal the moment he got the chance. Anko had jumped when she had walked in on them. Elia, Irika eating at Ichiraku's the night before said. The Scar Chunin instructor was sitting right next to Anko with one of his hands in hers. When Anko had asked Naruto to look at her seal, they had decided to take Irika for emotional support. The academy teacher was a little apprehensive about having Anko half-naked in front of the young blonde. However, she also trusted that Naruto was not a pervert despite the perverted jutsu that the blonde had invented in his youth. Alitano, "I want you to take this pill," said Naruto, as he gave her the pill, while explaining what he was going to do after that. "I'm going to remove the union seal from the __ mark that keeps it under control. What I need from you is to activate the seal so I can see it in its entirety. Thanks to the pill, you shouldn't feel the pain you normally would when it's active now. Please take the pill." Anko hesitated only a moment before swallowing the pill whole. As she did so, Naruto moved to her back. As he released his special Fuin Hutsa brush that he had created to be ink from his chakra, he took a look at the seal before beginning using the precise strikes that only came with years and years of experience, or 400 Kaj. Bizin training in Fuin Hutsa. Naruto created a Contrayo designed to get rid of the binding seal on the curse seal. When finished, Naruto placed a hand on his neck and began to channel chakra into the seal that bound the curse seal, and Naruto's seal began to dissolve, melting as if someone had put acid on it. Once the binding seal was completely gone, Naruto reached the next step. "Anko, please release the cursed seal." Taking a deep breath, Anko began to channeling his chakra and his negative emotions for his former sensei into the seal, causing black flame to spread from the center of the mark. Naruto watched as it spread and wavered, as if it were alive. It was exactly like when he had seen Sasuke use it. When he finished, Naruto got to work, taking out a blank scroll as he began to copy what he saw. For about half an hour, Naruto's brushstrokes and Anko's breathing were the only things that could be heard in the room as Naruto moved with her back to her front, drawing the seals in a circular pattern across the paper, making sure she had everything correct, double and triple checking her work. Once she was satisfied, Naruto spoke again. "Okay." Deactivating the seal with a nod, Anko began to call the cursed seal back, letting it retract from her skin the same way it came once. Naruto, who was behind her again, began to apply a more advanced binding seal than the one she had. He had this one on. It was actually based on Naruto's own 8G seal that kept the QB at bay. Naruto had been able to find a way to modify it to contain the Anko seal, making the binding seal much more powerful than any other in existence. After all, if something is designed to contain a Biju, then containing powers created by humans is nothing. "Okay," said Naruto with a sigh of relief. "Everything is done. That seal should prevent it from contracting, even until it can. Find a way to get rid of him." Naruto walked back in front of the two as he rolled up his scroll, putting it in his pouch where it was sealed in a containment seal. He looked at the two and smiled at them. "Now, then why aren't you having fun? You should be able to find a way to eliminate me within a month. Are you sure?" Gaki asked Anko with a smile. Although you could see that she really hoped what she said was true, Naruto smirked. "I think I have the right to be confident after all Arrow sense. He even admitted that I am better than him with Fuin Jutsu." Don't insult the sinning with such disrespectful titles, Irika scolded, though it was negated by Anko's laughter. Naruto smirked. He just called them how I see them, and any man that can call himself a super pervert scoundrel deserves that nickname. While go check on BA-chan and see if he has a mission for me. Naruto left the room with Irika with an angry and cackling face. Yanko walking out. Naruto headed towards the Okage Tower. On the way, he made sure to pay attention to how the people around him reacted to his presence, as his speech had intended to do. Almost the entire generation his age and younger looked at him with no small amount of admiration and respect. It had been one of the few reasons he had announced his status to the village, because those who were too young to remember the Chi attack or had not yet been born had an unbiased view of what had happened so long ago without the hatred and fear clouding their minds. As many of the older generation were able to make a more informed decision about his Jinchuriki status being revealed, it also helped that the adults dug their own grave by telling their children to stay away from him and then proclaiming him a hero. In the last Namikaze, Naruto also noticed how many of the people who did remember Yubi's attack reacted, some of course, giving him an appearance of total hatred and disgust. However, those people rolled their eyes as soon as he looked at them. What surprised the blonde was that they seemed to be in the minority for the most part. Many of the adults now looked at him with shame and regret in their eyes, showing Naruto that they truly regretted the treatment they gave him. It was those people who would receive his forgiveness. Naruto stopped paying attention to the chanting as he entered the Okage Tower, ascending to the top floor, where the Okage office was. When he reached the desk in front of the tower, Naruto was a little surprised. Uribe asked Naruto as he approached the desk and looked at the woman behind him. Said woman lifted the sight, and almost immediately a large blush lit her cheeks. "Oh, Naruto, Koen, how are you today?" Naruto blinked for a moment as he looked at the woman. She looked so different from what he had remembered. The most important change, of course, was that her scales were gone. She now had completely unblemished and healthy skin. She must have gone in and seen Tsunade this morning or yesterday, and the cure must have been easier than he thought, since most operations of this nature normally took much longer. She was also out of those rags she had worn before and was now in a yellow dress that complemented her skin. It hugged her close enough that Naruto could see that despite not being a kunoichi, she had a very nice figure. Naruto assumed she got it from all the swimming she used to do. Naruto's mind rebooted as he registered the question and smiled at the girl. "I'm fine, and you see when to see Tsunade?" Uribe nodded. "Yes, I got in early this morning." Apparently the process was easier than he thought. Initially I had thought it would be, and sorry, blushed a little embarrassed. She gave me an explanation, but I didn't really understand anything after that. She said that I could work here, while Shurzu-san works at the hospital. Naruto threw the black-haired woman a sly smile, making the woman's blush spread even further across her face. "It's amazing, too. Be honest, a lot of her explanations would also cross my mind. It's good to see you already have a job. I guess this means you'll be staying." Uribe nodded. "Yes, I mean, I really have nowhere else to go," and looked at Naruto. Blushing, Naruto knew what it meant, but pretended not to notice. "I'm happy for you. So I'll take it Ghost-chan is inside." Uribe giggled at the nickname as she nodded. "Yes, she is actually. I had sent an ambu to look for you, although since you were here, and they're not, I think they're still looking." "Thanks," said Naruto as he walked towards the door, not even bothering to knock. He opened it. "Hey, BA-chan, I heard that you were calling for me." Tsunade, who was sitting in her seat side at the name, she looked at Naruto and covered any guilty emotion as he started to speak. "Yes, I did. I'm not sure if you're aware or not, but in a month the chunin exams will be returning to Konoha." Naruto tilted his head to the side. He wasn't aware of that. "I assume you have a mission that involves the exams for me. I hope it's not another invasion," Naruto said dramatically at the word invasion. "Don't even joke about things like that, Gaki," Tsunade said, although there was no real malice in her voice. "But I do have a mission for you that involves the chunin exams." She handed him a scroll along with 2 other honin who will be acting as proctors for the chunin exams. Naruto raised an eyebrow in surprise at this. He hadn't expected to be a proctor for the chunin exams. He had always been a combat ninja. He would point it at the enemy and leave them looking like a guy. Still, it was an order, and if he was honest with himself, it sounded fun. "Okay, I guess I can do this. Who are my partners?" XXXX man. "That woman drags you into this troublesome job too." Naruto looked at Shikamaru who was apparently going to be one of the proctors for the exam. "You hated, I'm surprised he picked you for something like this. I mean, you're so lazy, Mom Naruto. You know you're also an oddity for this mission," said Kakashi, while turning a page in his book. "Yeah, but then again, so are you," Naruto replied, with Kakashi conceding the point. Of course, they knew the reason why Naruto was chosen, and Kakashi was to show the strength of Konoha. Having two such prominent figures like Kishino Sharingan and Naidame Kiro and Senku would be a huge political statement about how powerful Konoha is. This in turn would make more clients want to surpass them, knowing that two powerful Shin weren't part of the Leaf Forces. "Then anyways, generally, there are three parts of this exam," said Naruto, as he looked at his mission scroll. He had already memorized it, but it never hurt to read it again. "Yes," said Shikamaru in a voice the chunin exam always has. "Three phases. The first is a written test to assess a shinobi's ability to look underneath, as the old saying goes. Then you have the second stage, which is a test in the Forest of Death. This can vary in difference from test to test. However, one thing remains the same. It is a test of teamwork, and to see if they have what it takes to survive in a hostile environment. If there are too many people who passed, we will have to conduct a round preliminary to weed out some geniuses, and the final test is always an individual tournament that's designed to show potential clients the strength and skill that the genin who passed the other exams possess." Naruto looked at Shikamaru for several seconds before speaking. "Shika, I think that's the most I've heard you say at one time." Naruto smirked when he heard an annoyed murmur. "So who's going to take which parts?" "Personally, I think Shikamaru would be best at the first part. With your IQ, you could probably create a test with so many twists and turns that the genin would end up failing it on principle." Shikamaru nodded. "That sounds like it's right up my alley. Plus, I won't have to worry so much about standing." Naruto's sweat dropped as he listened to Shikamaru's main reason for wanting the first test. He shook his head, turning to Kakashi. "What about you? I mean, I think we could go either way with the two left. Which one do you want to take?" Kakashi looked up from his book for a moment, seconding your thoughts. "I think it would be good for the second test. I have an idea that I think would work well with that. Plus, having you as a third supervisor would allow Konoha to show off it's better for the clientele." "Great. Just what I need, Mo." Naruto, I almost feel like a trophy wife, while trailed Shikamaru with a smirk. "You're certainly troublesome enough to be one." Naruto narrowed his eyes at the lazy air of Nara. "You might want to be careful with Shika. After of everything, and your mother heard you say that XX inside Nara's house." Nara Yasino sneezed in the food he was making. He got so angry that when Shikako entered the room, or to hit him with a frying pan, Shikako, who hadn't been expecting, was sent flying to the floor, where he was beaten into unconsciousness. XXXX. Shikamaru paled at the thought of what his troublesome mother would do if she knew of that comment. "I hate you, Naruto." Naruto simply laughed at him. XXX, a bent and blind Naruto, was in the center of a clearing in his backyard. He was in a basic stance for one of the toe styles he had been taught. Around him were nearly 200 other Narutos. Some had Susanoo out, others had Iron Kunai, and some were just using their bare fist. For a moment, everything went silent except for the faint rustling of the trees as a breeze blew. Then, without warning, all of the clones attacked, approaching him with speeds that were beyond most honing. However, Naruto, he remained rooted in place, and as soon as the clones approached, Naruto began to move. However, he did not attack any of them. Instead, he redirected their attacks so that they hit each other. His feet stayed in the same place, never moving, as Naruto used his Sano to shift blades and kunai to the side. When he felt a fist come toward him, Naruto would simply use one hand to redirect the attack to another clone. The style he used was called Gam Nintai, sword style of patience with Toad. Because of the patience and calmness required to use it, most people could never remain calm or patient when one let go. When hundreds of people were attacking him, that was due to the nervous system and the naturally ingrained reflexes that controlled the automatic functions of movement. To utilize this style properly, one must learn to deactivate these automatic functions, allowing one to remain calm even in the face of certain death. For several hours, Naruto continued this without he wasn't able to attack, as he simply redirected the attacks, letting them flow around him as he stood there. Each time he destroyed a batch, he would create another larger batch of clones until he reached 500. The point of this exercise was for him to see how long he could retain his ability to stay calm while increasing the size of his enemies. Eventually, he felt a slip in his abilities, which caused his arm to be severed. It healed a second later, and Naruto knew he had found his limit with this. So far, 550 clones now It's the time to surpass it, Naruto muttered as he summoned 600 clones, all of which charged him the moment they were made XX. So tell me why we're here again, Naruto asked the people who had managed to drag him here. Naruto and his friends Kiba, Chui, Ino, and Sakura were in one of the shinobi bars located all over Konoha. The four had somehow managed to convince him to come with them, not because he minded being with friends, but since she couldn't get drunk, she didn't see the point of going to a bar. We're here because you should let it go by all the time, Kiba drawled before taking another sip of the drink, the lightweight. But here it's correct, H said, making Kiba's face gain an expression that seemed somewhere between growling and wanted to hit her. And while I don't feel like getting lost, it's a good place to hang out, Ino finished while taking a sip of her drink. Sakura nodded, and she's not right. With all the things we do as shinobi, we should take every opportunity. We can relax, yeah, I guess, so said Naruto while scratching his chin at the thought. He smiled at them. And with all the damn council meetings I have to go to, I need to let loose. I'm seriously starting to realize why is Chan drinking so much. Having to deal with that bunch of pompous and overly arrogant airbags would make anyone want to drink themselves. It's stupid if for no other reason than to block out the headache they bring. They really don't. You should call Tsunade-sama such a disrespectful name, Sakura said, frowning as she drank her non-alcoholic juice. There was a time when she would have punched him for saying something like that. However, she knew that he wasn't the little boy he used to be, and it probably wouldn't do to get punched in the head. Besides, he was right about her drinking habits. Naruto shrugged. It is a term of endearment. Sakura, I don't give these titles to just anyone you meet. Besides, she knows that. Lovesy just hasn't realized yet. Whatever, Sakura replied, not wanting to get into an argument over something like that. Man, silently talking about it, muttered Kiba as he took another sip of sake. It's hot. Sakura punched him in the back of the head while Sino kicked him in the shin, making the air in Yusuke howl in pain. Sakura yelled, "Don't be so disrespectful to Tsunade-sama." So Kiba was about to reply when another voice yelled, "Bitch, Naruto," and the others turned their attention to see four men surrounding a woman. One of the men lunged at the woman, and the woman dodged a little to the left with a bit of drunken arrogance before slamming her fist into the man's face. The man was sent flying back into one of the tables, breaking it and spilling several drinks. It was then that the woman stood up, and Naruto felt his eyes widen as he realized who the woman was. It was none other than Yugao, the blonde shinobi. Instantly noticed that she looked worse than when they first met. Her hair was messy, and her eyes were bloodshot and had bags in them. She was obviously drunk by the way she was swaying, but she also looked like she had just gotten out of the hospital. Naruto noticed several bruises on her face. Okay, who wants some more? Yugao asked as she got into a sloppy taijutsu stance. ___. One of the men yelled as he charged at her before he could get within 5 feet of her. A fist planted itself in her chest with all the force of a rhinoceros. The man, he was soon sent flying backwards, crashing not only into a table, but straight through the wall. Naruto stood up and glared coldly at the last two men. I suggest you leave this woman alone. The dead tone in the blonde's voice made the two men flinch. Naruto sent a shot of killing intent their way and smirked as they started to stumble in their haste to leave Naruto's side, and was about to turn around until a pair of arms wrapped around his waist. That was so romantic. Naruto, he felt a slight shiver as Yugao pressed her assets against his back as he struggled to stand properly. Naruto twisted in his grasp as she removed her arms from him, placing one around his neck as he held her by her waist. Naruto turned to the waiter. I'm sorry for the damage. Put under the name of your machine. My case. Many of the customers began to whisper his name, having recognized him already. Naruto ignored this as he sent an apologetic expression to his friends before leaving with Yugao. Who was that? Asked Ino with a hint of curiosity and jealousy. And how did she meet Naruto-kun? I don't know, but a drunk like her doesn't deserve someone like Naruto. Sakura said in an angry voice. Ino looked at Sakura and smiled. Why, Sakura? Is that jealousy in your voice? The face of those girls turned the same color as her hair. Don't be ridiculous. I'm not jealous. I just don't think someone like her is good enough for Naruto. And not only did she smile knowingly, it was at that moment that Kiba decided to make his presence known. To whom does she care who she is? That girl washed herself. Both Hino and Sakura got twitch marks looking at each other. They both nodded, raising their fists back. The two women smashed them against the back of Kiba's head. The end result was Kiba's face being sent straight into the wooden table, with said table shattering and sending Chuji's food all over the place. Chi looked at the food and soon started crying anime tears as Kiba was left with swirls in his eyes. Triple X, XX Naruto resisted the intense urge to moan. He wondered how he found himself in situations like this. He wasn't sure if it was a blessing or a curse, but whenever a beautiful woman was in some kind of trouble, he seemed to be in the right place at the right time to help it happen with Koyuki, as well as many other daima. It happened with me, it happened with Konan, and it happened with you Yanko now. It was happening with Yugao, and although he didn't mind helping her, quite the contrary, he was in fact more than happy to help her finally, and no the other way around. He really wished she would change the topic of conversation at that point. They were just wandering aimlessly as the woman refused to tell him where she lived, and he couldn't remember any worse than that Yugao's choice of conversation. It was about the things she and I8 used to do, things that should forever remain private. And you knew that. I8 Chunin is a pervert, Yugao asked with a giggle. I remember one time when he wanted to play in this scene. It was from one of the Ika books. And so on, Naruto tried to ignore the violet-haired woman as Yugao went into explicit details of her and I8's sex life, something he would never in a million years have wanted to hear Yugao-chan not to be rude or anything. But could you tell me where you live so I can walk you home, Naruto asked after he had enough of listening to her sex talk, which was something he would have expected from Anko. He was forced to stop walking when Yugao started to shake. Naruto turned his head to look at her and frowned, wondering if she was cold. It was then he noticed that tears were now coming out of her eyes that were hidden by her bangs. Naruto felt a pang of guilt seeing this, feeling like it was somehow his fault for sounding so abrupt. He had always hated seeing the woman hurt, and it was worse when it was someone close to him. Naruto placed a hand under Yugao's chin, gently lifting it up so she could see her grayish-brown eyes with cerulean blue. When Yugao saw Naruto's eyes, she knew if she and any other girl that the Viero were honest with themselves were easily the most beautiful eyes most seen instantly. She felt warm and safe. Of course, this made her start to cry even more as she lunged at the blonde ninja and began to cry into his chest. Naruto had no idea what to do in this situation. One minute, he was talking about his sex life with his ex-lover I8, and the next, he was bawling his eyes out. So he did what he always did when trying to comfort a woman. He simply pulled her closer, leaning one hand on her mid-back as the other began to run through her hair. Naruto began to whisper sweet nothings into Yugao's ear, letting her know that he was here for her. She didn't even tell me where she lives, Naruto muttered to himself with a sigh, knowing he couldn't just leave her there. Naruto gently picked the woman up bridal style and began their walk towards her home. As he reached the gate, Naruto let his chakra open it. As he entered the courtyard, Naruto made a clone to open the gate. As the clone closed it and followed the original, Naruto went up the stairs and chose one of the rooms, having the clone open it for him. To enter, the clone followed him and walked over to the bed, lifting the sheets before dissipating. Naruto gently sat the purple-haired woman down on the bed. Taking off his shoes and moving to place them by the door, he walked back and brought the sheets over Yugao, who was muttering Hi8's name in her sleep, looking like she was having a nightmare. Naruto, he got inside and sat on the bed, running his hands through his hair until everything he was dreaming about seemed to disappear. The blonde shinobi frowned as he looked at the woman. He had noticed how bad she had looked when they met at the memorial stone. She hadn't looked as bad as she did now. The bags under her eyes were much more prominent, showing that she had barely slept and was probably working herself too hard on missions. Her breathing also sounded a little strained as she looked at him. That Naruto wasn't a medic, knowing that she was friends with Yugao. Naruto had explained his history with the purple-haired Ambu to Anko and asked her if she knew exactly what was going on with Yugao. She had informed him that Yugao wasn't doing well ever since Hi8's death. It seemed like no matter what her friends did, nothing seemed to work. Anko had hoped that Naruto would somehow be able to help Yugao, since he had a little history with her and no one else could do anything. Unfortunately, the blonde didn't even know where to start, though that didn't mean he wouldn't do anything. Naruto brushed some hair out of Yugao's face. Leaning down, he kissed her forehead before getting up and leaving. XXXX the next morning, Yugao Sasuke woke up with a massive hangover, groaning as she sat up in bed. She slowly opened her eyes so they wouldn't get hurt by her oversensitive eyes, overloaded by the light in the room. It was then she realized she wasn't in her apartment or any of her friends' apartments. She looked around and saw that the room she was in was nice. It reminded her of some of the 4- and 5-star hotels she had stayed in when dealing with NOV. The bed was a deep crimson color with plush soft pillows on the left side, was a dresser with a reading lamp. Further along the wall was a door that led to a walk-in closet on the other side. There was a door slightly ajar to show an unfinished bathroom. It would undoubtedly be as opulent as the room she was in now. The carpet seemed extremely soft and matched the color of her bed. Meanwhile, the walls were a light blue that contrasted with the sheets and floor. As she looked around the room, Yugao tried to remember what had happened the night before. She couldn't remember much. She remembered going out on another S-rank mission and almost getting killed when they ended up fighting a S-rank missing mean and several other ninja. Chunin level only thanks to one of her comrades taking her back to Konoha while she had only been half conscious and almost dead from the blood loss. She survived after waking up Yugao. She snuck out of the hospital as usual and then went to find her friends, hoping they might want a drink. However, she hadn't been able to find any of them and decided that she didn't care that Yugao had gotten drunk by herself after things got blurry. She remembered a fight sometime, guy feeling really bubbly, then feeling down, and finally feeling completely confident. She wasn't sure what to do with this. However, she knew that whoever had given her that last feeling she hadn't felt since Hate died must live here. Getting out of bed, Yugao felt her legs wobble a little and had to wait a moment to regain her balance. Once she did, the young woman caught herself and sighed in relief when she noticed the only thing that was out of place on her. It was the fact that she had no shoes on. Looking around, she saw her shoes near the door, moving despite the headache Yugao had put in her shoes. She then opened the door and looked outside. One side had a stairwell, while the other had a door. Seeing no one there, Yugao moved towards the staircase. Going down as she walked towards the first floor, about halfway up the stairs, an absolutely heavenly scent hit her nose. Yugao soon found herself following the scent. Her mouth watered, stopped where the smell seemed to be, and she found herself in a kitchen. Looking around, she blinked in surprise as she noticed who was cooking. It was Naruto, wearing a pair of what looked like workout sweats of some sort, moving some sort of pancake around in the pan. He was holding Yugao, stood in place for a long moment as she stared at what in her head was a truly strange scene. It was then that Naruto turned to put the pan that Yugao noticed flat on a plate and saw it. Naruto gave it to the woman, a big smile. "Good morning, Yugao-chan. How did you sleep?" Yugao blinked before remembering her manners. I slept well, and you very well," replied Naruto as he poured some batter into the pan. "Why don't you sit down while I finish making breakfast? Should only be another minute or two." Unable to think straight due to the scene in front of her, Yugao simply nodded, walking over to the table and taking a seat. Several minutes later, Naruto approached her with an empty plate and a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice. He placed some pills on her plate, making her look at him and raise an eyebrow. "There are hangover pills," Naruto explained as he walked back to the kitchen to grab a large plate full of flat pancakes. "I introduced them to him when I was traveling with Hiro-sensei. The man always woke up in the morning with a severe hangover." Naruto put the plate down. "I think so. I didn't have to wait for him to get over it naturally to train." Yugao nodded, and even though she still felt sick, she smiled. It was like Naruto hitting someone with a stick. Authority, such a disrespectful man, remembered the time she had been the boy's bodyguard and had barged into the OCG, calling him Ajizan. She grabbed the pills from her plate and swallowed them with some orange juice, her sighing in relief as she felt her headache disappear. "That feels so much better," said Yugao. "Thanks, Naruto." Naruto smiled at her ass. He served her a plate of flatbreads. "No problem, Yugao-chan, you know. I'm always willing to help a friend." Yugao smiled once more before returning her attention to the food. Had to be the strangest breakfast she had ever seen. The pancakes were completely flat and rolled up, filled inside with various fruits and some sort of cream cheese. She took a fork and cut off a piece. "What is this?" she asked as she looked at Naruto. The blonde shrugged. "Something I found in my mom's cookbook. It's called crepes in there. You'll have to tell me what they are like since this is the first time I've cooked them." Yugao looked at the food with a little apprehension as she was looking at Naruto. The blonde had been a terrible cook. All she had been able to cook was instant ramen. And that was just it, because all she had to do was pour water on it, put it in the microwave, and set the timer. Still, it didn't look bad, and it certainly smelled delicious. In the end, she decided not to be rude. She took a bite of the food, her eyes shot open as the incredible explosion of flavor took over her. The food was sweet and literally melted in her mouth. Pretty soon, all reservations were gone. and Yugao was filling her mouth like never before. However, she stopped when she heard a laugh. Looking up, she found Naruto laughing at her and instantly blushed in embarrassment. Then I took the food and okay. Then Naruto asked with joy. Clearly visible in his eyes, Yugao blushed even more when she started to feel absolutely mortified by how terrible and messy she had started to eat. She put down her fork as she tried to regain some of her dignity. It was delicious, she congratulated, although her red cheeks remained. I honestly don't think I've ever tasted anything this good. She looked at him and noticed his plate was empty. You're not going to eat? Naruto shook his head. It wouldn't matter if he did since I'm just a clone. Yugao looked at him in surprise. She hadn't even realized she'd been talking to a clone this whole time. Chances are the real Naruto will be done with his workout. They made me make you 2 breakfasts and keep you company until he got here. Yugao had to smile at Naruto's thoughtfulness, knowing that he cared so much that she invoked a strangely warm feeling in her. Good morning, Yugao. Yugao blinked as the clone in the seat dissipated, and a few seconds later another Naruto took his place and started piling crepes onto his plate. He paused for a moment. As the memories of the clone hit him, he looked at Yugao and smiled. I'm pleased to know you like my food so much, Naruto told her. It's really good, Yugao said, while repeating what she said to the clone. Where did you learn to cook? Naruto scratched his back of head shyly. Well, when I was traveling with Hiro-sensei, I got to try a lot of different foods besides ramen. I guess after a while I just wanted to try and cook for myself, so I went to a library and grabbed several cookbooks. And while he stopped shrugging, the rest of the meal was consumed in comfortable silence while Naruto hummed a soft tune and Yugao focused on her own thoughts. The young girl felt a bit confused as she ate there with Naruto. A part of her loved him, this warm feeling she had been missing for so long. And yet another part of her felt like she was betraying hate. That feeling like she had felt with him when she was with someone else was a betrayal to him. Her thoughts started to get more and more distressed and depressed as she continued with this line of thinking. Eventually, they became too much, and she stood up. Yugao-chan, is something wrong? Asked Naruto as he too stood up. I'm sorry, Naruto, but I have to go, said Yugao as he headed towards the door. Before she could reach him, a pair of arms wrapped around her waist, causing the young woman to stiffen. Yugao, said Naruto in a soft tone that belied how worried he was. What is it? Please talk to me. The young woman's voice cracked as she shook the tears from her eyes. I'm sorry, I can't take it. She shook herself out of Naruto's arms, opening the door. She left before Naruto could try to stop her. For a long moment, the blonde shinobi stood there wondering how he could possibly help the woman who had helped him as a child. He closed his eyes for a moment, deciding he would talk to Anko and Karina, and when he got the chance, he looked at the clock on the wall and noticed he had a meeting with Shikamaru and Kakashi in a moment. Soon he too was out the door and on his way. XXXX, are you ready? Anko asked Naruto as Anko and Irika once again met at the hospital. It was the last day before the exam started of chunin, and Naruto had been busy whether he was going to meet Shikamaru and Kakashi or if he was looking for a way to get rid of Anko's curse seal. The blonde had barely found time for himself. Despite not having much time, Naruto had been able to find a way to get rid of the curse seal. Through his studying, he had learned 2 things. The first was that the seal was actually a transfer of a bloodline that existed, and someone Jiraiya had told him that it was a man named Yugo, a person who was considered psychotic and violent, was in one of Orochimaru's hideouts. They hadn't been able to find anything else, but it was enough. The second was that the seal that allowed the juice enzymes to work was made from a mixture of Orochimaru's blood and chakra. That's why he had to bite the person to inject them. Each fong contained a portion of Orochimaru's blood and chakra, as well as the enzymes. The way Naruto planned to get rid of the seal was in theory quite simple. However, in reality, execution would be difficult and painful. Using Anko's weight in her own blood, Naruto had created a large sealing array in the room. He planned to use the blood mixed with Naruto's chakra he would use to overpower Orochimaru's chakra. In essence, what he was doing was fighting Orochimaru for mastery over the curse seal. With him in control, he could simply seal it. Anko nodded. She was ready the moment. I got this. Naruto nodded. Okay. Then I want you to sit in the center of the array, and we'll begin. Anko nodded again, kissing Irika on the cheek. She moved to the center with Naruto, where he sat Naruto took out his brush and the special ink he had created from his blood and chakra. The first thing he did was get rid of her binding seal. With that done, she moved on to the hard part. Anko, this is going to hurt, but I need you to activate the cursed seal. Unfortunately, she found out that due to the pain the numbing drugs had on her nervous system, Anko couldn't use any, as her body would be incapable of fighting the effects of the seals, and that could end up destroying his body from the inside out. He watched as Anko activated the seal, gritting his teeth as the pain began to spread throughout his body. Naruto dipped his brush in the ink and began to create his seal, covering every inch of the activated cursed seal with his own. The process was only about 15 minutes, but for Hanko it felt like an eternity. When it was over, he heard Naruto mutter, "Now comes the hard part." The blonde began to inject his own chakra in her seal, using it to try and overpower Orochimaru's tainted chakra. Anko soon began to scream as the pain became dominant, collapsing to the ground. As Naruto's and Orochimaru's chakra began to push against each other to overpower the seal, Irika, who was still standing to the side, was about to rush in, but a glare from Naruto stopped him. If he interfered, his chakra could easily tip the balance of power in the seal. Naruto felt sweat dripping on his forehead as he continued to watch the seal go from blue to black and back again as the fight continued. The problem with what he was doing was that Naruto had to be careful with how much chakra he put into the seal. Too much, Yanko would suffer from chakra overload. Too little, and she wouldn't be able to get rid of Orochimaru's chakra. Naruto gave one last chakra watch as the seal turned blue and stayed that way. Naruto sighed in relief as he closed off its flow of chakra, gently picking up Anko, who had fainted at some point during the process. Naruto looked at the cursed seal, which was now blue, having Orochimaru exerted that chakra. Naruto took his hand and placed it over the seal. Using another seal he had prepared, he drew all of his chakra from his system, making the cursed seal disappear as if it had never been there. Naruto looked at Irika, who finally walked over, reaching for his trench coat. Irika blinked before nodding dumbly and going back to grab Anko's trench coat. He walked back and gave it to Naruto, who he wrapped Anko up, giving it to the purple-haired snake lover. To Irika, "It's done. The seal is gone." Irika looked at Anko's neck and noticed the seal was gone. He gave a big smile when he thought of how happy Anko would be when she found out about this. "Thanks, Naruto," said Irika to his little brother figure. Naruto scratched the back of his head while smiling. "For nothing. You don't think I would let my precious people suffer like that?" He lowered his hand and became serious again. "Make sure to give her plenty of fluids too. Make sure that he wait a month before doing anything that requires him to use chakra." Irika nodded, thanking Naruto again. Before leaving, Naruto created several Kai Bizon and had them clean the room before he too left. XXXX. Shikamaru sighed and resisted the urge to mutter something annoyed, even though that was exactly what it was. The gening that managed to get past the Jinjutsu down was now starting to seep into the room, taking seats at the many tables surrounding it. Unlike last time, when they had desks when he had taken the exams, this time there were several dozen round tables. Each table had 3 chairs, making it obvious that they were meant for the teams to sit at. The chunin observers were on 3 sides of the room, while Shikamaru stood at the front. On the walls around the room were dozens and dozens of posters, which caught the attention of many of the genin. Shikamaru waited for about 30 minutes for any genin teams to stay behind before nodding to one of the chunin. As he closed the door, Shikamaru stood up and with a lazy expression started the test. "Okay, listen up, problem children." Many genin sweated at the lazy tone in his proctor's voice that the proctor ignored when he started explaining the test to them. "As you know, this is the first stage of the chunin exams. I want you all to listen while I explain the rules, because it would be too troublesome to go over them again." Shikamaru paused as he looked around. "First rule, there can be no talking during this test. If I or the seers see you talking, you'll get 2 points caught for those who see you 3 times. You will be automatically disqualified. The second rule is you cannot look anywhere but in front of you. Once again, 2 points will engage if you do and get caught 3 times. You will be sent away. Fourth rule, any trap caught by a ninja will get 2 points caught too if you haven't figured out what will happen when you get caught 3 times. Then that's __ for you, because I'm not going to explain again now. For the final rule, this is a team test, which means if one of your teammates fails, so does the rest of the team. So that sucks for you, because I'm not going to explain again now. For the final rule, this is a team test, which means if one of your teammates fails, so does the rest of the team. So that sucks for you, because I'm not going to explain again now. For the final rule, this is a test of team, which means if one of your teammates fails, so does the rest of the team. The Jinnin soon burst into shouts telling Shikamaru that it wasn't fair, and that this was the dumbest rule they had ever heard. The Nara heir just groaned. Why do I have to be chosen for such a troublesome mission? Triple X. XX Naruto looked around the honing room as he sat on one of the couches in it. He had decided, since he was proctoring in this exam, that it would be a good opportunity to hang out with his partner. Honing the room itself was very basic. It looked almost like the master bedroom of an apartment. There was a kitchen area and a living room where the couches were located, which had a basic TV currently occupying the area. Besides himself, Kakashi, who was reading his book and laughing wickedly, Gunma, who had gotten a Jinnin team about 2 years ago after getting his promotion from Toku honing to honing Ebisu, which Naruto knew was with Hamaru Moe and Sense and Duden, and surprisingly Anita are like this after his last mission to Uni, and then Naruto getting rid of his curse seal. He and Anko had become good friends. The two were in many ways similar, mainly in how they had both been hated by the village for things beyond their control. Because of this, they had found something of a kindred spirit in each other, and Hanko had become a sister figure to him, a very creepy, psychotic, blood-loving sister, but a sister nonetheless. Often when Irika was at the academy or working, Anko would stay with him either for dango or ramen, depending on who won their spars. Naruto turned to look at Ebisu. So Konohamaru and his team are in the chunin exams this year. Yeah, Ebisu said in his somewhat prim voice as he adjusted his sunglasses. They still have a lot to learn, but they've gotten stronger and understand the value of teamwork. Thought it would be best to let them see some of the competition. That way, if they don't do chunin this year, they know how much harder they need to train. Naruto nodded as Ginma spoke. I heard that you're actually one of the supervisors this year. Naruto gave the man a smile. Of course, Chan thought I was the best man for the job because of how awesome I am. For a moment, everyone went silent, as those who hadn't heard of Naruto's use of suffixes and respectful attitude towards authority figures registered. What he just called the Okage. When they did, there were 4 reactions. Different. Iso looked like he was about to shit himself, with an outrageous expression on his face as he stared mouth agape at the blonde Gemma, made several sizzling and choking noises. Kakashi ignored it all as he gave a perverted giggle. Meanwhile, Anko had just fallen to the ground, holding her sides as she breathed raggedly while laughing. Damn kid, said Genma as he got himself under control, rolling the tip of his tooth in his mouth. I always knew you had balls with those pranks you used to pull and everything, but calling Okagesima that you think is bad, said Hanko, while going back to her seat, still rolling. You should hear what he calls Jiraiya. Everyone looked at Naruto, expectantly, causing the blonde man to sweat. Well, you see, I thought he had proclaimed himself as a super pervert, said Naruto, while holding dates with his hands. I thought a good name for him would be Hero Sensei. Or if he is not his sensei, he could just be the Hero Sen in Triple X somewhere in Suki. Kuni Jiraiya was spying in the bathhouses when Sneeze found out he must be a pervert. Let's get him. Jilla's eyes widened as the walls separating the male and female sides broke. Several women in towels had somehow managed to get their hands on numerous weapons ranging from bats and hairpins to giant marble knives. One of the girls pointed at Jiraiya. There he is, let's beat him up, girls. Jiraiya paled before taking off, trying to avoid the killing blows that were aimed at his man parts. Somehow, he knew this was Naruto's fault. Got you. Because of this Gaki XXXX retreat. That's what Ginma said, kid. You've got to have the biggest pair of bronze balls I've ever seen, calling 2 of the 3s in. Something like that. Hano smiled. Oh, these kids have a pair. All right, in fact, if it wasn't for luck, Kun, I'd like to take this kid home. And Anko. Naruto interrupted the woman with a blush. I don't need to hear that right now. Anko pouted for a second before looking at the clock. The lazy bastard should have finished with his test. Looked at Kakashi, who had just let out another perverted giggle. Hey, Cyclops, it's not like that. I don't know, will I go there or something? Kakashi looked up from his book and looked at his watch, then just shrugged and went back to his book. Nah, he said in a lazy voice, I still have at least 3 more hours. Everyone else in the room sweated man's choice to be late. XXXX. Shikamaru sighed as the time he gave the kids to finish their test came up. The test had been designed to do that. So you had to cheat, but also make it increasingly difficult. Like the test they had given him had questions that were too advanced for the imp Gen. However, instead of having Chunin hide in the room and write the answers, Shikamaru had the answers hidden on posters. The seats were strategically placed so that each Genin could see several of the answers, but not all, and because they couldn't look anywhere else, But in front of them, they had been forced to communicate the answers to each other. This meant that they had been forced into some form of communication, as they couldn't speak. Some had done it through moral code, others had given little pushes, and some had just used eye contact. The last question was a riddle that could only be solved when all the previous questions had been answered. At the end, 32 of the 70 teams had passed. Troublesome. I thought it would be less Shikamaru's side. Or well, at least they were no longer his responsibility. Congratulations to everyone who has passed away, Shikamaru said in the same lazy voice he had used throughout the exam. You will all need to wait for your second proctor to arrive. Good luck on the next exam, and I hope I never see your troubled faces again. With that, Shikamaru and the seer's chunin disappeared in a puff of smoke, leaving the Jinnin to themselves. Man, said Konohamaru as he stretched in his seat, I'm so glad it's over. Konohamaru let out a loud yawn. That test was absolutely boring. It was so hard and pointless. I'd rather take this exam again and then go where we have to go, said Udon. I heard that the second exam is held in the Forest of Death. I've heard many rumors about that place, said Moegi while agreeing with Udon. I heard that there are giant insects and tigers that love to eat human flesh. It's supposed to be a really dangerous place. Who cares how dangerous it is, said Konohamaru while getting up and putting a foot in his chair. I fear no Forest of Death. I will face anything that crosses my path. Only then will I be able to defeat Naruto. And Isenmo and Udon seemed entertained while Konohamaru continued with other phrases of defeating my rival that became more and more frequent since the news of what Naruto did in Kiri reached Konoha. The young Lobi had begun to strive even harder to defeat Sun and Sanier. Of course, they couldn't blame him. After all, they both felt a bit of hero worship for him. Blonde shinobi. Also, man, that was so boring, said an orange-haired genin of Kiri. The young man looked to be in his late 20s to late teens, with spiky orange hair and brown eyes, standing about 5 or so tall. He wore a pair of black-white cameo-style pants that were tucked into a pair of black shinobi sandals. On his torso was a sleeveless black shirt that showed off his muscles, and wrapped on his left arm was his Kirit 8. In his left hand was a large sword, black, without guard, with the tip on the ground. He spun the hilt around in his hand. Seriously, could this be any more boring? Shut up, Ichigo, said the other man from the team. This man stood at a height of around 5'7" and had red hair tied up in a head tie, making his head look like a pineapple. With as it had come around his head, around his eyes, was a strange tattoo that looked kind of like similar seals. Just like his teammate wore cameo pants, except they were the opposite color. Likewise, his shirt was long-sleeved instead of short-sleeved on. His hands were a pair of black fingerless gloves. I just didn't like the test, because it was too much for your little brain of yours to comprehend. Ichigo groaned as he stood up. You want to say that again, Renji? You didn't hear me the first time, Renji asked with a smirk. You better watch yourself with doodles, otherwise I might have to take you out again, said Ichigo. Now it was his turn to smirk when Renji stood up and looked at him. How did you call me, Sanahoria? Did you hear me, pineapple? Soon the two boys came face to face and looked at each other. Will you two stop fighting? Asked the only girl in the group. She had black eyes and black hair with a single bang in the center and was only seeing tall. Unlike the others, she wore a black Chika's Yakama with tabi socks and sandals. Her Carrera 8 can be seen hanging around her neck. I'm going to slam your face into the ground, brand on Strawberry. The girl soon won several ICT marks as her two teammates continued to glare at each other and insult each other. They'll continue to lock their seats and instantly sit down. The two kids were in their seats along with everyone else in the room. Sorry, Rukia, they said with a pale face, not wanting to upset her teammate. Eventually, everyone started talking again as they waited for the second exam. Proctor Chunning and waited and waited and waited. Jie screamed with Amar while grabbing her hair. Where the hell is she, the second supervisor? I swear if I have to wait one more minute, I'm going to beat him up. Many others nodded in agreement with young Sartobi's statement. Luckily, just at that moment, their second supervisor walked through the door. A lot of sweat fell from his face, as this man seemed even lazier than their first supervisor, which they hadn't thought was possible. He looked up from his porn and looked at the students with one eye that was half covered in a lazy and indifferent manner. He muttered to himself, there's more than I thought there would be. Konohamaru and Ichigo quickly got up from their seats and shouted, you're late. Kakashi looked at the two before giving everyone a wide-eyed smile. Well, you see, I was on my way here when I came across a cat stuck in a tree, so I had to take it down, only I found out it was a black cat. So I had to take the long way around. And that's when I got lost on the road of life. Kakashi patted himself on the back for coming up with such an excuse. Brilliant. that actually just combined. Several excuses he'd already used when he was late, but they did not need to know that none of the genin were able to say anything, having been so shocked hearing such a lame excuse that had left them speechless. Kakashi went back to his book while talking any which way come to the entrance of Training Ground 44. In 1 hour, those who don't arrive within the hour will be automatically disqualified. Jane, with that, Kakashi disappeared in a puff of smoke, leaving the grumpy Genin get up and head to Training Ground 44. Kakashi let out a wicked chuckle as he read his book Ika Civil War Special Red Edition. Oak-chan, naughty little girl, looking up from his book for a moment, he noticed some genin starting to come and shrugging. He turned back to his book, continuing his wicked chuckle. For many of the females of EA, after an hour of waiting, Kakashi slammed his book shut, putting it back in his bag before ringing the bell. Now, okay, this is the second stage of the chunin exam. I'd like to welcome you all to the Forest of Death, Kakashi said, even though his voice was as lazy as ever. Jining began to sweat as the Cyclopean honing began to express his killing intent. Now, the purpose of this exam is quite simple. Each team will have a single bell. Kakashi held up the bell and jingled it. Your goal is to obtain at least one other bell to test out. You'll have a total of C days to do this. He paused here for a moment. However, a teammate without a bell will automatically fail. Kakashi watched as the genin burst into angry shouts. It always amused him how easy it was to rile up genin. They were still so angry that he was late that the Cyclops doubted they could think clearly. Finally, deciding they had shouted enough, Kakashi dropped them with a burst of killing intent. All right, now that I have your attention, I need you to do something else. A chunin appeared next to Kakashi with several sheets of paper. The chunin pulled a sheet out of the top and showed it to everyone. Because we have a lot of people who die here every year, we will ask everyone to sign these forms, otherwise we will not have a way to appeal the denial. When do we have to return your corpse to your village? Kakashi hummed in a cheerful voice as he gave the time-pale genin a wide-eyed smile. The chunin started handing out piles of kills to the genin, telling them to send them, and once all the papers were signed, the genin went to his assigned gate where they were given a bell. Finally, Kakashi's voice boomed out over the loudspeaker and ordered them to begin, and the gate opened. The genin began to speed up, not even realizing the dangers that awaited them. Kakashi pulled his book back and began to read for a moment. So what do you think? He asked, apparently to no one. There was a faint rustle in the trees as a dark orange blur shot out, landing on the ground just beyond. Naruto stood up and shook his head at his sensei. I can't believe that you actually gave them a bell test. Seriously, Kakashi, it's like you have some kind of bell fetish, finished Naruto with a cheeky grin. Kakashi snorted. Hey, I'll have you know the bell test is a Team 7 tradition. Naruto just laughed. Well, I guess it is. He was going to say more when several screams pierced the air. Naruto looked towards the forest. Well, looks like the fun has already started, it seems. So, said Kakashi while turning another page of his book. Well, I'm going to go inside, said Naruto. I'll see. Yes, later, sensei. The blonde threw a wave over his shoulder before jumping into the forest and speeding off. XXXX. Naruto was grinning as he lay on the bed that was located in one of the rooms reserved for the supervisor. His smile widened when he heard a low moan from the woman his hands were currently dragging up and down, running them gently along his back. Said woman was none other than the blue-haired beauty Conan had asked to summon her just now. Unfortunately, since they were in the middle of the second stage of the chunin exams, and also in Konoha, Naruto couldn't take her out like he usually did, but Conan didn't seem to mind and told him that as long as she could be with him, nothing else mattered. Tomorrow, Sleeping Beauty, said Naruto with a smile as Conan raised his head and looked at him. With his beautiful amber eyes, Conan smiled at him as he leaned over him and gave him a kiss. Naruto felt a shiver run down his spine when he felt her breasts almost, and the woman's nudes were brushing against his chest. Now he was absolutely sure that Conan was in fact putting on his night clothes, just to tease him for no reason other than the shy smile she gave him every time she noticed his reaction. The blue-haired woman had become much bolder in her teasing recently. Not that Naruto was going to complain, since he greatly enjoyed her more mocking personality. Good morning, Conan murmured into her lips as they continued kissing. Naruto brought the blue-haired woman even closer, licking his lower lip. While ordering the entree, Conan opened his mouth, but instead of letting it in, she tried to push her tongue into his mouth. However, Naruto wasn't that easy to do, and the two soon began to duel as they let their tongues push against each other. With more experienced Naruto was the winner in their duel. He began to explore the woman's mouth with excitement. She tasted flame roasted fish, which Naruto knew was her favorite food, and something he would cook for her whenever they got together. Eventually, Naruto retracted his tongue and let Conan explore his. When they broke apart, Conan smiled down at him as he laid his head on Conan's chest. I had a really good dream last night. When Naruto asked as his hands slowly began to run up and down Conan's back, I hope I was into it, he said teasingly. And you were, Conan said as he let out light moans at Naruto's touch. He had dreamed that we finally achieved true peace. Conan gave a content sigh. We got married and had a family. And we had 2 children, a boy and a girl. Our children's name was Yako. Naruto smiled as he closed his eyes and listened to Conan. That sounds like a good dream. When we have a child, we will name him after your friend. Her blue-haired lover gave Naruto's chest a light kiss before resting her cheek against Naruto's chest. And what about our daughter? Naruto asked. I don't know, I didn't hear her name in the dream. Conan looked at Naruto. What would he name our daughter? Naruto closed his eyes, thinking for a moment before smiling. Kusina, after your mother, Conan asked with a somewhat sad smile. Naruto nodded as he opened his eyes. Yeah, because I never met my parents, I could never feel as close to them as I wanted. I know that a part of me loves them, but another part doesn't really know enough to love them. All I know are the stories I hear, but I've never met them or anything. I feel like maybe if I name my daughter after her, somehow I could be closer to my mother. I do, said Conan as he raised his hand and began to draw circles on the blonde chest. I only knew a little about my parents when I was little, although I no longer remember their names. I was about 6 years old when they died. 7, when Yago found me rummaging through the trash in one of the slums of Aim. Naruto kissed Conan on the head while burying his face in his hair, letting his scent invade his nose. They stayed like that for a while until Naruto spoke again. So what has Akatsuki been doing? Conan sighed, realizing that they would have to talk about business. So far, Akatsuki only has the Rokubi and the Sambi that Deidre and Tobi just capture. Naruto nodded when Conan mentioned Tobi's name, knowing who he was talking about. I think Kisame and Itachi are after the Gobi, but I'm not sure how you killed 3 of their members. The others were forced to change targets to compensate. I'm sorry, Conan said, while lowering her head, a little embarrassed for not being able to give better information. Naruto frowned while lifting Conan's face, placing a chase kiss on his or lips. Before you speak, Kanchan, you know that I really don't care about information. The only reason I'm considering letting you stay with them is because of Gary Yuyan and Beer. The fact that you have information about what Akatsuki is doing is more than enough to help, although I personally would prefer if you stayed with me. Conan smiled at her, pleased to know that he was so worried about her. Thank you, but you know that no matter how much I wish to, I can't leave now. In fact, Naruto knew that if he left now, it would be obvious that she was a spy and a traitor. Then he would hunt her down and kill her. And Naruto knew that while he was strong enough to fight almost everyone in Akatsuki, he still might not be able to beat Pain. And he knew for a fact that right now, he couldn't defeat Madara. I know that, sighed Naruto before giving Conan a smile. Doesn't mean I can't dream, right? Conan laughed as he shook his head, losing Naruto's mischievous smile. In one swift motion, Naruto turned around to the 2 surprising Conan, who was now under Naruto, as the blonde straddled his waist. I'm kind of tired of talking about this whole Akatsuki thing. Konan smirked when she saw Naruto's smirk. Then what do you want to talk about? In response, Naruto closed the distance between them for the rest of their time together. The 2 used their lips for more than just argument. XX 5 days had come and gone, and everyone who had passed the second test was now standing in one of the many cameras in the Tower of the Forest of Death. Tsunade looked over the Jinnin and frowned at the amount of teams that had passed. 8 teams had passed. So there was a total of 24 Jinnin there. That was even more than when the KO 11 had been in the exams. It also meant that they were going to have a preliminary test. She should have known that Kakashi would be too lazy to take a test that was actually hard. She was going to punch that perverted Jonin pervert for not having another one standing test a little far from Tsunade. Kakashi let out a shiver, but chalked it up to the weather and continued reading his book. I would like to congratulate you all for making it this far in the chunin exams, said Tsunade, as she decided to get the ball rolling before the final stage began. I regret to inform you that she was unable to say anything else as she and everyone else in the room were completely stunned right before the platform. She was on something that none of the people here had. Scene was happening, ice was shooting out of the ground, were large spikes of ice hyo sticking out of the ground, and each other all looked like a big spooky ice castle. It was something you would think you would find in a fantasy book. Once the ice castle was fully created, it began to crack, leaving long lines to go up and down its entire length as arcs of lightning shot out of the cracks. Eventually, the whole structure shattered into a million pieces, forcing everyone to cover their eyes, as they opened it again and saw a separate Naruto as Suenamik. Where the ice castle had been, Naruto smiled at the surprised and impressed looks from his classmates, as well as the envious look he was getting from the Okajesama Genin. "Why don't I explain what's going on?" Naruto said as he turned to her. "Okay," Tsunade said in a goofy voice. Naruto smiled as he turned to the Genin. "Okay, my name is Naruto Uzumaki Maikase, and I'll be your proctor for the third exam." Naruto felt a smile on his face as many eyes widened in recognition. Team I that made it through really looked like they were going to shit themselves in fear, and I haven't even unleashed my killing intent, Naruto thought with a smirk. Underscoring her. Be soon he started. Talking now as Oke-sama was about to say, "Unfortunately, too many teams ended up passing the last test. This means we have to decrease the number of genin that will be in the last exam, meaning they're going to hold preliminaries." "Wait, you mean in at this moment?" Akusa genin asked. "We just got out of that damn forest," one of Konoha's genin shouted. Naruto shrugged. "Not my problem. If it hadn't taken you so long, you would have had more time to rest. Now I want all of you to move to the fighter's balcony when your name appears on that board." Naruto pointed at the board behind him. "And above it, I want you to go down and land on the arena floor." The genin walked up the stairs as the board began to run through the names before select two random from the genin who passed the first two matches were a blur for Naruto, who didn't find anything particularly skilled in the participants. The first match was a man from IWA named Kanashimo Taka, and a genin from SUA named Otame Shinjimi was able to win by using a wind jutsu to break through Kanashi's stone armor and knock the boy out by crushing some of the excess rock in the IA Genin's SI. The second fight was between a kunoichi from Kumo named Akir Kuchi and a shinobi from Kusa named Kale. Ten Nabakira was able to win by using a right jutsu to control Kale's nervous system, allowing him to knock out the boy Rinia Bar BS. Sin no Kesa, Naruto watched as the two fighters made their way to the arena, the red-headed ninja Kiri standing on one side, and the shinobi, a man with black hair and gray eyes, was standing on the other. Both fighters already asked Naruto, getting a feeling from each fighter. In turn, Naruto's hand made a chopping motion, then Renji pulled out his katana from its sheath as he charged at the Genwa, who was going through hand seals. Once finished, he slammed his hand on the ground and yelled, "Toton Dorak, Gacy Earth Release, Earth Shield." A wall of earth appeared before Renji, forcing the Espada Chin Kiri to swerve and change course while this was happening. The shinobi was going through more hand seals, finishing it off when Renji appeared on the left side. Doton Durango, a giant ball of mud, was launched out of Sin's mouth, heading on a collision course with the genin Kiri. However, Renji poured some chakra into the soles of his feet, accelerating and dodging to the right. He then closed in on Sin and aimed a slash at the other genin's head. However, Sin was able to stay out of the way for the most part and only got his jacket cut. He pulled out a kuna, and as Renji charged again, the two soon engaged in a quarter-final battle. As the fight progressed, it became apparent that Renji was the better. Not only did he have a sword that extended his reach, but simply had more talent. In the end, Rung caused the genin duck to be cut, and then slammed his foot directly into the man's face, causing Gen Niwa to fall to the ground unconscious. The winner by knockout is Rinia Bari. Naruto announced that the red-haired genin returned to his team. The next fight was between a shinobi from Kumo named Raiden and a gen from Konoha named Dattena on Mixu. The battle was pretty even until Raiden began to channel lightning chakra into his hands. So even if Dattena didn't get hit, he'd still get a mild shock. The Konoha genin eventually got so many electric burns he ended up passing out from the pain. Kono Amaru Shudo BS no True Yasef Kanamar yelled as he left the stairs and simply jumped over the railing, landing on the floor with a spring in his step. He looked at his opponent and smiled. The other genin was a Kusa shinobi who was quite tall and had a square build. He was obviously a taijutsu fighter. He didn't react to the enthusiasm of Konohamaru and simply got into his taijutsu stance are both fighters. "Ready, Naruto?" asked, getting a nod from Notoru, of course. "I'm ready," with Aru yelled. "Let's do this," Naruto smiled. Then Ajime Notoru got up from the ground and ran towards Konohamaru. Meanwhile, the young Sarutobi was going through several hand seals. When he finished, he put a hand to his mouth while shouting his jutsu, Katan, Goku, Kuno, Jutsu, a decent size fireball shot out of Konohamaru's mouth. Konohamaru and rushed towards Notoru, who was forced to roll to the right to avoid being burned to a crisp. As he came back up, he noticed that Konohamaru was not in his original position. The Kusa Jinnin was about to look around when he was forced to roll to avoid several kunai. As he arrived, he rolled to the left and saw Konohamaru crash through several more seals. He rushed towards the Konoha Jinnin just as the young Sarutobi slammed his hands into the ground. Totan, Doru, Taiga style. Earth Flow River, a river of mud, burst out of the ground and crashed into Shino Kusa, knocking the man off balance. Naruto watched Konohamaru go through even more hand signs and recognized that the young man was going to use one of Husin's favorite collaboration jutsu. Katan Inden Fire Release Fire Bullet. A small fire bullet was launched from Konohamaru's mouth, igniting the river of mud and consuming everything in it. The Konoha Jinnin waited to see if his jutsu had worked on its own. To be surprised when he didn't see Notoru anywhere, that changed when he slammed his fist into the back of his head, sending the boy sprawling across the ground. Luckily, Konohamaru was able to turn around and dodge another attack, thus beginning a taijutsu battle between the two. However, Konohamaru, despite being decent at taijutsu, wasn't as good as the bigger boy. He was forced to weave and dodge between blows as bruises from several hits appeared on his skin, realizing he had to get out of the within reach of the children. Konohamaru took several smoke pellets from his pouch and threw them to the ground as he managed to slip around the ninja's guard. With Hamaru, he gained some distance and tried to think of a plan. He had already used a lot of chakra. Those 3 judo were AB rank and more than most genin could perform. That left hand-to-hand combat, however, taijutsu was out of the question. Grabbing a scroll from his back, Konohamaru opened its contents to reveal a long staff. Black got into the Sarutobi-style Bujitsu stance as he waited for the smoke to clear. When it did, Konohamaru rushed at Notoru, throwing an attack from the left. When the other man went to block, Konohamaru switched and struck from the right, knocking the genin over his shoulder, making him stumble a bit. With the added reach and versatility the staff offered the kid, Konohamaru was able to return to Notoru. He finally managed to snap the other genin in the back of the head, doing that the boy collapses on the ground. The winner by knockout is Amaru. Sarutobi, said Naruto with a smile. Yes, Konohamaru jumped into the air. I'm the best. He ran upstairs to where his teammates were receiving congratulations from them. The next match was between the last shinobi, a tall man named Waitor Gosen, and a shinobi SUA with black hair and green eyes who was named Juka Kotake. The fight lasted a little longer than the others since it was a pure taijutsu match, and their styles contrasted and they counter each other, and Tor used his muscle and his weight to deliver hard, heavy blows that broke bones, while Juka's style relied on speed, flexibility, and counterattacking. He couldn't do that much damage to the Niwa Genin. Eventually, Juka was able to win by delivering a Zon to the other Genin's neck, knocking the Genin down. Mutatan Beas Anuga. The two fighters walked down to the arena floor and glared at each other. Naruto could tell they had some sort of rivalry going on as they were on opposite sides. Naruto looked at them. Are the two fighters ready? He asked and received a nod from each. Then Ajime Moegi threw several kunai at the Yuga girl, knowing that close range with her was suicide. Anabai simply dodged and blocked the kunai before continuing on her way towards the orange-haired girl. Moe began to back off the pedal as she continued throwing kunai, trying to gain some distance between them. Unfortunately for the red-haired Jining, Anabai was the worst opponent possible for her. MO, Jinjutsu, and a medical ninja, and hadn't trained with Tunit long enough to learn the secret woman's strength technique. Jin Jutsu wouldn't work on Anabai, and her taijutsu was only subpar as she rarely used it despite this disadvantage. When Anabai managed to close the distance, Moe stepped up her game and went all out against the taijutsu specialist. The battle wasn't as long as the others. Moegi was only able to get in a few good goals when her tenketsu points closed in. When Moegi fell unconscious due to too many points being closed, Tenketsu Naruto was forced to call the match the winner by knockout. His Anabai Hugased girl started walking towards the balcony as the board started calling back Ruki. Kachiki BS Taliano Tambi. Naruto watched as the two girls walked down. Neither one really spoke. Talia, the last genin of Kusa, turned left, while Rukia stood to the right and unsheathed her sword. Are both fighters ready? Asked Naruto, while receiving a nod from everyone. Then Tajime Naruto jumped out of the way, only for Rukia to go full speed ahead. Talia didn't even have time to act as the Deepening Kiri sliced through her arm. The Kunoichi Kusi hissed in pain as the muscles in her were damaged enough that she couldn't do hand seals for them. Now, she threw several shurikens with her good hand, but Rukia just threw them as they came in. Talia was soon forced to dodge and back away as she tried to put distance between them her and the sword user. However, Rukia stuck to the woman like glue. In the end, Talia ran out of juice and was forced to resign. The winner by abandonment is Rukia, Kachiki shouted Naruto. As Rukia returned to her team's balcony, my headdress Bseri Kodonudon walked up to the rink. Instead of getting ready, he put his hands in the bag on the other side. Ikarie Kunoichi from Suna, who was a few years older than Udon, got into the taijutsu style of Suna Academy. Naruto looked at the two of them. Are the two fighters ready? As he received a nod from each one, he would cut off their hand, then aim. As soon as the fight started, Udon threw several shurikena. He then cut through several hand seals. 9 shuriken. Kaibizan no jutsu 5 shuriken became 25 as they sailed towards Ikari. They stabbed directly into the Isuna Kuno. However, instead of blood, flower petals flowed from her body. Udon watched as Ikari's entire body soon scatter into flower petals. He looked around, waiting to see what would happen. Udon Kunudon. He turned around and saw Mo lying on the ground in a pool of blood. His hand was reaching out for him. For a second, Udon started to freak out before he remembered that Moa was in the hospital with his Tenketsu lock Jin Jutsu, thought Udon as he put his hand into the Kai release. His vision flickered before dispersing. Yari appeared right next to Udon with a kunai in her hand. The Konoha shinobi ducked under a slash, planting a hand on the ground. He attacked with a kick, hitting his hand, causing it to drop, dropping her kunai. Reacting quickly, Udon took out a ninja wire and attached it to a kunai. Jumping back, he spun it around and threw it at the Kunoichi Ikari. Soon she found herself falling to the ground as the wire wrapped around her. Even before she could think of escaping, Udon grabbed her kunai and put it to her neck. Surrender, ordered Udon. Ikari tried to think of a way out of her situation, but soon realized there was nothing she could do, sighing. The Kunoichis Sua gave up. I surrender. The winner for loss is yours, Don, said Naruto. As said, Jinin cut Ikari from the cable and helped her up. The next match was between two Jinin from Konoha, who Naruto honestly thought didn't belong in the chunin exams. Their battle reminded him of the fight between Sakura and Ino during his time in the exams, which meant it was just as bad as two fangirls overcoming him like that. Battle, this one, ended in a double knockout. The second to last match was between a shinobi from Kumo named Ono Tatino